In an astonishing twist of fate, Goody found himself transported to the Douluo Continent, specifically the timeline of Douluo II. What was even more outrageous was the revelation that his martial soul was a shaped golden rod. DivineLight rod? In its untransformed state, this peculiar object served as an auxiliary tool, bestowing buffs upon others, yet upon transformation. It morphed into a towering being reminiscent of Diga. Now, a Grand Soul Master, Goody's transformation could last for 2 minutes, granting him a staggering height of 20 meters, akin to that of a building. Engaging a Grand Soul Master felt like crushing an ant. With daily exposure to sunlight, he could recharge, amassing energy for up to 90 uses, culminating in a maximum duration of 1.5 hours. Today, he arrived at Shrek Academy, donned in flamboyant attire. With an air of superiority, I shall obliterate the freshmen and assert my dominance. His entourage wished for nothing more than to vanish into the ground, as bystanders regarded them with incredulous expressions. He effortlessly passed the entrance examination, with his attendants assisting in transporting his belongings to the dormitory. Upon reaching the dormitory entrance, he stumbled upon an elderly man lying on the ground, his age rendering his face unrecognizable. Who was this old man? Was he the sea god Pavilion Master Moon? Or perhaps some concealed powerhouse? Goody scrutinized the elder, suddenly recalling Huo Yuhao's prowess. Could his Diga martial soul contend against Huo Yuhao's spirit eye and Ice Emperor Scorpion? The old man abruptly turned, murmuring, "Young one, your martial soul possesses quite the intrigue." A chill ran down Goody's spine. Had the elder discerned the secret of the divine light rod? Should he feign ignorance or transform into Diga to intimidate him? Was this elder friend or foe? The old man lay at the dormitory entrance, his wrinkled visage capable of crushing flies, his drooping eyelids signaling a formidable presence. Goody glanced at him and muttered intentionally, another hidden gem of an elder. This was none other than the dragon god de Moon, the limitless. Child, wait a moment. Moon lifted his head, his dim eyes fixed upon Goody. Do you comprehend my strength? No, I do not. Goody feigned ignorance, though internally he was well aware, but I can sense the luminous power within you, akin to a small sun. Moon murmured to himself, closing his eyes. Seizing the opportunity, Goody made a hasty retreat. Engaging in conversation with a limitless was far too perilous. A year later, in the classroom of Class 3, Goody lounged on his desk, a cigarette dangling from his lips, his gaze vacant. The teacher has arrived. A nearby girl nudged him with her elbow. With practiced ease, he extinguished the cigarette, placing it in his mouth to chew. This was a family-crafted edible cigarette, designed to accelerate soul power circulation and replenish energy, albeit with a rather unpleasant taste. The homeroom teacher, Wu Bing, approached, silent but smiling warmly at him. Quickly, Goody produced a pack of cigarettes and handed it to her. Teacher, I was in the wrong. I shouldn't have smoked in the classroom. This marks the 23rd time he has admitted his mistake. And for the 23rd time, Wu Bing accepted the cigarette, saying, Shao Di, you have a promising future. The entire class was left in astonishment. Could it be manipulated this way? Goodie stared vacantly at the ceiling. That a year had passed, and his soul power had only reached level 28. With the plot diverging for what he had known, I must seek out Huo Yuhao, he murmured to himself. When he first arrived, he had boasted about wanting to defeat the newcomers. Yet now he merely wished to cling to Huo's coattails. After 2 months of grueling training, exhausting him to the brink, his soul power had only increased from level 22 to 23. Had it not been for the divine light stick, he would have long since collapsed. Soon as the class bell rang, Goodie dashed out of the classroom, heading straight for Class 1. Upon reaching the doorway, he spotted a bespectacled, slender boy being bullied by several upperclassmen. Is this Huo Yuhao? The slender boy suddenly looked up, a glimmer of purple gold light flashing in his eyes. Gu disheart-stirred spirit, I'm martial soul. The upperclassmen were abruptly hurled backward with anguished cries, as if smitten by an invisible force. Had Huo Yuhao recognized Goodie? What soul skill had he just employed? Goodie gazed at the slender boy and suddenly recalled his divine light stick. If he teamed up with Huo Yuhao, combining Dijia with Spirit Eye, how formidable would that combination be? Huo Yuhao was also observing him, his gaze filled with wariness. Who are you? Goodie lingered at the entrance of Class 1 for a considerable time, but failed to locate Huo Yuhao. Inquiring among both newcomers and upperclassmen yielded no results about this individual. How peculiar. Bebe and Tanya are both present. Why is Huo missing? He seized a boy with a white middle-part hairstyle. Ai-kun, accompany me to Class 1 to search for him. Ai-kun lowered his head significantly. D-loud I want to bring my sister Xiao Bingluo along. Xiao Bingluo? The girl whose martial soul is sound, who transforms into a 50-year-old woman when exhausted. Gudi rolled his eyes. Fine then. The three of them walked down the corridor, with AI Cohen cowering behind Xiao Bingluo, his eyes brimming with tears, casting a sorrowful glance at Gudi, an expression that paired unsettlingly with his delicate features. Gudi couldn't hold back any longer. Aikun, you a boy, hiding behind a girl, how shameful. Do your parents know? How can you say that? AI Cohen whimpered. Xiao Bingluo shielded him protectively. He has no parents and has been bullied since childhood. Why do you have to speak to him like that? Gudi was taken aback, having lost both parents. Was he not the quintessential protagonist? How had he become so timid? Silence enveloped them until Gudi suddenly asked, AI Cohen, did her father have a surname Kai? I share my surname with my father. AI Cohen replied, his eyes wide. But my mother's surname is Kai. Gudi sprayed water onto his face. By the way, what is your martial soul? Gudi sought to divert the topic. AI Cohen summoned his martial soul, a 10-meter-long blue fish, its eyes as small as ping-pong balls, radiating a blue glow. Fish spirit? Gudi was taken aback. What can this thing do? Upon arriving at the entrance of Class 1, he was met with a cacophony of voices from within. Huuxin. Who do you think you are to compete with us for the training room? Gudi's heart sank. Huuxin? With the surname Hu? Peering through the doorframe, he observed a girl with short hair being encircled by several boys, her gaze as icy as a winter's chill. Suddenly, she raised her hand, and a flash of blue light erupted, sending the boys careening backward, crashing against the wall. Her spirit? Is it a cat? No, those ears are pointed, resembling a fox. Does this girl have any relation to Huo Yuhao? What soul skill did she just employ? It was incredibly powerful. AI Cohen tugged at him abruptly. Boss-D, she's also an orphan. Her spirit is a mutated spirit fox. Gudi fixated on the girls, as they bore a striking resemblance to Huo Yuhao's spiritual gaze. Huuxin seemed to sense his scrutiny, turning her head to glare at him, her eyes glinting with menace. What are you staring at? Is she Huo Yuhao's sister? Or has the narrative altered, transforming Huo Yuhao into a girl? Gudi swallowed hard, suddenly recalling his DivineLight staff. If this girl is indeed a relative of Hu, should he reveal his transformation device to forge a connection? This is my spirit, I call it Cohen. AI Cohen sobbed, clutching a 10-meter-long blue fish. It is my parents, even closer than biological ones. Xiao Bing, standing nearby, joined in with tears streaming down her face. Gudi was utterly bewildered, considering one's spirit as a parental figure. Such a move was extraordinary. Just as he contemplated offering some words of consolation, AI Cohen erupted in anger. What do you know? Without Cohen, I would have been bullied to death long ago. Before Gudi could express any admiration for his newfound manliness, AI Cohen immediately shrank back. Boss-D, I didn't mean to snap at you. Gudi. Squatting at the entrance of Class 1, Gudi seized the student. Is there anyone named Huo Yuhao in your class? No, how about Dai Yuhao? The student shook his head. Gudi slipped him 10 gold soul coins. Think again. The student's eyes lit up. We have a Huuxin. She's the class monitor, a girl. A girl? Gudi's eyes widened in astonishment. Has Huo Yuhao been feminized? He handed over another 10 gold soul coins, and the student led them into Class 1. Class monitor, someone is looking for you. In a corner of the front row, a meditating figure turned around. With short hair and an icy gaze, her profile was sharp and undeniably feminine. Yet her eyes were purple. They were identical to Huo Yuhao's spiritual gaze. Are you looking for me? Huuxin spoke, her voice clear and crisp. Gudi's heart raced as he locked eyes with her. There was definitely a connection to Huo Yuhao. Do you know Bei Bei and Tanya? Huuxin's expression shifted slightly. I know them. Why do you ask? Indeed. Gudi suppressed his excitement, asking, do you possess any extraordinary abilities? Perhaps a particularly strong mental power? Suddenly, Huuxin stood up, her soul power radiating fiercely, even more potent than Goddess level 23. What exactly do you intend to do? Could it be that she possesses a spiritual, martial soul? Does she wield the ultimate ice? As Gudi gazed into her frigid eyes, he recalled his DivineLight staff. What if Huuxin truly is a feminine version of Huo Yuhao? With the combination of Diga and the spiritual eye, could this pairing defy the heavens? Huuxin suddenly let out a cold laugh. There's a peculiar energy about you related to light. Has she uncovered the secret of the DivineLight staff? Gudi instinctively tightened his grip on the transformation device in his pocket, his palm drenched in sweat. Should he transform into Diga now to intimidate her? Huuxin turned away, and Gudi was left dumbfounded. Her deep blue eyes and flawless oval face were more breathtaking than any beauty he had ever encountered. Is this the feminine version of Huo Yuhao? Did you come looking for me? Huo Yusin's gaze locked onto him. Goody waved his hand to dismiss AI Kuan and Xiaobing, leaning in to whisper at her ear, "Do you know about the dream eye silkworm?" Huo Yusin froze, her blue eyes filled with shock. How did he know this secret? "What are you doing?" A girl with powder blue short hair rushed over, pulling Huo Yusin into her embrace and glaring at Goody. "Do you dare to touch my person?" Goody was taken aback. The girl's eyes and hair were both powder blue, and she was stunningly beautiful. "Wudong?" Huo Yusin struggled slightly. "Tang Wudong? Why isn't she calling Wang Dong anymore?" Goody watched as Huo Yusin nestled against Tang Wudong, feeling as though his mind was about to explode. This plot had veered completely off course. "I have something to discuss with him," Huo Yusin stated. The two moved to a secluded corner of the teaching building, where Huo Yusin suddenly pushed Goody against the wall, pinning him. "How do you know about the dream eye silkworm?" Her expression was fierce and urgent. Goody's face flushed. This was the first time he had ever been pinned against a wall by a girl. "I guessed." "Do you believe me?" Huo Yusin rolled her eyes, clearly skeptical. "Then let me ask you." Goody swallowed nervously. "Were you a boy before?" Huo Yusin looked at him as if he were foolish. "Are you the one who's ill? It seems she is a naturally born girl." Goody sighed in relief, only to follow up with, "Do you know Dai Hao?" Huo Yusin's expression suddenly turned cold, as if encased in ice. "Who exactly are you?" Her soul power began to fluctuate, and Goody could even sense a familiar chill. It was the ultimate ice. "Indeed, it is her." Gud's heart raced, and just as he intended to reveal his divine light staff to prove he was not an enemy, Huo Yusin stepped closer. "If you don't speak, I won't be polite. Should he transform into Diga now? Will I be perceived as a monster after my transformation?" Gudi gazed into her icy eyes, suddenly reminded of Tang Wutong. Was the bond between these two perhaps a tad too intimate? What is Tang Wutong's martial spirit? Is it still the goddess of light butterfly? Hu Yuxian had already raised her hand, delicate ice particles forming at her fingertips. Gudi's heart raced, teetering on the brink. Should he speak the truth or continue feigning ignorance? Is the heavenly dream, ice silkworm, stirring within her? If a confrontation were to ensue, could his Diga martial spirit contend with the ultimate ice? Did he used to have the surname Dai? As soon as Gudi uttered these words, Hu Yuzin's expression shifted instantaneously, filled with hostility and hatred. "Who on earth are you?" Gudi mentally chastised himself had asked too hastily. He abruptly pinned Hu Yuxian against the wall, executing a dramatic wall slam. "Who do you think I am?" His warm breath fanned against her face. Hu Yuxian was momentarily stunned, her cheeks flushing crimson. Seizing the moment, Gudi withdrew his hand and tossed out a pretentious remark. "You will come to know in due time." Then he fled without a backward glance. If he lingered, it would spell disaster. Upon returning to his dormitory, Gudi collapsed onto his bed, absently stroking his divine light stick. For an entire month, Hu Yuxian had not sought him out each time they crossed paths. She was engrossed in laughter with Tang Wutong, as if she had completely forgotten the incident. Could it be that my Diga's overwhelming aura has intimidated her? Gudi chuckled foolishly. The silver-haired girl beside him rolled her eyes. Surely this individual had lost his senses. Bang! A fist struck Gudi's head, forcing it down into his desk. "Are you daydreaming instead of paying attention in class?" Wu Bing raised her fist, wearing a displeased expression. Gudi remained dazed for a moment before realizing it was his homeroom teacher. Now for the group assignments. The first group. Gudi, Qing Qi Shi, Ing Dang. Gudi cursed under his breath. How could their class be subjected to the teacher's arbitrary groupings? Unlike others who could form their own teams? Yet upon seeing his teammates, he felt a surge of joy. His roommate Ing Dang was a powerhouse in offensive skills, while his deskmate Qing Qi Shi excelled in agility. With his ability to assist and control, it was a perfect trio. "I can't believe I'm in a group with you. Oh Lord, what have I done to deserve this?" Qing Qi Shi clutched her chest, a look of despair etched on her face. Gudi rolled his eyes. "Isn't it better than being grouped with AI Cohen?" "Who are you calling that?" Qing Qi Shi kicked in response. In the midst of their playful banter, Wu Bing announced the rules for the freshman assessment. The losers will return to where they came from. Gudi absent-mindedly touched the divine light stick in his pocket. Would he encounter Huo Yuxian and Tang Wutong during the assessment? If he were to face them, should he transform into Diga? Ing Dang suddenly patted him on the shoulder. "I've heard that Huo Yuxian from Class 1 is quite formidable. We are likely to cross paths." Gu's heart sank. If he truly faced the feminine version of Huo Yuhao and Tang Wutong, could his small team emerge victorious? Could Qing Qi Shi's agile strikes evade the ultimate ice? Can the formidable assault faction withstand Tang Wutong's radiant goddess butterfly? The bell of the assessment venue suddenly tolled. "The first group? Enter." Goody took a deep breath, clenching his fists. The glow of the divine light stick flickered faintly within his pocket. How should this battle be fought? Haha, I can't believe I'm with Digo. This really feels like fate. Dang rushed over wanting to hug Gudi's thigh. Upon hearing this, Gudi rolled his eyes and dodged Dang's bare hug with a swift move. Whether it's fate or not, who knows? This guy had known Gudi's identity long ago, even though Gudi had always kept a low profile in the academy. And very few people knew he was the son of a duke. After all, this is Shrek Academy, and a duke's identity doesn't hold much weight here. But it's unclear how Dang found out about Gudi's identity. He recognized it nonetheless. Although he is 2 years older than Gudi, he willingly refers to himself as a little brother. The way he looks, he seems eager to worship Gudi. Sigh, there's nothing to be done. When someone is too outstanding, others will always want to be their little brother or partner, which troubles Gudi a lot. Xingjiang Chuka. Thinking that after all the trouble he had caused with the old bald head, he finally got the chance to be on the same team as Gudi. He must hold on tight to this thigh. The two chatted warmly, and as time went on, their conversation became increasingly strange and somewhat inappropriate. Although Gudi is still a newbie when it comes to real combat, in terms of knowledge, he is definitely a veteran. Dang, already a bit reserved, became even more flamboyant under Gudi's teasing. Finally, Qing Chi sure couldn't take it anymore. Hey, we're on the same team now. Shouldn't we get to know each other's strengths? She only had a general idea of Gudi and Dang's abilities, mostly from listening in as their desk mate. That makes sense. X2 seeing the two of them appear enlightened. Qing Chi sure almost wanted to strangle them. Two useless teammates. For a moment, Qing Chi sure felt confused about this Shrek new student assessment competition. Of course, she couldn't say it in the classroom, as they might even run into classmates during the novice competition. They needed to find a quiet place. It was easy to find a quiet spot outside Shrek Academy. Although there are many roads here, they're lined with lots of vegetation, some naturally growing and some artificially planted. The three found a relatively flat, open area in the woods. I'll go first. Although Digo is already very familiar with my martial soul, you're still a stranger. Dang said excitedly, summoning his martial soul. It was a fire-red wolf, looking as if it was covered in flames. It was a full 3 meters long, with a pair of golden and silver patterned horns on its head and a pair of oil-green eyes blinking with fierce light. I call it the Fire Wolf King. Look at its brave and majestic appearance, such a tall and strong body. Isn't it enviable? Back then, I fought 3 opponents of the same level with the Fire Wolf King and never lost. Dang said shamelessly, his face full of pride. The two were speechless. No wonder he asked my little brother. His shamelessness is almost catching up to me, Gudi thought secretly. Watching Dang bragging endlessly, Gudi didn't hesitate to give him a kick on the butt. Get to the point, Gudi said irritably. Okay, you're the boss. You have a final say. I have a strong attack martial soul. My first soul ring is 300 years old, and the second one is 800 years old. I don't have any control soul skills. They're all strong attack soul skills. My first soul skill increases my strength by 40 and my speed by 20. The second soul skill, Fire Cover, allows me to cover my whole body with flames, and my subsequent attacks can cause burn damage to the enemy. My soul power level is 24. At this point, Dang felt a bit embarrassed. Gudi was 2 years younger than him, and only 1 level below him. Sigh. Comparing people really makes one mad. Before Gudi could speak, Qing Chi sure interjected. My martial soul is the Blue Bird, a speed-type martial soul. My advantage is speed. At the same level, very few can catch up to me. My first soul skill is Windblade, which releases countless wind blades. The second is a defensive soul skill. My soul power level is 25. As she spoke, she summoned her Blue Bird martial soul, which was a giant bird about 2 meters long. Its feathers were a beautiful blue, with extremely graceful lines, exuding a hint of nobility. Its pair of black eyes was as tranquil as the night. What a beautiful martial soul, Dang praised, but inside he felt a little displeased that she was 1 level higher than him. Goody was also amazed. Such beautiful martial souls are rare, especially bird-type ones. Goody, isn't it your turn now? Qing Chishi raised her head proudly. Ah, your martial souls make me envious. Why is my martial soul so terrible? Goody said while shaking his head, as if his own martial soul was worthless. This expression and tone, could it be that the boss is trying to show off? It turns out Dang was not mistaken. At this moment, a soft orange-yellow light enveloped Goody, looking sacred, noble, and unassailable. The originally bright space dimmed somewhat, like a prelude to the arrival of night. Countless visible light elements detached from the air, gathering into luminous clusters towards Goody's right hand. The white light illuminated the surroundings brilliantly and gradually expanded. What is this? Oh no, my eyes. I'm going blind. Stop it. Chapter 7. Unexpected. Requesting recommendation votes. Under the glaring white light, Ying Dang and Qing Shishi were almost blinded and could barely open their eyes. In fact, due to his abnormal affinity for light elements, Goody could also add wings behind him. However, Goody knew well that showing off should be done in moderation, so as not to lose his elegance while maintaining his presence. Ahem, after all, who is my brother D? I don't have many outstanding qualities, just humility and low profile. This is my martial soul. I call it the DivineLight staff. The DivineLight staff floated quietly above Goody's right hand. The rich white light concealed the original appearance of the DivineLight staff, but could not hide its sacred aura. Ying Dang was fine. After all, he had seen it early on, but Qing Shishi was shocked. Although she knew Goody was a support type, she didn't expect it to be a Holy Series support martial soul. That is also a top-tier existence among support martial souls. First soul skill, Holy Light Descends, can increase the soul power recovery speed and damage reduction of 2 allies nearby. Under the same realm, it can improve soul power recovery speed by 30 and damage reduction by 20. Second soul skill, Stun, can summon up to 4 light clusters to stun enemies and deal damage, effective as long as they do not exceed my 2 major realms. Soul power level, 23. Goody sighed, feeling that the name of his soul skill was really low, but unfortunately, he was terrible at naming. Gulu. Qing Shishi swallowed, wondering what kind of divine soul skill this was that could actually enhance the recovery speed of ally soul power. Suddenly, he felt that the upcoming assessment for new students wasn't such a big deal after all. No wonder he heard others in the team say they would rather exchange a strong attack-type soul master for a support-type soul master. Unfortunately, there were really too few support-type soul masters. Most were control, agility attack, or strong attack soul masters. Moreover, support-type soul masters and food-type soul masters were recognized as the 2 series with the slowest cultivation speed among soul masters. It was unexpected that Goody had actually reached level 23 at just 10 years old, proving how terrifying his talent was. What should we do now? Ying Dang didn't feel much, as he had known about Goody's soul skill for a long time. When Goody was fighting alone, he was directly exhausted to death by Goody's first soul skill. It's embarrassing to say, but as a strong attack-type soul master, he couldn't defeat a support-type one. Sigh. The world is unpredictable. Let's have a real battle. Qing Shishi raised her beautiful eyebrows and said, I will fight you with Goody. After all, you, who share a dorm with him, already know Goody's strength, and you're also a strong attack-type soul master. I refuse, Ying Dang said without hesitation. Are you kidding? You can't even defeat Goody alone. 2 against 1. ISNT that looking for trouble? That vicious woman. Your soul power is higher than mine. So it should be me and Goody fighting you. You are a strong attack type. You are an agility attack type. You are stronger than me. You are faster than me. Are you even a man? I'm not. Qing Shishi fell silent, and Ying Dang followed suit. A breeze blew by, making the atmosphere a bit awkward. Actually, I could take you on one-on-one. Goody broke the silence. In fact, he really wanted to say, you two can go together. With his current strength, even without transforming, he could definitely take on 2 opponents without any problem. However, he was a low-key person. I think I'll pass. I know your strength. Ying Dang waved his hand, as he didn't want to seek out punishment. Sometimes, Ying Dang even doubted whether he was truly a strong attack-type soul master. All right, let's fight. A fierce battle intent ignited in Qing Shishi's eyes. Goody ranked first in the overall training results at the end of the training session. It's hard to imagine that someone like him was actually a support-type soul master. 5 minutes later, in a certain open area of Shrek Academy, a black-haired boy was lying on the ground with a silver-haired girl in a very awkward position. Their faces were pressed tightly together. The boy behind them stared in astonishment, with admiration written all over his face. You jerk! Qing Shishi pushed hard, tears in her eyes. She turned and ran towards the dormitory, crying. Goody was unexpectedly pushed to the ground. It was an accident, truly an accident. Goody shouted in grievance. Unfortunately, Qisher Lian didn't slow down even a bit. Instead, she quickened her pace and ran towards the dormitory. Digu, in this life, I've never truly admired anyone. But you're the first person I genuinely admire from the bottom of my heart. Ying raised her thumb to Goody, looking at him with immense admiration, wishing she could rush forward and hug Goody's thigh tightly. It really was an accident. How could I, Goody, be the kind of shameless person who only chases after beauty? Gudi said with righteous indignation. Isn't it rare? Of course. I can only secretly complain about it in my heart. After all, my boss is wise and powerful, possessing both courage and talent, and is a person of virtue and ability. How could he possibly be a beast who covets beauty? Goody, are you mocking me or praising me? It's getting late, and it's time for both of us to tidy up and head back to the dorm. For the next 2 days, Qing Chishi kept a cold face, ignoring all of Goody's attempts at flattery. It seemed she had already decided that Goody was a beast in human clothing. After the class ended, the group division took place, and the assessment officially started in the afternoon. Goody and his group arrived at the assessment site early. The assessment area was oval-shaped, covering about 20,000 square meters, and had already been divided into 50 zones. Goody and the others were assigned to District 22. Although I can't remember which district Hu was in, it shouldn't be in this one. It seems they are about to undergo an assessment. Qing Chishi's expression towards Goody improved a little, but she still didn't look pleased. When it was time to officially take the stage, she stepped heavily on Goody's foot. Seeing this, Ing couldn't help but chuckle to himself. There were only a few in class, for who could make Goody feel humiliated. Attention, all new students. A loud announcement echoed through every corner of Shrek. Goody wasn't in a hurry, since they were right in this area. Soon, all 6 groups of students had gathered, and a fairly decent-looking female teacher arrived at the assessment area. After briefly reminding everyone of the assessment rules, she took out a folder and began reading the names of the groups. When the female teacher reached the members of Goody's group, he was taken aback. He didn't expect their first battle to be against them. Old acquaintances had arrived. In the first round of matches, Shrek Academy's new student class 4, Gudi, Qing Chi and Ing Dang would face off against Shrek Class 4's AI Kuan, Xiao Bing Luo, and Bang Yi. Chapter 8, The Battle. The first match was indeed between members of his own class. What a coincidence. Goody grinned wickedly at AI Kuan not far away, who shrank his neck and hid behind Xiao Bing Luo. Bang Yi stood next to Xiao Bing Luo, looking obsequious. He wasn't bad-looking, but he seemed a bit foolish. Why couldn't he understand that a sycophant ends up with nothing in the end? 100,000 gold soul coins. Goody was somewhat heartbroken. That was equivalent to a week's pocket money for him, and it was just given away for nothing. Both sides started to take their positions, and no one said any unnecessary words, as they were all from the same class and familiar with each other. Goody felt a bit reluctant to go all out against someone he knew so well. As both sides stood ready, the female teacher nodded and announced the start of the match. Each side released their martial spirits, and soon Goody became the brightest star in the area. There was no other reason. The DivineLight stick in his hand was flashing with dazzling white light, attracting all the eyes around Goody. 2 martial spirits, one yellow and one purple, rose beneath his feet. His crimson eyes were tinged with a hint of golden light. It looked somewhat strange, like a demon from the depths of hell being discovered to be a noble angel. The soft orange light enveloped Qingqi Shi and Ing Dang, significantly increasing the speed of their soul power operation. With the increase in soul power recovery speed, the two didn't hesitate and instantly attached their martial spirits, unleashing their strongest attacks toward AI Kuan and his team. A pair of cyan wings spread open behind Qingqi Shi as she pounced toward AI Kuan, aiming to eliminate the weakest one first. Her soul power couldn't support her flying for too long, but it was enough to last until the end of the match. So beautiful. Looking at Qingqi Shi covered in cyan feathers, AI Kuan couldn't help but exclaim. But he thought he might have misheard it, as you were too beautiful. As Qingqi Shi closed the distance to AI Kuan, the latter finally reacted. Kuan, AI Kuan shouted with a cough, and a massive fish covered his body and feet, with a white soul ring lighting up beneath him. His speed surged, and a red energy gathered in his right palm, forming a sphere. His steps were incredibly strange, making Goody click his tongue in amazement. But why did it look like basketball from our blue star? No, this must be my illusion. Oomph. Qingqi Shi scoffed, thinking, a mere one-ring soul master dares to challenge me head-on? Several wind blades tore through the air with a sharp whistle. AI Kuan threw the gathered red energy ball at Qingqi Shi like tossing a ball. The collision between the red ball and the wind blades made the outcome very clear. The red energy was easily shredded into pieces, only slightly diminishing in speed. AI Kuan's face turned pale as he watched the wind blades approach him without moving an inch. Meanwhile, Bang Yi stepped forward to shield AI Kuan, not wanting to see someone who might become his future brother-in-law get hurt. His martial spirit was the barbarian bear. Although it wasn't a top-tier beast martial spirit, it was still one of the best among beast martial spirits, known for its tough skin and strong attack power. Bang Yi roared, his barbarian bear martial spirit manifesting, and his originally tall figure suddenly surged to nearly 2 meters. His massive body withstood the wind blades, remaining completely still. Keen-eyed Goody immediately noticed that beneath those seemingly motionless legs, they were actually trembling slightly. Dang was not idle either. Taking advantage of Bang Yi's protection of AI Koan, he manifested his martial spirit, a wolf, which naturally possessed remarkable speed. In just a few breaths, he reached Xiao Bingluo. Before he could even touch Xiao Bingluo, an ultra-high decibel sound resonated throughout the arena, rolling in waves through the air and instantly knocking Dang flying. Dang fell to the ground, rolling several times. Dazed and confused by the sound wave. Although his soul power protected his eardrums, he still felt as if he had gone deaf, with everything around him falling silent. It was clear that apart from the weak AI Koan, the rest of Xiao Bingluo's team were formidable opponents. "Do you not kneel before me, Xiao Bingluo?" Xiao Bingluo said in a commanding tone as her second yellow soul ring lit up. The sound amplified infinitely in everyone's ears, like a majestic prince. The voice was filled with nobility and an undeniable tone. Dang stared blankly as his knees began to bend down, and even Qingqi Shi, who was flying in the air, was affected. This was almost a form of mental attack, delivered in the form of sound waves. "Call me Daddy." Goody snapped his fingers with an arrogant tone, and two beams of white light fell on Qingqi Shi and Dang. The two felt as if they had been hit hard, instantly waking up. MMP. This ability to help teammates break free from control is simply a natural counter to her. Xiao Bingluo cursed inwardly, and before she could think of a countermeasure, two synchronized voices sounded behind her. Thud. "Greetings, Your Highness Xiao Bingluo." Bang Yi and AI Koan knelt on one knee, bowing their heads and calling out loudly. This formed a striking scene on the competition stage. Xiao Bingluo, two useless teammates. Seeing the strange gazes from the audience, Xiao Bingluo quickly dispelled the mental interference on the two. "First, take down Goody." "All right." X2, although she knew that Goody, as a support soul master, had considerable combat power, Xiao Bingluo was confident she could take him down in the face of their powerful attacks. With Bang Yi as a meat shield, enduring the fierce assault from Dang and Qingqi Shi, the three continued to close in on Goody. Goody was naturally very clear about their intentions. Initially, he wanted to hide some of his strength, but it seemed there was no way to conceal it now. Beneath him, his second soul ring shimmered with noble purple light. Countless beams of light gathered around him, and massive light elements continuously compressed to form three golden long swords. The long swords dispersed, orbiting around Goody and spinning at high speed, like loyal guardians. Although Goody's second soul skill was to summon light orbs, he could change their shapes at will. After all, with the DivineLight stick, Goody's control over light had reached an extreme level. Goody's body moved, and he suddenly shot out with incredible speed, leaving Xiao Bingluo and the others stunned. At his current speed, even King Qixi couldn't catch up to him. The quality of Digga's body at 1,000th is no joke. It's equivalent to several times the enhancement of his physical capabilities. Before anyone realized it, Goody had already arrived behind Xiao Bingluo and the others, and they had no time to react. With a thrust, the long sword pierced Iking's right arm, pinning him to the ground. The immense pain caused Ikong to faint without even having the chance to scream. Hearing Iking's cry, Bongi barely managed to react, hurriedly protecting Xiao Bingluo behind him. Soon after, his own scream followed. "Ah, unspeakable. You actually ambushed me." Chapter 9. Victory, Seeking Recommendation Tickets. Nonsense. I attacked from the back in a perfectly legitimate manner. Goody held a long sword and stabbed it into Bongi's backside, speaking with a serious expression. As Goody's hand shook, Bongi's scream echoed once again. Even the students in the adjacent assessment area could hear it clearly. Goody glanced at Iquin lying on the ground and shook his head. The young man's physique was just too weak. The long sword pierced his arm, but didn't draw a drop of blood. Damn it. Bongi's eyes turned red. His first soul skill lit up, and his right arm swelled up, then became like stone, transforming into a massive block of sand. Seeing this, Goody chose not to confront him directly, letting go and stepping back. After a brief delay, the golden long sword exploded, sending Bongi flying. He landed on the ground, rolled a few times, and came to a stop. His pants were almost completely blown off, only a ragged piece of cloth covering his private parts. This was a big deal. After all, he was tough and resilient. Bongi staggered to his feet, a strong sense of dizziness overwhelming him. Meanwhile, Xiao Bingluo was struggling to withstand the attacks from both sides. Her sound martial soul didn't deal much damage, but was an extremely excellent control martial soul. However, the enemy had support that prevented control, making it hard to fight back. Faced with a strong attack type and a fast attack type soul master, she quickly exhausted her strength and fell. At that moment, something terrifying happened. Xiao Bingluo's slightly cute face aged at a terrifying speed, as if she had changed faces in the blink of an eye. Not far away, Bongi was completely unaware. Suddenly shaking his head, he seemed to wake up, looking at the scene where all his teammates were down on the ground. No, Bingluo, we haven't lost yet. The second yellow soul ring shimmered with a crazy glow. This was his trump card, Berserk. It could greatly enhance his attack, speed, and fury, but correspondingly, his intelligence would drop significantly. In simple terms, this was a soul skill that sacrificed intelligence for various buffs. It often blurred the lines between friend and foe, making it easy to accidentally injure teammates. As if responding to Bongi, Xiao Bingluo slowly turned her head. The next moment, Bongi saw the most horrifying thing in his life. A face of a woman in her 50s. The second soul skill that she was charging up was abruptly interrupted like a deflated balloon, and Bongi's eyelids fluttered before he fainted outright, as if he had died on the spot. This sight pained Goody greatly. May there be no anti-faces in heaven. The winner is Goody's side. The female teacher hesitated to announce the results of the match, seemingly quite frightened. Soon, professionals came to carry them away. In the evening, as soon as Goody returned to the dormitory, Ingdang rushed over to him excitedly. "Diga, do you know? Bongi has gone insane." "Huh?" Goody was taken aback for a moment. "It's the same Bang that fought with us in the afternoon. It's normal. Anyone would break down." Goody shrugged his shoulders, and he was not surprised by this. I even advised him back then, along with a few brothers, to find someone he liked sooner. But who knew he didn't listen at all, and even angrily spent 100,000 gold soul coins just to make the beauty smile. Yet she didn't pay him any attention at all. Now it's good that he lost his money, and his mental state is also in disarray. Bradardi. You didn't see him just now in the classroom, crying heart-wrenchingly one moment and laughing like a child the next. I heard that, Bang. He has now bought a train ticket and is planning to rush home overnight. It shows how much of a blow his young heart has truly endured. Goody always feels that this matter somehow coincides with that famous incident that happened on Blue Star. Goody shook his head, not thinking much about it, and after chatting with Ingdang for a bit, he jumped onto the bed. After the afternoon competition, he went to watch other people's matches. After watching a whole afternoon of varied and flashy battles, he was indeed a bit tired. Lying in bed, Goody was too lazy to train and fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, Goody and Ingdang hurried to the assessment early. Today, they will be tested with 4 rounds of battles. Don't underestimate these 4 matches. It's not just about soul power consumption, but physical stamina is also severely taxed. However, with Goody's first soul skill providing an abnormal recovery boost, winning these 4 matches was still relatively easy. Of course, throughout the matches, Goody mostly played it safe, occasionally controlling or helping out a bit. After 5 battles, Kichishi's attitude towards Goody noticeably softened. However, she still ignored him, prompting Goody to resolve to salvage his image in others' eyes. After the competition ended, Kichishi quickly tidied up and headed towards the observation platform. Goody closely followed behind. After a while, Chichi finally couldn't help but roar at Goody. "What do you want?" Goody replied seriously, "I'm here to apologize like last time." "Apologize? How do you plan to apologize? You want to tackle me once, and we'll call it even?" Chichi said, "What kind of apology is that? Last time, I know it was an accident. There were too many uncontrollable factors, and some small details led me to tackle you. It was all my unintentional mistake. I also know that you feel inferior because you think you don't deserve my beauty, and you want to use this method to make me give up on this feeling." Goody was talking nonsense with a serious expression, as if what he said were true. Chichi listened, dumbfounded, as Goody refreshed her understanding. Just how shameless can a person be? "Shut up." Chichi's face turned red with anger, but in Goody's eyes, it meant something else. Indeed, women need to have thick skin to be coaxed. Women. Chichi. Goody stepped forward and gently lifted Chichi's chin with his fingertips. To be honest, Goody's appearance was not bad. One could even say he was quite handsome. With short black hair and eyes as red as a bonfire, his small face was angular, giving off an air of strength and charm. There were 2 prominent scars on his chin, which not only did not mar his originally handsome face, but added a touch of fierce attractiveness. There was a nagging feeling that his face looked somewhat familiar, yet she couldn't recall where she had seen it before. "What did you say?" Chichi's originally flushed face instantly darkened. "Chichi, what's wrong?" Chapter 10 Strategy. Gudi sat on the observation platform, searching for the assessment area of Huo Yuhao. It was a pity not to have seen Huo Yuhao fight these days. I wonder what Huo Yuhao's martial soul would look like after being transformed. That's a question. Wait a minute. Goody suddenly remembered a very serious problem. The male protagonist has become feminine. What will happen to the female protagonist, Tang Wudong? Will Tang San have to have another daughter in the future? That would probably make Tang San laugh to death, as he seems to be a daughter-in-law type in the novel. Or should he try to pursue her himself? Should they both be pursued together? But what if later on, Hui Yusin suddenly turns back into a man? The scene would be too beautiful to imagine, and Goody shivered, not daring to think further. In the 33rd assessment area, in a group that had not yet finished fighting, a blue-haired girl sneezed heavily. Dijie. Hey Digo, what happened to your face? A familiar voice interrupted Goody's thoughts as Ing Dang jogged over from a distance. Looking at the bruises on Goody's face, Ing Dang struggled to suppress a laugh, his shoulders shaking. Goody calmly glanced at Ing Dang and said, "Heaven is jealous of my beauty, which is why I tripped." Why do your eyes look like they've been punched? Upon hearing this, Goody smiled nonchalantly and replied, "Just now, when I fell, a new soul power operation path suddenly flashed in my mind. I tried it out, which caused my chi and blood to rise, resulting in swelling on my face. It sounded so convincing that I almost believed it. However, as a subordinate, Ing Dang naturally couldn't undermine his boss. Oh, so that's how it is." Ing Dang looked as if he had just realized something. Wow, so cool. A scream from Shangqi, sure nearby, attracted both of their attention. She had stars in her eyes, looking like a little fangirl. Gudi showed a look of disdain. "Can you be half as handsome as me?" "Exactly. Can you be even half as handsome as my brother D?" Ing Dang chimed in. The latter rolled his eyes and couldn't be bothered to pay attention to Gudi. Goody followed the gaze of Qingqi Shi and saw a young boy, wielding a long sword, fighting with grace and elegance. His purple, otherworldly eyes were like a waterfall cascading down his back and his hair, although his small face bore a hint of youthfulness and innocence. It also radiated unparalleled charm and dominance. A pair of snow-white fox ears stood upright, giving him the appearance of an aloof king. A long, white scarf wrapped around the boy's neck, blending seamlessly and adding a mysterious aura to him. The sword, with a blue blade, shimmered with a hint of thunder, and the hilt resembled a bat, or perhaps a strange face with an eerie smile. So handsome. For the first time, Goody felt a strong sense of defeat regarding looks. Damn, how could someone be this handsome? Wait, why does this face look so familiar? Goody finally remembered. Isn't this the hero Li Bai from some large pay-to-win game on Blue Star? And it's the childhood version with the skin. Who is this? Goody couldn't help but ask. Next to him, Qingqi Shi looked at Goody as if he were a country bumpkin. You don't know this? We have a well-known school hunk among the freshmen. It's Hu Yimo from Class 1. Is it really necessary to be this exaggerated? Hu Yimo? Shouldn't he be called Li Bai? Goody couldn't help but complain. Li Bai, that's a nice name, but it's not as pleasant as Hu Yimo, Qingqi Shi said carelessly. At this moment, Goody's thoughts were extremely chaotic. What on earth was happening in this world? Why did Huo Yuhao become feminine? And why was there a character resembling a hero from a certain money-grabbing game on Blue Star? And why was his martial spirit a DivineLight staff? There were too many questions, and Goody felt a bit flustered. Suddenly, a scream from Qingqi Shi broke his train of thought, causing the corners of Goody's mouth to twitch. He wondered why the people around them didn't throw her down. Forcing himself to calm down, he looked towards Hu Yimo, where the competition in the assessment area had already ended. Both sides were dispersing, and as they left, whether intentionally or unintentionally, Hu Yimo seemed to notice Goody's gaze and glanced in his direction before hurriedly exiting. This made Qingqi Shi scream again, pulling on Goody's arm excitedly. "Goody, did you see that? Hu Yimo just looked over here. Do you think he likes me?" "Ah, the three great illusions of life. She likes me." Goody covered his face and called Ing Dang to prepare to go back to the dormitory. After returning to the dormitory, Goody lay on the bed like a salted fish, feeling that there was something off about Hu Yimo, but he couldn't pinpoint what it was. Thinking back over the past few months, he had been slacking off, even too lazy to engage with some minor characters from the early stages. He felt incredibly ashamed, truly wasting his identity as a traveler. If it were other travelers, they would have long since leveraged their familiarity with the plot and their cheat abilities to achieve remarkable feats, easily defeating Huo Yuhao and stepping on Tang San. But looking at himself, he felt like a failure. This entire world seemed to be slipping out of his control, and he had no idea how it would develop in the future. What kind of person are you, Hu Yimo? He always felt that he would encounter this Hu Yimo in the future, and perhaps this person would change the trajectory of his life. It was truly a strange feeling. In the morning, Goody lazily got out of bed. He generally wouldn't practice at night. He mostly just slept. Although Soul Masters could enter a light sleep state during practice, this was a habit he had developed over many years on Blue Star, and he couldn't change it now. Thanks to his outstanding performance yesterday, They had been selected as seed contestants for the assessment area of Zone 20. With a few hours left until the assessment, Goody decided to take the opportunity to go for a morning run. He hadn't run in several days and had let it slip. As Goody jogged while practicing, if one looked closely, a faint white light could be seen on his forehead. This was the DivineLight stick absorbing light elements, even though it was fully charged. It continued to absorb tirelessly like a bottomless pit. Unknowingly, he had run near the sea god lake, and after an hour of training, Goody stopped to rest for a while. He wasn't the only one running here. There was another person. Goody didn't care much. After a simple, he was ready to head to the assessment area. Suddenly, Goody stopped in his tracks. His sharp senses told him that a pair of eyes was watching him from behind. Goody turned his head and happened to meet a pair of purple eyes. What a pair of enchanting eyes they were. After a brief moment of surprise, Goody quickly reacted. It was Hu Yimo. The person who was jogging with him was actually Hu Yimo. Unfortunately, that person only glanced at Goody before turning away, not even bothering to look back. Goody didn't chase after them. After all, they weren't familiar with each other. He also turned and walked towards the assessment area. Chapter 11, the 22nd Assessment Area. The goddess arrived early as usual. The judge on stage announced the competing teams. In the 6th round of Zone 33, the examination was between the Freshman Class 4's Goody team and the Freshman Class 7's Lubin team. Lubin? That name is really impressive. Both sides entered the arena simultaneously, and the opposing team consisted of 3 male students, with a blonde student at the forefront. That must be Lubin. As the 3 from the opposing team introduced themselves, Lubin said, "I am Lubin, and these are Didi and Binoki." Didi and Binoki? Fortunately, Goody had encountered many strange names before. In the previous 4 matches, even Wei Shenging and Qian Liakshan had appeared. Goody, King Qishi, Ingdang, Goody introduced himself. Compared to before, the names on Goody's side were relatively normal. The supervising teacher nodded and announced loudly, "The examination begins." Both sides released their martial spirits. Goody remained the focus on the field. The opponent's martial soul surprised Goody a little. Lubin's martial soul was of the gun series, but it wasn't a cold weapon gun. Rather, it was a hot weapon gun. The gun was overall light yellow, about 3 meters long, and its mechanical body glimmered with a cold light under the sunlight. The soul guiding devices in this era were already quite advanced, so it wasn't surprising to see someone with a martial soul resembling a gun. What was strange was how much this gun resembled the SKS from a certain game on Blue Star. As for Didi and Binoki, their martial souls were a purple leopard and a green tiger, respectively. "Brothers, today, Lubin, will take you to have some chicken." Lubin shouted as he flexed his arms. Lubin is awesome. X2, their cheers echoed throughout the venue, with admiration clearly written on their faces. Chicken? The 3 of them were stunned for a moment. Is there actually eating chicken in this world? What the hell? Could it be that these 3 people also came from another world? Is Lubin actually a famous figure from Blue Star? Or has the internet started to develop in this world, and they have already created the game, Eating Chicken? No, that can't be right. Isn't the internet something that only exists in Dosan? Although the technology level in Douluo has progressed, it is mostly used for the development of soul-guiding devices, and there is really very little in other areas. Besides, if there really was an internet, how could he, the son of a count, not know about it? Eating chicken is a colloquial term used by people from the southern part of our empire, meaning victory. Seeing the confused expressions on the 3 of them, Lubin began to explain. "Oh, I see." Goody suddenly realized that it was just a saying, not a time traveler. Arrogant. Behind him, King Qishi snorted coldly. Does that mean they can easily defeat their small team? The latter shrugged, a smug smile on his face. It's not boasting. The ones standing opposite are all weaklings. Such arrogant words deeply pierced the pride of the 2, and King Qishi and Ingdang exchanged a glance. Charge! With their martial souls activated, the 2 burst forward with all their strength. This was their usual strategy. With Goody providing blue bar recovery and control, they just needed to output their full power. Lubin did not move, while the 2 beside him charged forward with their martial souls activated as well. Both were attack-type martial souls, and they withstood the onslaught of Ingdang and King Qishi. 2 yellow soul rings slowly rose beneath their feet. The first flickered with a faint light. Lubin picked up the gun martial soul in his hand, squinting his eyes as he seemed to aim through the scope. A layer of light yellow energy covered his palm, gathering together to gradually form a bullet. Without hesitation, Lubin loaded the bullet. On the competition stage, a gentle breeze blew, and King Qishi and Ingdang felt their hair stand on end as a strong sense of crisis washed over them. "Be careful," Goody let a roar. Without Goody's reminder, The two actively gave up their offensive and prepared to retreat. But at this moment, DDD and Benucci clung tightly to them, preventing their escape. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and the bullet whizzed through the air towards Ing Dang with a roaring sound. With no time to think, Ing Dang instinctively used all his soul power to resist. Biafich! Ing Dang flew backward, spraying blood in the air. If self-harm was not allowed in the competition, then the shot aimed at the head was not so simple. Wu Bei is amazing. One shot for each. Stay low-key. How did Lubenwai tell you? One should be low-key. While saying this, a smug expression was on his face. The 2-1 protection formation. With high output capability, the artillery-type Soul Master had lower defense, but the 2 strong attack-type Soul Masters compensated for this flaw. 2 strong attack-type Soul Masters. And with a focus on defense, it would be difficult to break through their defense in a short time. But if they could break through their defense and deal with this Lubenwai, the rest would be easy. It seems I still have to take action myself. Being low-key is too difficult. Holding the DivineLight staff, a faint golden glow covered Goody's eyes. In the distance, the sneaky Lubenwai, who was hiding behind the 2, suddenly lit up. You don't take the road to heaven, but you dare to barge into hell. As an auxiliary Soul Master, instead of honestly hiding behind to support, you have to come out and mess around. Lubenwai, 1 to be polite in taking your head. Lubenwai grinned and aimed the gun at Goody. The latter seemed to be oblivious, approaching him at a leisurely pace. Something's wrong. How could such an important healer in the team leave the group without anyone else caring? This thought only flashed by. After the previous round of consumption, King Qishi and Ing Dang were now quite passive in defense. Bang! The bullet tore through the air, roaring towards Goody. It hit Goody with precision, and he fell back as if seriously injured. Lubenwai is amazing. X2 the morale of the 2 instantly soared, and their soul power was unleashed towards the 2 in front. The latter showed disdain. If a mere bullet could take down Goody, then there would be no need for this assessment. Chapter 12, One-on-One. Seconds later, Goody patted the floating dust on his shoulder and stood up as if nothing had happened. No way. He actually didn't get hurt at all? Lubenwai widened his eyes, looking at Goody in disbelief. Usually, a great Soul Master would suffer from taking a bullet like that. How could a mere auxiliary Soul Master? This must be luck. Bang, bang, bang. A faint orange-yellow light shield blocked in front of Goody. Beneath him, the second soul ring shimmered with dazzling purple light. How could this be possible? Isn't this guy an auxiliary Soul Master? Lubenwai looked at Goody in disbelief. The latter looked at him expressionlessly. A great Soul Master, and he could withstand 4 of his bullets unharmed. Moreover, his second soul ring was a 1,000-year soul ring. Lubenwai won't believe it today. Let us see how many bullets you can take from me. Lubenwai let out a loud roar, and his aura surged violently. Goody was not idle either. His brilliance covered him, and his speed skyrocketed, resembling a streak of light, which left Lubenwai and the others feeling terrified. This speed was comparable to that of an agility-type Soul Master. But soon, Goody's speed drastically decreased as countless bullets struck him precisely. Although their power was not as strong as the earlier bullets, the difference was minimal. Moreover, the dense rain of bullets made it almost impossible for him to move. Not far away, Lubenwai seemed to show no signs of exhaustion. Does this guy not have any energy consumption? In the underground tunnel, even Goodie found it hard to cope. These bullets were impossible to dodge, as if they had eyes of their own. Could this be the legendary aimbot? Assessment paused. A cold voice echoed across the competition arena. In an instant, everyone stopped and turned to look at the invigilating teacher. What happened to the teacher? Everyone asked in unison, as it was extremely rare for the invigilating teacher to pause the assessment during competition. The teacher was a young woman in her early 20s, with a very delicate appearance. Without speaking, she walked straight up to Lu Benwei and looked at him sternly. "This student, I suspect you are cheating." "Huh?" Lu Benwei pointed at himself in confusion. "Me cheating?" Cheating, in this context, refers to using prohibited items during the assessment. It used to be called cheating, but now it's commonly referred to as hacking. Common prohibited items include soul power stimulants. These drugs can significantly increase the recovery speed and intensity of soul power for Soul Masters below the rank of Soul Sovereign. However, these drugs are expensive, and very few people use them, especially since no one would dare to hack during a Shrek assessment. Just now, Lu Benwei's attack power clearly exceeded that of a normal Great Soul Master. "Teacher, how could I, Lu Benwei, possibly be cheating?" Lu Benwei said, feeling extremely wronged. "It's not pleasant to be suspected of cheating for no reason. Don't worry, whether you are cheating or not can be determined once I check your body. Rest assured, If I make a mistake in judgment, Douluo, will take responsibility. Douluo? Goody was taken aback. Why did this name sound so familiar? The supervising teacher didn't give Lubinwai a chance to refuse, grabbing the top of his head with a large hand. After a few seconds, Douluo's gaze turned cold. This student, there are remnants of a soul power stimulant in your body. I used it before the competition. Teacher, you have to believe me. My first soul skill is to create a powerful bullet, which can be stored, but it requires 20% of my soul power. I have almost exhausted the bullets I stored during the previous matches, and last night, I consumed a large amount of soul power to create bullets. I had no choice but to use the stimulant to quickly recover my soul power. You must believe me. I'm sorry, but the teacher cannot believe what you say. Please come with me, Douluo said. Lubinwai took a deep breath, his fists involuntarily tightening, but he quickly relaxed. Can you let me finish this assessment? No. Using stimulants during the assessment is enough to disqualify your team from the competition. Teacher, how about I compete with him for just 3 minutes? Is that okay? Lubinwai pointed at Goody. Douluo frowned slightly, looking at Goody, who shrugged indifferently. It was obvious to anyone that Lubinwai was taking his anger out on Goody. If an ordinary support spirit master were to fight against other spirit masters, except for food-type spirit masters, they would probably be beaten one by one. What's wrong with support spirit masters? Do you still look down on support spirit masters? I'll teach you what the anger of a support master feels like. All right, but you only have 3 minutes. That's fine. 3 minutes is enough. Lubinwai's eyes turned red, and the second yellow soul ring slowly rose beneath his feet. I don't believe it. Today, Lubinwai, can't handle a single support spirit master. The second soul ring suddenly lit up, and Lubinwai raised his gun, his speed increasing exponentially. The second soul skill could significantly enhance Lubinwai's attack, speed, and defense within 170 seconds, although he was somewhat lacking compared to some powerful soul venerates. Lubinwai was now not much different from an ordinary soul venerate, especially in terms of attack power. He could even rival a mid-level soul venerate. If I can't take you down in 170 seconds, then Lubinwai, admit defeat. Oh, Goody held his hands to his chest, his expression unchanged as he spoke. His nonchalant remark instantly ignited Lubinwai's fury. He had never seen such an arrogant support soul master. You think you can deal with me in 170 seconds? If you can really solve me in 170 seconds today, Lubinwai, will eat the entire competition venue on the spot. This line sounded so familiar. Trying to trick me into food and drink again? But since today Goody is in a good mood, I'll reluctantly fulfill your wish. Purple, white, and red. The 3 colors of light emitted from the DivineLight stick, converging on Goody's forehead to form a diamond shape, sparkling with dazzling brilliance. For this kind of output, without any flesh protection, he still hoped to create waves. In the past decade, Goodie has not been idle. Under the condition of not transforming, he can borrow up to 1% of the giant's power. If his strength were even greater, he could even partially giantize his body without transforming. Of course, this requires him to reach a certain level of power. Ma Shao. The bullet whistled through the air, and Gudi slightly moved to dodge it at a tricky angle. However, this bullet seemed to have a tracker. As it curved in midair, the second spirit ring lit up, forming an indestructible armor. One must admit that mastering light to such an extent is truly remarkable. It can be both offensive and defensive, a perfect spirit skill. To attack from a distance requires close combat. If this artillery is approached, it will surely be doomed. Gradually, Goodie closed the distance with Lubinwai, and the firepower unleashed on him left the armor almost in tatters. It didn't matter. He would wear down Lubinwai. As for spirit power, he was not lacking at all. If he wanted, he could draw spirit power from the DivineLight staff to restore himself. The energy in the DivineLight staff is immense. Battling Lubinwai for several rounds would not be a problem. 3 types of light covered his hands, forming a strange pattern. The attacking Lubinwai couldn't help but ask, as his instincts warned him of the dangerous aura emanating from the 3 beams of light. Goody raised his arms and reached into the void, grabbing a bullet that was racing towards him with his bare hands. Crack! The bullet couldn't withstand even half a second before turning into a wisp of blue smoke and dissipating. Goody walked slowly towards Lubinwai, and no matter how many bullets were fired or how powerful they were, Goody caught them all barehanded. It's one thing to resist bullets, but catching them with bare hands is a bit too much. Even ordinary soul masters couldn't possibly catch bullets like that. A drop of cold sweat slid down Lubinwai's forehead. Is this an auxiliary soul master? Is an auxiliary this strong these days? As he looked at Goody's face getting closer, Lubinwai felt as if he were in a different world. It wasn't until Goody stood right in front of him that he realized, is he really this strong? Goody patted Lubinwai's shoulder. Brother Wei, I believe you didn't cheat. Looking into Goody's sincere eyes, Lubinwai felt a bit touched, but that feeling disappeared in the next second. Remember to take care of this competition after you clear your name. Lubinwai said, let's go. Doyu's expression wasn't so pleasant, looking cold as ice. DDD and Bunuki stood not far away, quietly watching him. Brother Wei, we believe in you. The two looked at him with determination. Although they had only known each other for 3 months, the days of training together had already forged a deep friendship. Seeing them, Lubinwai couldn't help but smile bitterly inside. It's me, Lubinwai, who has harmed you. This scene was tear-jerking. Doyu looked at them with emotion and said, you should come with me too. No need for a teacher. We absolutely will not tolerate any cheating behavior, the two said with righteous indignation. In the sky, an old man with white hair stood quietly between heaven and earth. His eyes were yellow, his eyelids drooping, giving off an appearance of being on the verge of death. At this moment, however, those dusk-like eyes burst forth with an unusual brilliance. What an interesting little fellow, with such affinity and control over light elements. I feel ashamed. He muttered to himself in a gentle voice. If one day I could reach this old man's realm. The old man seemed to think of something and shook his head, causing ripples to spread in the void. When the ripples calmed down, the old man had already vanished. On the road, Goody's body suddenly felt weak. He no longer had the spirited appearance he had on the field. Using that power consumed a lot of mental and physical energy. To show off, he had nearly exhausted all his mental power, soul power, and physical strength. Ingdang and King Chishi hadn't consumed much energy, so they stayed on the observation platform to watch the match. Stumbling along, he seemed to bump into a soft embrace. Are you okay, student? A pleasant female voice reached Goody's ears. It was a woman with red hair and red eyes, looking around 20 years old. Her facial features were somewhat cold, but her stunning beauty couldn't be hidden. Standing straight, she revealed a full and captivating figure, resembling a ripe peach. Ma Shao. Just one glance, and Goody confirmed the identity of the newcomer. He had inquired about Ma Shao's information and had seen her from a distance a few times. Moreover, Ma Shao was quite famous among the students. Aside from newcomers, there were really few who didn't know her. If the plot were somewhat normal, then these days, it should have been Huo Yusin's Tianmeng ice silkworm suppressing the evil fire within Ma Shao. But it should have been a while, right? He did have a way to suppress the evil fire inside Ma Shao. Among Diga's skills, there was something called Cooling Beam. That was something that approached absolute zero. Although he hadn't fully mastered Diga's abilities over the years, the consumption was still huge. In the future, consumption would decrease with level increases, but for him now, using it once would probably consume half of his transformation energy. However, he wasn't familiar with Ma Shao, so why would he think about helping her? Junior. Ma Shao's voice rang out again, but it was somewhat cold. His thoughts were pulled back as more and more students gathered to watch. After all, Goody's posture was quiet. However, these people didn't dare to look directly. All of them lowered their heads, stealing glances with their peripheral vision. Gudi swore that he definitely didn't think so much just because he wanted to eat Ma Shao's tofu. He pulled his face out of Ma Shao's embrace with a serious expression. Big sister, you're so beautiful. Goody stared at her somewhat cold red eyes and said seriously. Upon hearing this, the surrounding onlookers all stepped back in fear. The entire scene fell into an eerie silence. Junior, you are one of the few who dare to compliment my beauty in front of me. Ma Shao had a smile on her face, but her gaze seemed not very friendly. Goody swallowed hard, and those few people never complimented him again. A small, pure white hand patted Goody on the head. Gulu. Feeling the strong little hand on top of his head, Goody's brain raced. I have something to say. Chapter 14-0. What do you want to say? Ma Shao looked at Goody with great interest. It had been a long time since she encountered such an interesting junior. I said I can suppress the evil within you. Goody almost blurted it out, but before the words were spoken, he grabbed Ma Shao and quickly left with her. At Haishan Lake, in a certain secret room, Goodie curled up in the corner, hugging his knees and shivering. How do you know about this? Ma Shao looked at him with a gloomy expression, her eyes cold enough to seem like they could pierce through him. Very few people in the entire Shrek Academy knew about the evil fire within her. How could a newcomer know about her evil fire? Those who were aware of her evil fire wouldn't easily disclose such information to a completely unrelated freshman. Could it be that he was the one who acted on the sea god lake a few days ago? Impossible. He only seemed to possess the strength of a great soul master. Could it be that he was the owner of the ultimate ice martial soul? Goody regrets so much. How the hell can I explain this? Should I tell her that I came from another time? I must think before I speak in the future. Goody glanced around. This was a very simple secret room. Apart from a bed in the center of the room, it was otherwise empty. It was better to remain silent at this moment. Seeing Goody's silence, Ma Shao raised an eyebrow. Let me see your martial soul. Ma Shao's voice was filled with an undeniable tone. Without hesitation, Goody released his martial soul. The divine light stick, covered in white light, illuminated the somewhat dim secret room brilliantly. Ma Shao rested her chin in her hand, intently watching Goody's martial soul. A light element martial soul? That shouldn't be the case. Remove the white light. I want to see the true form of your martial soul. This kind of trickery could naturally be seen through by a high-level soul master. Goody obediently followed the instructions. The true form of the divine light stick appeared before Ma Shao. Under the eaves, one must bow their head. If there is someone to blame, it's oneself for being talkative. A light attribute weapon spirit? Its appearance is so strange. It shouldn't be a specialized battle weapon spirit. Are you an auxiliary system soul master or a control system soul master? Both could be considered, but my main profession is auxiliary system soul master. Goody chuckled dryly. Then how can you suppress the evil fire within me? Do you know my strength? Soul Emperor. Oh, then you should know how great the gap in strength between you two is, right? Ma Shao said slowly. Is there even a need to ask? Goody whispered. Bang. The entire bed was smashed into pieces by Ma Shao's strike. So can you now tell me how to help suppress the evil fire within me? I was just talking nonsense. Talking nonsense? Junior, I appreciate your courage. Ma Shao smiled, and seeing her smile made Goody shiver. So how did you know about the evil fire within me? Someone told me. Who told you? Su Sansi. Su Sansi. Ma Shao gritted her silver teeth. At the entrance of Shrek Academy, Su Sanure, who was eating grilled fish, suddenly sneezed several times. He looked around in confusion. Sorry, Su Sanure, Goody silently thought. Although he hadn't even met Su Sanure since coming to this world, it was more important to preserve his life at this moment. As for Su Sanure coming to settle the score with him later, that could wait. He would deal with it as it came. Your weapon spirit is quite interesting. Ma Shao played with Goody's divine light stick. There is a button on it, but no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't press it down. She couldn't help but pout. My weapon spirit doesn't have any special features. Sister Shao, don't you think I should leave now? Goody nodded and bowed behind her. No. Without thinking, Ma Shao outright refused. I still have to participate in the novice assessment tomorrow. Goody looked hopeless. He had just appeared exhausted, but now he showed no signs of fatigue. Then you can wait until tomorrow to leave. Ma Shao said leisurely. Can I leave now? Goody looked despondent. You can, but first tell me how you can suppress the evil fire within me. I don't believe you're just talking nonsense. Ma Shao said with a half-smile. It's fortunate that before, Huo Yuhao's heavenly dream ice silkworm helped suppress the evil fire within Ma Shao. Put her in a good mood. Otherwise, with Ma Shao's temper, she would have definitely beaten Goody first and then forced him to tell the truth. Instead of speaking so kindly to him. Sister Shao, wasn't the evil fire in you suppressed? You see me as just a light. How do you know the evil fire within me has been suppressed? Junior, Ma Xiao smiled brightly. Oh no, I messed up again. In a moment of urgency, a flash of inspiration crossed his mind. Huo Yuhao, although I don't know how you turned into the feminine Huo Yusin, you can't blame me now. He straightforwardly revealed Huo Yusin, and although he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, relying on his familiarity with the plot, he vividly described the scene, leaving Ma Shao confused. So you saw him pointing at me to suppress my uncontrollable self? Goody nodded frantically. What were you doing at that time? Hiding, of course. I'm just a mediocre soul master. Would I not hide when so many teachers are gathered together? When it comes to telling lies, Goody's heart didn't race. And his expression didn't change. He almost believed himself. That makes sense. Ma Shao nodded in agreement and didn't doubt what Goody said. After all, Goody's words could almost be said to be spot on. So can I leave now? Goody cautiously asked. Ma Shao waved her hand to open the door of the secret room, and Goody rushed out without hesitation. But it still felt a bit strange, didn't it? Never mind. The priority should be to find that Huo Yusin first. At the entrance of Shrek Academy, Huo Yuhao, who had just closed up, suddenly felt a chill, as if something bad was about to happen. When he returned to the dormitory, he heard Ing Dang's voice. Digo, why are you back now? Ing Dang asked casually while wearing a bathrobe. Sai, don't mention it. It's a long story. Goody lay on the bed, staring at the ceiling, unsure of what he was thinking. Ing Dang didn't ask much either, showing an expression that said, I understand. The two exchanged a few pleasantries before going to bed early. In the following days of competition, Goodie's team achieved a remarkable record of 10 consecutive victories, securing the best performance in Zone 22 and entering the top 16 of the Shrek freshman teams. After today's match, their team would advance to the top 8. With someone like Goodie who could control, assist, or launch strong attacks, there was no chance of a setback. Who would their opponent be this time? The draw only had numbers, and he didn't know the opponent. Chapter 15. Strong enemies. Both sides entered the arena with the same name. The voice of the supervising teacher echoed from a stage. 6 people from each side simultaneously walked into the spacious venue, standing on opposite sides. Upon seeing the opposing team, Goodie's pupils constricted. It's Hu Yimo. A scream from Kichishi next to him broke the silence. Her face was flushed, her eyes sparkling with excitement, and she looked a bit flustered. Goodie covered his face, this pig teammate. Not far away, Hu Yimo was looking at Goodie with a faint smile, his gaze piercing. What seemed like an ordinary smile appeared incredibly sinister, with a pair of purple eyes that seemed to be able to ensnare one's soul. Hu Yimo, a rank 33 assault-type soul master. Since the moment he announced his rank, Hu Yimo kept his eyes fixed on Goodie. Ling, a rank 26 control-type soul master. She looked like a girl of only 11 or 12 with her twin ponytails. Hu Zixin, a rank 34 agility-type soul master. She was a stunning girl with beautiful pink hair. Her hair flowed loosely behind her, and her light pink eyes revealed an alluring and enchanting quality. The loose school uniform not only failed to conceal the girl's alluring figure, but also added a unique charm. The 2 soul masters were just playing around, unless he transformed to fight. Goodie, a rank 23 support-type soul master. The 2 behind him also reported their soul power levels. The highest rank here was still lower than the lowest rank of the other side. How could they fight? The match began. Both sides released their martial spirits. What the heck? Gudi couldn't help but curse as he watched Hu Yimo. Hu Yimo's martial soul was a long sword, with a blue blade that shimmered with hints of thunder. The hilt resembled a bat, but also seemed like a bizarre face with an eerie smile. Wasn't this just the sword of Li Bai from Honor of Kings? As a seasoned player and a loyal fan of Li Bai, Gudi had his phone wallpaper set to a cartoon version of Li Bai's Thousand-Year Fox before he transmigrated. The childhood version of the Thousand-Year Fox was confirmed. However, Gudi wasn't too surprised. If transmigration was possible, what else couldn't exist? This Douluo world was different from the one in the novels. Indeed, novels were all deceptive. Yet the plot had an astonishing similarity. What had happened in this world? Why did Huo Yuhao become feminine? And why was his martial soul a divine light stick? And what about this guy in front of him who resembled his character from the game in his previous life? All distractions faded away. Hu Yimo looked at them calmly as a purple soul ring slowly rose beneath his feet. In the next moment, the long sword in Hu Yimo's hand transformed into a bolt of purple lightning that enveloped his entire body. The terrifying sense of oppression left Qingqi Shi and Ying in shock. Fight! In a competition assessment, even if the opponent was strong, they had to give it their all. All second soul rings lit up, and Qingqi Shi and Ying charged forward with full force. But before they could even get close to Hu Yimo, everything went dark, and they were thrown out of the assessment area. Fast! Too fast! Goodie looked seriously at Hu Yimo not far away, as purple lightning faded from his body, leaving only a calm expression. Even he could barely see how Hu Yimo made his move. If he didn't want to be utterly defeated, he could only choose to transform. Was that the only option? He had to hold on a bit longer. The divine light staff in his hand shone with golden brilliance, and the first and second soul skills lit up simultaneously. 3 beams of light transformed into a golden long sword tightly gripped by Goodie. The first soul ring was a 1,000-year soul ring. This was definitely cheating. The purple, red, and white lights enveloped Goodie's entire body. This was the first time he was truly going all out aside from transforming. Under this full power explosion, Goodie's speed was ghostly, and in just a few breaths, he arrived in front of Hu Yimo clang. The sound of 2 swords colliding echoed throughout the arena as Goodie wildly swung the long sword, raining down on Hu Yimo. The latter leisurely blocked with his sword. The 2 were locked in a stalemate, one attacking and the other defending. Fortunately, the 2 people behind Hu Yimo did not intervene. Otherwise, he would really have to transform. Crack! Soon, a crack appeared on the long sword in Goodie's hand. Such intense offense couldn't hold out for long. As if tired of playing, Hu Yimo's aura suddenly surged. With one swing, he shattered the long sword in Goodie's hand into 2 pieces. You're very weak. That's because Brother D hasn't used his full power yet. Goodie dodged Himo's attacks while showing no concern for Himo's taunts. If it weren't for me using my ultimate, I'd definitely stomp you into dust. So why don't you transform into Diga quickly? No rush. How would you know? Goody suddenly raised his head, and Himo's expression was calm, as if he had known for a long time. Just look at your martial soul, and you'll know. Isn't it just a transmigration? Who doesn't have a transmigration these days? Himo's voice suddenly appeared in Goody's mind. It was a transmission of divine consciousness. Goodie, is it really that easy to time travel these days? But it's really rare to see a traveler as weak as you. Am I weak? Goody's mouth twitched. After all, he was a support soul master who could fight above his level. And it was no problem for him to take on a soul master one rank higher in a one-on-one battle. He wasn't weak either. Besides, he hadn't transformed yet. With a sword, stones shattered and yellow dust danced, enveloping Goody and Hu Yimo within. Throughout the process, Goody could see that Hu Yimo was too lazy to even be serious. His intuition told him that even after transforming, it would at most be a 50-50 chance against Hu Yimo. How many years have you been in this world? Hu Yimo asked. 10 years. 10 years? You awakened your martial soul at 6 and only reached level 23 after 4 years. A mocking smile curled at the corner of Hu Yimo's mouth. Reaching level 23 in 4 years is really a bit embarrassing. But it's okay, I have a thick skin. Isn't it supposed to be tears in the eyes when old friends meet? It was hard to meet a fellow countryman, and right away, there was mockery. What was that about? If you continue cultivating at this speed, all that awaits you in the future is death. So what? I've already died once. Goody said carelessly. Was he not afraid of death? He was afraid. Everyone was afraid of death. After all, it was not easy to live again, and he cherished his life more than anyone else. But Goody preferred to say no to those who thought too highly of themselves. Hu Yimo chuckled lightly, his enchanting purple eyes quietly watching him. This world has changed a lot. It is no longer the world you think it is. I know that. Goody nodded. Huo Yuhao's transformation is the biggest change. Death may not be terrifying, but what is terrifying is losing everything and living alone. At that moment, Hu Yimo's calm gaze changed. What kind of gaze was that? Though fleeting, it was enough to leave a lasting impression on Goody for a lifetime. Chapter 16. Great defeat. What must a person go through to have such a gaze? The world had begun to feel unfamiliar. How long have you been in this world? Goody asked. According to this world's timeline, I've been here for about a year. A year? You reached level 33 in just 1 year? Are you cheating? Goody felt exhausted. He felt like he had wasted the last 10 years of his life. The atmosphere instantly fell silent. Wait, in this world's timeline, could it be that he has experienced other worlds? What do you know? Goody couldn't help but ask. With your current strength, you are not qualified to know. Knowing too much is not beneficial for you. Weakness is the original sin. He is not weak. He still has transformations he hasn't used, but if he doesn't use them, he really is quite weak. Goody fell silent as the yellow dust gradually dissipated. The light faded, revealing the divine light stick. Ultimately, he would have to transform. Whether he had the qualifications would be proven by strength. A small hand suddenly appeared in front of him, firmly pressing down on him. Hide your true strength well. It might save your life in the future, I said. Besides, even if you transform into Diga, you still won't be able to defeat me. Your strength is really weak. Bullshit. I can still beat you when I go all out. Just as Gudi was about to speak, the sense of oppression surged from Hu Yimo, like the weight of a great mountain. There was no such feeling just a moment ago. The long sword that Hu Yimo originally held vanished, replaced by a massive purple fox radiating a strong purple glow. It seemed to possess intelligence, looking down on Gudi from above. It was like a king, exuding an aura of dominance. Whether it was an illusion or not, Gudi felt like an insignificant insect in the eyes of this fox. Dual hand martial soul. At this moment, 3 soul rings, purple, purple, and black, slowly rose beneath Hu Yimo's feet. I admit defeat. A tough character, a big shot that cannot be provoked. Hu Yimo lifted him with one hand, the yellow dust dissipating, leaving the audience in the stands bewildered, wondering what had happened in such a short time. Goody pointed at Hu Yimo's nose. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west, don't bully others. Before he could finish his sentence, Goody transformed into a shooting star and flew off the stage. Bastard, let me finish. DJ was unable to catch him steadily. With a thud, he fell face first. Luck running low. What just happened? Weren't you and Hu Yimo in a fierce fight? How did it cool down so quickly? Qing Qishir was quite dissatisfied. This was a great opportunity to observe Hu Yimo up close, yet this guy couldn't last even 2 minutes. So weak. Speaking of which, Hu Yimo looked really cool when he said to let the irrelevant people exit just now. What exactly happened? Qing Qishir was clear about Goody's strength. It was impossible for him to be defeated so quickly. Could it be that there was some undisclosed deal between them? There was no sense of shame in being defeated in less than half a second. I can't beat him. It's like he's cheating. Goody shrugged his shoulders, looking helpless. Although he also had cheats, he hadn't used them yet. The words that Hu Yimo had just said echoed in his mind. Why hide his true strength? Why would hiding his strength save his life? Could it be that he would face some danger soon? But how did Hu Yimo know he would be in danger? And what about the timeline of this world? Could there be other worlds? Has Hu Yimo traveled to other worlds? The divine realm or the abyss plane? But with Hu Yimo's current weak strength, how could he possibly enter those planes? There was also a crucial phrase. In this day and age, who doesn't have a crossover? Could there be other travelers as well? For a moment, cold sweat trickled down Goody's back. Sometimes knowing too much can lead to a quicker death. Unless you were powerful. But he was just a weakling right now. Only after dying once did he realize the preciousness of life. Goody is not foolish. On the contrary, he is very smart and doesn't want to give up so early. Throughout the morning, Goody seemed to have lost his soul, burdened with worries. Ingdang and King Qishi didn't pay much attention, thinking that Goody couldn't accept failure. Although they lost, it was already quite difficult for them to make it this far. Without Goody, the two of them might not even have made it to the top 16. In the afternoon, Goody returned to the dormitory to take a nap and digest this enormous news. Little did he know, he had caused trouble for two people. In class 4 of grade 6, Sanshur, what happened to your face? Many students in the class were biting their lips, trying to suppress their laughter as they asked about a black-clad boy with a bruised face. This person was dressed in a black school uniform. Looking around 14 or 15 years old, tall and with thick eyebrows and sharp eyes, a straight nose, and a square jaw, quite handsome. However, his fair face now bore shades of blue and purple. Damn it, I don't know which bastard provoked Sister Showdown, but they reported my name and got me beaten up. I'm going to find him and make sure he won't recognize his own mother. Su Sanure was full of anger. Being beaten up for no reason was unpleasant for anyone. At the Shrek Academy gate, a girl in red blocked Hu Yusin and Tang Wudo. The three exceptionally good-looking individuals surprisingly didn't attract any onlookers. So tell me, how did you suppress my evil fire last time? The girl in red was Ma Shao, and she was now pinning Hu Yusin against the wall with a malicious expression. The latter looked like a frightened rabbit, shrinking her neck and looking pitifully at her, creating a scene that resembled a rogue teasing a virtuous lady. What do you mean last time? Hu Yusin weakly replied. That time on Sea God Island. I lost my mind due to the evil fire. And you seem to have suppressed my evil fire with just one finger. So was you last time. Tang Wutong angrily grabbed Ma Shao by the collar, glaring at her. Last time, you almost got me killed, and you still dare to come looking for me. Ma Shao fell silent. It was indeed her fault. If Hu Yusin hadn't suppressed her evil fire, it could have caused even greater casualties. I was wrong last time because my evil fire went out of control. I'm here to apologize to you, but I really need your help. If the evil fire isn't completely suppressed and eradicated, such things might happen again. Ma Shao looked sincerely at Hu Yusin. After a long pause, Hu Yusin sighed. Sister Shao, how did you know it was me? Hu Yusin asked in confusion. Oh, that was told to me by a junior. What's his name? I don't know, but I remember how he looks. Red eyes, scars on both sides of his face, and short black hair. Hu Yusin, bastard. It's actually you. P.S. About the update, cough, since the authors signed a contract in the middle of this month. They won't receive any payment this month. The author's personal time is a bit tight, and sometimes there's no time to update, so this month will have fewer updates. After all, it hasn't been officially published yet, relying on that 600 yuan each month. This month, there will be one update a day, and next month it will return to 2 updates. Chapter 17. Seeking justice. The next morning, a ray of gentle sunlight shone into the somewhat dark dormitory. Goody lay on the bed like a dead fish. After all, there was no assessment today. After a while, Goody slowly woke up. It was really hard to fall back asleep once he developed a biological clock. He checked his body and found that his soul power had broken through to level 1. Not bad. Goody, really am a genius. I can break through to level 1 just by taking a nap. He recalled what Hu Yimo said yesterday, to level up 33 times in a year. Goody fell silent. What's the big deal about leveling up 33 times in a year? Would he Goody care? Ouch. Digo, why are you hitting me? Ingdang, who was training in the lower bunk, cried out in pain. Stop the nonsense and come practice with me. All right. An hour later, under the Shrek freshman building, Goody was humming a tune, looking in a great mood. Behind him was Ingdang, who had a face full of resentment. According to Ingdang's request, he tried not to hit his face. But apart from the face, he was basically covered in injuries. Damn, it would be a pity not to report to the assault system. Dang thought to himself. As soon as the two entered the freshman dormitory, they were stopped by two figures coming out from the side. Wasn't it Hu Yusin and Tang Wudong? As soon as Goodie saw them, he immediately wanted to slip away. The two of them followed one after another. Why are you following us? Hu Yusin questioned Goodie angrily with her large, water blue eyes. Huh? Why would I follow you? Goodie was confused. He had been behaving himself these days and could not possibly engage in such boring activities. Then how did that little Taojin know about that matter? At that time, apart from me and Wu Tong, I didn't see anyone else. Hu Yusin pressed her lips together, staring intently at Goodie. I was hiding and just happened to run into it. Goodie said without changing his expression. You're lying. Tell me, why are you following us? Tang Wu Tong shot a glare at Goodie. Her aura began to swell, giving off the impression that she was ready to fight at any moment. Wu Tong. Hu Yusin tugged at Tang Wu Tong's sleeve. The latter snorted coldly and quieted down. These two aren't settled yet, are they? This has nothing to do with me. Said weakly from behind Goodie. How could he not see that this was the newly formed flower group that had just entered the top 8? Ahem. Because Hu Yusin's team generally had top-notch looks, they were jokingly referred to as the flower group by the Shrek freshmen. However, this flower group was not just for show. Although Huo Yuhao had been feminized into Hu Yusin, it did not affect their team's strength. With the strength of Huo Yusin's group, they could be considered the dark horse of this competition. If it weren't for the unexpected appearance of Hu Yimo, the first place would either be their group or Hu Yusin's group. Goody was confident about this. Tang Wudong glanced at Dang with a blank expression and nodded. The latter sighed in relief, looked at Goody with a sympathetic gaze, and then sprinted towards the boys' dormitory. The speed was so fast that Goody couldn't help but click his tongue. Why didn't you show such speed during the competition? I really didn't follow you guys. I just happened to come for a run to exercise that day. And weren't you all running then? I spent a few minutes explaining everything clearly. If I didn't know it was a lie, I would have believed it myself. The two girls fell silent. After a while, Hu Yusin broke the silence. But why did you tell Xiao Tao Jia? Hu Yusin asked in confusion. This is a long story. Goody spoke vividly about how Ma Shao inexplicably sought her out and pressured her to embellish the story. Although both of them were quite smart, they were also simple-minded. Sweet girls. They were easily convinced by Goody's nonsense. What started as an angry confrontation turned into a heartfelt thank you towards Goody. Goody felt a bit embarrassed, but it was fine since she had a thick skin. After sending the two away, Goody lazily headed back to her dorm. She realized she was being too much of a slacker and needed to find something to do, especially since there was no assessment today. Speaking of which, the champion would be determined today, right? But who cares? It had nothing to do with her anyway. Half an hour later, Goody arrived at the entrance of Shrek Academy. The scene outside the Shrek gate was still bustling, with the sounds of various goods being sold continuously, completely unaffected by the new student assessment competition. She casually found an empty alley, took out her DivineLight stick, placed it on her chest, and pressed the button on it. A bright white light shone, and a small, silver-red-purple Digga appeared, covered in a faint white glow. With Digga in this world, could there be Camila as well? A bold thought appeared in Goody's mind. Goody quickly shook his head. How could there possibly be a Camila in this world? Goody clenched his fists tightly as a white circle appeared beneath his feet, emitting a soft white light that enveloped him. In the next moment, Goody's figure vanished. A few seconds later, several silhouettes appeared at Goody's previous location. Leading them was a middle-aged man. Old Yen, what do you think? Asked a robust man in his 50s, whose face bore no wrinkles, but had a head of white hair that resembled steel needles, giving him a somewhat weathered appearance. His tall and imposing figure seemed as if it were carved from granite, standing at least over 2 meters tall, with broad shoulders and a strong back. His solid muscles showed no signs of relaxation due to age. The bronze-colored skin reflects a metallic sheen under the sunlight, and there is a strong metallic scent about him. It is uncertain what could cause such a significant spatial disturbance, and the ability to quickly detach from us confirms that the other party is at least a title de law with a space attribute martial soul. A title de law with a space attribute martial soul? It's rare to even see a space attribute martial soul in a century, let alone a title de law possessing one. The man in his 50s looks somewhat surprised. He is unclear about the intentions of this person coming to Shrek City. The middle-aged man furrows his brow. A title de law can do too much in Shrek City, not to mention a title de law with a space martial soul. However, he is not worried that this person will take action against Shrek City. What is Shrek? An ancient city with a history of 10,000 years, possessing profound heritage. The real culprit behind all this remains completely unaware. Stardew Forest. Goody's gigantic body loomed over the forest, his chest heaving violently, resembling someone after a long run. The timer on his chest flashed red frantically. It turned out that spatial transfer consumed a lot of energy. Although Tiga was not the strongest Ultraman, he definitely possessed the most skills. Goody paid no attention to the red light on his chest. Instead, a holy orange glow emanated from his forehead, gathering at his chest, causing the flashing red light to return to blue. Chapter 18. Goddess of Light Butterfly. It had been a long time since he had come here. Although spatial transfer consumed almost 2/3 of the energy required for Goody's transformation, the process felt like doing several intense workouts. He arrived in the starry forest without any specific purpose, just to fight and grow stronger. Although Goody had been quite lazy in recent years, he had still done his research on Tiga's abilities. In the original story, any energy that appeared could basically be utilized in this world. This was not Tiga's most terrifying aspect. Rather, one of Tiga's abilities was the most fearsome, the ability to absorb light. Indeed, during the final Holy War movie, Tiga demonstrated the power to absorb and assimilate his opponent's energy, which could still be used in this world. Through Goody's exploration, he discovered that when transforming into Tiga and fighting against an opponent who used some kind of light-based soul technique or attack, Tiga could absorb it significantly. Other forms of energy attacks could only be partially absorbed, of course, with the prerequisite of taking hits. The more intense the hits taken, the faster the strength would increase. It's worth mentioning that the enhancement applied not only to his power after transforming into Tiga, but also to his original form, approximately boosting his abilities by 1/10 of the absorbed energy. However, not all energies could be absorbed. For example, mental or soul energy could not be absorbed. Nevertheless, for Goody, who possessed a light attribute even stronger than the ultimate light, he had a high immunity to attacks within the realm of the mind. Every second was incredibly precious for Goody, given his current transformation strength. As long as he didn't encounter any powerful 10,000-year soul beasts or 100,000-year soul beasts, he would be basically fine. Goody was flying in the sky, admiring the scenery of the starry forest while searching for a light attribute soul beast. With a strong perception of light elements, Goody quickly locked onto a light attribute soul beast not far away. It was a 10,000-year-old top-tier light element soul beast. When Goody reached the destination, he was momentarily stunned by the sight of the soul beast. It was a gigantic butterfly. Strictly speaking, she was not a butterfly. One could say she was half human, half butterfly. She had a human-like face, but her body was that of a butterfly. Her entire body emitted a soft glow. What was most captivating were the wings on her back. Those wings were truly beautiful. The entire wing's surface resembled white waves rising on the azure sea, with colors and patterns that were spectacular, presenting a purple-blue hue. The entire wing's surface looked like a blue sky inlaid with a series of brilliant halos, sometimes deep blue, sometimes bright blue, and sometimes light blue. The white patterns on the wings sparkled like embedded jewels, radiant and enchanting. She was the goddess of light butterfly. Gudi has some insight on this matter. It is rumored that she is one of the most beautiful soul beasts on the Douluo Continent, and also a top-tier light attribute soul beast. A top-tier soul beast. It is said that the goddess of light butterfly was a gift from the god of light to the Douluo Continent. It seems that Tang Wudong's martial soul is the goddess of light butterfly. Goody silently watched it. The nature of the light goddess butterfly was gentle. As long as it didn't take the initiative to strike, it wouldn't attack even if other humans or soul beasts intruded into its territory. Her eyes were blue, sparkling and clear like a gem. Although the light goddess butterfly was considered large for its kind, it was still too small in front of Goody's massive 20-meter body. What to do? Goody couldn't help but feel a bit reluctant. Indeed, the more beautiful something is, the harder it is for people to destroy it. If it were just about absorbing light, there would be no need to hunt this light goddess butterfly. Those lively blue eyes blinked at Goody, and suddenly the light goddess butterfly bowed its limbs towards Goody like a devout believer. What the hell? Goody was somewhat bewildered. Could it be that this bright goddess butterfly, sensing his overwhelming aura, chose to submit to him? This bright goddess butterfly surely possessed a certain level of intelligence, not much different from that of a human. O Divine One, I am willing to serve you as my master, the bright goddess butterfly slowly uttered. It could actually speak. Isn't it said that soul beasts can only speak after reaching 100,000 years? You are at least a 10,000-year soul beast, and you actually want me to be your master? And you consider my strength to be divine as well? Why does this statement sound so cringeworthy? Well, to be fair, he himself could be quite cringeworthy at times. Goody was silently complaining in his mind, but fortunately, no expression could be seen on the face of the giant machine. Goody was unaware that his affinity for the light element could be described as unprecedented on the Douluo Continent. It can be said without reservation that he is light, and light is him. This is also the reason why the radiant butterfly worships him as a god. As a top-tier light, a tribute spirit beast, it naturally feels an immense sense of intimidation. Coupled with Goody's overwhelming presence, this is even more so for the not-so-intelligent radiant goddess butterfly. That being said, it's time to consider how to deal with this radiant goddess butterfly. Perhaps he could use that method. In the past, Goody had speculated about what would happen if he shared his energy with others or spirit beasts. Ultraman can choose a human form. Can he also choose another human form? Goody has a feeling that he is the true Digga, meaning he is now the true embodiment of Digga. Later, Goody conducted a test using several soul beasts and made an astonishing discovery. If a soul beast opens its heart to accept his energy, it can form something similar to a contract. It's somewhat like a master-servant contract. Ordinary soul beasts that accept his energy will transform into light attribute soul beasts, while light attribute soul beasts will experience a significant increase in power. The higher the intelligence of the soul beast, the harder it is to let go of its reservations and accept his energy, unless it is a light attribute soul beast. Digga's presence seems to have a natural deterrent effect on these soul beasts. Should he take in this light goddess butterfly? Goody was thinking that the soul beasts he had contracted before had basically all perished, and he couldn't raise soul beasts at home. He had signed a contract and basically sent them back to the soul beast forest. The survival and competition among soul beasts were quite brutal, but this 10,000-year soul beast was different. It was also a high-value soul beast. Done. Goody gritted his teeth, even though he had no teeth now. He set aside his feelings. Goody's voice echoed through the heavens and the earth like a mighty bell. The goddess of light, Di, obediently followed suit. The energy from Goody's head radiated, the orange light appearing filled with divinity. When the energy came into contact with the goddess of light butterfly, Goody's expression changed. The energy within him began to surge wildly. It wasn't the energy from his current transformation, but rather the 90 units of energy he had stored up. All of it surged toward the top of his head. Chapter 19. Obtaining a cocoon, the energy within him poured out uncontrollably. It was energy he had painstakingly accumulated. The outpouring was rapid, and the feeling of having his massive internal energy gradually emptied was somewhat strange. Countless amounts of energy gathered onto the goddess of light butterfly, who greedily devoured his energy. The energy that could sustain his transformation for 6 hours was now estimated to last around 4 hours, and it was still being absorbed. Was this guy a bottomless pit? Actually, Goody could forcibly cut off the connection, such as by detransforming, so that the goddess of light butterfly wouldn't get even a bit of his energy. But Goody had no such intention. He was well aware that the soul beast was wholeheartedly accepting his energy. By doing so, it was akin to getting on his pirate ship. It would be difficult to get off. If in the future the other party wanted to defect or betray him, a single thought from him could lead to their self-destruction. No doubt about it, it was that powerful. Using a bit of energy to gain the help of a 10,000-year soul beast was a tremendous profit. It should be noted that after his transformation, his strength was roughly comparable to that of a soul king. Although the attack power of his ultimate move could rival that of a soul emperor, but consumed too much energy. Right now, his transformation probably only had enough energy left for him to unleash his ultimate move once. Finally, after absorbing energy that could sustain his transformation for about 5 hours, Goody panicked. This was simply not enough. Just when Goody was about to forcibly interrupt the process, the goddess of light butterfly stopped absorbing his energy as if she had become full. He saw a flush appear on her beautiful face. Her eyes were slightly closed, as if experiencing something wonderful. Forgive me for thinking wrongly. A faint bond maintained the connection between Goody and the goddess of light butterfly. Just as Goody wanted to sense the state of the goddess of light butterfly more closely, his expression suddenly changed. Not far away, the aura of the goddess of light butterfly was rapidly rising, fierce like a flood, approaching the level of a 100,000-year soul beast. Goody's heart skipped a beat. So exaggerated? But it's no wonder the energy he calculated just now was absolutely comparable to a tidal Douluo. Moreover, after being refined by the DivineLight staff, it was incredibly pure. However, it seemed that the aura remained close to that of a 100,000-year soul beast, as if it could never cross that threshold. Indeed, how could it be so easy for a soul beast to reach the cultivation of 100,000 years? Boom! The goddess of light butterfly broke through the shackles. and its aura was no different from that of a 100,000-year soul beast. Boom! Thunder rumbled in the sky. This was the tribulation a soul beast faced when it was about to advance to 100,000 years. Goody, do you have to slap me so quickly? That's not good. For a being like the goddess of light butterfly, who has consumed his energy to reach the level of a 100,000-year soul beast, it's probably very difficult to survive the tribulation. If someone who has swallowed so much of his energy just ends up like this, who will he cry to? However, the next second, Goody's eyes nearly popped out. The lightning tribulation came quickly and left even faster. After releasing a few loud thunders, it hurriedly departed. The dark clouds that covered the sky dispersed in just a few seconds, and the gentle sunlight shone directly on Goody's face. Goody rubbed his eyes to make sure he wasn't mistaken, and looked at the goddess of light, Butterfly. He saw her wings emitting a silky, pure, and smooth substance, wrapping herself in it like a cocoon. Could this guy be thinking of recreating humanity? Goody, quietly waiting, because of the lingering power of the 10,000-year soul beast. No soul beast is approaching this place for the time being. After waiting for 10 minutes, the goddess of light Butterfly completely wrapped herself into a cocoon. Goody waved his hand and stored it in the spatial ring. Goody is now feeling a lot of frustration and needs to vent. Damn it. Suddenly having a 10,000-year soul beast as a helper, and now she's been reformed into a human. Great. Who knows how long this will take? What's even more frustrating is that she consumed so much of his energy. I need to improve my strength, transforming back into Diga. Now it's hard to improve soul power, so I randomly found a 10,000-year soul beast to vent on. The Qingming snake is a dominant creature in the Do forest. Every soul beast that reaches 10,000 years will seek a territory. Most 10,000-year soul beasts look down on the outer ring of the Do forest, believing it's a place for low-level soul beasts to cultivate. However, it doesn't care at all. The territory of the Qingming snake is at the junction of the inner and outer rings. Occasionally, some powerful humans come here, and it hides very well. Even if some strong humans discover it, they show no interest in it. All along, it has lived cautiously, not like other 10,000-year soul beasts that are aggressive. It has been cultivating quietly. Until today, an unexpected guest arrived in its territory. It was a gigantic creature, 20 meters tall, unknown whether it was a soul beast or something else. It didn't have the unique aura of a soul beast. Its body was intertwined with silver, purple, and red colors, and its eyes looked like large light bulbs. Although its aura seemed much weaker than its own, that 20-meter massive body made it hesitate to act rashly. Then the gigantic creature made some strange movements, crossing its arms and performing odd gestures. Was this some unique way of greeting from its kind? This was the last thought of the Qingming snake. The gigantic creature's arm shot out a massive beam of light, filled with destructive energy. Sensing the danger of life and death, the Qingming snake instinctively wanted to dodge, but it was too late. Its hard body was as fragile as tofu when it encountered this beam of light, being pierced instantly and then exploding into countless pieces of flesh. Goody transformed back, humming a little tune, and began collecting the pieces of the Qingming snake. This was prime ingredient. Tonight, they would have snake soup. But a safe place needed to be found. At night, on the outskirts of the starry forest, Goody prepared the snake soup using a secret sauce. Nearby, skewers of snake meat were placed on the grill, sprinkled with some cumin for an even better flavor. The aroma wafted through the air, attracting countless soul beasts. However, they halted in their tracks, as many short-sighted century-old soul beasts perished near Goody. Goody picked up a freshly roasted snake meat and took a bite. So delicious. He swept the snake meat clean like a whirlwind. A warm current spread from his abdomen throughout his body. Snake meat is also a great tonic. After the assessment this afternoon, the rewards should be distributed tomorrow, right? Or maybe tonight. He wasn't sure, and he didn't pay much attention to it. Their team would probably only make it to the top 10 at best. After eating and drinking to his fill, Goody lazily laid down on the grass. In the sky, the stars were so striking like a galaxy. What a beautiful starry night. But unfortunately, such starry nights can't be seen on Blue Planet. Among the stars, there was one star that was particularly dazzling. Goody took out the DivineLight stick again, corresponding it with the brilliant star in the sky. For a long time, there was silence. Chapter 20 is about to go into overdrive. The next day, in the morning, Goody lazily stretched and walked out of the tent. After spending a night in the starry forest, he realized that his strength hadn't improved at all, and he had wasted so much energy. It was hard-earned energy. It was time to go back. He took out the DivineLight stick to transform and use spatial transfer, with a flash of white light. To avoid being seen by others, Goody chose to return outside Shrek City. On the way, Goody studied the cocoon of the goddess of light butterfly. Was there any way to accelerate the rebirth of the goddess of light butterfly? Goody thought for a while. If it is given energy, can it become faster again? Goody tried to impart a portion of light energy to the cocoon. The moment the light energy was released from the cocoon, it was completely devoured by it. The cocoon of the goddess of light butterfly conveyed a hint of joyful emotion to Goody. Goody, do you still want his energy? Goody tried to instill the energy of transformation, but in an instant, he was completely consumed. However, all he received in response was a greater emotional fluctuation, specifically an increase in joyful emotions. Meanwhile, the cocoon of the goddess of light butterfly remained completely still. Forget it, even if he was drained dry. It probably wouldn't be of any use. Upon returning to Shrek Academy, when he reached his dormitory, Ing suddenly pounced on him like a bear. Goody swiftly dodged. Where did you go last night? I was so worried. The awards ceremony is about to start. Ing was quite displeased. Is the awards ceremony about to start? It seems I'm not too late coming back. By the way, what is our team S ranking? Goody held his head with both hands and asked lazily. It seems we placed 10th. Our team didn't lose a single match in the earlier round-robin stage. Ing said somewhat excitedly. After the round of 16 elimination matches, their achievement of this rank is a high recognition from the Academy. If they hadn't encountered Hu Yimo, who was overpowered, Goody's team would have had no problem entering the top 4 with their strength. Gudi and Ing Dang tidied up a bit and were ready to set off. Qing Qishir was already waiting for them downstairs. All the new students who passed the assessment gathered at Shrek Square, waiting for the upcoming class division. Soon, the director of the Wuhuan department arrived with the teachers in front of the students. He took out a folder and announced the top 3 with a smile. The first place, without exception, was the Fox Yimo team. That monstrous talent even surpassed the vast majority of senior students. A true monster. Goody scoffed. If it weren't for the years he had wasted on researching Digga's abilities instead of focusing on his own training, he could have reached the Soul Master level. The second place went to Hui Yusin's team. The third was Hui Yusin's arch-rival, Dai Huabin's team. Only the top 3 received rewards, while the others got nothing. Next came the class division, and both Hui Yusin and Hu Yimo's teams were placed in the strongest class. Meanwhile, they remained in their original class. Their homeroom teacher was still the exceptionally intelligent Wu Bing. Then came the announcement of special rewards, which were still exclusive to the top 3. Originally, Goody's team had attracted significant attention from the Academy due to the rare occurrence of a student having a cheat-like advantage, and Goody himself, as a support Soul Master, possessed combat power comparable to that of a Soul Master. However, at this moment, the spotlight was clearly on Hu Yimo and Hui Yusin's teams, drawing the Academy's attention away from him. Goody didn't care. He was just focused on his own development, as a salted fish. Being too outstanding was actually not good. Soon, the grand award ceremony and class division ceremony came to an end. In the afternoon, Goody went to his new class, and there was a complete change in the class roster. He hardly recognized anyone from class 4. After spending an hour, he adapted to the new class. Then, Wu Bing announced Goody as the class monitor of class 4. No one had any objections. They all knew that Goody, this peculiar support Soul Master, had strength comparable to a Soul Sovereign. Goody was completely unfazed by this. The next period was a bit dull. Have you heard? Class 1's Hui Yusin accepted Wu Feng's challenge to compete for class leader. Isn't she asking for trouble? A Soul Master with a single soul is not satisfied even after finishing as the runner-up. Exactly. I think Hui Yusin will lose terribly. The class was buzzing with whispers, not sure where the gossip came from. Goody rested his chin on his hand, noticing that the changes in the early plot were not significant. At least everything seemed to be proceeding as written in the novel. Once Wu Bing finished announcing the rules, Goody couldn't wait to head towards the Soul Arena. Upon arriving at the arena, he was stopped by the teacher in charge. After explaining his reason for being there, he was quickly allowed to pass. If there were no issues, it should be Hui Yusin who wins. After all, even after becoming more feminine, he was still a weakling. However, there were quite a few students placing bets there, all from class 1. I bet 100 gold soul coins on Wufeng. I bet 500 gold soul coins on Wufeng. It seemed that those betting on Wufeng were likely to lose everything this time. Goody smiled slightly and walked forward, shouting loudly, I bet 10,000 gold soul coins on Hui Yusin. Those who had placed bets were all taken aback, turning their heads to look at Goody. Who are you? Is there someone like you in our class? What are you, an outsider, doing here? Many students spoke up, and their attitude towards Goody was far from friendly. Goody replied, I'm a friend of Huo Yusin. I heard she came to duel with Wu Feng, so I came to support her. Is that not okay? Goody shrugged and took out a gold ticket worth 10,000 gold soul coins, handing it to the bettor. His gaze swept across the crowd and quickly settled on Hu Yimo. The latter remained calm. Goody's provocation led others who were ready to bet on Huo Yusin to place their bets. Soon, the amount bet on Huo Yusin reached 13,000, surpassing the bet on Wu Feng by over 11,000. The bettors felt immense pressure. Watching the backs of those betting on Huo Yusin, the ones who bet against her scoffed. Humph, let's see where you cry when you lose. It's a miracle if Huo Yusin can win against Wu Feng. The gap is so large. Are you all blind? However, the odds I set are really a ripoff. If I had known, I would have played it safe and could have made a little profit. No one paid attention to him, as everyone's eyes were drawn to the match. At this moment, Huo Yusin lay on the ground, seriously injured and unable to get up. Wu Feng squatted on the ground, holding his head with both hands, continuously groaning in pain. It seemed that Huo Yusin was bound to lose. Wu Feng, regaining his composure, screamed wildly about how he would kill Huo Yusin, embodying the role of villain. Then Huo Yusin, as if in response, opened her eyes and shouted, "I haven't lost yet," and slowly stood up, resembling a protagonist from an anime. She was about to unleash her hidden power. Huo Yusin looked at Wu Feng with icy eyes, startling the little girl. Then the color of her pupils seemed to change magically. Blue turned to purple, purple to reddish purple, and finally to gray. Chapter 21 is you. At this moment, the eyes of the observing students lit up. They were no longer the murky gray, but instantly became crystal clear. Following that, the gray light flickered slightly. The next moment, a scream erupted from Wu Feng on the other side, and then he fell down, unable to get up. It was terrifying. Most students looked as if they couldn't believe what they were seeing, while the two powerful traversers, Goody and Hu Yimo, remained calm. The arena was silent. It felt as if one could hear a pin drop. Huo Yusin paused and slowly turned around. At this moment, the gray in her eyes had not yet faded. Huo Yusin scanned the seemingly frozen students, lingering on Hu Yimo for a moment, and when her gaze met Goody's, the gray pupils visibly contracted. Soon, the gray in Huo Yusin's eyes receded like a tide. She forced herself to walk out of the battle soul area. A group of students quickly reacted, with the first to respond crouching down and crying in despair. He was the one who placed the bet, even if his family was wealthy, with 10 times the odds. 130,000 gold soul coins. He felt immense regret. He probably felt like he was losing everything. Gudi yawned and turned to leave. It was a pity to miss the most exciting part of the match. Shrek Academy's infirmary. The sounds of argument filled the air in Huo Yusin's mind. It was a clash of 10 golden lights and a gray mass. Huo Yusin could only watch shivering from the sidelines. Her strength was too weak. Soon, they finished arguing and turned their attention to Huo Yusin, starting to instruct the simple-minded girl. This world truly was full of hidden talents. The gray mass sighed. "Old thing, did you notice too?" The 10 golden lights asked cautiously. "Tianming, what are you guys talking about?" Huo Yusin asked in confusion. The two figures, Tianming I Silkworm, said seriously. "It's a pity it doesn't have a face now." "Those two?" Huo Yusin asked. "You mean the two you saw on the competition stage? One with purple hair and purple eyes, and the other with black hair, red eyes, and several scars on his face? What does that have to do with them?" Huo Yusin asked, somewhat puzzled, but she soon realized who Tianming I Silkworm was referring to. Both of them possess a power that doesn't belong to your world. Their level is so high that it could be said to surpass your world. The gray mass replied. Its level of spiritual consciousness was also very high, but it could sense that heart-pounding power from those two. Moreover, it seemed that those two had noticed its presence. Is that black-haired boy really human? He seems more like an incredibly pure light. And then, after returning to the dormitory, Goodie lay on the bed, feeling as if he had nothing to do. It was a bit boring in this Shrek Academy. Should he find something to do? What should he look for? Goodie stroked his chin, knowing all of Huo Yusin's little secrets. Should he expose a few to stir up trouble for her? Forget it. He wasn't a devil after all. If he guessed correctly, in the following timeline, Huo Yusin would remain cooped up in the Soul Guidance Device Department. Then she would set off to the extreme north to deceive the Ice Emperor. Based on a plot, after Huo Yusin brings along the Ice Emperor, the Snow Emperor would have to undergo tribulation. Was it the 100,000-year Thunder Tribulation? Forgot. But it doesn't matter. At that time, the Snow Emperor would fail the tribulation and seem to be reborn. Then she would be captured by humans, which is quite tragic. Maybe it could work. Goody looked at the cocoon of the goddess of light butterfly in the space ring. One more shouldn't be a problem, right? After making up his mind, Goody began to diligently practice. Joking aside, The northernmost land is fraught with danger, so having a bit more strength means more means of survival. A month later, as usual, after finishing class, Goody returned to the dormitory to practice. The dormitory door was forcefully kicked open, and Indang rushed in a panic. Goody, it's bad. Senior Su Sanure is looking for you. Goody, sitting cross-legged on the bed, opened his eyes. Su Sansi, I don't even know him. What does he want with me? I don't know, but it seems he wants to challenge you in the soul duel zone. Tell him I'm not going. Without a moment's hesitation, Goody refused outright. Not to mention Su Sanchi's strength, which was close to that of Soul Ancestor. His turtle shell-like defense was well known in the Outer Academy. Whether he could break through that defense without transforming was still uncertain. This guy bullies the weak just because of his strength. He can wait a few years until I can challenge him. I'll smash that turtle shell of his. However, Su Sanure had already made threats, saying that if Goody didn't fight him, he would squat in the dormitory all day. Indang had a complicated expression. Bang! Goody slammed the bed in frustration. This is simply too much. Indang, go find the Ice Old Man. The Ice Old Man is Wu Bing. Indang gave a thumbs up. This move is brilliant. Although Wu Bing can be a bit of a trickster, he is actually quite protective of his own people. Indang rushed out of the door in a flurry. Goody lowered his head, wondering how he had ended up in trouble with Su Sanure when he hadn't done anything wrong. After pondering for a while, he suddenly slapped his forehead. It seemed that he had set Su Sanure up in front of Ma Shao before. Could it be that this had now come back to haunt him? After waiting for about 15 minutes, he figured that Indang should have brought the old man Bing over by now. He swaggered down the stairs, and sure enough, there was a boy in a black school uniform squatting at the door. Goody looked at him, and the boy in black also looked at Goody. After carefully examining him, the boy in black suddenly stood up. You bastard. It's you. You're the one who harmed the man for no reason. Su Sanure gritted his teeth as he stared at Goody, with faint bruises at the corners of his eyes, indicating he had been beaten up quite a bit. You got the wrong person. Goody said sternly, impossible. Black hair, red eyes, a scar on the face, a new life. And a martial soul that is a weapon soul covered in white light. You definitely can't be mistaken. Goody, is it really that thorough? Bro. Su Sanure rushed up and grabbed Goody's shoulder. Let's go. To the spirit fighting zone. If you say I'm going, then I'll go. Wouldn't that be very embarrassing for me? Goody frowned, trying to shake off Su Sanure's large hand, but the hand on his shoulder felt like a vice impossible to budge. Su Sanure's chest heaved, as if he was harboring a great deal of anger. If it weren't for the school rules prohibiting upperclassmen from bullying underclassmen, he would have already gone over to give Goody a beating. What happened? Which class dares to bully my student? Not far away, Wu Bing approached with a cold expression, a gust of wind lifting a few sparse hairs on his head. The scene was so vivid that Goody found it hard to look directly at it. Su Sanure's expression changed. Damn it. How could their class's homeroom teacher be here? Looking at Indang behind Wu Bing, Su Sanure's eyes widened. It's you. Chapter 22. Journey to the far north. Just now, Su Sanure had sent someone to report, but instead, it resulted in the other party going out to report. How could this be? Teacher, do I look like someone who bullies freshmen for no reason? I heard that there's a freshman with strength comparable to a soul DaS auxiliary soul master, so I came to challenge him. Su Sanure put on a sincere smile. He was quite good at acting. He talking nonsense. He deliberately came to pick a fight, wanting to use his strength to bully me, a freshman. If I hadn't cleverly called for you, I probably would have to lie at the dormitory entrance today. Teacher, you have to stand up for me. Boo-hoo-hoo. Goody choked up, his eyes red, looking utterly wronged. Great acting. Su Sanure cursed under his breath. It was clearly this bastard who had caused him so much trouble, yet now it seemed like he was the one bullying him. Su Sanure, Wu Bing shouted sharply, his soul saint aura bursting forth, almost suffocating Su Sanure. This is not your class. How dare you act out of my class? Are you itching for a fight? I wouldn't dare. Su Sanure lowered his head. Bastard. I'll remember you. Then hurry up and get lost. Yes. Those who come quickly leave quickly. And before leaving, Su Sanure shot Goody a fierce glare. After Su Sanure walked away, Wu Bing turned to Goody with a half smile, half tease. Now tell me, how did you get on Su Sanchi's bad side? Saying this, he reached out his hand towards Goody. Goody's mouth twitched as he placed a pack of cigarettes in Wu Bing's hand. The latter nodded in satisfaction. After spending 10 minutes explaining the reasons, of course, not all of it was the truth, a mix of half-truths and lies. Both Wu Bing and Indang believed him completely. The young man has a bright future. He managed to return unscathed after falling into Ma Shao's hands. Wu Bing looked on with a sense of emotion. Goody, be more careful from now on. Although the academy has rules that upperclassmen can't target underclassmen, You never know when Su Sanure might set a trap for you. Wu Bing waved his hand and disappeared from their sight. Digo, what should we do now? Ing asked with a sad face, realizing that Su Sanure probably held a grudge against him. He was just a small character, while Goody was the son of a count. What are you afraid of? When soldiers come, we fight. When water comes, we block. Goody was not worried at all. As an excellent traveler, if someone tried to play tricks on him, he wouldn't hold back. Looking at Goody's sinister smile, Ing couldn't help but shiver. For the next period of time, Goody immersed himself in cultivation. Unknowingly, 8 months passed. During this time, a group sent someone to deliver 100,000 gold tickets to him, which was equivalent to his monthly allowance. In these 8 months, apart from cultivation, Goody also explored Shrek City. The entire city was bustling with prosperity, far more than the city Goody lived in. No wonder it was called Shrek City. Moreover, it had all kinds of facilities, even brothels, and there were quite a few of them. In 5 months, Goody indulged himself quite a bit. His entire fortune of nearly 1 million gold soul coins was almost squandered by him. He bought various items, including a considerable amount of materials for soul guides. Unfortunately, his mental strength was not strong, and he probably didn't have much talent in the area of soul guides. Additionally, many interesting events happened in Shrek City, such as the recent sensation, Hu Yimo. He skipped classes for 3 months, which was unprecedented in Shrek City, let alone skipping 3 months. Even students who skipped classes were quite rare. Everyone wished they could spend more time in class, as it was immensely beneficial for their cultivation. However, when Hu Yimo returned, no one dared to say anything, because he had already become a soul master. A soul master. What was so great about being a soul master? The air was filled with the scent of lemons. Then Hu Yimo broke several records in Shrek's history, becoming the first-year student to become a soul master. He was also the fastest person to break through from soul master to soul master. He advanced an average of 1 level every month. It's worth noting that Hu Yimo was not yet 12 years old. Wasn't he this like he was cheating, right? Goody's eyes suddenly brightened. Every traveler has a golden finger to some extent. For example, Goody himself has a golden finger, which is the DivineLight stick. But what about Hu Yimo's golden finger? His strength has broken through so quickly. He must have some kind of system or something. It's very possible. Then, Goody felt a pang of jealousy. Over the past 8 months, he had struggled to reach level 27, only increasing by 3 levels, while others had jumped a whole major realm and were now at the soul sect. Forget it, he thought. He would just be a lazy fish. As long as he had the DivineLight stick to protect him, he could live as a lazy fish for life. He wondered if he could possibly cultivate to become a god. Perhaps that way he could go back. Soon, it would be time for vacation. A semester at Shrek lasts a year. Considering it's almost been a year, and Hui Yusin also needed to prepare for the extreme north. It was time to pack up. A few days later, the once bustling Shrek City became quiet. Many students had already packed their things early and left on the day of the vacation. In the new student class 4, Wu Bing, who was usually very talkative, simply gave a few quick reminders and dismissed the class. Back at the dormitory, several guards were already waiting for him. After spinning a lie, he explained for most of the day before they agreed to let him go, but still uneasy about Goody. They forcibly assigned him a Soul Saint bodyguard despite Goody's strong protests. Meanwhile, Ing Dang also shamelessly insisted on following Goody, claiming it was to accompany Brother D on his training. As they went downstairs, they happened to run into Qing Chi Shi. Thus, the originally solitary Goody now had 3 people by his side. On the way to the extreme north, a luxurious carriage sped along. Young master, why do we have to go to the extreme north for training? Li Qing, the Soul Saint bodyguard who had been forced upon him, asked curiously. He was over 50 years old, with blue hair mixed with a lot of white. I want to go take a look, Goody said irritably, but then thought it made sense. After all, the extreme north is incredibly dangerous, and without a powerful bodyguard, death could easily occur. However, Goody was still quite willing to take this risk. After all, the Snow Emperor was one of his favorite characters. But the extreme north is fraught with peril, and I fear for the young master's safety. Initially, he did not realize that the training Goody mentioned was in the extreme north. It was only as they got closer to the extreme north that he began to understand. The extreme north is such a perilous place. Normal people wouldn't come here for training, would they? At this thought, Li Qing even had the urge to knock Goody out and take him back. However, he suppressed that thought. He knew his young master's character well. He would never joke with his own life. The young master must have his own plans for coming to the extreme north, so he shouldn't meddle unnecessarily, lest he receive the young master's ire later on. Chapter 23, Wolfpack Attack on the way. Goody and his group were quite leisurely. Originally, the journey would only take 3 days at full speed. but it was dragged out to 5 days. Along the way, Goody admired the exotic scenery and marveled at the sights, making those around him almost think he was on vacation. As they got closer to the extreme north, they had now entered the northern border of the Tianhan Empire. The cold weather made everyone wear thick layers of clothing. The carriage could no longer be used for the remaining journey. After about a day and night, Goody and his group arrived at the extreme north. The 3 great kings of the extreme north were all in the core area. To enter the core area of the extreme north, Goody put in a lot of effort. He spent money to buy several level 6 defensive soul guiding devices. These devices could not only withstand extremely low temperatures, but were also impervious to water and fire, and had the effect of concealing one's presence. These level 6 soul guiding devices were quite expensive, costing 80,000 gold soul coins each. To be safe, Goody bought several extra ones. Now, it was a bargain for Ying Dang and Qing Qi Shi. As for Li Qing, his own strength had already reached the soul saint level, so he didn't need to worry about the low temperatures affecting him. Young master, you don't intend to go to the core area of the extreme north, do you? Li Qing said with a pained expression. That was no place for play. The core area could encounter 10,000-year soul beasts. He was already prepared to knock Goody out and take him back. If Goody were to suffer any losses here, he would likely not be able to withstand the Lord's anger. No, just in this outer circle. I want to catch a soul beast to take back and raise. Goody casually remarked. Li Qing, Ying Dang, King Shishi, are you planning to go to the extreme northern region to catch soul beasts and raise them? Are you kidding me? After taking a short break, Goody and the others quickly advanced northward. The biting cold wind could no longer be a hindrance, but the gradually appearing ice and snow still limited their speed. Young master, just a few kilometers ahead, is the inner circle of the extreme northern region. Li Qing's expression was serious. If the young master insisted on going to the core area, he could only knock him out and bring him back. Goody, what on earth are you doing in this ghostly place? King Shishi puffed out warm air, having asked many times on the way, but this bastard remained tight-lipped. Why ask so much? If you don't want to come, you can go back. Goody yawned. You. King Shishi stamped her foot in frustration. Brother-di, you at least have to tell us what your intentions are for coming here. Ying Dang said. To do something big, Goody replied with a grin. The 3 were taken aback. Indeed, this guy had other intentions for coming here. But what could be worth Goody doing something big? Just as the 3 were racking their brains thinking about the question, a soft, beastly howl sounded. It was the sound of wolves, the one with the highest cultivation level. Li Qing changed his expression. With the strength of his spiritual power, he could keenly sense a small pack of beasts approaching them not far away. Or rather, a pack of wolves. In the extreme northern region, food is scarce, survival is harsh, and competition is even more intense than in the Stardust Forest. Despite their soul-guiding devices masking their presence, they were still detected by some soul beasts with noses like dogs. No way. Am I really going to run into a pack of wolves right after arriving? Goody looked skeptical about life. Back then, Huo Yuhao went to the extreme north without encountering any issues, truly living up to the reputation of Hua. Young master, you all go ahead. That pack of wolves has 2,000-year soul beasts. Although their strength is much weaker than mine, they outnumber me. With my strength, I can hold them off for a while, and I can retreat safely as well. Goody, with these weak strengths, probably won't be able to leave today. After weighing the pros and cons, Goody decisively pulled Qing Qi and Ying Dang to run back. Li Qing looked at the increasingly approaching wolf pack ahead, feeling a chill run down his spine, and directly activated his unique soul skill, the martial soul true body. Roar! Li Qing let out a roar, his body swelling to become a giant gorilla nearly 20 meters tall. The overwhelming aura caused the speed of the wolf pack to noticeably decrease. Howl! Among the white wolf pack, 2 wolves stood out. Their fur was snow white, and even their eyes were ice blue. A bloodthirsty aura emanated from them. 1 male and 1 female, these 2 wolf kings seemed to be a couple. With the intimidation of the wolf kings, the wolf pack suppressed their fear and crazily pounced towards Li Qing. A great battle erupted in an instant. With Li Qing's strength at level 73, he was considered quite strong among soul saints. The duration of the martial soul true body was short, so Li Qing had to end the battle quickly. Soon, the white ground was stained red with blood. Countless corpses lay on the ground, with yellow and purple circles hovering above them, despite Li Qing's full defense. Some of the wolf pack broke through and chased after Goody and the others. Li Qing also sustained several wounds on his body. After blasting the 2 wolf kings away, Li Qing reverted to his human form and flew towards Goody's direction. The 2 wolf kings, along with the remaining wolves, closely pursued him. Not far away, Goody and the other two were running quickly. Goody, I regret coming with you now, Qing Chishi said with a pale face, while Goody beside her couldn't even be bothered to roll his eyes. In fact, he could have transformed and easily dealt with them just now. But Goody held back. For some reason, he felt that it wasn't the right time to transform. Goody was clear about Li Qing's strength, even in a bloody battle against those wolves. He might not lose, but this was the extremely dangerous northern region, and fighting the wolf pack was undoubtedly foolish. The smell of blood would attract all nearby soul beasts. A woo! The sound of wolf howls echoed behind them. After all, 2 legs couldn't outrun 4. However, the beast pack chasing them seemed to consist only of a few thousand-year soul beasts, not 10,000-year ones. It should be that the wolf pack split into 2 paths, with most of them being held back by Li Qing, leaving only a portion following their scent. A 1,000-year soul beast was equivalent to a soul sovereign, with spiritual power covering the surroundings. This small wolf pack had 3,000-year beasts and 500-year beasts. Since they probably couldn't escape, they could only fight. All 3 of Goodie have level 6 defensive soul guiding devices. Although they can only exert a small portion of their capabilities, it should be more than enough to deal with these wolf packs. 8 snow wolves have formed a surrounding circle with considerable coordination. Goody gave a glance, and the 2 instantly understood his intention. The first soul skill enveloped Qing Chishi and Ing Dang. Silver, purple, and red lights covered their bodies. And the second soul skill transformed into 3 long swords that stabbed towards the weakest 3 snow wolves. Taking out the weakest first was Goody's team's consistent style. The speed of the long swords was so fast that the 3 snow wolves didn't have time to dodge. They exploded upon impact. Ing Dang and Qing Chishi rushed forward. Chapter 24. Mutation. The remaining 5 snow wolves would not just stand by and watch. They charged forward. A cold white light enveloped them, and a layer of ice armor covered the snow wolves. They roared. Their speed was incredibly fast, transforming into a white shadow. Sharp claws tearing at Qing Chishi and Ing Dang. Rip! Several wounds appeared on Ing Dang and Qing Chishi as their strength was severely restricted in this icy environment. Qing Chishi's specialty and speed was greatly hindered by the ice and snow. The worst off was Ing Dang, being a fire attribute martial soul. He was almost completely suppressed in this frigid cold. Unlike these snow wolves, which had grown up in this icy terrain, they had thick pads on their claws, allowing them to move nimbly in the snow. The 2 faced 5 wolves, 3 of which had been almost completely dominated 2 years ago. Goody rushed over to finish off the wounded wolves. The 3 of them struggled against the 5 well-coordinated snow wolves, with Goody almost single-handedly facing 3,000-year snow wolves. It seemed that transformation was inevitable. Goody sighed inwardly. Otherwise, they would all have to pay the price here. The white light of the DivineLight staff faded, and Goody grasped it tightly. Just as he was about to transform, an eerie chill crept up from behind. Instinctively, Goody's body tensed slightly, and a sharp dagger pierced into his chest. Goody looked incredulously at the dagger in his chest and turned his head with some difficulty. He saw Ing Dang smiling at him, holding the dagger in his right hand. Beside them, Qing Chi was stunned over the wolf pack she was fighting against. With their intelligence, they couldn't comprehend how the human who had been cooperating well with them just moments ago could turn on himself. Xingjiang, are you crazy? Qing Chi shouted hoarsely. I'm not crazy. Am I doing fine? Ing Dang continued to smile at Goody, admiring the shock and disbelief on his face. Why? Goody managed to utter those 3 words with great difficulty. Blood surged from his throat, splattering onto the pure, white snow. The once pristine snow was now stained with another color, forming a beautiful blood flower. A close comrade, a roommate, Goody never thought he would turn on himself like this. Goody trusted him, and trusting his back to him. This 6-level defensive soul guide had a flaw, which was that there was an area on the back that could not be covered. That was the blind spot. If one had enough strength to fully activate the soul guide, the resulting defensive circle could envelop Goody. But now his strength was insufficient. Moreover, he never expected that someone from his own side would attack him. Why? I've been lurking by your side for so long, and only now have I found this opportunity. Do you think I would give up? Ing Dang said with a light laugh. If you have to die, it can only be due to your unfair fate. Initially, the higher-ups only decided to control you, but after your outstanding performance in the rookie assessment competition, they changed their minds and decided to kill you. At this point, Ing Dang sighed regretfully. The higher-ups? Which higher-ups? Is it an organization? Could it be that they know my identity? Is it an organization targeting traversers? Have they been planted beside me from the very beginning? I had no inkling at all. How tragic, how tragic. Your higher-ups. Before Gudi could finish speaking, a scream from Qing Chishi echoed nearby. The wolf pack reacted quickly, with 2 fewer people to assist Qing Chishi in resisting. She had no strength to fight back and was torn apart by the wolves. Goody's eyes were about to split, and he wanted to press the divine light stick. But at this moment, Dang suddenly pulled out the dagger. The intense pain and a large amount of blood loss made Goody's body go weak, and he fell to the ground. He could clearly feel the flow of life, energy, fading away. Blood stained the snow red, and the snow wolves were feeding. The strongest snow wolf coldly stared at Goody and Dang, not in a hurry to make a move. What do we care about up there? Why should someone about to die know so much? To be honest, I don't know either. I'm just a tool. What can a tool know? Dang smiled, as if he didn't care at all about being a tool. Do you think that if you kill me, you'll be able to live? Goody weakly asked. It's fine. I'll accompany you in dying. Brother D, I'm just a tool. Once a tool is used up, it should be discarded. What's wrong with dying together with you? Dang smiled brightly. I've been acting for so long, it's really not easy for me, right? You know, there were many times I could have killed you and avoided all this trouble, but what kind of place is Shrek? Doing that would affect those above. I've been waiting, and finally I got this opportunity. Do you think it's easy for me? Brother D, Dong's smile gradually became sickly. Goody stared straight at him. He remembered what Hu Yimo had said, and at this moment, he finally believed it. This world was not as simple as he had imagined. He was not a destined child. If he didn't work hard to cultivate and become stronger, how many people would want him dead? Why would anyone want to kill him? I will not die. Goody clearly uttered these 4 words, resonant and powerful. Dang cast a disdainful glance at Goody. That previous stab was aimed at the heart. Unless it was a deity, no one could save him. However, in the next moment, a dazzling white light flickered around Goody, shooting up into the sky. A towering 20-meter giant creature appeared before Dang. Like a divine being, the massive creature looked down at Dang. This gigantic being was covered in silver, purple, and red colors, with a huge blue gem on its chest and strange patterns all over its body, looking beautiful and mysterious. Its face resembled a silvery mask, and its eyes were like enormous light bulbs. Is this a god? In that instant, Dang felt a desire to kneel. But soon, he suppressed that feeling. Dang stared at the giant creature before him, momentarily at a loss. The wolf pack nearby looked at the giant creature in terror, howling in fear and hurriedly retreating. A red light flashed on the giant creature's head, and most of its body turned red. Then, as if gathering energy, countless red lights converged at its chest, forming something that resembled a giant fireball. The colossal creature waved toward the fleeing direction, and the red ball transformed into a straight beam of red light that struck their ranks, exploding with a loud bang. It created a massive pit with a diameter of 300 meters. Dang was left dumbfounded. This was comparable to a desperate strike from a high-level soul saint. The blue gem on the giant creature's chest turned red and began to flicker. The diamond-like mark on its forehead emitted an orange-yellow glow, gathering at the giant creature's chest, and surprisingly turned blue again. Chapter 25, Restoration, Dang. Goody's voice seemed to come from the depths of the heavens, echoing throughout this white expanse. Dong's face instantly turned pale as he recalled that this gigantic creature seemed to be a transformation of Goody. No wonder it couldn't die, right? But why didn't it transform into this form earlier? Was there some kind of limitation? Unfortunately, no one was there to answer his questions. Goody grabbed him with one hand, lifting him into the air like picking up an ant. I didn't expect you to have such a hidden skill. Looked at Goody with a calm expression, as if accepting his fate. Do you really have such deep secrets hidden? Goody mockingly said, unfortunately, after transforming, it's just this eternally unchanging stiff face. He recalled a sentence spoken by Hu Yimo, which had all been validated. Hiding one's true strength might just save one's life in the future. If Goody had displayed this ability back then, perhaps Dang wouldn't have acted recklessly, lurking in the shadows to deliver a fatal blow when he was truly exhausted. Goody gently squeezed, and the next moment, Dang let out a painful hiss. He crushed Dang's legs, blood splattering onto his fingers. In this freezing weather, it instantly froze into clots. Tell me everything you know, Goody asked coldly, without a trace of emotion. Dang managed to force a smile as he mocked Goody. The next moment, Dong's screams echoed once again in this realm as Goody crushed his hands. If it were just aimed at me, she wouldn't have had to die. You deserve to die. Goody's voice was as cold as if it could freeze a person's soul. Dang cried out, and before the tears could fall, they turned into ice crystals. The intense pain did not cause him to faint. It was clear that Goody was up to no good. Seeing Dang like this, Goody felt an inexplicable sadness in his heart. In the one small team, he was now the only one left. A red light surged from his hand, and the terrifying temperature instantly evaporated Ing-Dang. This was not the first time Goody had killed. He hated the feeling of killing. Blood was dirty to him. It brought back unpleasant memories for Goody. At the age of 8, Goody had a sudden idea. The ordinary composite-type Diga was, after all, one of the weakest forms of Diga, while the strongest form was the dark form. If he could transform into the luminous composite form, could he also transform into the dark form? Goody sat in the chair, pondering the question. How could the day dog transform into its dark form? Reflecting on the storyline of the final Holy War, he remembered that the Great Bone held onto the light in his heart and absorbed the powers of Darum and Hitler. But in the end, it was through his true transformation into the composite Diga of light that he succeeded. If the opposite were true, could one transform into dark Diga by holding onto the darkness within? Does darkness refer to the darkest side of oneself? What is the darkest side of one's own heart? Goody recalled everything from his past life, every little detail. The various dark sides and the emotional fluctuations became exceptionally clear in his mind at this moment. He never expected how dark a person's inner self could be. Hatred, anxiety, rage, and other negative emotions filled his entire sea of consciousness. Why? He would die. Why did he have to travel through time? Wasn't it better to live a comfortable and peaceful life? Goody's originally crimson eyes changed to a bottomless black, filled with cold destruction and murderous intent, resembling the gaze of a demon. The holy staff in his hand, which once emitted a gentle light, transformed and turned black. Looking at this black staff felt like staring at Pandora's box. Once opened, it was uncertain what kind of demons would be unleashed. The remnants of his sanity kept reminding him. But Goody could not restrain himself, or rather, he had no way to control himself. Goody pressed the transformation button. After that, not a single one of the 321 people in the mansion survived. At that time, it shocked the entire Douluo Continent. After all, although the Gu family was a newly promoted duke family, Goody's father, Gu Tian, was a well-known figure throughout the Douluo Continent. He reached the title of Douluo at a young age, making him one of the youngest titled Douluo on the entire continent. That day, Goody's adoptive parents were at the palace meeting the emperor of the Star Do Empire and were not in the mansion. It was also Goody's first time killing someone, and it was the first time he presented his transformed self to others. However, everyone who had seen his transformation ended up dead. The entire process was deeply etched in his mind, unable to be forgotten. It wasn't like waking up and forgetting everything. That day, he was covered in blood, and he loathed that feeling. No one suspected it was him. After all, Goody's strength was evident. How could a soul master of over level 10 possibly slaughter more than 300 people in the mansion, including some at the soul Douluo level? Moreover, the entire scene was filled with a dark aura. People believed it was the work of an evil soul master, so Goody was treated as a survivor. At that time, Goody spent a week and a days before things started to improve. Since then, although Goody continued to study Diga's abilities, he seemed to develop a dislike for transforming, especially transforming into Diga in front of others. Goody shrank in size and transformed into a human-sized version of Diga. Transforming into Diga barely saved his life. If he didn't quickly heal the injuries of his human form, he was likely to perish as soon as he retracted the transformation. Goody sat down, and his consciousness sank into his body. This was not the first time Goody had encountered such a situation. Entering his body, he found himself in a golden world, radiating a soft glow. Goody looked at the gory and terrifying wound on his chest. However, the massive bleeding had already stopped, thanks to the power of Diga sustaining him. Fortunately, when he was stabbed just now, he had turned his body slightly, and luckily, it did not directly pierce his heart. However, the residual soul power still inflicted severe damage to the heart area. If it had directly struck his heart, Goody would have likely died within those short seconds. This was still due to his strength. If an ordinary person had been stabbed in the heart, they would have been dead in less than 10 seconds. It would probably take most of his energy to heal the internal injuries this time. There was no other way. Surviving such a fatal injury was already a blessing from the goddess of fortune. Sitting cross-legged, he cleared his mind of distractions. The soft light around him gradually flowed into his body, continuously repairing the heart area with streams of energy. The small amount of soul power inside his heart was being gradually pushed out by this pure energy. He didn't know how long it had been, but he finally managed to expel all the residual soul power from his heart. Goody let out a sigh of relief. He was very careful throughout the process, joking that the heart is the second most important organ in the human body. This also took a great toll on his mental state. Chapter 26. She has arrived. Goody did not know that a pair of mischievous blue eyes were watching him from distance. Tionling, do you think this is a soul beast or something else? Hu Yimo gulped. As soon as she arrived at the outer circle of the extreme north, she saw a towering giant standing in the sky. However, when she got closer, this giant creature resembling a soul beast shrank to a human-like size. I don't know. I've lived in the extreme north for so many years and have never seen such a creature. Tionling Bingsan's voice was also a bit surprised. It has a massive amount of light elements within it, so its strength should be quite formidable. Xiao Yuxin, we should take a detour. If Goody were not preoccupied with healing his human body injuries, he would have quickly noticed Huo Yuhao given his current strength. At this moment, Huo Yuhao was in the icy wilderness, but unfortunately, Goody was destined to see nothing. Originally, repairing his internal injuries did not require much energy. Most of the energy was used to maintain his transformation. There was no way around it. If he canceled the transformation, he would immediately be done for. After about 4 hours, he finally managed to heal his heart. In the harsh, icy world of Diga, Goody's consciousness returns, and he is almost completely buried under thick layers of ice and snow. Goody evaporated the surrounding ice and snow. He felt quite speechless about the setting that he couldn't use the vast energy within him without transforming. Although he could usually tap into the energy from the DivineLight rod, it was just a tiny fraction of that enormous power. Looking at the gray, icy world, Goody felt a sense of being in a different era. Initially, there were 4 of them, but now he was the only one left. Goody evaporated all the ice and snow around. He did not find the body of Qing Chi Shi. Perhaps it was swallowed by the soul-devouring beast. Or maybe it was taken to another place by the wind and snow. Hopefully, it is the latter. Goody felt a pang of pain. She was only 12 years old. Those damn things up there, sooner or later, I will personally uproot you all. Goody secretly vowed to himself. So what should he do next? First, he should find Li Qing. With just 2 ancient soul beasts, Li Qing should be able to escape, right? In his red form. Although Goody's energy has greatly increased, his sensitivity has also decreased significantly. Goody calculated that his current strength was comparable to that of Soul Emperor or even a Soul Sage. However, if he faced someone with high agility, even a Soul Sect could continuously kite him. In his purple form, although Goody's strength was significantly reduced, his speed was on par with that of Soul Sage. After weighing the pros and cons, Goody decided to maintain his strength type. In this form, the sense of oppression he exuded was much stronger than before. After all, he could freely switch forms. If he couldn't win, he could just transform into an agile form and escape. Goody returned to its original size and spent 10 minutes circling around the inner area of the extreme north, but did not spot Li Qing. Could it be that he has already left? Goody spent nearly 20 minutes circling the outer area as well, but found nothing. He almost got attacked by a soul beast tribe, but fortunately managed to escape using spatial transfer. It's unclear whether he was killed or not. Goody shook his head, thinking that next time he would definitely come alone. Being solitary would mean fewer attachments. It seems necessary to go to the core area of the extreme north. Hu Yuxin should be almost here too, right? Goody flew towards the core area of the extreme north. The weather became increasingly cold along the way, and even as he transformed into Diga, Goody felt a hint of chill. Here, it wasn't just the frigid weather. Goody also sensed an extremely terrifying aura nearby. It was the aura of a 100,000-year soul beast. In the extreme north, the number of 100,000-year soul beasts was even greater than that in the Stardow Forest. After all, the survival conditions here were too harsh, and very few humans dared to venture deep into the extreme north. Reluctantly, Goody suppressed his aura to a minimum. His body also transformed to the size of a human, changing from flying to walking. Fortunately, after transforming into Diga, he could completely conceal his human aura. In the eyes of other soul beasts, Goody was just a strange creature radiating a strong light. In this ghostly place, even the snowflakes were hard. The biting cold wind stirred the snowflakes on the ground, and those layers of ice shards were comparable to all-round soul technique attacks, and of the bullet-type soul techniques at that. Due to the extremely low temperature, sometimes the light at the horizon appeared somewhat distorted to Goody, but also had a dazzling, colorful halo that was unlike anything else, resembling the aurora. The remaining energy could probably sustain his transformation for about an hour. At this time, Hu Yimo was probably not here yet. Should he get involved when the time comes? After thinking it over, perhaps he could. But the Ice Emperor was the second ranked among the 3 kings of the extreme north. If he was unhappy, Goody estimated he would be done for. Forget it. It's better to play it safe to avoid being crushed. Goody exited the core circle and set up a tent in the inner circle of the extreme north. The core circle was completely uninhabitable. At the first sign of trouble, Goody planned to use spatial transfer to get inside. This was simply a divine skill. After staying for a day and catching up on sleep, the next day, countless old beasts were fleeing in terror. It seemed that something had changed in the core area of the extreme north. Could it be that Hu Yusin had arrived? It was indeed fast. With a transformation and a spatial transfer, Goody arrived at the core area. The vast core region of the extreme north, spanning over 10,000 square kilometers, suddenly darkened, as if it had abruptly transitioned from day to night. Thousands of soul beasts were frantically scattering, creating a terrifying sense of oppression. Even Goody felt a suffocating sensation. The one responsible for such a grand display must be that guy from the heavenly dream ice silkworm. The sky grew darker, with storm clouds pressing down, intensifying the atmosphere between heaven and earth. Goody held his breath and carefully sensed where this being emitting an aura was. It seemed to be not far from him, and Goody raised his eyebrows. It seemed that it was truly fate. Goody smiled lightly, retracting his aura to the extreme, and slowly approached the direction of Hu Yusin. Not far away, a golden figure appeared, looking exactly like Hu Yusin, but wearing Shrek's uniform. It frowned slightly. With its mental power, it could naturally sense the traces of spatial fluctuations not far from it. It seemed that an unexpected guest had arrived, and this aura was exactly the same as that strange creature it had encountered yesterday. What was it doing here? Could it be attracted by its simulated pressure? Never mind. Anyway, the thing seemed to have no hostility towards this place. Time passed minute by minute, and that strange creature stopped not far from it. The gray sky suddenly turned emerald green, like a gem. She has arrived. P.S. Finally, the end of the month is here, and this chapter is released in advance. Starting next month, I will resume 2 updates a day. Please support with recommendation votes. Please sponsor. Please bookmark. Important things are said 3 times. Starting next month, I will resume 2 updates. Finally, I have upgraded from short and powerless to just short. I have some confidence now and can shamelessly ask for support. Counting this month, since I signed a contract in the middle of the month, I definitely won't receive any manuscript fees. I only have the rewards and the money from answering the Great God's questions. The total from rewards and answering the Great God is less than 300 book coins, which converts to about 3 yuan, and after deductions, it's only 5 yuan. Tragic. However, I did receive quite a few manuscripts this month. Over 10 chapters straightens back. Now, let me talk about next month's updates. A minimum of 2 chapters daily, 1 additional chapter for every 10,000 recommendation votes, 1 additional chapter for every 10,000 bookmarks, 1 additional chapter for every 100 yuan in sponsorships, and 10 additional chapters for 1 alliance leader. No upper limit. Thank you all for your support. Chapter 27. Do you believe me? Is the Ice Emperor coming? Goody, who was lurking not far away, felt a bit excited. If the Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm was Hu Yusin's first external aid, then iLeaks was the second, and this third one must be the Ice Emperor. The Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm tricked Hu Yusin into becoming a martial soul. Following that was the conversation between the Ice Emperor and the Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm. Although it didn't feel much while reading in the previous life, the immersive feeling was simply overwhelming. Poor Ice Emperor, being plotted against by the Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm from the very start without even realizing it. Goody sat cross-legged on the ground, watching as the naive Ice Emperor gradually fell into Tianming's trap. Soon, the Ice Emperor revealed its true form. Although Goody knew that the Ice Emperor's true form was beautiful, he was still slightly shocked at this moment. It was an extremely beautiful scorpion, about 5 meters in size. The Ice Emperor had 2 colors. One was the icy snow white, and the other was a jade green. Its body had 4 layers stacked at the front, with each layer slightly longer than half a foot. The head was located at the very front layer, with its silvery mouth parts shimmering with a cold light. On the front half of these 4 stacked layers, there was a kind of special scale. No, to be precise, it should be described as a protrusion. But none of these were the most eye-catching. The most striking feature was the Ice Emperor's long tail. This long tail had a total of 5 segments, each an enticing jade green. The 5 segments were consistent in color, with the one closest to the upper body being the widest, tapering towards the back. At the last segment, the tail hook, adorned with diamond-like particles, was raised high, and the very tip was also a snow-white hook. Goody couldn't help but want to touch it, but he thought better of it. One sting, and he would be done for. Next came the performance of the seasoned actor, Tionling Ice Silkworm. Goody found himself surprisingly engrossed. After only a few exchanges, the Ice Emperor's long tail emitted a white light that pierced through the body of the heavenly dream ice silkworm. If he learned it incorrectly, scorpions should reproduce through mating, right? It seemed that shouldn't be the case, right? Forget it. He was a poor student. Then the body of the heavenly dream ice silkworm faded, and a thin layer of light membrane bound the Ice Emperor. Immediately, the Ice Emperor struggled violently, but it was still of no use. With a wave of the heavenly dream ice silkworm's hand, the Ice Emperor's body vanished. At the same time, the heavenly dream ice silkworm's own body transformed into a beam of white light and burrowed into the snow and ice below. This area was under the simulated pressure of the heavenly dream ice silkworm, and nearly all the soul beasts had already fled from this region. Goody temporarily. The extreme North Core area is colder than Goody imagined. Even with the resistance of a level 6 soul guide, Goody can still feel the bone-chilling cold. After a while, the frozen snowfield seemed to be pushed aside. A delicate white arm reached out. If it weren't for knowing that Hu Yusin was up there, Goody would probably be startled at this moment. Soon, a small head popped up, seemingly observing the surroundings. Her face was pale, and her lips were frozen purple. Before long, Hu Yusin climbed out, covered by a faint layer of light film. Goody can confirm that this guy is not wearing any clothes. Huo Yuhao has been transformed into Hu Yusin. Could it be that Tionling Banqian has some strange thoughts today? In the original work, Tionling Banqian should have liked the Ice Emperor, right? But this possibility cannot be ruled out. Hu Yusin has an extreme level of trust and belief in Tionling Banqian. She would probably still count the money for Tionling Banqian even if she was bought. However, it seems that Tionling Banqian does not have a physical form right now. But it seems she can exist in the sea of consciousness. That might be considered a spiritual presence, right? For a moment, Goody's expression became extremely strange. Goody shook his head, deciding not to think about it for now and to catch up with Hu Yusin first. Hu Yusin, who was running like crazy, seemed to sense something and turned around. A familiar, mischievous smile appeared in her line of sight. Startled, Hu Yusin shivered, lost her balance, and fell to the ground. Is he acting? Why is this bastard here? Could it be that he's stalking me? Impossible. If this guy were following me, Tionling would have noticed long ago. Could it be that he knew in advance I would come here? Goody's words echoed in Hu Yusin's ears once again. How did he know my surname is Dai? Was it really an accident that he said he was at Sea God Island that day, and now he shows up in this extreme northern place? This is definitely not a coincidence. Could it be that he is? In just a few seconds, countless thoughts flashed through Hu Yusin's mind. Yuxin. Did you not expect this? Surprised? Unexpected? Goody looked at Hu Yusin with a mischievous smile. At this moment, under the light membrane, Hu Yusin was wearing only a thin layer of underwear. It was hardly different from not wearing any underwear at all. Damn, isn't Zio Yuxin a student from your academy? How'd he end up here? Tianming Ice Silkworm shouted in Hu Yusin's sea of consciousness, looking as if it had seen a ghost. I don't know either. Hu Yusin replied softly. Looking at the wonderful expression on Hu Yusin's face, Goody felt inexplicably pleased. The frustration of the past few days was swept away. Seeing Goody, Hu Yusin looked as if she wanted to say something, but hesitated. I know what you want to ask, but let's escape from this core area first. Goodie said with full confidence, while Hu Yusin glanced at Goodie with a complex expression and then nodded. As they ran wildly, Hu Yusin pursed her lips and stared straight at Goodie. Goodie felt a chill in his heart. Are you from the future? Hu Yusin suddenly asked. Suddenly, Goodie let out a long sigh. It seems you already know. Godina's eyes became deep and ancient like a bonfire. Do you really come from the future? Hu Yusin suddenly became excited. It can't be true. How could he possibly come from the future? I've never heard of anyone being able to travel from the future to the past. Tianming shouted. Yusin, do you believe me? Goody's voice became unusually gentle. By some strange coincidence, Hu Yusin nodded. Let me tell you my true identity now. I am actually your husband. Goody looked at Hu Yusin with deep affection. What? X2 at this moment. Not only was Hu Yusin stunned, but the dream ice silkworm in her mind was also taken aback. This guy is actually my little Yusin's husband? For a moment, both of them fell silent, seemingly unable to accept this news. No wonder he knew about these things. How could Goody know so much if they weren't married? So, does that mean he knows about the dream ice silkworm in my mind and my teacher, Ilex, as well? Hu Yusin's thoughts became chaotic all of a sudden. Chapter 28. Completed? How infuriating. If it weren't for Tang Wudong back then, we would still be a happy couple living a carefree life. Goody said with a face full of hatred, his tone deep and hoarse. What exactly happened? Why was it Wudong? Hui Yusin asked in disbelief. Little did she know that she had completely been drawn into Goody's rhythm. The amount of information was overwhelming, and her head was almost about to explode. Suddenly, Goody grabbed Hui Yusin's hand and pulled her back. Hui Yusin was completely caught off guard and was unexpectedly pulled into Goody's embrace. Instantly, Hui Yusin's face turned red. She felt as if she were not wearing any clothes and could clearly feel Goody's intense body heat. How much have you accompanied me along the way? From meeting to falling in love, we stumbled and faced ups and downs together, overcoming difficulties, training together, and bravely fighting enemies. Goodie gazed deeply into Hui Yusin's eyes, and the innocent Hui Yusin had never experienced anything like this before, her heart racing wildly. When we became gods, you said I would become a god. Hui Yusin stammered, interrupting. With such low talent, how could he possibly become a god? With a million-year soul beast, the ice-dreaming silk moth, as your first soul ring, and the ice-blue emperor scorpion as your second martial soul, along with the necromancer Saint God Ilex as your teacher, becoming a god is just a small matter. Goodyman said nonchalantly. Brother believes it. This guy really comes from the future. The Tionling ice silkworm, who had been silent until now, suddenly spoke up. This guy has revealed all his thoughts, and he even knows of his existence. The Tionling ice silkworm does not think that a mere great soul master could detect his presence. What? Tionling bro, are you sure? Of course. The only one who can know about your existence in the sea of consciousness is that old guy, and almost no one on the continent knows. Unless you tell others about it in the future, but such an important matter should only be shared with the closest and most trusted people around you. There's only one thing I don't quite believe, and that is what he said about being your husband. However, it can be confirmed that this guy will be the most trusted and intimate person in your future. The Tionling ice silkworm analyzed it thoroughly, and the slight barrier that existed between him and Tionling ice silkworm just now disappeared. Now, Tionling ice silkworm has absolute trust in Hui Yusin. Moreover, this guy even knows what brother wants to do next. What else could it be if not from the future? Tionling bro, what do you want to do next? Hui Yusin asked curiously. Without keeping a secret, the Tionling ice silkworm shared his thoughts with Hui Yusin. He wanted to persuade the ice emperor to become his second martial soul and revealed his idea of creating a god. After finishing, Tionling ice silkworm felt inexplicably excited. That guy said that little Yusin could become a god in the future, which means his idea is feasible. This is too crazy. Hui Yusin listened in astonishment. At this moment, Hui Yusin believed everything Goodyman said. No wonder he knows everything, including her original surname Dai and the matter of Sea God Island. For a moment, Hui Yusin's mood became incredibly complicated. They communicated for a long time in the sea of consciousness, while only a few seconds passed in the outside world. Seeing Hui Yusin in a daze, Goodyman held her in his arms. Speaking of which, if Hui Yusin can turn into a girl, will she turn back into a boy in the future? Thinking of this, Goodyman shivered. It shouldn't be possible, right? Consciousness returned to her body, and Hui Yusin looked at Goodyman with a strange expression. How did I end up liking you? And why? Why did you say that if it weren't for Wu Tong, we would still be a happy couple? The last two words, Hui Yusin did not say out loud. It was too embarrassing. Gudi chuckled lightly. Does liking someone require a reason? Does it? Hui Yusin's entire fair face turned completely red. As for Tang Wudong, she likes you. Goodie said softly. We are roommates and good friends. Isn't it normal for her to like me? The innocent Hui Yusin asked in confusion. It's that kind of love between lovers. This sentence struck Hui Yusin like a thunderbolt, leaving her stunned. She likes me in a romantic way? Hui Yusin's eyes lost their sparkle. And she is the daughter of the god King Tang San. What the hell? Both Hui Yusin and Tionling Iceworm exclaimed simultaneously. Tang San? Could it be the Tang San from 1,000 years ago, the first generation of the Shrek 7 monsters? Yes, he is still the god king in the divine realm, the ruler of the divine realm. Hui Yusin's mouth dropped wide open, probably big enough to fit an apple. She couldn't believe that her roommate was actually the daughter of the god King Tang San. As for what happened next, Hui Yusin had already filled in the blanks in her mind. Goodie flies into the divine realm. Tang Wudong likes him and asks Hui Yusin to be her lover. Goodie was unwilling and was forcibly separated by the god King Tang San. In a fit of rage, Goodie sought revenge on the god King Tang San, which led to his death and disappearance. For some unknown reason, he arrived in the past. In this life, he found you and originally wanted to silently protect you. It seems you already know, so I no longer need to hide myself. I will protect you, Yusin. Goodie said softly. Hui Yusin felt a pang in her nose. No one had ever said such words to her. Over the years in the Duke's mansion, she had faced cold stares and oppression. Her mother taught her to be strong. that one could only rely on oneself. Sometimes it was exhausting, but with her mother by her side, she endured. Until her mother's death a year ago. She was on the brink of collapse. Yet the reluctance and unwillingness in her mother's eyes made her toughen up. By the way, you probably don't know my name, right? My name is Goody, Goody with the character for ancient and D. I know, Huo Yusin said softly, her eyes a bit red. When Goody first approached her, she had inquired about Goody's name. Looking at Huo Yusin, Goody herself almost believed her own words. Let's go to a safe place first. Isn't Tionling Iceworm still trying to persuade the Ice Emperor to become your second martial soul? Goody said softly, okay, it's done. Have I conquered Huo Yusin? I don't need to hide it from you anymore. In order to turn lies into reality, Gudi decided to show his transformed self to Huo Yusin. Goody took out the DivineLight stick and pressed it. A bright light flashed, and a towering 20-meter giant creature soared into the sky. It was indeed him. The Dream Eye Silkworm had anticipated this appearance long ago. When it initially investigated Goody, it found that this guy was nothing like a human. He resembled a beam of light instead. After encountering Goody in this giant form, the Dream Eye Silkworm confirmed that his aura was identical to Goody's from back in the Soul Fight Zone. If Goody at that time was a contained beam of light, then now he was a fully blossomed radiance. Chapter 29. Target Snow Emperor. Looking at the massive, silver-red-white creature before her, Huo Yusin remained silent. She hadn't expected that the one she encountered earlier was Goody. Goody extended his hand towards Huo Yusin, looking at the huge, silver-white palm in front of her. Huo Yusin jumped up without hesitation. Flying consumed more energy than spatial transfer. So to save energy, she chose spatial transfer decisively. The pure white circle beneath her feet emitted a soft glow. In the next moment, Goody's enormous body vanished between heaven and earth. In the outer region of the extreme north, a relatively safe place, a white circle gathered on the ground, radiating white light from the bottom up. Godina's massive body suddenly appeared between heaven and earth. Such a large spatial transfer. Wow, even the guys from the Stardew Forest probably couldn't do this. This is simply the power of a god. Tionling Iceworm said excitedly. Moreover, this is not a soul skill. It seems like another kind of power. And with Godina's current aura, he looks almost like a soul king. The fact that a soul king can use this kind of spatial power that spans nearly hundreds of thousands of kilometers signifies something. As long as Godina doesn't want to die himself, it's hard for others to kill him. Huo Yusin gasped. She was no longer the naive girl she once was. After nearly a year of study, she understood what this meant. Looking at her palm, Huo Yusin, Godina suddenly had a mischievous idea. Taking advantage of Huo Yusin's inattention, he directly reverted from his transformation. Huo Yusin, suspended in midair, suddenly plummeted down. In a panic, she used her hands and feet to grab something. Plop! Huo Yusin fell straight to the ground. The snow on the outer ground of the extreme north was not thick and falling from a height of 20 meters. While it wouldn't be a big deal for a great soul master, was enough to feel pain. However, why did it not hurt at all? Huo Yusin looked at Godina beneath her, her face flushed as she quickly got up. Pervert! How is this being a pervert? I will be your husband in the future. Goody smiled wickedly. I never said that. Huo Yusin murmured in protest. Yusin, what are you saying? I didn't say anything. Goody had a wicked smile on his face, but in his mind, he was thinking, what the hell, is this really a strategy? No way. I'm done. Do I have to take responsibility? If I don't, I'll be a scumbag, and if I do, what if I end up becoming a man in the future? Wouldn't that make things even harder? Forget it, I have to finish what I've started, even if it means crying through it. Damn. Goody is starting to admire himself. If it were his past life, he might even win an Oscar. UXIN, get ready. Merging with the Ice Emperor Scorpion isn't that simple. I'll protect you. Goody suddenly became serious, gently stroking Huo Yusin's hair. After asking the Dream Eye Silkworm in his mind and receiving confirmation, Huo Yusin nodded. She closed her eyes and immersed herself in the moment. After a while, Huo Yusin opened her eyes, which were now shining with a golden light. A ball of golden light emerged from the center of Huo Yuhao's forehead and floated into the air. This golden light quickly transformed into a disc with a diameter of 1 meter. Then, another golden light emerged, revealing a small scorpion struggling inside, seemingly unwilling to submit to oppression. That was the Ice Emperor, the Ice Blue Emperor Scorpion. Next came a time for the Dream Ice Silkworm to show off. And Goody and Huo Yusin watched with great interest. When emotions ran high, it even dragged Goody into the mix. Look, little D comes from the future. He witnessed little Yusin becoming a deity. The Dream Ice Silkworm excitedly pointed at Goody. Little D? Goody exclaimed. The Ice Emperor turned to look at Goody, and his voice instantly turned cold. Dream, Do you think my intelligence is that of a 3-year-old? How could anyone come from the future to the past? Even a god can't do that. To be precise, I am here with the memories of the future, having returned to my past self. In the future, I will become a deity, and Yusin will also become a deity. This is destined to happen. Goody said with an imposing demeanor. The Ice Emperor clearly did not believe Goody's words, as Goody's strength was too weak in front of her. It seems you still don't believe what I'm saying. In fact, I came here not only to protect Yusin, but also for another purpose. Goody spoke slowly. Until now, he even called you Xin in a smooth manner. What is the purpose? The Ice Emperor instinctively asked. It's similar to coming here with you, Xin. The heavenly dream Ice Silkworm came to create a deity, and I'm also here to forge a martial soul, to create a deity with my innate talent. My goal is the Snow Emperor, the leader of the 3 great kings of the extreme north, the Snow Emperor. After saying this, the atmosphere suddenly fell silent. The Snow Emperor, little D, I admire your courage. The heavenly dream Ice Silkworm silently gave a thumbs up, which didn't actually exist. This is no longer boldness, it's courting death. The Snow Emperor's time of reckoning is approaching. During this 700,000-year calamity, if the Snow Emperor fails to transcend and chooses to be reborn, and later unfortunately gets captured by humans, you know what would happen if an embryo of a 100,000-year-old beast fell into human hands. Goody decided to share part of the plot he knew. This way, from a different perspective, it could better illustrate that he really came from the future. The plot hadn't deviated too much yet, and he wasn't sure if the Snow Empress had been reformed. Anyway, saying this would help him deceive the Snow Empress into getting a few more helpers, making it easier to act. Hee. The Ice Emperor fell silent instantly. She now believed that Goody was from the future. She also knew that the Snow Empress's time was running out, and this information couldn't be leaked, which meant, after a long silence, the Ice Emperor's brown eyes turned to Goody. I believe you. Next to them, the heavenly dream Ice Silkworm quickly seized the opportunity and began to speak with his silver tongue. The killing intent emanating from the Ice Emperor diminished significantly. Soon, the Ice Emperor yielded to the overwhelming presence of Huo Yusin. The temptation of immortality was too great. Living was better than dying. After that, things went pretty much like in the plot, except with an observer like Goody added in. A day later, in the core area of the extreme north, within the Snow Empress's territory, 2 sneaky figures avoided one massive soul beast after another. Speaking of which, why are we being so sneaky? I could just release my aura to attract the Snow Empress and then negotiate with her directly. Goody looked at Huo Yusin with some confusion. You are being disrespectful. By the time you say a word, you might get crushed by the Snow Emperor. Huo Yusin didn't speak. Her voice directly appeared in Goody's mind. At that moment, Huo Yusin's appearance underwent a significant change. Her previously slender body became more voluptuous. Her aquamarine eyes became deeper, and her blue hair gained a hint of green, making her look much more beautiful than before. The only unfortunate thing was that Huo Yusin had put on clothes. P.S. The system malfunctioned and released the following chapter. Chapter 30, The Snow Emperor. Snowflakes danced in the air, dyeing the entire world white. The 2 of them silently moved forward in this icy and snowy landscape. Throughout the day, Huo Yusin kept asking Goody what would happen in the future. In response, Goody used the excuse that knowing too much about the future would negate its unpredictability and remain silent. If he were to reveal everything he knew, it would likely disrupt the plot. Goody struggled to recall the plot regarding the Snow Empress. It seemed that in the original work, the Snow Empress really disliked humans and had a very bad temper, especially during bottleneck periods, which was similar to the few days women experience each month. It's fine anyway. With the Ice Emperor around now, I don't believe it. If the heavenly dream Ice Silkworm can succeed in deceiving, then I should be able to do it too. Goody thought to himself. However, when Huo Yusin fused with the Ice Emperor, it was so painful, and that was nearly 700,000 years of the Snow Emperor. It's okay if all the divine light rods are absorbed. But after this incident, it's hard to tell what kind of earth-shattering changes will happen in the future plot. It originally seemed to be for the Snow Emperor, and then Ilex sacrificed himself. I wonder what kind of results the changes in the early plot will lead to. However, Huo Yuhao being transformed into Huo Yusin is already the biggest change. Goody had a bit of a headache, so he decided to let things take their course. Are you the soul of ultimate light, Goody? Asked Huo Yusin. Sort of, but it's a level higher than ultimate light. If the owner of the ultimate light soul is the son of light, then I am the true light. Goody said with a smug expression, your teacher, Ilex, is the son of light in their world. In that realm of pure light, he is referred to as the Son of Light, but true light is anything but pure. It encompasses destruction and rebirth. The end of light is darkness. Don't ask Goody how he knows this. He has read thousands of novels in his past life. What an interesting little guy, lacking any sense of righteousness, yet favored by all of light. Does true light contain destruction and rebirth? The phrase "the end of light is darkness" sounds familiar. Ilek's sage voice echoed in Huo Yusin's mind. However, Huo Yusin seemed to have not heard Ilek's words, as she was lost in thought about how much she loved Goody in her past life to tell him everything. At this moment, the 12-year-old Huo Yusin was also somewhat confused about the concept of love. Almost there, the Ice Emperor's voice resonated in Huo Yusin and Goody's minds. Without needing the Ice Emperor to say it, Goody had already seen her. On the snow-capped mountains dozens of kilometers away, the figure of a young woman appeared. With Goody's vision, he could clearly see that the figure resembled a human. She appeared to be a girl of 17 or 18, with long, pure white hair cascading down her back to the ground, and sky-blue eyes that seemed ethereal and transparent, as if they could see through everything in the world. Her slender body was flawless, and although her white dress had no embellishments, it radiated elegance. Just a glance into those sky-blue eyes made Goody feel an immense pressure, almost causing his whole body to tremble as if he were being gazed upon by the entire icy world. In the next moment, the figure of the Snow Empress vanished from view. A cold, ethereal voice echoed in their ears. How did these two weak humans manage to evade the soul beasts outside and safely arrive in the core area? The aura on you, is that Ice's aura? The Ice Emperor appeared behind Goody, and a cold sweat broke out on Goody's forehead. Before it could even drip, it was frozen into ice shards. Snow Girl. Huo Yusin's blue eyes turned into a vivid green as her Ice Emperor, Scorpion Martial Spirit, was released. Ice, how could you deign to inhabit a human body? The Snow Empress was taken aback. From earlier, she seemed to sense that the Ice Emperor's aura had weakened, but she never expected it was because he had taken residence in a human body. The Ice Emperor sighed and briefly recounted the events. After they exchanged a few pleasantries, the Snow Empress turned her gaze to Goody. Human, you are quite bold to have struck at my head. The Snow Empress looked coldly at Goody, who appeared fearless. You want me to become your martial spirit? What right do you have? The Snow Empress gazed at Goody with a proud expression, even though it was a tempting offer that stirred her heart. As the foremost of the three kings of the extreme north, the true ruler of the extreme north, she had her own pride. To put it bluntly, she was Tsundere, clearly intrigued but turning it around to question his qualifications, even knowing her end was near. The Snow Empress was unwilling to lower herself to seek help from human. In the future, I will become a god. Is that qualification enough? Goody lazily said that he had long seen through the essence of the Snow Emperor. To put it bluntly, you won't be able to survive this great tribulation, and then you choose to restart. But when you choose to restart, someone will capture your embryo back. Do you know how important a 100,000-year soul beast embryo is to a person? Even if you later give up on restarting, some empires have already developed things that can suppress soul beast embryos. Even if you have incredible strength, it would be useless. At that time, what choice do you have? Self-detonation, to perish together with them. Even if Yusin, who happened to pass by, temporarily saved your life, it is only temporary. Do you know what happened afterward? What happened? The two women asked in unison. Goody smiled indifferently, picked up a lump of snow from the ground, and swallowed it. He then continued, later, your snow pill went out of control and almost killed Yusin. The Sky Dream Ice Emperor even burned his spiritual source in an attempt to suppress your raging snow pill. But it was of no use. In the end, if it weren't for Alex sacrificing himself, you all would have died. However, even with Alex's assistance, you still ended up dead. Goody spoke eloquently, hitting the nail on the head regarding the Snow Empress. The Snow Empress fell silent, and so did Huo Yusin. At this moment, Huo Yusin's eyes had returned to their normal blue color, but they had lost their luster, likely having retreated into her sea of consciousness. You need to think carefully. I'm here to give you a chance at rebirth. At this point, Goody's expression changed, becoming incredibly sharp, as if he could see through everything. He exuded an aura of looking down on the world. However, inside, he was extremely nervous. Damn, this was a bit too much. Goody felt a twinge of regret. If the Snow Empress got angry and slapped him, wouldn't he be finished? However, as the saying goes, great fortunes come with great risks. The bolder a person is, the greater the rewards. After a long while, the Snow Empress broke the silence. How can I trust you? She indeed planned to become human again, even intending to help Binger before that. She didn't want to die, and she certainly didn't want to drag Binger down with her. Although Goody's words allowed her to be on high alert, the opponent was a cunning human. She didn't have that confidence. Chapter 31. Being deceived into a pirate ship. Moreover, the future wasn't something she could change on her own. Apart from this human who claimed to be able to become a god, it seemed no one else could help her. Sure enough, Goody smiled slightly at the corners of his mouth. What he said was a mix of truth and lies. Anyway, the Snow Empress would never die in the future. But who knows? Besides himself, perhaps that fox, Yimo, might know. Anyway, he planned to trick the Snow Empress onto the pirate ship, and once she was on board, there would be no way for her to leave. Just based on my memories from the future, and since Yusin is my wife, I have no reason to deceive you. When Goody said this, his eyes were incredibly sincere. The Snow Empress did not speak, but turned to look at Huo Yuhao. I believe him, came the Ice Emperor's voice, filled with certainty. Hearing Goody's earlier words and thinking about the Snow Woman dying in the future made her feel a tightness in her chest, almost on the verge of breaking down. She didn't want the Snow Woman to die, absolutely not. The only way to save the Snow Woman might be this person who could become a god like Yusin in the future. All right, I believe you. If you dare to deceive me, even if it means self-destruction, I will drag you down with me. The Snow Empress was not a hesitant person. She immediately made her decision. Gudi smiled faintly. Absolutely not. The tone was very firm. However, inside, he was extremely overjoyed. He had finally tricked an external aid over. It wasn't easy. So what should we do next? Xue inquired. It's the same principle as with Bing-Di. Become a martial soul, and then merge. However, Xue, you're different. You can attach your divine soul to the source, and then seal it onto the martial soul. Soul first, then bone in a ring. Goody said calmly. What the hell, I'm going all out. Seeing Huo Yuhao in agony while merging with the Ice Emperor really made me anxious. But what is the return for the risk? With Goody's current physique and the suppression of the DivineLight staff, it should be fine, right? In fact, Goody isn't very confident about making it through. After all, it's a soul beast that has existed for nearly 700,000 years, ranked third among fierce beasts. He, being less than a great soul master, could be easily obliterated by the Ice Emperor with just a casual soul power. Goody placed all his hopes on the light stick. After all, that thing was a bottomless pit, continuously absorbing sunlight without pause every day. Goody can be sure that the energy he uses for transformation is definitely less than half of the energy absorbed by the DivineLight stick every day. Even Goody himself does not know how much energy is stored in that DivineLight stick. Goody silently prayed in his heart, hoping that the Godlight stick wouldn't be picky. Looking at Goody's confident demeanor, Snow Empress felt an inexplicable sense of reassurance. In the eyes of Snow Empress, Goody's physique was definitely outstanding. Ever since awakening the Godlight stick, Goody's body had been tempered every day. However, my mental strength is too weak at this moment. If an unexpected situation arises, I would have to rely on the 3 in Yusin's mind. Goody turned to Huo Yuhao and said, it's okay. There's still 3 hanging here. I don't believe you will have an accident today. Huo Yuhao remained silent, staring intently at the Snow Emperor, as if they were communicating something. After a while, the Snow Emperor withdrew her gaze. There's no time to waste. Let's start now. All right. As soon as the words fell, a brilliant ice blue light flashed in Goody's mind, as if to freeze the entire sea of consciousness. A bone-chilling cold swept through Goody's body. His body was temporarily controlled by the Snow Emperor, as it minimized the risk under her control during the fusion. Under the influence of this ice blue light, Goody's crimson eyes were dyed ice blue. A beam of ice blue light shot out from Goody's eyes like lightning, directly striking the Snow Emperor's body. In the next moment, the Snow Emperor's figure disappeared and suddenly appeared in front of Goody. That exquisitely beautiful face made Goody unable to look away. At this moment, the divine light rod that had been obedient in his body suddenly stirred. A gentle light surged from bottom to top into Goody's sea of consciousness. Goody's previously restless heart became extraordinarily calm. Holy crap, could this be the legendary Sage mode? Goody quickly dismissed these distracting thoughts. At this moment, daring to lose focus would be seeking death, right? The next moment, the Snow Empress opened her arms and embraced Goody. This was not an enjoyment. The extreme coldness almost sent Goody to the heavens. In the next moment, countless icy blue breaths surged into Goody's consciousness, forming a terrifying storm. The entire golden consciousness was on the verge of collapse under this blue storm. His whole body was also enduring the onslaught of the icy blue soul power. An unparalleled pain. It felt like his soul was being torn apart. Goody gritted his teeth and endured painfully. The entire Snow White world had changed, with blue skies painting this whole white realm. His original clothes were completely torn apart. Even the level 6 soul guide shattered under the terrifying soul power and extreme cold. Not far away, Hu Yimo blushed, but did not turn her head. Damn, this is simply unbearable for a person. Damn it, I'm gonna die. Every time Goodie's consciousness began to blur, the divine light stick would automatically emit a soft glow. It invigorated his mind. Perfect. Then he continued to endure the torment. Truly a fate worse than death. A trace of surprise flashed in the once proud eyes of the Snow Empress. This willpower is truly terrifying. Humans are indeed the most gifted race. Even with a little of her soul power, an ordinary person would have burst apart long ago. Yet this guy can actually hold on. The ice blue soul power crazily washed over Goodie's body, his internal organs, bones, veins, and even his blood. Goodie's originally ancient wheat-colored skin turned into an icy blue, with black blood oozing from the 7 orifices, but almost the moment it emerged, it was frozen into ice shards. Damn it. If you don't save your master will be done for. Goodie shouted at the divine light stick inside him. However, the other party ignored him completely, comfortably nestled within Goodie's body, unaffected by the icy blue soul power washing over it. At this moment, a snow-white object resembling a pill floated out from the Snow Emperor's forehead. The snow pill, the source of the Snow Emperor's essence and power. Goodie could clearly sense the earth-shattering aura emanating from that snow-white object, making his heart race. Fortunately, most of the energy had already been sealed by the Snow Emperor. But even so, Goodie could still feel its terror. After gently touching Goodie's forehead, it entered his consciousness sea. At that moment, the originally fragmented consciousness sea quickly started to repair itself. The divine light rod, which had been shrinking within his body, finally showed signs of movement. The divine light rod vibrated violently and spontaneously opened, just like when it transformed. However, what Goodie did not expect was that along with the explosion came an extremely terrifying energy. This terrifying energy was actually comparable to the energy contained within the Snow Emperor's snow pill. Chapter 32. The Great Crisis Approaches. Seeking recommendation votes. Seeking donations. This is going to cause trouble. With this terrifying energy, the divine light rod surged upward from his dantian into Goodie's consciousness sea. The Snow Emperor naturally sensed this terrifying energy, whose purity was not inferior to her own source power. How is this possible? How could a weak human possess such immense energy? The Snow Emperor found it hard to believe. She had previously investigated Goodie's body and found a vast amount of energy, but it was nowhere near this enormous. Damn, humans truly are no good. They dare to deceive her. The Snow Emperor instantly became furious and wanted to activate the snow pill to completely destroy Goodie's consciousness sea. Don't move, trust me. Goodie's voice echoed through the fragmented golden sea of consciousness. Do you believe in yourself? You, a human, actually hide such immense energy. If there were no ulterior motives, why would you conceal this vast power? The Snow Emperor gritted his teeth and said, if I had any intentions, I would have acted the moment you sacrifice your Snow Dan. Why would I wait for you to bring the Snow Dan into my sea of consciousness? Goodie said, unhappily. Then what's with your massive energy? As soon as the Snow Empress finished speaking, the radiant divine light staff illuminated the entire sea of consciousness. The ice blue aura completely retracted, gathering around the Snow Empress's snow core. The fragmented sea of consciousness was rapidly repairing and expanding. The sensation of that repair and expansion nearly made Goodie moan. What pure energy! The Snow Empress's snow core transformed back into her original form, and her ice blue eyes sparkled with brilliance. The light emitted from this thing was actually nourishing her snow core. If she could have received the nourishment of this entire energy beforehand, what would she have to fear from the mere thunder? Unfortunately, there was no turning back once she offered her snow core. Suddenly, a strange change occurred. The radiant divine light staff transformed into a towering giant, covered in light, as if it could support the entire sea of consciousness. The aura emitted by that giant was like that of ancient gods and demons. Just looking up at it nearly suffocated the Snow Empress with its terrifying pressure. However, Goodie felt differently. He could clearly sense his own touch extending to the giant, as if the giant were him. And wasn't that giant just Digga? At that moment, Goodie felt his own strength surge to an extreme point, giving him an illusion that he could destroy the heavens and extinguish the earth with a mere gesture. Both righteous and wicked, both light and dark. Perhaps this was the true form of Digga. But wait, wasn't Digga only 63 meters tall in the setting? And not that strong? That's right, Diga seemed to be the strongest dark warrior of ancient times. Looking up at Diga from his own body, Goody could barely see the legs. Outside, the Snow Empress's body seemed to have faded a lot, but at her head and torso, ice blue light flickered. Originally, it could only bring one soul bone after 100,000 years, but the Snow Empress was actually able to bring two. Moreover, they were the most precious head and torso soul bones. However, Hu Yusin did not focus on this. He was captivated by the strange phenomenon in the world. The originally ice blue sky was flashing with dazzling white light, a strong layer of white light forcibly driving the clouds away. The radiant sun shone on the core area of the extreme north. How many years had it been since the core area of the extreme north had seen the sun? It snowed heavily all year round, and the entire sky was covered by clouds. But the phenomenon did not stop. The sun, hanging high like fire, descended at an incredible speed. Night fell. This night was so real that even the stars in the sky could be seen clearly. Then, night also ended at an incredible speed. The sun rose again. Night and day alternated back and forth. This was simply a miracle. Hu Yusin watched in astonishment. While at that moment, Goody's body was alternating between ice blue and orange light. If one looked closely, they could also see faint black. The ancient deity's dantian vibrated. It was a long sword, hidden at the deepest part of the dantian. The long sword had intertwining golden and black patterns, with a very broad blade that appeared to radiate a bright aura, yet was filled with darkness. The only flaw was that the tip of the sword was broken, as if it had been forcibly severed. At this moment, the long sword hidden deep within the ancient deity's dantian seemed to respond to a call, breaking free from the dantian and rushing straight into the ancient deity's sea of consciousness. Goody was completely unaware that he was currently immersed in the exhilarating sensation of a sudden surge in power. He wanted to control Diga, but found that he could only sense that this towering Diga was one with him, and he had no way to manipulate it. Suddenly, Diga moved on its own, extending its enormous finger and gently pointing towards the direction of the Snow Emperor. A golden beam of light, as if breaking through space, instantly appeared before the Snow Emperor. There was simply no way to resist it. The beam of light left a small dot of light at the center of the Snow Emperor's forehead, but it quickly vanished. The Snow Emperor cast a complicated glance at Goody's original form not far away. In the blink of an eye, a long sword appeared in the sea of consciousness. It circled around Goody in the sea of consciousness, the long sword slightly vibrating and producing a crisp sound. This was. Goody regained consciousness and looked at the long sword surrounding him with some surprise. Why did this sword feel so familiar? He must have seen it somewhere. But no matter how hard Goody thought, he couldn't recall where he had seen this long sword. Forget about it. It seemed like he had done something to the Snow Empress just now. At this moment, Goody could feel the connection between him and the Snow Empress. Looking at the towering Diga, Goody felt a sense of emotion. It turned out he still had a significant backing. In the inner circle of the extreme north, a purple-haired youth was roasting fish with a girl. A handsome boy and a beautiful girl formed a peculiar scenery in the extreme north. Not to mention in the inner circle of the extreme north, even in the outer circle, starting a fire in the extreme cold was very difficult. Yet he could still live and roast fish. As if sensing something, the purple-haired boy glanced towards the inner circle of the extreme north, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Soon this smile froze. Ouch, 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 Sister Zishin, be gentle, my ears are going to break. The purple-haired boy complained, as his ears were being pinched by the girl. Oomph. I felt that your gaze towards her was off back in the starry forest. And now you've been following her for so long. Tell me, do you like her? The pink-haired girl said fiercely, her hands still moving as if spinning 360 degrees. Soon, the purple-haired boy let out a scream that sounded like a pig being slaughtered. How could I possibly like her? You have to believe me, Sister Zishin. Chapter 33. Quickly marry her. Oomph. The pink-haired girl released her grip, picking up a freshly roasted fish. Besides the fish, there were also ice silkworms on the grill. The meat of these ice silkworms was exquisite, and the crispy texture after roasting was even better. It was a rare delicacy. No wonder the heavenly dream ice silkworm was once used as rations. The pink-haired girl tore off some fish meat and started to eat it with great relish, not forgetting to tear off some and hand it to the purple-haired boy. By the way, we didn't come here just to follow her, right? The pink-haired girl asked. Hearing this, the purple-haired boy rolled his eyes. Sister Zishin, with your strength, you should have known about the changes happening not far away, right? Not far away. Could it be that two terrifying forces are intertwining? This wouldn't be related to that Hu Yusin, would it? Not her. Then it must be the person next to her, right? Yeah, such a massive light element. It's probably only he who possesses it. the purple-haired boy said lightly. Looking at the scene of day and night alternating in the distance, his charming purple eyes suddenly went blank, as if trapped in an unpleasant memory. It's the second time. I didn't expect the place of rebirth to still be this world. Everything feels so familiar. But the most precious thing I have already lost. What meaning does another life hold for me? Is that person he mentioned this guy? He has already come to this world. I don't understand why he wants to resurrect himself once again. Wouldn't it be better to let me be completely abandoned? After eating, the purple-haired boy patted the girl's head. We should go. Are we not going to continue following? No need. Okay. The purple-haired boy untied the gourd hanging at his waist. He twisted open the cap and started drinking the liquor in large gulps. Stop drinking. The pink-haired girl stepped forward and snatched the wine bottle, looking at the purple-haired boy seriously. Young Emperor, you're still too young. You're not allowed to drink. The purple-haired boy chuckled silently. Who else would remember his real name? Yimo. In the core circle of the extreme north at this moment, Goody and the Snow Empress's fusion had progressed to a critical step. Fusion of soul bones. The pain endured during this process was definitely not much less than before. Moreover, it was the fusion of the head bone and the torso bone. At this moment, the Snow Empress, whose body was somewhat ethereal, suddenly opened her eyes wide, and her head and torso emitted a brilliant blue light that enveloped Goody. The Snow Empress was the most noble existence in the extreme north, the daughter of this land. Born from the essence of the world's spiritual energy. The soul bones transformed from the Snow Empress's body contained the most refined part of her energy. Goody could only withstand a small portion of the energy. If he absorbed too much, he would likely explode. However, the next moment, his body directly hit his own face. Using himself as a vessel, he crazily absorbed the energy contained in the soul bone, with most of the energy being absorbed by the DivineLight stick. That's right. It was absorbed by this thing. At this moment, the towering giant formed by the DivineLight stick had returned to the size of the DivineLight stick. It was still shaking while absorbing, seemingly disdainful of the energy contained in the soul bone. Didn't you say you would absorb it all? The Snow Emperor lay in Goody's sea of consciousness, squinting his eyes, looking quite pleased with the energy being fed back from the DivineLight stick. Complaints aside, the pain Goody was experiencing did not diminish at all, and even intensified due to his body crazily absorbing the energy contained in the soul bone. Soon, Goody gradually got used to this pain. Strange, why has his willpower become so strong? Goody was thinking that he had endured great pain before. Although he had the help of the DivineLight staff, even the most resilient person would break down after such repeated suffering. He was surprised that he was able to hold on. Goody does not consider himself to be the kind of man with a will as hard as steel. Could it be that because he has died once, his soul was tempered during the journey? It seems to be the case. Nearly 5 hours have passed, and the strange phenomena in the world had already ceased after the first 3 hours. A gust of wind swept across Goody's face, but he remained motionless, his short black hair nearly blown into an explosion-like shape. At this moment, the body of the Snow Emperor had vanished without a trace. Goody opened his eyes, and his originally crimson gaze turned into a pure ice blue, just like the Snow Empress. Soon, that hint of ice blue faded away, returning to its normal appearance. Goody straightened up and leaned towards Huo Yuhao. The latter was quick and caught Goody in time. However, her originally fair little face was almost completely flushed at that moment. Nevertheless, her situation was not much different from Goody's before. Since they had both seen each other, Huo Yuhao felt a bit less shy. The fusion continued, but Goody finally couldn't hold on any longer. The rest was left to the DivineLight stick and the Snow Empress, as he simply couldn't bear it anymore. Even with a strong will, there are times of fatigue. The cold wind was still biting, and large flakes of snow covered the endless ice field. Deep in the ice field, a pair of men and women were sleeping in an embrace. An icy blue light formed a circle around them. This was the experience of a year, a brush with death, and an experience worse than death. This world was too dangerous. He wanted to go home. However, he didn't know if it was because the DivineLight stick absorbed soul power too aggressively, only leaving him some residue. But his soul power only broke through to level 1. At this moment, Goody felt like cursing. However, after that incident, his relationship with Huo Yuhao advanced rapidly, and this little girl almost came every day. Goody. At the door, Huo Yuhao excitedly waved at Goody. Behind her, Tang Wutong glared at Goody, her eyes almost spitting fire. She couldn't understand how a single vacation had brought their relationship so far. Seeing Yuhao in love, she felt even more frustrated. Glancing at Tang Wutong behind Huo Yuhao, Goody felt a headache coming on. Could it be that he was just casually mentioning it? And Tang Wudong really liked Hu Yusin in that way. In the original work, they were indeed like that, and he didn't expect this almost modified Douluo Continent to be the same. He had already noticed the orange light emanating from Tang Wudong. By the way, did I tell Hu Yusin all this, and she didn't ask anything when she went back? Since the morning after returning to Shrek, Goody had been observing the behavior of the two. There was no difference from before. This was strange, although he wanted to know what had happened between them. Goody was smart enough not to ask. "Human, do you like this human?" A sudden voice startled Goody. The Snow Empress's words were full of teasing. "Of course. She will be my wife in the future. How could I not like her?" Goody replied confidently. "All right, then you hurry up and marry her. Later, I still want to marry Binger." One sentence left Goody petrified. Chapter 34. Competition. Goody just remembered that in the original work, it seems that the Snow Empress and the Ice Emperor were originally the same person. Cough, cough. However, later on, the Ice Emperor successfully became the master after being favored by the heavenly dream Ice Silkworm. Then, in the end, the Snow Empress was also attracted to the original Huo Yuhao and became his partner. But now, with his involvement, plus Huo Yuhao turning into Huo Yusin, and at this moment, the Snow Empress has already become his martial soul. That series of events will no longer happen, meaning the opportunity for the heavenly dream Ice Silkworm to turn the tables is completely gone. In summary, it means that the Snow Empress's Yuri attributes are very difficult to turn around. Goody fell silent. "Hey, what's wrong with you?" Huo Yusin waved her hand at Goody, her beautiful blue eyes blinking as she looked at him. "It's nothing, just thinking about something." Goody came back to his senses and smiled, saying, "The one who suffered the most is the heavenly dream Ice Silkworm. It probably ends up with nothing in the end, and it will also be greened by the Snow Emperor. By the way, don't you need to learn how to forge soul guides?" Goody asked. Compared to Hu Yusin's hard work studying knowledge about soul guides every day, he felt like a bit of a slacker. From time to time, he practiced a bit. And by the way, Ing Dang and Qing Qishir's deaths didn't seem to bother Shrek at all. That's right, because they had gone with Goody. And if only Goody returned alone, the Academy would definitely suspect him. So Goody told a lie, saying they encountered a group of soul beasts, and unexpectedly, Shrek just treated it lightly. What Ing Dang mentioned above, perhaps there are spies in Shrek too. Just thinking about it made him a bit fearful. "I am now a level 2 soul master." Huo Yusin raised her head slightly, seemingly waiting for Goody's praise. "Impressive." Goody rubbed Huo Yusin's head, and it felt nice. Damn it. Tang Wudong was watching with her eyes wide open in anger. She hadn't even had the chance to do that yet. That bastard. "Calm down. I must stay calm." Tang Wudong slapped her own cheek. What was wrong with her? Why was she so impulsive? This wasn't like her. Could it be that she had developed feelings for Yusin? Watching Huo Yusin laugh and talk with that bastard, an inexplicable anger surged in her heart. She really wanted to beat that bastard so badly that he couldn't take care of himself. She seemed to have a strong sense of possessiveness toward Huo Yusin. It seemed that she really liked Huo Yusin. Tang Wudong instantly became conflicted. Goody, who was secretly observing Tang Wudong, shook his head repeatedly. Girls were truly strange, getting so angry one moment and then looking at him with such deep inner turmoil the next. Having become a level 2 soul mentor and having the Ice Emperor as Huo Yusin's martial spirit, it seemed that the martial spirit system and the soul guidance system were about to stir up trouble. No matter, that had nothing to do with him. He could just continue to develop in a shady manner. After chatting with Huo Yusin for a while, the two of them prepared to head to the cafeteria. Tang Wudong gritted her teeth and hurried to catch up. She forcibly intervened in the conversation between Huo Yusin and Goody, and Huo Yusin glanced at Tang Wudong with a complex expression. That fleeting gaze was still caught by Goody. The atmosphere suddenly fell silent, and they went to the cafeteria to eat before parting ways. Goody vaguely felt that he was about to break through again. A few days later, in the beast fighting arena, unlike the usual quietness of the arena, today it was packed with people, bustling with excitement. This was the assessment for first-year students to advance to the second year. Goodie sat in the audience, quietly watching Huo Yusin's assessment. If I'm not mistaken, Dai Huabin had another bet with Huo Yusin and the others. Yes, the kind where the loser has to kneel and apologize. There is no doubt that Huo Yusin won. Afterwards, Dai Huabin, with a flushed face, knelt down and apologized to Huo Yusin. How humiliating. Goody felt a bit of sympathy for Dai Huabin. He knew that losing the match this time had already pushed Dai Huabin to the edge. Tang Wudong glanced in the direction where Dai Huabin had left, curling her lips. When she was about to leave, she noticed Goody on the competition stage. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. Sensing Tang Wudong's malicious gaze, Goody quickly made his escape. The daughter of the God King Tang, San was not someone he could provoke, at least not now. As for being cowardly or not, he thought, this is called being cautious. While self-comforting, he ran towards the door. When he reached the entrance, a beautiful and familiar figure was already waiting there. He didn't know how Tang Wudong got there so quickly. She had actually arrived at the entrance of the beast fighting area before him. What do you want? Goody clutched his chest, retreating in fear as if he were a delicate young woman facing a lecher. Tang Wudong, suppressing the urge to rush forward and give him a good beating, smiled at Goody. I want to compete with you, to test our scores. No, I refuse. Goody refused without a second thought. Even though it was a match with no suspense, he didn't want to compete. Getting involved with the female lead had too many uncontrollable factors, and besides, she currently harbored hostility towards him. To take a step back, if Tang Wudong developed a deep hatred for him due to losing badly, but couldn't defeat him, and then had self-destructive thoughts because he took away Hu Yusin, it would be terrifying to think about. At that point, Tang San, being protective of his daughter, might even come down with a clone to beat him to a pulp. That's right. The shameless Gudi had already considered Hu Yusin as his own. Are you scared? Afraid to compete with me? Tang Wudong glanced at Gudi with disdain. Huh, a low-level provocation. Gudi looked disdainful. Tang Wudong sneered at his clenched fist. Haven't you fallen for the trap? Dare to compete? If I win, you can't make any intimate gestures towards you Xian anymore. And what if I win? Just as Gudi finished speaking, he wanted to slap her. Wasn't this exactly falling into Tang Wudong's trap? If you win, I won't stop you in the future. Tang Wudong raised her head, looking proud. No, refusa. How is that fair to me? Winning or losing means nothing to you. Tang Wudong thought for a moment, and it did seem like it was all disadvantageous to him. Then what do you want? If you lose, you have to agree to one thing for me. Goody looked at Tang Wudong with a sinister expression. What's up? Tang Wudong replied with a wary look, mimicking Goody by crossing her arms and shrinking her neck back. What are you thinking? Do I look like that kind of person? Goody's expression was disdainful, radiating a sense of righteousness. Don't worry, it's something within your capability. Tang Wudong stared at Goody seriously for a while. Finally, gritting her teeth, she said, all right, I'll bet with you. I can't believe that a person like you, who just lounges around all day, can beat me. With an angry expression, Tang Wudong turned around, unaware that behind her, Goody was wearing a sly smile. You think you can compete with me, young one? You're still too inexperienced. Chapter 35. The Unquestionable Assessment. Wudong. Hey, why does your face look so bad? Just after getting back at Dai Hua Bin, Hu Yusin came running over, feeling quite pleased. It's nothing. Looking at Hu Yusin's cute face, Tang Wudong secretly vowed to drive away this guy Goody. Not seeing Tang Wudong respond, Hu Yusin ran over to ask Goody again. What else can I say? She wants to compete with me. Goody shrugged. What? Is Wudong going to compete with you in something? Hu Yusin had a bad feeling. Compete in what? Of course it's the test scores. After Goody finished speaking, he walked towards the beast fighting area. It's over. I guess Wutong is going to lose badly this time. A wry smile appeared on Hu Yusin's face. The previous matches of Hu Yusin had already cleared the area. Goody arrived at the competition venue, and, at this time, the referee had already received Goody's assessment and conveyed it to the higher-ups. Class 4, Grade 2 Goody. Goody said faintly, I choose the highest level assessment. The 1,000-year soul beast. What? A 1,000-year soul beast? The referee was taken aback. He had reviewed Goody's information and knew that he was a 2-ring soul master, recognized for having low combat power as a support soul master. Yet he wanted to challenge a 1,000-year soul beast alone. In response to the referee's doubts, Goody confirmed once again. In fact, he had wanted to challenge a 10,000-year soul beast, but unfortunately, the 10,000-year soul beasts raised by Shrek were extremely rare and could not be used for assessments. As for the 1,000-year soul beast, before merging with the Snow Emperor, he had no idea how many he had killed. A cold aura emanated from the beast enclosure. It was a large snake covered in black scales, radiating a chilling presence. This time, his opponent turned out to be a spirit phantom python. How fortuitous. The last time he went to the Stardoe Forest, he had enjoyed a delicious snake meal. Unfortunately, this was a snake raised by the Academy, and he couldn't kill it. Goody glanced regretfully at the spirit python, which felt a shiver run down its spine. A 1,000-year soul beast already possessed a certain level of intelligence. It couldn't shake the feeling that this human's gaze seemed familiar. Wasn't it the same look it had when hunting its prey? How dare a lowly human consider itself as food? Hiss, the spirit python hissed, enraged, and its massive body quickly charged out of the beast's circle. In an instant, the spirit python was within 10 meters of Goody. Goody yawned, too lazy to even use his martial soul. Silver, purple, and red light covered his right arm as he delivered a powerful punch to the massive snake head that had been bothering him. With a loud bang, the Lingyu snake was sent flying, tumbling in the air before crashing down. Back in the extreme north, his body had been nourished to an extremely powerful level by the blood energy of the Snow Emperor. And combined with the constant tempering of his body by the DivineLight stick, Goodie's physique had become as formidable as that of a spirit beast. With the enhancement of strength, it could be said that Goodie was now like a humanoid tank. Ahem, I digress. The Lingyu snake lay half dead on the ground, and the entire venue fell silent. The only one who seemed calm was Yen Xiaozhe, sitting at the judge's table, sipping tea, while his mind was racing with countless exclamations. Originally, after Hu Yusin finished her assessment, he intended to leave, but upon seeing Goodie, who piqued his interest, he decided to stay and observe for a while. A single punch to take down the Lingyu snake? This talent must be recruited into the Shrek martial soul department. How could this be? Tang Wudong's eyes lost their luster as she murmured to herself, wearing an expression similar to that of Dai Huabin just moments ago. Wasn't he an auxiliary soul master? Who could tell her that an auxiliary great soul master could actually take down the Lingyu snake with a single punch? If it had been in the past, everyone would have laughed at this, but now this joke was happening right beside her. Suddenly, Tang Wutong regretted it. She shouldn't have agreed to Goodie so hastily. Now Goodie's score would definitely surpass hers, and with Hu Yimo and Hu Zixin already enough to discourage her, now there was also Goodie. On the competition stage, Goodie suddenly lay down, panting heavily, seeming as if he had exhausted all his strength. Yen Xiaozhe, the match referee, participating teachers, observing students. This performance is just too fake. In reality, Goodie felt quite embarrassed. He had originally planned to control the fight and go for 300 rounds before taking down the Lingyu snake. However, he mismanaged his strength and ended up defeating it in one hit. Although the Lingyu snake was not as weak as the previous 3,000-year spirit beasts, its strength was not far off. Unable to help but give the Lingyu snake some face, he decided to pretend to be exhausted. But this certainly wouldn't fool the group of big shots on the competition stage. Human, your acting skills are quite lacking. Do you think those powerful humans are 3-year-old children? The Snow Emperor, who was in the sea of consciousness, couldn't help but scoff. What do you care? Goodie said irritably. Just then, Du Weiland's voice rang out. The assessment for Goodie is over. After evaluation, Goodie has scored 150 points, passing with full marks. The other students were in an uproar. Tang Wudong had a bitter expression on her face. It seemed she had lost more than she gained. A teacher came down from the stage, cooperating with Goodie to help him up. As he was leaving, Goodie gave Tang Wudong a meaningful glance. Until they exited the assessment area, the teacher looked at Goodie with annoyance. Still pretending? Do you really want me to help you back? How could I trouble the teacher? Goodie stood up straight. Teacher. Soon, Goodie returned to the dormitory, but was invited over by Wu Bing. Yen Xiaozhe offered Goodie a superior treatment to entice him to join the core disciples of the martial soul department. Without any hesitation, Goodie chose to join. The rewards were too tempting for Goodie to refuse. Later, Hu Yusin approached Goodie. Without needing to guess, Goodie already knew why Hu Yusin came to find him. It was simply to ask what the bet was between him and Tang Wudong. Ever since that assessment, Tang Wudong had been frowning all day. Hu Yusin, feeling sorry for her, came over to ask Goodie. Goodie naturally wouldn't hide it, since it's not a big deal anyway, so he told Hu Yusin everything honestly. After listening, Hu Yusin's expression became complicated, as if she was struggling with something. Yusin, how do you plan to handle the situation between you and Tang Wudong? Gudi suddenly asked. I don't know. Hu Yusin lowered her head, tugging at her clothes. Damn, could it be that Hu Yusin has also fallen for Tang Wudong? I think we need to correct Tang Wudong's feelings, Goodie said seriously. Correct what feelings? The emotionally clueless Hu Yusin asked. The idea that she likes you. How do we correct that? If we make her like someone else, wouldn't that eliminate the thought? No, Hu Yusin almost blurted out. Soon, she froze again. Why not? Chapter 36. Heaven helps me, it's over. Hu Yusin has completely fallen for Tang Wudong. Looking at Hu Yusin, Goodie had already guessed most of it in his heart. Why not? Although he knew in his heart, Goodie still pretended to know nothing on the surface. I don't know. Hu Yusin lowered her head even further. Human. It seems your future wife has fallen for someone else. The Snow Empress's gloating voice echoed in Goodie's mind again. I know without you saying it. Goodie really wanted to roll her eyes at the Snow Empress in the sea of knowledge. But on the surface, Goodie sighed sadly, looking as if she knew everything. Do you like Tang Wudong? This question exploded in Hu Yusin's mind like a thunderclap. Do I like Wudong? Do I really like Wudong? From the moment they first met, They were not only roommates, but also teammates. After that, they fought together, trained together, and helped each other. She had helped her a lot. When did she start to like her? I knew it. What was meant to come would eventually come, and I couldn't avoid it. Gudi sighed softly, as if he had known all along. Did you know I would fall for her? Huo Yuhao widened her beautiful big eyes. Of course. I'm your future husband. How could I not know? Gudi rolled his eyes and said irritably, that's it. He's completely immersed in this role. Can you tell me what will happen to Wu Tong in the future? Huo Yuhao blushed and lowered her head very low. I really can't say another word about the future. You have to understand that the future is uncontrollable. Even a small error in a detail can trigger a chain reaction, especially for someone like you, the son of dawn. Gudi silently added a sentence in his heart. Is that so? Huo Yuhao withdrew her gaze in disappointment. As if unable to bear seeing Huo Yuhao disappointed expression, Gudi spoke again. But I can tell you, Tang Wudong died later. Gudi hesitated for a long time over the last few words, and Huo Yuhao was almost straining to listen. When she heard those 3 words, her face instantly turned pale. Did you kill Wudong? It wasn't me. Gudi's words were firm, but Huo Yuhao felt as if her strength had been completely drained. If it weren't for Gudi's quick reflexes in holding her, she would have likely collapsed to the ground. Her mind began to fill with thoughts. A series of experiences. Wudong desperately trying to stop them from being together, and then they ended up together anyway. The heartbroken Wudong took some crazy actions, ultimately leading to her demise. And finally, the god King Tang San, in a fit of rage for his beloved daughter, killed Goodie. What should I do? Lifting her head, Huo Yuhao looked at Goodie with tears in her eyes. Seeing Huo Yuhao pitiful appearance made Goodie's heart ache. After being feminized, Huo Yuhao really had changed a lot. A flash of inspiration crossed Goodie's mind. Perhaps there was a way. This all started with us. Yuhao, I have a solution. It just depends on whether you are willing or not. Gudi suddenly became serious. What should we do? Since you are unwilling to let Wu Tong like someone else, what if we make her fall for me instead? Gudi had an expression that seemed to say he was willing to sacrifice himself for you. After developing feelings for you, Huo Yuhao was momentarily stunned, but soon her eyes sparkled with renewed brightness. Then she lowered her head, seemingly deep in thought. Before long, Huo Yuhao raised her head again and stared intently at Gudi. All right. Wow, she really agreed. Gudi was almost stunned. He thought that Huo Yuhao would refuse or question him about something. Wow. Gudi wouldn't know that Huo Yuhao actually felt a twinge of guilt in her heart. That's right. Huo Yuhao believed Gudi's nonsense and had now placed herself in the role of a wife. For him, it was a great pain to let someone who liked him pursue others, especially when that person was someone who would eventually harm Gudi. But for her own sake, Gudi actually, thinking of this, Huo Yuhao felt both touched and guilty. However, Gudi did not think this way. As the saying goes, pretending to be happy for a moment can lead to a funeral later. It was too difficult to make Tang Wudong fall in love with him. And if she really fell in love with him, it would be even harder. Just thinking about Tang San, that devoted father, made Gudi shiver. Moreover, in the future, if Huo Yuhao turned back into Huo Yuhao, will he be the one who betrayed Tang Wudong, or would she? Just then, while Gudi was slightly lost in thought, Huo Yuhao lightly pecked his small face like a dragonfly, touching the water. Although she suddenly broke free from Gudi's embrace and ran away, covering her flushed face. Not bad. Humanity has taken another step closer to Yuhao. The voice of the Snow Empress rang out at the right moment, her ethereal and pleasant voice filled with teasing. Why is she called Yuhao, but I'm just called humanity? It just rolled off the tongue. Goody. This reason is very strong. Suddenly, he missed the Snow Emperor's spirit described in the novel, which was portrayed as so cute. Why does his own have a proud queen's face all day? No comparison. No haram. Forget it. The fruit you planted must be eaten, even if it's with tears. In the following days, Huo Yuhao would come to Goody's side from time to time, and the two would discuss how to make Tang Wudong like them. Due to the almost heavily modified Douluo Continent, where the male lead has become a female and the female lead has given up on cross-dressing, and being in the same dormitory, the two were aware of each other's private matters. Huo Yuhao almost told Goody everything about Tang Wudong's private affairs without holding back. Meanwhile, the person involved was completely unaware that she had been thoroughly bought out by the person she liked. The Academy's Martial Soul Department and Soul Guidance Department even held a Sea God Pavilion meeting to compete for Huo Yuhao. However, the final result was similar to the original work, with Huo Yuhao being ranked as a core disciple in both the Martial Soul Department and the Soul Guidance Department. Soon, it was time for the annual Shrek treasure auction. On this day, Huo Yuhao excitedly looked for Goody with a red invitation. Goody also received a red invitation. This treasure appreciation conference is specially designed for Shrek Academy. However, it is also tiered. This event is specifically set for the core disciples of Shrek. Originally, Hui Yusin was not very happy to receive the invitation, but Tang Wudong was very interested and insisted on bringing Hui Yusin along. Hui Yusin only agreed to go after hearing that they could buy on credit. Moreover, Hui Yusin felt that this was an opportunity, a chance to ease the situation between Goodie and Wudong. Goodie rested his chin on his hand. If he remembered correctly in the original story, after the Treasure Appreciation Conference, Hui Yusin and the others would be ambushed. However, this could also be an opportunity. Perhaps this chance could be used. Goodie's eyes lit up. Truly, heaven helps me. Chapter 37. Thinking Differently. Shrek, as one of the most prosperous cities in the central Douluo Continent, was bustling during the evening. At this moment, Shrek City was holding a treasure appreciation conference, making the already lively city even more boisterous. After an hour, Goody arrived at the north gate of Shrek, which was closer to the treasure appreciation conference. Tang Wudong and Hui Yusin had been waiting for Goody there for a while. Yusin, is the person we're waiting for really him? Tang Wudong's expression was somewhat stiff. Yes. Hui Yusin nodded understandably. The latter looked displeased and shot a fierce glare at Goody. Hey, you still owe me a favor, someone reminded. TCH got it. Tang Wudong, keep my word. As long as it's within my ability and not that kind of thing, I can help you with anything. After speaking, Tang Wudong shot another glare at Goody. Goody was skeptical, but inwardly he silently cursed, thinking that even if you cried, your father wouldn't be able to save you. Soon, a group of people arrived at the location of the treasure pavilion as indicated on the map. The treasure pavilion itself was a large store that dealt with various items related to soul masters and soul mentors. From a distance, the treasure pavilion was a massive building with 4 floors, towering over 20 meters high. The building itself occupied a significant area, and its exterior was resplendent, resembling a treasure bowl. The splendor exceeded Goody's imagination. Although he had known that the treasure pavilion was luxurious, he never expected it to be this extravagant. It shouldn't even be described as luxurious. It was simply a display of wealth beyond measure, especially the 8 young ladies in front of the treasure pavilion. These clearly were the receptionists, looking to be only 17 or 18 years old, with sweet appearances and slender figures. Their long skirts concealed their lower bodies, but their upper bodies were bare-shouldered, with their full chests tightly wrapped, revealing obvious cleavage. Their fair skin, under the backdrop of the treasure pavilion's dazzling architecture, appeared even more graceful. Even Goody, with his composure, couldn't help but be mesmerized. Soon, a cry of anguish escaped Goody's lips. A sharp pain shot through his right waist, and he instinctively looked to the right, where he saw Hui Yusin staring expressionlessly at the group of young ladies. Goody, whose body emitted a strong aura of righteousness, seemingly looking down on these ordinary women. He raised his hand to block in front of Hui Yusin and said seriously, Yusin, don't look, don't be led astray. Tang Wudong, Hui Yusin. Before they reached the entrance of the treasure gathering pavilion, one of the 8 girls at the door had already stepped forward with a faint smile. She stood beside the 2 and respectfully asked, Are the 3 soul masters here to attend the treasure appreciation meeting? The group, led by Goody, took out their invitation cards and handed them over. After the girl looked at the invitation, her smile became even softer. 3 soul masters, please follow me. As she spoke, she made a gesture to lead the way and walked ahead. Clearly, even among the core disciples of Shrek Academy, it was rare for someone as young as Goody and his group to attend the Treasure Appreciation Conference at the Treasure Pavilion. With Goody's extraordinary abilities, if it weren't for his insufficient cultivation and qualifications, entering the inner courtyard would definitely be a sure thing. Upon entering the Treasure Pavilion, Goody and Hui Yusin were left speechless. How magnificent! The entire hall was shimmering with golden light, illuminated by an extremely beautiful crystal chandelier. On both sides of the hall stood 2 rows of girls. Although Goody's family was also quite extravagant in this world, it seems somewhat insignificant compared to this. Tang Wudong remained relatively calm and didn't embarrass herself like Goody and Hui Yusin. Welcome, esteemed guests. The girls on both sides suddenly bowed in unison. Goody nodded slightly, indicating that he was someone who had experienced great storms and waves, and his adaptability was extremely strong. In contrast, the 3 people behind him were startled by the luxury of the place. Such extravagant venues were not places ordinary people could come to. Although none of the 3 were ordinary people, it was their first time here. In just a moment, Goody and his group had walked past the corridor filled with beautiful women. The girl in the white dress guided them up the golden staircase to the 2nd floor of the treasure pavilion. The 2nd floor was much quieter compared to the first. It appeared somewhat chaotic inside, but everything was placed in the most reasonable and prominent positions in each exhibition area. Each exhibition area was covered with huge crystal glass domes. Different items were displayed on the stands inside. The girl in the white dress stopped, carefully introducing the treasure pavilion to Hu Yimo while leading the way toward the west side. Following her, everyone's attention was occasionally drawn to the exhibition areas nearby. Soon, Tang Wudong was captivated by one of the exhibition areas and pulled Huo Yuhao along. In that exhibition area, there was unexpectedly a soul bone. This soul bone was a golden red color, and it was actually suspended in the display area. It appeared to be a bone from an arm, with 5 slender finger bones pointing upward, each fingertip emitting a faint golden red glow. Not only did they notice the soul bone, but almost everyone passing by would also take notice. Moreover, the exhibition area containing the soul bone was at least twice the size of other exhibits, and the huge crystal dome amplified its golden red glow, making it shine brilliantly. It suits me perfectly. Tang Wudong looked at the soul bone with some excitement, and Goody couldn't help but glance at it as well. Want it? Let us buy it later, Goody said lightly, his expression extremely dismissive. After all, he wasn't short on money. Having kept a low profile these days, he had accumulated hundreds of thousands of gold soul coins as pocket money. Furthermore, after becoming a core disciple, his father had directly transferred 500 gold soul coins to his card. Buying a soul bone was more than enough for him. However, considering his talent, he thought it should at least be a red card, and then he could get the soul bone, right? Huo Yuhao looked at Goody in surprise, not expecting him to say that. This was a soul bone, after all, worth nearly tens of millions of gold soul coins. Huo Yuhao felt even guiltier inside, wondering how much she had to sacrifice for Tang Wudong to like her. Yuhao, I've covered your 7th level soul guide map as well. Don't be polite with me. Being polite with me is like being rude to me. Goody saw through what Huo Yuhao wanted at a glance, wearing a look of indifference. Huo Yuhao couldn't refuse and could only nod silently, feeling a warm current surge within her. They continued to follow the girl in the white dress, walking nearly 100 meters before they reached the end on the west side. Below the long counter, there was a light strip glowing with a crystal yellow light. The soft light flowed out from below, not glaring, but full of texture. The girl in the white dress led them to the left side of the counter, and immediately a girl inside the counter stood up and respectfully said, "Hello, 3 soul masters. Please fill out an evaluation form. We will calculate the amount you can owe within a few minutes." Soon, the results of the 3 people's evaluations came out, and Goody's mouth twitched as he took a purple card. This was not what he had expected. Chapter 38. Can't run? Boom. The aura of Goodie suddenly surged. The people around him looked at him with extremely strange expressions. It's nothing, just a temporary breakthrough, just a small matter, no need to pay attention. Goodie said. The crowd, they make breaking through level sound as easy as drinking water. Tang Wutong bit her lip, looking at Huo Yuhao and Goodie, the wealthy landlord. She really wanted to trick Goodie once, but she was too shy. She still owed Goodie a favor, and she inadvertently sabotaged his relationship with Huo Yuhao. Unexpectedly, the girl in white began to introduce the red card and purple card to Goodie and the others. Seeing the surprised expressions on Huo Yuhao and Tang Wutong's faces, Goodie looked disdainful. What is the big deal? It's just a red card, huh? Does Goodie seem like someone who would be so calculating? Hey, Goodie, why does your face look so bad? Oh, it's nothing. I just thought of some embarrassing things about Dean Yan. What? Huo Yuhao and Tang Wutong were both shocked. Before Huo Yuhao could ask, Goodie leaned closer to her ear. Yuhao, I'll give you all my money. You go get the red card and spend it. Goodie is a shrewd businessman. Although he can be extravagant at times, he still can't afford to waste millions easily. Huo Yuhao, understanding Goodie's meaning in an instant, nodded repeatedly. The 3 continued walking, and just like in the original story, Huo Yuhao discovered the ancient whale glue, which Goodie also found. However, this whale glue was of no use to Goodie, whose physical body was already incredibly strong. The pitiful 100,000 gold soul coins in Zika's overdraft balance couldn't buy anything good here. With Huo Yuhao red card, she could take any one item, and she took the soul bone of the Radiant Earth Dragon King for Tang Wudong. Goodie initially planned to buy it himself, but in the end, Tang Wudong insisted, and it became clear that he couldn't. If Goodie wanted, he could even enhance the quality of the Golden Earth Dragon King soul bone. After all, who is Goodie? His soul power is even more extreme than the ultimate light, so improving the quality of the soul bone is not difficult. However, this would consume too much of the energy stored in the DivineLight stick. The amount of energy currently being used is too little. After experiencing the extreme north, Goody is very clear about the energy contained within the divine light stick. Damn, with so much, why can he only use a portion of the energy? Moreover, the energy used after transforming is still limited. While Tang Wudong and Huo Yuhao both obtained satisfactory items, Goody was left empty-handed, either finding things unsuitable or not useful at all. Goody was casually browsing the exhibits. Soon, his attention was drawn to a display. It was a beautiful crystal with strange patterns, exuding an indescribable beauty and peculiarity. The blue crystal emitted a soft glow around it, which made one feel very comfortable. However, when Goody stepped closer to take a look, his brows furrowed. The price of his crystal was 15 million soul coins. Oh my goodness, that's almost double the price of soul bone. Is there really a crystal that expensive? Goody couldn't help but take a look at the introduction, which was very short, just a few brief words. This is the heart of the cold meteorite from beyond the heavens, containing mysterious energy and elements, capable of nurturing and strengthening the soul, making it an excellent material for refining weapons. This is much more expensive than a soul bone. However, the more expensive something is, the better it tends to be. Goody lowered his head and thought for a moment. After buying the blueprint for the 7-level soul guide and the quick whale glue, he still had over 9 million gold soul coins on him. With Huo Yuhao red card giving him a 40 discount, he could still afford this item. He summoned the previous white-clothed girl. I'm sorry, esteemed soul master, but this item has already been purchased, the white-clothed girl said awkwardly, pointing to a purple figure not far away. Goody took a closer look and was surprised to find it was Hu Yimo. At that moment, he was holding a red square object that deeply hurt Goody's eyes. It was also a red card. Huh, isn't that Hu Yimo? Did he come to this treasure hunting event as well? Huo Yuhao looked in the direction of the girl in white and couldn't help but be astonished. What kind of person is Hu Yimo in your class? Goody looked at Huo Yuhao and asked, I don't know. He's a very mysterious person. He's very strong. When I fought him with Wu Tong and the others before, he was really like a monster. His 2 teammates didn't even move, and he took us down all by himself. However, I encountered him before in the Starry Forest, and he helped me out. It's strange. Even though it was our first meeting, I always felt like I've seen him somewhere before. You should know this best, right? Implicitly, you come from the future. Shouldn't you be the clearest about this? I don't know. I haven't seen this person before. Goody shrugged his shoulders. What? Huo Yuhao's complexion changed dramatically. What are you talking about? Tang Wudong was completely confused, watching the two of them looking so intimate, her heart filled with resentment. They walked out of Shrek City with a sense of fulfillment, but Huo Yuhao couldn't feel happy at all. Why did Hu Yimo want to help her? What was that feeling of DJVU all about? Only that person named Hu Yimo probably understood. Just when Huo Yuhao was feeling troubled, the voice of the dream ice silkworm suddenly rang out. Yuhao, be careful of the killing intent, it's targeting you. Meanwhile, in Goody's mind, the voice of the Snow Emperor also echoed. Someone wants to kill you. Be careful. This person is very strong. The Snow Emperor said with a wary expression. A few Soul Emperors? Don't panic. Soul Emperor, do I need to remind you? That person who wants to kill you is likely close to the strength of a title Douluo. Heh, isn't just a title Douluo? Gudi said with a look of disdain. He turned a glance at Huo Yuhao, then at Tang Wudong. The 3 exchanged glances, and it was clear that they all knew what was going on. Run. Goody let out a loud roar, and the godlight stick suddenly appeared in his hand, instantly transforming into the human-sized Diga, which then quickly shifted into agile form. With one arm holding Huo Yuhao and the other lifting Tang Wudong, he exploded with terrifying speed towards the north gate of Shrek City, not forgetting to send out a distress signal. The 2 weaklings were running too slowly. Their opponent was a title Douluo, and it was estimated that he could crush them with just one hand. Could they escape? A man in red stood silently in the air, exuding a terrifying aura all over his body. However, it was being restrained by the man, and probably only Goody and his group could sense the horror within. Could they not escape? Goody smiled. Just now, running was to create distance, so he wouldn't be slapped to death before he could release his skills. Chapter 39 felt strange. With spatial transfer in place, unless he died along with his opponent, it would be hard to die. Besides that red-clothed man, there were 3 soul saints, 1 soul emperor, and 2 soul kings. Such a big lineup. This definitely doesn't resemble a novel where only 1 soul emperor shows up. A white halo gradually rose beneath Goody's feet, emanating a soft glow. Not far away, the man in red remained incredibly calm. He unexpectedly encountered someone even more arrogant than himself. Just wait. I'll go back and bring reinforcements, and I'll make sure to take you down. Goody thought fiercely to himself. Wait for me. I will definitely come back. In the next moment, the three figures of Goody disappeared without a trace. However, almost at the same time, Goody's body appeared in front of the man in red. Goody, Hu Yuxin, Tang Wudong, a decent spatial soul skill, but unfortunately your strength is too weak. If you were just a bit stronger, you might have been able to escape. The man in red looked at Goody, who had transformed into Diga, with great interest. He had a soul skill that perfectly sealed off his space. So even some top-tier powerhouses couldn't use spatial distance to rescue, as their speed would be greatly reduced. In this time, eliminating 2 great soul masters and a soul venerable would be an easy task. Just now, his spatial seal had almost been broken by this strange soul master with only 2 rings. A soul master with only 2 rings could actually use the power of space? How interesting. Unfortunately, he had no interest in these secrets. If Goody could sweat after transforming into Diga, then his back would definitely be soaked with cold sweat right now. The man in red acted decisively, without a word of unnecessary chatter. On him, yellow, purple, black, 9 soul rings lit up. One of the black soul rings glowed, and one of his arms transformed into a giant hand, slamming down hard towards Goody and the others. Dealing with a great soul master who was like an ant in the eyes of a titled didn't even require a soul skill. A casual punch would probably be enough to obliterate them. Moreover, if a titled Douluo exerted their full strength, it would definitely alert the strong ones in Shrek City. And at that time, they would probably not escape their fate. This guy simply didn't play by the rules. Boom! In an instant, the area within 1,000 miles collapsed by a layer, with a deep handprint left at the center. Not far away, 6 men in black hiding in the bushes exchanged glances. What should we do? What else can we do? Let's go. It has nothing to do with us. Can they survive in the hands of a titled Douluo? That's true. Goody was directly knocked back into human form, lying in the deep pit, with Hu Yuxin and Tang Wudong beneath him. It was almost considered the full power of a titled Douluo, and Goody was surprisingly able to survive, thanks to the resilience of DG's body. Puffed. Goody spat out a mouthful of blood, splattering it on Hu Yuxin and Tang Wudong's faces. Tang Wudong was completely unaware. She was only slightly injured, but still fainted from the impact. Hu Yuxin, on the other hand, remained conscious, as her willpower was extremely strong. At this moment, she was crying and holding Goody tightly. She realized that it was Goody who had protected her, and she had hardly been harmed at all. The moment the titled Douluo made his move, Ice Emperor and Dream Eye Silkworm also acted, and it could be said that they were completely unscathed. Snow Emperor, aren't you going to make a move to help me? Goody quietly asked in his mind. Just now he was almost slapped to death. How I wish I could help you. But right now the Snow Dan hasn't fully merged with the martial spirit. If I use my own source to help you, it will definitely trigger the chaos of the Snow Dan's soul, and the overflowing soul power could instantly explode my body. The Snow Empress said helplessly. In fact, she thought that the thing called the DivineLight stick would autonomously protect her, but she was mistaken. Except for the moment when she and Goody merged and unleashed that extremely massive energy, at other times, even when Goody was in life and death danger, it wouldn't act. Was it trying to leave it all for her to solve? It's okay, I still have that thing in my mind, right? Go ahead and use it. Even if the sky falls down, that thing will hold it up. Goody said, half dead. Upon hearing this, the Snow Empress rolled her eyes in Goody's mind. She was afraid that the thing would consume her source power. Last time it was lucky that it absorbed the soul power of her body instead of her source energy. However, since Goody said so, she didn't need to hesitate anymore. If Goody died, she would also be doomed. Outside, the man in red looked at the 3 of them in surprise. As a titled Douluo, how could 2 2-ring soul masters and 1 3-ring soul master survive in his hands? Terrifying. If they grew to become titled Douluo in the future, what kind of power would that be? Thinking of this, the man in red even felt a trace of fear in his heart. However, they still had to die at his hands. They absolutely could not live. The man in red flashed to Hu Yuxin's side. Once again, he swung a fist, containing terrifying soul power that almost caused the space to tremble. With this punch, he was determined to completely erase Hu Yuxin and Goody here. Feeling the threat of death, Hu Yuxin's eyes turned a deep green, and if one looked closely, they could see a faint hint of gold mixed in. At that moment, a pale yet strong little hand steadily caught his fist. Binger, Goody, who had been lying lifeless on the ground, stood up at some point, softly calling out. His originally crimson eyes had turned ice blue. However, it was a woman's voice. The voice was ethereal and pleasant. Donji. The man in red felt a chill run down his spine and almost instinctively opened his hand, retreating backward. Snow Woman. The Ice Empress responded gently. The Snow Empress controlled Goody's body and stepped forward, pinching Huo Yusin's chin. There is something I've been holding back, and Haven Tea told my Bing. Snow Woman. What is it? Huo Yusin asked, blushing and lowering her head. I want to marry you. Goody looked at Huo Yusin with deep affection. Enough. The man in red's face turned pale with anger. Was he non-existent? Why did these two seem like they suddenly became different people? Goody's eyes in the sea of consciousness were almost spitting fire. What does this mean? Using his own body to flirt. And it's still flirting with his own. Huo Yusin felt her face turn red in her own sea of consciousness, feeling very strange. Meanwhile, Tionling Iceworm looked at all this in disbelief. Bingdi, could it be that you? Tionling Iceworm didn't dare to continue speaking. The truth had already told him everything. His self-esteem as a simp suffered a critical hit of 10,000 points. The person he liked turned out to be a... Shut up. Bingdi coldly replied in the sea of consciousness. Chapter 40. Impolite. Interrupting others while they are speaking. Don't you know that it's very impolite? Human. Goody looked coldly at the man in red. His icy, emotionless gaze seemed to be looking at a corpse. Human? A soul beast? Could it be a soul beast that had been reincarnated as a human? No. If it were a reincarnation, this guy's aura couldn't be hidden from him. He was an ordinary human. Soon, the man in red dispelled his distractions. The urgent matter should be dealing with the inexplicable person in front of him. Goody's ice blue eyes became serious, and the next moment, he raised his right arm, pointing his finger to the sky. A miraculous scene unfolded. Suddenly, a strong orange-golden light burst forth from Goody, and the second soul ring at his feet shone brightly. The temperature in the air dropped at an incredible speed, almost instantly plummeting to minus 200 degrees. Moreover, this range covered the entire outskirts of Shrek City. The Snow Empress had bestowed 4 golden-orange soul rings upon Goody. But now Goody's cultivation was too weak, causing 2 of them to remain hidden. This soul skill of the Snow Empress was called Ice and Snow Cold Day Dance. Even the title Douluo in red could not help but shiver at the extremely low temperature. In the outskirts of Shrek, all the clouds and moisture in the sky seemed to become part of his power. Under the effect of this powerful domain, they continuously transformed into piercing cold winds and snowflakes the size of goose feathers, sharp as knives. The seemingly fragile snowflakes in the air exhibited terrifying attacking power. In this extreme cold, the snowflakes swept past the red-clad man, igniting sparks. This showed their immense power. At this moment, the golden-orange light behind Goody shone brightly, and a stunning girl suddenly appeared behind him. Her gaze was so clear and deep blue, and her exquisite beauty was none other than the Snow Empress herself. The noble elegance of the Ice and Snow Lady was fully displayed. The beautiful girl overlapped with Goody, the two merging into one. Still, it was that stunning girl. In the next moment, the Snow Empress moved. Although Goody was not controlling it himself, he could still clearly feel how light he had become. In this white world of ice and snow, it felt as if he had become one with this realm. From an outsider's perspective, they would see a stunning girl dancing gracefully in this icy expanse. The Ice Empress's embodiment, Huo Yusin, couldn't help but be mesmerized. In North Shrek City, a purple-haired boy wearing sunglasses lay on a golden sofa, crossing his legs, holding a wine glass, leisurely watching everything unfold. The red-clad man's expression turned extremely ugly. Someone he had originally viewed as insignificant, like an ant, was unexpectedly unleashing power equal to his own. If he didn't resolve this quickly, once the reinforcements from Shrek arrived, he would likely be finished here. A quick battle was necessary. The red-clad man's expression hardened as his seventh soul ring suddenly lit up. A roar that echoed through the heavens and earth erupted. The red-clad man transformed into a gigantic red wild boar, exuding a chilling, murderous aura. This startled the powerful beings within Shrek City. Upon seeing the rescue signal, Ma Shao's expression changed. The true form of the martial soul was still at the title Douluo level. The energy fluctuations from both sides were clearly at the title Douluo level. She could not participate in such a high-level battle. After all, those were genuine title Douluos. What was happening here? At this moment, the outskirts of Shrek were shrouded in a layer of icy fog. Feeling the extreme cold here, the evil fire within her seemed to be suppressed. There was no need for her to return for help. A battle between title Douluos was enough to alert the powerful beings within Shrek Academy. In the icy fog, the red wild boar was covered in layers of flames, and faintly, there were signs of the fog being dispelled. In the sky, a massive fire-colored energy was condensing, like a meteor descending to Earth. Ice and fire counteract each other. When one side reaches its extreme, it can restrain the other. Unfortunately, the red-clad man was far from reaching that extreme. Suddenly, all the howling winds and snowstorms abruptly froze in a way that was hard to describe. In that instant, it seemed that time and space had come to a halt. Every snowflake was suspended in the air, and all the cold winds were instantly still. A hand was raised high into the void. A deep blue longsword, seemingly formed from ice crystals, appeared out of thin air in the Snow Empress's grasp. Before the red-clad man could see what the longsword looked like, the Snow Empress's hand holding the sword had already slashed down. The deep blue light traced a fan-shaped shadow in the air, transitioning from deep blue to light blue and finally to white. The terrifying sword light left behind cracks in the air, as if all the air had congealed into ice and was then sliced apart. The Emperor's sword, unparalleled in ice. Far above North Shrek City, the purple-haired boy slowly uttered these 6 words, his tone tinged with nostalgia. The red wild boar was almost instantly frozen by the ice-blue giant sword, followed by a neatly cut opening. The red wild boar split into 2. The now halved red wild boar shrank at a visible speed, ultimately transforming back into the original red-clad man. The red-clad man opened his eyes wide, a straight crack running down his face. This battle should come to an end. A voice came from behind the purple-haired boy. He did not know when a golden-eyed boy had appeared behind him. His eyes were bright, emitting a dazzling light like gold in the night. "It's you," the purple-haired boy replied indifferently without turning his head. "You have been reborn too. If you, Hu Yimo, can be reborn, why can't I?" The golden-haired boy said with a hint of mockery. "Oh," Hu Yimo replied nonchalantly, his face behind sunglasses showing no signs of emotional fluctuation. "It's strange that your memory wasn't erased. Isn't your memory also intact? Who could erase the memory of Hu Yimo?" His tone was filled with confidence. The atmosphere fell silent instantly. "Have you merged with him?" "Yes." "How long have you been here?" "More than half a year." "That's a year faster than last time." Hu Yimo chuckled lightly. The golden-haired boy fell silent for a moment, then continued, "I want to take her away." "Take her away? Where to?" "Just like last time." "Are you taking her to die?" Hu Yimo scoffed. "Since we're reborn, enough." Hu Yimo interrupted. "You have no right. You can't even protect your own woman. So what right do you have to take her away?" Chapter 41. The Fox Emperor of Qingxiu. "You have no qualifications at all. However, do you think you have a right to say that? A person who needs his woman to protect him until death has no right to make such claims." The golden-haired boy wore a faint smile on his face, as if mocking. Boom! A terrifying killing intent suddenly erupted from Hu Yimo, the coldness of his killing aura almost suffocating. How many lives must be slaughtered to possess such overwhelming killing intent? Under the oppressive aura of terror, the golden-haired boy's knees gradually bent, almost touching the ground. Lying on the sofa, Hu Yimo quietly took off his sunglasses, revealing a pair of beautiful purple pupils that, at that moment, held no trace of emotion. However, the golden-haired boy did not show the expected expressions of fear or terror. Any living being would tremble under this dense, almost tangible killing intent. Yet, he showed no fear at all, instead staring directly into Hu Yimo's eyes. After a long while, the terrifying killing intent surrounding them receded like a tide. "I have no right. I have already failed enough, so I will not tolerate any further failures." Hu Yimo stood up, gazing at the dissipating ice mist in the distance. "You are too weak, regardless of whether you are reborn, no matter how fast you act. You are still weak. What can you do by taking her away now? Fly far away? Don't be foolish. In the end, it's still death. No matter how hard we tried last time, the outcome remained unchanged, right? Being reborn is not a second chance for you. No one will give you an opportunity. Since our rebirth, you and I have been mere pieces on a chessboard, and pieces will eventually be discarded." The golden-haired boy fell silent again. Their gazes intertwined. Although it was only for a brief moment, both saw each other's thoughts in their eyes. "What if I insist on taking her away?" The golden-haired boy said in a deep voice. "Then you can certainly try." Hu Yimo waved his hand. "You must understand, I am the Fox Emperor of Qingxiu. The entire Qingxiu Fox clan follows my command. Without my permission, you cannot take anyone away. Don't think that before we met, even in our past lives, she would defy my orders. Do you think she was able to leave with you back then?" Upon hearing this, the golden-haired boy tightened his fists. He knew Hu Yimo was right. He was well aware of what kind of race the Qingxiu Fox clan was. If sacrificing the entire clan could save Hu Yimo's life, then the whole Qingxiu Fox clan would undoubtedly offer their lives. What Hu Yimo said was more effective than any imperial decree in the Qingxiu Fox clan. If this had been said before he met the entire Qingxiu Fox clan, he might have regarded it as a huge joke. However, he had witnessed the madness of the entire Qingxiu Fox clan with his own eyes. Suddenly, an inexplicable sadness spread in the golden-haired boy's heart. The four words Qingxiu Fox Emperor were truly heavy. The two remained silent, quietly watching the ice mist dissipate in the distance. The strong members of Shrek had arrived. It had to be said that their efficiency was quite slow, arriving only after the fight had ended. Soon, a crowd of onlookers gathered around the scene. This time, due to the appearance of an unknown title Douluo, the entire Shrek had mobilized quite a bit of its resources. Several terrifying auras surrounded the deep pit, resembling dozens of figures. At the forefront was an extremely disheveled old man who was currently holding a greasy chicken leg. However, the surrounding teachers showed immense respect towards this old man. Several teachers lifted the three individuals from the pit. After carefully checking their conditions, they found no major issues. It's unbelievable that these three are still alive. One teacher remarked, a mere 3-ring soul master and 2 2-ring soul masters. Even the aftermath of a title Douluo's attack would be enough to turn them to dust. So surviving is truly incredible. No fool would think that these three were the ones who killed the title Douluo. The battle must have involved a powerful title Douluo. Moreover, it was a wielder of a supreme, ice martial soul. It seems to be closely related to that little guy named Huo Yuhao. After all, the meeting at Sea God Pavilion a few days ago was to compete for whether Huo Yuhao belonged to the martial soul system or the soul guide system. The two factions argued passionately, ultimately deciding that Huo Yuhao would receive full support from both systems. What does Elder Xian think? An older teacher respectfully inquired of the disheveled old man. At this moment, Elder Xian furrowed his brows, eating the chicken leg at a faster rate. He was very curious about what kind of forces these little guys had provoked to be able to afford to send a title Douluo to assassinate such a weak group of soul masters. Hearing this, the teachers began to discuss, recalling that several months ago, there had been a massive spatial fluctuation in Shrek City, suspected to be caused by a title Douluo with spatial attributes. 2 title Douluos are undoubtedly a force to be reckoned with in the Empire. Moreover, this battlefield showed signs resembling the previous spatial fluctuation. Could there be a connection between the two? Hearing this, Ma Shao was taken aback. Even with her fiery temperament, she did not dare to rashly approach the conversation of several elder figures in Shrek. Just then, an old acquaintance appeared in her line of sight. Ma Shao caught Su Sanure and, after a brief inquiry without gaining much information, proceeded to lecture him. 30 seconds later, she released the bruised Su Sanure. Satisfied, Ma Shao's gaze was quite gentle as she scanned the 3 unconscious individuals, quickly fixing her eyes on Huo Yuhao. Her primary goal for coming here was Huo Yuhao. As long as she had her, the evil fire within her would be cured, and her own strength would surely rise rapidly. With this thought, Ma Shao looked at Huo Yuhao with fiery eyes. The teachers naturally noticed Ma Shao's expression. Everyone among the elder figures in Shrek was well aware of Ma Shao's little affairs. Shao, you take these little ones back first, Elder Xian said in a deep voice. He wanted to follow the spatial fluctuations to see if he could trace the mysterious title Douluo of the space system. If they were enemies, it would be best to eliminate them early. The teachers immediately split into 2 groups, one pursuing the residual spatial fluctuations, while the other escorted Ma Shao and a group of students back to Shrek. In the distance, the 2 at the Shrek City gate took everything in. Is that the person? Their strength isn't impressive, weaker than me. The golden-haired boy rested his chin on his hand, thoughtfully observing the crowd from Shrek. Chapter 42. A strange day. He has quite a few tricks up his sleeve. At least in terms of overall strength, he can easily defeat you, Hu Yimo said lightly. True. After all, he stole a trick from Huo's tricks. His style is just like yours back in the day. But while others only took one, you basically took them all. Huo Yuhao's life has been quite miserable, and he has to endure bullying from this big demon king. The golden-haired boy teased maliciously. Ha! Hu Yimo rolled his eyes. I don't know who joined Shrek Academy back then, only to be so enchanted by Huo Yuhao that they nearly rushed towards him. Oh no, at that time Huo Yuhao had already turned into a girl. So was he really rushing towards a guy? You bastard. How was I supposed to know back then? You tricked me into thinking Huo Yuhao was a girl. And I thought novels were all a hoax, only to find out it was you who was pulling a fast one. The blonde teenager was somewhat exasperated. Is it true that this timeline, where Huo Yuhao has been feminized, hasn't been fixed? I really didn't expect that. This time, Huo Yuhao has truly turned into a woman. The blonde teenager sighed as he watched the procession entering the city, locking his gaze on the girl being held by Ma Shao. Seemingly sensing something, Ma Shao lifted her head, and in that moment, the blonde teenager quickly averted his gaze. Was it an illusion? Ma Shao puzzledly withdrew her gaze. Hey, Hu Yimo, do you think this guy is a reliable key piece in this game? The blonde teenager, shaking off his previous demeanor, became a bit more arrogant. Maybe he is not a piece, but rather the player controlling the pieces, Hu Yimo replied nonchalantly. Really? The blonde teenager's lazy eyes suddenly sharpened. But ultimately, he is not the one controlling the entire board. The person behind the scenes who set up such a big game should be nearing the end, right? It doesn't matter. Life is worthless. My only wish is that she stays safe, and when the time comes, I'll take revenge on those bastards. Saying this, the blonde teenager turned to stare intently at Yimo. What about you? What are your thoughts? Me? I don't care anymore. I've already lost the most precious person. I have no interest in this game. If I could, I would prefer to immerse myself in eternal nothingness, never to awaken again. The only thing keeping me alive in this world is probably the Tionling Fox clan. I once promised to lead the Tionling Fox clan to the peak, but it was completely ruined by me. Since I've been given this life again, I will definitely protect the Tionling Fox clan with my life. Hu Yimo shrugged. I didn't expect the cowardly Tionling Fox Emperor would say something like that. The blonde teenager grinned and patted Hu Yimo's shoulder vigorously. Don't lose heart. What if there's a way to bring your wife back? Cherish your life. If you manage to save your wife in the future, but you yourself are dead, that would be interesting. If only it could be like that. In the Douluo Forest, today was a strange day. Originally full of vitality, the Douluo Forest now appeared lifeless. The entire sky was covered in dark clouds, blocking out the sun and enveloping the forest. Such a phenomenon must indicate that some top-tier soul beast was about to undergo a thunder tribulation. Thunder rumbled, adding a sense of oppression to the already silent Douluo Forest. The core area of the Douluo Forest, also known as a place of great danger, is one of the most terrifying places on the continent. No soul master would dare to step here easily. It can be said that this is a human forbidden zone. The first thing that caught the eye was a lake. The lake was not very large. One could see the opposite shore at a glance. And it seemed to be about the same size as Shrek's sea god lake. The water was smooth as a mirror. The light green lake water sparkling like the most beautiful natural jade, radiating a life-filled green light. Surrounding the lake were towering ancient trees reaching into the clouds. A light mist hovered above the lake, and the moist air carried the unique fragrance of plants. This was the lake of life in the Douluo Forest. And surprisingly, surrounding the lake were a group of humans. At the forefront was a middle-aged man whose appearance was unremarkable, but he exuded an innate nobility. His bright golden hair radiated an intimidating authority, and the powerful pressure surrounding him felt tangible. Behind him stood 3 men and 1 woman, all standing respectfully, seemingly showing great respect for the middle-aged man. The man raised his head with a serious expression, a strand of golden hair falling between his brows. Ditian, a girl beside him, gently called out. Beast god Ditian. She was an extraordinarily beautiful girl with long emerald green hair cascading down her back. Her eyes the same color. Her arms, as white as tender lotus roots, were exposed. Most notably, she had a pair of wings behind her, wings seemingly carved from gems. These wings were green, and every feather looked dazzling and vibrant, filled with life, accentuating her goddess-like beauty. It's fine. Ditian waved his hand. It seems we have another guest from another world. Ditian said calmly. A guest from another world? Just as everyone was about to ask, an anomaly occurred in the sky. Thunder raged, as if divine wrath was descending, instilling fear in everyone. Thunder was no stranger to the 5. They had experienced several life and death thunder tribulations and had a deep-rooted fear of it. A terrifying bolt of lightning streaked across the sky, bringing with it a destructive aura that caused the surrounding space to shatter inch by inch, creating a massive gash in the dark sky, like a scar. A white light-wrapped object fell from that enormous crack. Boom! It plummeted straight into the core area of the Douluo Forest, not far from Ditian and the others. The group exchanged glances and rushed towards the area where the white light fell. Almost in the blink of an eye, they arrived at the spot where the white light landed. As the white light dissipated, everyone saw the appearance of the newcomer. It was a human male, with a small and exquisite white fox lying on his face. The human skillfully grabbed the fox's tail and threw it back. The man's appearance was fully revealed to everyone. He was extremely handsome, with white hair and red eyes, his gaze fierce and filled with killing intent. He wore silver armor and held a long spear about 10 feet long, exuding a kingly majesty. The white spear emitted faint dragon roars. Chapter 43. The True Dragon. Damn fox, this time I'll pluck all the fur off your tail. The man muttered darkly, brushing off the dust from his body, his expression extremely gloomy. Not far away, Tion and the others had very interesting expressions, especially Tion, who felt a surge of fear as he looked at this guest from another world. With his strength, he couldn't discern the strength of the other party. It should be noted that Tion currently possessed semi-god strength, and the inability to gauge the other's strength could only mean one thing. But it couldn't be possible. This person definitely did not have a divine body, yet they could possess power comparable to a god. At this moment, the guest from another world clearly noticed Tion and the others. You lowly mixed dragon again. The guest looked at Tion, his previously gloomy expression becoming even more displeased. Impudent. Aburli, mambezide Ditian shouted angrily. If Tion was considered a lowly mixed dragon, then what did that make him? A lowly mixed bear? The burly man stood over 2 meters tall, his entire body built with extremely robust muscles, exuding an imposing presence. With a lift of his hand, terrifying dark golden blades extended from his claws. In the next moment, he appeared before the otherworldly visitor, his palm open as he reached out to grab him, causing the space around the blades to crack inch by inch. Clang! A crisp sound of metal clashing echoed throughout the area, as the otherworldly visitor blocked the attack with a spear held across his chest, rendering the burly man's efforts futile. The ground around him began to crack rapidly, teetering on the brink of collapse. The otherworldly visitor let out a cold snort, and in the next moment, the burly man's expression changed drastically as he felt a terrifying force emanate from the blade, and he was sent flying like a cannonball. In a pure clash of strength, he had actually lost. Not just him, but even the people behind him were in disbelief. This was unacceptable for the burly man. Who was he? Sixth among the top 10 ferocious beasts, the Bear King, known as the Destroyer of the Jungle, the King of Destruction in the Soul Master World, the Dark Golden Claw Bear. This was a bear that had cultivated for 470,000 years, undoubtedly the king among bears, a generation of bear kings. In a straightforward contest of strength, even the Emperor Tion was not his match. And at this moment, the power he took pride in had actually failed. Just before, he had even used his soul power but still lost. Sir, have we met before? Emperor Tion said coldly, his expression quite unsightly. Being insulted in front of his subordinates was a blow to his pride, especially the term lowly mixed dragon, which ignited his fury. As the top-ranked ferocious beast, as the extremely noble golden-eyed black dragon king, was actually called a mixed dragon by someone. If he were not uncertain about the other's strength, he would have made this guy regret coming to this world. That said, he felt a trace of dragon might emanating from this otherworldly visitor. Even if it was just a trace, he could sense the purest form of dragon might. Just this single trace of dragon might made him feel a bit uneasy. However, at this moment, the human aura on this otherworldly visitor was even more pronounced. If he ignored that trace of pure dragon might, he would think this was a human. But his intuition told him that the otherworldly visitor was definitely not a human, at least not a pure human. What exactly was this guy's background? No, to me, anyone with wings is a mixed dragon, the otherworldly visitor said disdainfully. You're seeking death. Emperor Tion roared. The dark clouds that were about to disperse regathered. Emperor Tion transformed into a gigantic black dragon, with a pair of massive wings spread behind him, his eyes shining with brilliant golden light. The vast dragon might enveloped the entire Stardow forest, and wherever the terrifying ferocity passed, soul beasts were forced to submit. Upon seeing Emperor Tion's true form, the otherworldly visitor appeared momentarily dazed, as if recalling something. However, he quickly regained his senses. Is this what you call a dragon? Let me show you what a real dragon is. In the next moment, the otherworldly visitor let out a long roar, transforming into a massive white dragon. Its body stretched over 10 meters, white scales radiating a chilling cold light. The vast and pure dragon might enveloped the entire Stardow forest, causing all soul beasts to lose any thought of resistance. Even the Bear King, with his hundreds of thousands of years of cultivation, was the same. Dragon, the supreme among beasts. In terms of size, this white dragon was even twice the size of Emperor Tion. The white dragon let out a roar that echoed through the sky. At this moment, all tidal Douluos on the Douluo Continent raised their heads, their gazes fixed on the Stardow forest. The suppression from the bloodline nearly brought Emperor Tion to his knees. The dragon might emanating from the other party was incredibly pure and ancient, as if it had endured countless ages, coming from the primordial times. This level of dragon might he had only seen in one dragon, the true god of soul beasts, the king of the dragon clan, the dragon god. Back then, it was the most prosperous period for the dragon clan, and the entire Douluo Continent was under their dominion. Even he, with his own bloodline, was not outstanding among the entire dragon clan. Was this a dragon god from a higher level plane? There was no time to think further, as the massive white dragon appeared before him. Its enormous dragon eyes looked down at Emperor Tion as if he were a weak ant. In the clash of black and white, the outcome was determined in just a few seconds. In terms of both cultivation and bloodline, the white dragon before him completely overwhelmed him. Emperor Tion was defeated. The one regarded as a godlike existence among soul beasts was defeated. The entire process was so quick that the Bear King and the others hadn't even seen how the two had exchanged blows before Emperor Tion was defeated. But as the person involved, Emperor Tion was acutely aware of the other's strength. If it weren't for the opponent showing mercy, he would undoubtedly be dead. A silence fell like death. Yet, how could this not be a good thing for them? A dragon comparable to the dragon god was immensely significant for the current soul beasts. Thinking of this, Emperor Tion's mood suddenly brightened. If he could get this one to help the soul beasts, he could fulfill the task given to them by the dragon god. He might even be able to establish a divine realm belonging to the soul beasts. This was not a pipe dream. After witnessing the white dragon's strength, he felt a great deal of confidence. Just then, a faint silver light began to surge from all directions. At this moment, the giant white dragon transformed back into human form, looking at the silver light with a hint of confusion on its face. Just then, a dignified voice reverberated throughout the area. "Are you also of the dragon clan, my lord? May I ask your esteemed name?" It seemed that some interesting changes were occurring in this world. The otherworldly visitor murmured softly. Then, he lowered his head to gaze at the land. "You can call me Han Xin." Chapter 44. An unpleasant feeling. Han Xin? May I ask which branch of the dragon clan you hail from? Lord Han Xin? The dignified voice inquired again. "True dragon royal clan. As for where I come from, you need not know," Han Xin replied indifferently. The attitude towards this figure was an entirely different world compared to that towards Emperor Tion. "True dragon royal clan?" The dignified voice held a hint of bewilderment. Was there still a royal clan among the dragon clan? If so, it would be a soul beast inheriting the dragon god's bloodline. Of course, this was only based on her understanding, but she also knew that the universe was vast and boundless. And there were definitely dragons with bloodlines more noble than that of the dragon god in this world. "Then why have you come to this world?" The dignified voice asked once more. "To find someone, or rather, a fox." The dialogue between the two felt less like the first conversation between strangers and more like that of old friends who hadn't seen each other in years. "My lord, I have a request." Seemingly aware of what the voice's owner was about to say, Han Xin raised his spear and stared intently at the land beneath him. "I have no interest in what you have to say anymore. I only have one request. Find that fox for me in a short time. Of course, it would be best if you went personally. By the way, you still don't know what that fox is called. In this world, it's called Hu Yimo, right? With purple hair and purple eyes, he's even more handsome than me. He should be at Shrek Academy now. You all go and look for him. I understand your thoughts, so don't worry. As long as you obey my orders, this world will be yours afterward, and I will help you establish what you call the divine realm." After saying this, the faces of Tion and the others changed dramatically. How could a person from another world know their thoughts? Could it be that he has the ability to see into others' minds? Right, it's best to find him and bring him back, but with your abilities, you probably can't bring him back. Notify me immediately when the time comes. After that, Han Xin didn't say much more, casually tugging on the white fox's tail lying nearby, transforming into a silver light and drilling deep into the Stardow forest, leaving those nearby looking at each other in confusion, unsure of what to do. "Master, what should we do?" Tion lowered his proud head and respectfully asked. "Let's do as he said." That authoritative voice sounded once again. Shrek Academy Infirmary. Goody slowly opened his eyes. He hadn't fainted. Instead, his consciousness had sunk into the sea of knowledge, engaging in a verbal duel with the Snow Empress. If it weren't for his insufficient strength, he would definitely want to educate her properly and help her return to a normal orientation. Speaking of which, the Snow Empress really shattered his fantasies about her. It was truly a false world. It felt like this world had been written by a different author. Complaining a bit, Goody surveyed his surroundings. Hui Yusin and Tang Wudong were lying in the hospital beds on either side of him. Sitting opposite him was a kindly-looking healing teacher. along with a few unfamiliar teachers whose powerful auras occasionally emanated, indicating their extraordinary identities. Seeing Hu Yusin's slightly furrowed brows, Goody smirked, speculating that she probably hadn't fainted either, but was instead being brainwashed by the Dream Eye Silkworm and its companions. Goody was well aware of the process that followed. When faced with the inquiries from a group of teachers, he remained completely calm, using his silver tongue and unchanging ability to lie to convince the teachers with a coherent story. Of course, this required taking down Hu Yusin's sworn enemy, Dai Huabin, although sending a titled Douluo to assassinate himself, and Hu Yusin had nothing to do with this guy. Remembering that he also intended to send someone to assassinate Hu Yusin, Goody decided to play the good guy and satisfy his unfulfilled intentions. That titled Douluo, Goody was certain, was definitely not here to kill Hu Yusin. His target had always been himself. Goodness, using a titled Douluo to intercept him. No matter how Goody racked his brains, he could only think that it was related to the incident with Ing Dang. But that was terrifying. Why use a sledgehammer to crack a nut? Sending a soul sage or a soul Douluo would have sufficed. This also reminded him of what Hu Yimo had said, and the two egg-shaped objects below him inexplicably started to ache. He hadn't offended anyone, so why would someone want to kill him? Could it be? Goody suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Could it be Fox Yemuo? If it were him, everything seemed to make sense. Why would he know that there would be danger around him? And why would he make him hide his true strength? Moreover, this time when he was ambushed, Fox Yemuo also appeared at the Treasure Appreciation Conference. But how could he know that he would definitely survive? Could it be that he wanted to test his own golden finger? Just thinking about it made him feel anxious. But why would Fox Yemuo do this? What benefits would it bring to him? To make him feel a stronger sense of crisis and work hard to cultivate? Goody once read a novel where the protagonist raised his enemies like livestock, fattening them up before slaughtering them. This is commonly known as the raising pigs method. He wondered if he was just a pig in the eyes of his enemies, slowly gaining their trust until he became strong enough to be caught off guard and severely harmed. Thinking of this made Goody break out in a cold sweat. This world is truly fraught with danger. He was promised a life of ease, yet after a tragic death in his last life, he finds nothing but hardship in this one. Who did he offend? Mom, I miss home. This world is too dangerous, with enemies lurking in the shadows while he remains in the light. In the following days, this incident thoroughly angered Shrek Academy. They openly sent people to ambush Shrek students right at their doorstep, which was undoubtedly a slap in the face for Shrek. For the continent's top academy, with thousands of years of history, this was absolutely intolerable. Although they couldn't trace the title Douluo's whereabouts, based on the clues provided by Goody, Shrek Academy managed to deduce that this incident might be related to Dai Huabin. Poor Dai Huabin was completely unaware, as his own people had not even acted before he was dragged into this mess. Shrek Academy could not afford to make an enemy of a country for the sake of one Dai Huabin, so their grievances could only be directed at him. After this incident, Goody's adoptive father was furious. His son had nearly been killed. As a father, he couldn't just stay silent, could he? Although the search yielded nothing. They stationed a soul Douluo and several soul saint-level experts in Shrek City to ensure Goody's safety. During these days, Ma Shao almost ran to Hu Yusin's dormitory every day. At first, she suddenly grabbed Hu Yusin, startling Tang Wudong. Afterwards, when Hu Yusin returned, she and Ma Shao were chatting and laughing, appearing very close, which made Tang Wudong feel uneasy. Chapter 45. So unfair. Wait a minute. I remember in the original story, when Huo Yuhao suppressed Ma Shao's evil fire. It was quite painful for him. How come they could chat so casually afterwards? And I recall that in the original story, Huo Yuhao seemed, but now Huo Yuhao has become Hu Yusin. Could it be that he used his fingers? Ahem. What exactly happened here? Goody was puzzled, resting his chin on his hand. Recently, Shrek Academy had been anything but peaceful, with a series of events unfolding one after another. The most shocking was that Hu Yimo was discovered to be an evil soul master. How could he have escaped Shrek unscathed? This was simply unbelievable. Could it be that the Academy had found a connection between that assassination and Hu Yimo, and then coincidentally stumbled upon his identity as an evil soul master? But how could Hu Yimo possibly be an evil soul master? If he were, Gudi would have definitely noticed it during their last encounter. As the heir of light, what evil could possibly hide from him? However, it couldn't be ruled out that the other party had some special means of concealment. Besides that, there was also the evil soul master incident. Although it all fit into the narrative, the strength and number of evil soul masters had increased, which was strange. If the dangers were as simple as those in the novels, then the level of threat had risen several notches. Naturally, Several inner academy members had gotten involved in some romantic escapades. Of course, at that time, he wasn't part of the Shrek monitoring team, so he hadn't participated. To be safe, he decided to focus on his own development first. Moreover, it seemed that during this time, there were rumors of something happening in the Stardew Forest, leading to Shrek convening the Sea God Pavilion for a second time, the shortest interval between meetings in Shrek's history. Things were getting more and more chaotic. Goody rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming on. Just when one wave had subsided, another one arose. It was soon time for the Continental Senior Soul Master Academy Soul Fighting Competition. Goody had also broken through to level 30. But the egg of the bright goddess butterfly remained completely still. He wanted to destroy the egg and turn it into his own soul ring, but after thinking it over, he held back. He was well aware of the value of a living 100,000-year soul beast compared to one that had become his soul ring. Moreover, the bright goddess butterfly was originally the most beautiful soul beast on the Douluo Continent. If it turned into a human form, wouldn't that mean he would have an additional cough cough? That said, it seemed that a 100,000-year soul beast would need to start cultivating from childhood to regain a human form, which would mean becoming a father. The competition was to be held in the capital of the Xingluo Empire, Xingluo City. As the capital, Xingluo City was undoubtedly the largest city in the empire. The city walls stood 100 meters high, with a terrifying thickness of 100 meters, constructed entirely from hard rock. And this was just the outer city. The core of the entire city was in the center of Xingluo City, known as the inner city, which measured 960 meters long and 750 meters wide, with a wall height of 20 meters, making it a true city within a city. It held the title of an indomitable capital. This was not Goody's first visit to this city. In his current life, his adoptive parents had brought him here numerous times. He didn't go to the top luxury hotel prepared specifically for Shrek, but instead headed to another top luxury hotel. This hotel was prepared for the dukes of the Xingluo Empire. Since this competition involved the children of several dukes from the Xingluo Empire, the official government had specially built a hotel to accommodate the dukes. Upon entering the hotel, several servants were already waiting for him. Soon, Goody arrived at the door of his adoptive parents' room. The door was not locked and had a small opening. Gudi kicked open the door and skillfully shouted, "Dad, I'm back." The room was decorated extremely luxuriously, and on the exquisite bed, a handsome young man was pressing down on a beautiful young woman. Upon careful observation, Gudi noticed that both of them were disheveled, with a blanket covering their lower bodies from the waist down. At that moment, their expressions were quite awkward. However, the awkwardness quickly faded, and the young man's face instantly became serious. He leaned into the embrace of the young woman. "So, why didn't you let me know before you came?" Indeed, the young man was Gudi's so-called cheap father, Gu Tian, the youngest titled law of the Star Luo Empire. He was granted the title of Duke of the North by the Star Luo Emperor, due to his duty to guard the desolate northern border. Gu Tian rarely left the north unless there was something important. The beautiful young woman beside him was naturally his so-called cheap mother, Mu Wanqing, who was someone who pampered him greatly in this life. And it was also because of her that he earned the title of the Little Demon King of the North. Relying on his powerful background, Gudi had done quite a few reckless things. At that time, Gudi had two main hobbies, studying the abilities of Diga and being reckless. If Gudi had focused all his thoughts on cultivation, his achievements would have been far greater. It is worth noting that although Gudi initially had a soul power talent of level 8, he managed to reach level 10 in just one day. A terrifying speed that left his cheap father dumbfounded. In Gudi's words, he would rather be a great villain than a righteous person. Meanwhile, his usually talkative mother, Mu Wanqing, was now completely the opposite of her usual chatterbox self. At this moment, she pursed her lips, her fair face covered with a layer of blush. Goody, whose sharp eyes couldn't miss the subtle tremor on the blanket. "Isn't this just missing you too much?" Goody chuckled and pretended to know nothing. If one overlooks these details, it looks like an ordinary couple showing affection for each other. He secretly thought that next time he should at least give a heads up before coming. "Is that so? I heard you were selected as a Shrek Reserve team member, and you did quite well, not embarrassing me." Gu Tian's voice was very calm. "Which support type soul master has such strong combat power as I do?" Goody's face was full of pride. Humility was something that would never be possible for him in this lifetime. Gu Tian chuckled twice but did not speak. The atmosphere fell into an eerie silence. "By the way, you little brat, who have you provoked again to make the opponents send a title de law to hunt you down?" "A title de law? This is not a joke. If you survive, it's a testament to your luck. I've told you so many times, this is Shrek, not the northern region. Be more mindful." Gu Tian looked at him with a face full of disappointment. In response, Goodie felt very wronged. He had been behaving himself and developing steadily at Shrek, but now he didn't even know which bastard wanted to kill him, and he was taking all the blame. How unfair. Chapter 46 felt a bit strange, but Goodie also knew that no matter how he explained, this cheap old dad would never believe him. Did he not understand what kind of person he was? He could only swallow his grievances. The two stared at each other. By the way, besides coming here to watch your match, I have another thing to discuss. Gu Tian spoke slowly, which piqued Goodie's great curiosity. What happened? Our family is going to be granted a title of nobility. The last few words were almost spoken with a pause between each word, and the originally somewhat stiff expression became serious. What? No way. Dad, I remember that the Xinglu Empire abolished the granting of titles long ago. Didn't that happen several thousand years ago? Isn't the highest title just a duke? Goodie was a bit dumbfounded, and what followed was even more excitement. Wow. Does that mean he will be a prince from now on? That means he is destined to become a king. To be a king, above all others. But if he could, he would prefer to return his own world. However, this also represents an opportunity. His background will rise to a higher level. ISNT becoming the king of the human empire, something to be happy about? Human, do you really need to be this happy? Aren't you supposed to become a god in the future? The voice of the Snow Emperor suddenly echoed in Goodie's mind, startling him. It makes sense. He has been boasting about becoming a god in the future, so becoming a king doesn't seem to hold much significance for him. However, whether he can really become a god in the future is something he himself does not know. Becoming a king was an idea from the past, something he didn't achieve in his last life, but surprisingly, it has come true in this life, albeit indirectly. It seems that many variables have occurred in this world. Goodie responded to the Snow Empress in his mind with indifference. Isn't that obvious? You come from the future, and even if you unintentionally do something very small, it will trigger a multitude of causal relationships in the future. The Snow Empress said irritably. I know, but this is also something that must happen. Only with enough causality can the tragic ending of the previous life be changed. Goodie's voice carried a hint of confusion and pain. What a lovesick human. The Snow Empress was slightly moved. She suddenly felt a twinge of envy towards Huo Yuhao. When this thought emerged, even she found it somewhat absurd. Human, be careful during this time. The last time I helped you slay the human powerhouse, it consumed a large amount of my essence. I need some time to recuperate, so don't cause any trouble during this period. Got it. You've said that more than once. Snow Empress. Goodie's expression was seen through by Gu Tian with a glance. He chuckled lightly and shook his head. Don't get too happy too soon, you little brat. This matter of becoming a king is not that simple. Huh, Dad, what do you mean by that? Goodie also knew that this matter was not that simple. How could the emperor of the Xinglu Empire suddenly decide to confer a title of king upon his own father? Although his father had made considerable contributions defending the northern borders, it was unlikely that the emperor would make an exception to bestow a royal title upon him. As far as I know, those old-timers in the Xinglu Empire are extremely opposed to new dukes like us. And conferring a title of king is a matter of great significance, especially since it hasn't happened in over 1,000 years. It would definitely require approval through layers of meetings among those old folks. Yet, after the announcement of the kingship, there has been no reaction from them, which is quite suspicious, isn't it? It seemed that they did not care at all about Goodie's mere 11 years of age. This son of his had always been quite clever and unpredictable, although it was unclear why he liked to take risks so much. The maturity he displayed was far beyond that of his peers, often bringing unexpected surprises. At only 11 years old, he likely possessed a mindset comparable to that of an adult. It certainly felt like a banquet of intrigue. Goodie sighed. What is the Hongmin banquet? Cough, cough. Don't mind those details. After chatting with his father for a while, Goodie stood up to prepare to return to the hotel where Shrek Academy is located. Watching Goodie's back, Gu Tian, who had been nestled in Mu Wanqing's arms, got up. He looked pensively at Goodie's figure. After tidying up a bit, he turned to look at Mu Wanqing, who had been silent all along. At this moment, the flush on Mu Wanqing's face had completely faded, replaced by a hint of hardness. It's a good thing I didn't urge you to take off the mask beforehand. Otherwise, that brat would have really seen through it. How can you still say that? Mu Wanqing rolled her eyes on the bed and said irritably. Her voice was crisp and pleasant, not like one from someone of her age. If Goodie were here, he would definitely be shocked. This was clearly not his mother's voice. It sounded more like a young girl's voice. If I could, I would rather have you face him honestly, rather than disguise yourself as Wanqing. Aren't you afraid he won't accept it? Mu Wanqing blinked her eyes and looked at him. My son is very smart. Even more so than me as his father. I probably can't hide this from him for long. That's true. At this moment, the beautiful face of Mu Wanqing slowly began to shed. With a soft plop, a thin layer, like a human skin mask, fell from Mu Wanqing's face. Back at the hotel where Shrek was stationed, lying on his bed, he felt a strange sensation when he met his parents just now. It must be an illusion, right? It seems I really need to practice diligently. If I don't gain more strength, it will likely be a problem to protect myself and those around me in the future. Goody cleared the distractions from his mind and sat down cross-legged. Early the next morning, the sun slowly rose from the distant east, bringing warmth to the land. The teachers leading each academy had already arrived in the imperial city, drawing lots with the competition number plates they received during registration. On the city walls of the imperial city stood a middle-aged man in a bright yellow robe, wearing a purple gold crown adorned with treasures, standing with his hands clasped behind his back. Beside him was a beautiful woman dressed in luxurious palace attire, accompanying him respectfully and gently. On the other side was an elderly man in a bright red official robe, whose embroidered dragon pattern on his garment indicated his extremely noble status. Prime Minister, is everything arranged? The Emperor of the Xinghua Empire asked the elderly man with a smile. Yes, Your Majesty, everything is arranged properly, the old man said with a slight bow, showing utmost respect. Good, but understand that these days are for our nation to hold the Continental High Soul Master Academy soul fighting competition. Be mindful. If it can be resolved quietly and quickly, then leave no room for error. Understood. Chapter 47. The first step of the plan in the divine realm. A figure stood quietly amidst the clouds and mist, gazing into the endless distance, lost in thought. Third brother, what are you thinking about? A graceful figure stepped out from the void and came to Tang San's side, naturally linking her arm with his. Wherever Tang San is, how could Xiao Wu be absent? Beneath the graceful figure, a long braid of hair cascaded down. Though her face was unseen, she was undoubtedly an extremely beautiful woman. I'm thinking about matters concerning Douluo Continent. Things have been quite unsettled there lately. Tang San said with a slight sigh. Has something happened on Douluo Continent? Xiao Wu asked curiously. Third brother's been quite worried about Douluo Continent recently. You must have sensed the aura from Douluo Continent, right? It comes from a visitor from another world, and that visitor possesses power comparable to that of a god. Moreover, conservative estimates suggest that this person has strength that could rival a level 3 deity. The Douluo Continent's plane actually has not been repelled. What does this mean? Xiao Wu understood very clearly without Tang San needing to explain. A person from another world, possessing power equal to that of a god, would bring disaster to both Douluo Continent and even the divine realm. I sense a familiar aura from him. Even Tang San couldn't describe what kind of familiar aura it was, as if he had known it for a very long time. But how could that be? Third brother, should we send someone to intervene in Douluo Continent and investigate the visitor from the other world? Xiao Wu's face showed concern. Tang San said somewhat helplessly, I've considered your suggestion, but as an enforcer of the divine realm, I cannot interfere with the changes of a plane. The changes occurring on Douluo Continent are far beyond this. Initially, everything was set up for that new star according to my guidance. But now, the light of that new star has dimmed, replaced by several brilliant new stars. Just when I wanted to investigate further, I found that the secrets of Douluo Continent were blocked, concealed layer upon layer, and even I couldn't probe. Tang San's expression was extremely grave. It was clear that someone had deliberately blocked the secrets of Douluo Continent. Moreover, the power of that individual was far beyond his own. At his level, he naturally understood that the divine realm was not the endpoint. There were many beings more powerful than the God King in this vast universe. Furthermore, it was not just one being that was covering up the secrets. He couldn't comprehend why these powerful beings would join forces solely to obscure the secrets of Douluo Continent. Although Douluo Continent was a good plane, there were countless planes better than it. Could it have something to do with the several newly born stars? Of course, this obscuring of secrets also served as a warning to their divine realm. Although the divine realm has regulations against interfering with the development of planes, if a significant crisis occurs in Douluo Continent, the divine realm has the right to intervene. After all, Douluo Continent has supplied the divine realm with many divine residences over the years. They couldn't just stand by and watch their homeland be destroyed. Moreover, Douluo Continent was also their homeland. Tang San rubbed his temples, feeling a bit of a headache. But it seemed like he could only take it step by step now. On the east side of Xinghua Square, at the Star Emperor Hotel, in the most luxurious room on the top floor, a man and two women sat in an isosceles triangle. One man and one woman stared at each other, while the other girl looked at the two with a helpless expression. The two women were naturally Huo Yuhao and Tang Wudong, while the other was Goody. What are you doing here? Tang Wudong glared at Goody with displeasure. It was almost time for her favorite bath, and she was naturally upset about this intruder. Am I not allowed to come find my wife? Goody naturally did not hesitate and shot back. After some deep contemplation just now, he decided to go all out to pursue Tang Wudong. The reason was simple. Over the past few days, Tang Wudong's impression of him had not improved since the treasure gathering conference, but had instead declined a bit. This was quite frustrating. After analyzing Tang Wudong's personality, he decided to take a direct approach, especially since Huo Yuhao was there to assist him. No worries, steady as a rock. As for why he wanted to pursue Tang Wudong, it certainly wasn't for Huo Yuhao. What? Was he attracted to Tang Wudong's beauty? Is Goodie that kind of vulgar person? Think about it differently. If he could win over both main characters in a book, wouldn't that be amazing? Especially since Huo Yuhao and Tang Wudong were both considered destined children. Wouldn't that mean he could walk confidently across this Douluo Continent? Although Huo Yuhao had turned into Huo Yuhao, it did not affect his identity as a destined child at all. You lecture. When did my Yuhao become your wife? Tang Wudong's beautiful big eyes were filled with anger. When did Huo Yuhao become yours? No matter how you said it, right now Huo Yuhao was indeed his wife, and that was an ironclad fact. If you don't believe it, you can ask her now. They had already pledged their lives to each other. This statement was like a bomb exploding in both their minds. Huo Yuhao was dumbfounded. When had she made such a pledge with him? Tang Wudong was equally stunned. She had seen shamelessness before, but never to this extent. Bastard, you rogue lecher. I want to duel with you. How can you be so frivolous with Yuhao? Tang Wudong suddenly choked on her words as she saw the complex look in Huo Yuhao's eyes. Her heart tightened. Could it really be true? No, it couldn't be. Yuhao. Tang Wudong rushed forward and grabbed Huo Yuhao's shoulder. Her beautiful eyes locked onto Huo Yuhao's. Her voice was somewhat out of control. Why aren't you speaking? Could it be that you really are? Huo Yuhao sighed softly and nodded slightly, as if acknowledging what Gudi had said. What the heck? No way. Goody was somewhat stunned. He had thought that Huo Yuhao would blush and shyly say otherwise. Then Tang Wudong would see through Huo Yuhao's thoughts and insist on dueling him. But it didn't go according to his script. She admitted it so straightforwardly. Could it be that Huo Yuhao really has such thoughts? Despite having 1,000 exclamations of disbelief in his heart, Goody still maintained a calm demeanor on the surface. Damn it, what did you do to Yuhao? Unable to accept the reality, Tang Wudong activated all her soul power and lunged at Goody. Caught off guard, Goody was knocked to the ground. Yet, he still kept a tranquil expression. Very good. Now it's time for the first step of the plan. Chapter 48. Trust one didn't do anything. Yuhao is my wife. Goody lowered his voice, speaking the name Yuhao with a hint of affection, being pressed down by Tang Wudong. A faint fragrance wafted into his nose. Who are you trying to fool? Yuhao is so innocent. She must have been tricked into agreeing to a lifelong commitment with you. Tang Wudong said loudly. You actually guessed it right. In your eyes, am I just a person who is insincere and deceitful? The moment I saw Yuhao, I fell deeply in love with her, training together, fighting together to protect the people around us. Stop, Tang Wudong shouted, looking a bit frantic at that moment. Aren't you from class 4? You've never met Yuhao before, so how could you have trained and fought alongside her? Are you trying to fool a ghost? Sigh. It seems I have to reveal my true identity. Goody let out a faint sigh, gazing at the ceiling at a 45-degree angle. I actually come from the future. Those few short words left Tang Wudong in shock. How could anyone travel from the future to the past? Even a god couldn't accomplish that. If you don't believe me, then I'll reveal your true identity. Your true identity is the daughter of the god King Tang San. These words struck Tang Wudong once again, as she had no memories of her childhood. Hearing the name of the god King Tang, San felt like something shattered deep within her mind. Countless memories began to surge forth from the depths of her consciousness. Before that, she had no memories of her childhood. Her uncle and second uncle had said that she had been ill as a child and had forgotten her childhood memories. She had always believed that without question. Goody fixed his gaze on Tang Wudong's expression, which was now dazed, as if she had remembered something. He immediately breathed a sigh of relief. In the original story, Tang Wudong's memories of the divine realm were sealed, and he thought he would need to explain for a long time to Huo Yuhao before she would believe him. It seemed that was no longer necessary. It was likely that Tang San was afraid that the orthodox sealing of memories would cause irreversible damage to Tang Wudong. So he used a gentler method, such as this one that would restore memories with just a little stimulation. It should be a means of selective forgetting. After a while, Tang Wutong came back to her senses, and a bitter smile appeared on her lips. How would you know? Didn't I tell you? I come from the future. How could I not know your true identity? And it is precisely because of you that Yusin died. Upon hearing these words, Tang Wutong's face turned pale, and she stumbled as if she might fall to the ground. Wudong. Hui Yusin quickly supported Tang Wutong. Why would I cause Yusin's death? Tang Wutong forced herself to steady her mind. Her beautiful big eyes filled with doubt as she looked at Goody. Because you liked Yusin, and Yusin liked me. In your previous life, you used any means necessary to tear us apart, ultimately bringing about your own demise. Your father vented his anger on me and Yusin, and the end was self-evident. I don't know if it was heaven's mercy that gave me another chance, allowing me to be reborn in my youth. This time, I will definitely not let tragedy happen again. Tears covered Goody's eyes, his eye sockets red. His voice was sometimes impassioned and forceful, like a warrior facing death on the battlefield, and sometimes filled with deep emotion, like a devoted man protecting his wife and children. Tang Wudong, whose face had not yet recovered from its previous pallor, turned even paler, as white as a clean sheet of thin paper. After all, she was still a 12 or 13-year-old girl, inherently innocent, and had never experienced such a scene. Tang Wutong gently pushed away Hui Yusin's support and wobbled toward the door, looking so lonely and desolate. Hui Yusin opened her mouth, but couldn't utter a single word. The scene resembled that of a virtuous girl being abandoned by a scoundrel who had led her astray. Goodie sighed inwardly. However, he had to put on a facade. Just as Tang Wudong reached the door, her arm was suddenly grabbed and pulled back. Who allowed you to leave? Did I give you permission to go? At this moment, Goodie's eyes were filled with tears, and he spoke with great emotion. Tang Wudong tightly pressed her lips together and remained silent. It was obvious that she had completely believed Goodie's deceitful words. There was no way out, unless it came from the future. She would never have thought that Goodie's soul was from another world. I came here today to completely resolve this matter. Goodie let out a loud roar. Tang Wudong thought of something and showed a look of struggle, but soon, as if she had found peace, her eyes slowly closed. It was as if she was accepting the judgment of fate. However, after waiting for a long time, there was no response from the other party. Tang Wudong couldn't help but open her eyes with a hint of confusion. She saw that Goodie had already moved right in front of her. His eyes, as red as a bonfire, were fixed intently on her. His hands rested on her shoulders. Wudong, be my girlfriend, Goodie said seriously. Tang Wudong's expression instantly stiffened. She seemed to be petrified, standing there in a daze. Goodie knew that this matter needed to be approached slowly and couldn't appear too impatient, lest Tang Wudong become wary. So, Goodie silently looked at Tang Wudong with sincere eyes. Are you joking? Tang Wudong managed to utter these words with some difficulty. There had been a lot going on today, and she felt a bit dizzy. She needed a moment to gather herself. What do you mean, what? Do you think I would joke about this? Goodie rolled his eyes and said irritably. The two of them looked at each other, and the atmosphere once again fell into an eerie silence. After a while, Tang Wudong forced herself to look at Goodie steadily. Why do you want me to be your girlfriend? Do you think I want that? Goodie showed a hint of disdain on his face. If it weren't for the fact that Yuxian also likes you, why would I ask you to be my girlfriend? If I weren't afraid of hurting Yuxian, why would I have to put myself in such a difficult position? As he spoke, Goodie's eyes lowered, revealing a look of sadness. However, if Tang Wutong really became my girlfriend, would that mean I would be greened when it came to Yuxian? Suddenly, Goodie became conflicted. Goodie. Yuxian was so moved that she almost cried. Why would he make such a sacrifice just to help her? At this moment, she finally understood why she loved Goodie so much in her past life. Why she felt so at ease sharing her secrets with him without any hesitation. The reason was simple. It was all about trust. Chapter 49. Listless Tang Wutong looked at him with a complex expression. Her face showed a struggle, but soon she felt relieved. All right, Goodie, I thought I would have to waste a lot of words to convince you. Why agree so quickly? In the original story, didn't Huo Yuhao pursue you for a long time before you agreed, because you had slept together? Is it really that easy for girls to get along? Even though I'm internally complaining, on the surface, Goodie maintains a calm expression, showing no change in mood. However, this is conditional. Goodie's eyes widened in surprise. It was indeed not that simple. The condition I owe you is null and void, and it can only last for a limited time. Tang Wudong bit her own bright red lips. It can only last for 5 years. No, 5 years is too short, at least 10 years. And it must be guaranteed that your father won't kill me. Gu made no hesitation in refusing, saying, what a joke, 5 years. After 5 years. She would still be a minor. This could be illegal. All right, Tang Wutong quickly agreed, as if afraid he would change his mind, feeling quite pleased with herself. She originally thought that this shameless guy would refuse without hesitation and demand that she be his lifelong concubine, but unexpectedly, he still had some principles. The next day, in the morning, the sun slowly rose from the east, bringing a touch of warmth to the land. All the streets around Xinghua Square were blocked off by soldiers in bright armor. At this time, Xinghua Square was empty, apart from the distant soldiers. The square was devoid of people. The imperial city was to the north, facing south. And there was also a luxurious resting area built on the west side of the competition stage, specifically for the participants from various academies. Soon, the leading teachers from each academy arrived at the imperial city to draw lots using the competition tokens they received during registration. Among the Shrek team, a black-haired boy with dark circles under his eyes looked haggard and dispirited. The boy was, of course, Goodie. God knows what he went through last night. Behind him, Tang Wutong and Huo Yuhao were in high spirits, chatting and laughing. You reap what you sow, and I have to bear the bitter fruit with tears. Quickly, the competition teams entered, followed by the audience. Gudi and Huo Yuhao arrived early in the contestants' area to take their positions. In this competition, he was just a substitute, and there had already been 7 reserve players competing before him. The 7 reserve players were no different from the original work, with Kai Tu following Bei Bei, and behind them were Su Sanure, Jiang Nan, Shao Shao, Huo Yuhao, and Tang Wutong. Goodie originally did not want to come, but due to his overwhelming strength, he was forcibly brought over by Shrek Academy. At Goodie's request, Shrek Academy could only give him a substitute position. If he could act low-key, he would. This was Goodie's principle of conduct. As for using this opportunity to show off, he looked down upon that. Development in a sneaky way is the way to go. After a series of processes, the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy competition finally began. The first match was Shrek's turn to step up. The 7 participants from both sides gathered in their respective corners of the stage, gazing at each other from a distance. As expected, this match was for Huo Yuhao to show off. It was unclear whether it was because she had become a girl that made her more meticulous. But the simulated soul rings had 4 black soul rings and 2 red soul rings, which differed from the 6 red ones in the original work. Although it was not as shocking as the 6 red ones, it still frightened a bunch of people. This could be said to be the biggest show-off moment for Huo Yuhao in recent days. Goodie shook his head unconsciously. Not far away, at the Royal Soul Engineering Academy, a smiling young boy's expression hardened. His fists were clenched tightly. How could there be someone stronger than him? And a girl at that? No, I won't accept this. This must be a lie. The changes in the boy's expression were clear to Goodie. The youth hadn't changed at all. Just like in the original story, Huo Yuhao turned around with an air of dominance and left without looking back, leaving a group of stunned people behind. Goodie yawned. It was time to leave. If the plot was correct, the 2 of them should have fainted by now. Of course, he had to take good care of them. After all, one had become his wife, and the other was a captive. Naturally, he couldn't let his 2 wives fall into someone else's arms. As Goodie turned around, a cold gaze from the audience watched him leave. Huo Yuhao, with a proud expression, led the Shrek Academy students straight back to the Star Emperor Hotel, like a queen on high. It wasn't until she opened the door and stepped into her room that her expression suddenly changed. Without any warning, her body softened, and she collapsed to the ground. It wasn't just her. Tang Wutong, who was following her, fell down in the same manner. Wang Yin, who was nearby, was about to reach out to support them when unexpectedly, a figure darted out from the side and caught them faster. Goodie? Wang Yan's expression was somewhat strange. Huh? Is something wrong, Teacher Wang? Goodie helped the 2 to the sofa without looking back. It's nothing. Wang Yin looked at Goodie with a strange expression. Are the young people today getting more open? Even so, it shouldn't be that at 12 or 13 years old, they start indulging themselves. Look at that haggard face, Sai. Wang Yin felt a pang of heartache. Indeed, this morning he happened to see Goodie walking out of Huo Yuhao's room, looking haggard, with dark circles under his eyes and an exaggerated gait. If nothing happened last night, he wouldn't believe it even if he were killed. Suddenly, he felt a bit ashamed. Others had girlfriends at 12 or so, and look at him, still relying on his right hand for companionship. Sometimes it was the left hand, after all. Switching hands, after a long time, felt like changing girlfriends. Fortunately, no one noticed the change in Wang Yan's expression, as everyone was immersed in the joy of victory. Then they praised Huo Yuhao as a talented person, meticulous in planning and cautious in execution. Others quickly echoed. Various praises flowed in, but unfortunately, the 2 could not hear them. Goodie's lips curled up slightly behind the crowd. This plan was actually something he told Huo Yuhao. That's right. Originally, Hu Yusin hadn't thought about how to face the first match the next day until he mentioned it to her afterward. Although this was originally an idea from the original story that Huo Yuhao came up with. Who would know? If you didn't come up with it and I did, then this idea is mine. Huo Yusin and Tang Wudong applauded this idea, instantly increasing Goodie's favorability. After praising the two, everyone quickly retreated to their own rooms to cultivate, preparing to adjust to their best state at any moment. In a large room, only Goodie and Huo Yusin were left. Chapter 50. 3 screams looking at their sleeping faces. The thought of wanting to take back some interest after being bullied so badly last night crossed his mind. But this thought was quickly extinguished by Goodie. Ha, would he? Goodie, be the kind of person who takes advantage of others? 2 minutes later, on the fragrant bed, Goodie lay comfortably, with Tang Wudong on his left and Huo Yusin on his right. After a moment of thought, Goodie decided to create a false impression. 1 minute later, the two were in disarray, their clothes in a mess. If the three of them were photographed with mosaics, it would definitely shock the headlines of Blue Star Penguin. After doing all this, Goodie contentedly closed his eyes and fell asleep. Duke Hotel, the room of the Duke of Jinbei. A previously quiet room had an unexpected guest. Duke of Jinbei, you have received the imperial decree. It was an old man dressed in a dragon-patterned attire. I accept the decree. Gu Tian slightly bent his body. Behind Gu Tian, Mu Wanqing quietly sighed. What was meant to come would eventually arrive. The Prime Minister nodded, and a golden light suddenly burst forth from his sleeve. Gu Tian's expression remained unchanged as he stretched out his hand to firmly grasp the golden light. As the golden light dissipated, a golden scroll embossed with dragon patterns appeared before everyone. The Prime Minister slightly nodded to Gu Tian in acknowledgement and then waved his sleeve, disappearing at the doorway. Gu Tian looked at the door as it slowly opened to reveal the imperial edict. After glancing at the content of the edict, a hint of gloom added to his originally expressionless face. However, it quickly dispersed. These old fellows truly have ulterior motives. Their appetite is really big, thinking they can have that thing. Haha, they really aren't afraid of overindulging. This trip is likely to be fraught with danger. But with our strength developed over the past few years, even if we can't confront the royal family of the Xinghua Empire, it wouldn't be impossible to preserve our lives. Mu Wanqing couldn't help but speak up from the side. Alien, you're underestimating them too much. If they didn't have absolute confidence, would they dare to openly use the pretext of conferring a king to invite us? Gu Tian said. When the announcement of being was delivered to the... I sensed several strong auras closely monitoring our movements. They're playing a good game. Gu Tian's expression turned cold. This is truly too much. On the side, Mu Wanqing also felt indignant. Do they really think I'm a soft persimmon that can be easily squeezed? If it weren't for the fact that the Emperor of Xinghua has shown me kindness, I would ensure that this country undergoes a regime change in these past 10 years. Su seemed to think of something, and Gu Tian's expression softened again. Then you should go and inform the tell him everything, and let him leave quickly. No need to worry about this grand competition. The farther he goes, the better. Can he accept what has happened? Mu Wanqing made a face. Every incident that occurred was explosive, especially regarding the lady. Gu Tian fell silent for a moment before continuing. It's fine, he'll find out sooner or later. It doesn't matter if it's early or late. Okay. Mu Wanqing could only nod in response and turn to leave. Wait, bring me some words and things when you go tomorrow morning. A ray of golden light cut through the air and landed directly on the center of Mu Wanqing's forehead, quickly disappearing. Mu Wanqing paused for a moment, but quickly returned to normal. The next morning, in a luxurious residence on the top floor of the Star Emperor Hotel, 3 screams erupted simultaneously. As for why there were 3, that story starts 30 seconds earlier. Although it consumed a lot of energy, Tang Wudong, having reached the 3rd ring in her cultivation, woke up early in the morning. However, when she opened her eyes, the first thing she saw was not the familiar Huo Yusin, but, it's that bastard she hates. Calm down, don't panic, Tang Wudong. It's just that there's an extra pig beside me. No need to be afraid. After forcefully comforting herself, she suppressed the urge to scream. Then Tang Wudong sat up straight and looked down, only to find her clothes in disarray, as if, finally, Tang Wudong couldn't hold back any longer. The first scream echoed like thunder throughout the hotel. The 2 people awakened by Tang Wudong's scream looked utterly bewildered. Especially Goodie, who was kicked away as soon as he opened his eyes, hitting the wall with his face. One could see how hard that kick was. As for Huo Yusin, she gradually regained her senses under Tang Wudong's scream. Similarly, she looked down, and her gaze suddenly met her own disheveled clothes. The second scream resounded throughout the hotel once more. Gudi finally pulled his face out of the wall, and his eyes met Mu Wanqing, who was standing at the door with a smirk. Then he looked at himself, his clothes in disarray, when he clearly remembered that his clothes were neat yesterday. Suddenly, Gudi was stunned, and then as if he thought of something, the third scream erupted. Huo Yuhao and Tang Wudong, with their arms crossed over their chests, leaned closer together, looking at Gudi with a mix of shame and anger. Especially Huo Yuhao, whose ears were turning red. Mom said that if you sleep with a man and your clothes are disheveled, you'll get pregnant. If you get pregnant, you'll have a baby. Could it be that she was already? Beside her, Tang Wudong, despite Huo Yuhao exaggerated demeanor every day, also had a flushed face. Dad said that if you sleep in the same bed with a boy other than your dad and there are signs of disheveled clothes, you'll get pregnant and have a baby. The two girls instantly started to imagine the scenes of raising children in the future. Meanwhile, Goodie was thinking, what kind of luck is this? He just slept in the same bed with two unmarried women and got caught by his mom. At this moment, the two girls also noticed the person at the door. They were so embarrassed they wished they could find a hole to hide in. They had no face to meet anyone. Yet, Guma surprisingly didn't nag or tease him. That was unprecedented. Just as Gudi was puzzled, Mu Wanqing waved at him. Feeling the two fiery glares behind him, Gudi didn't hesitate at all, lifted his leg, and walked out. He even remembered to close the door. When he got his own room, Gudi was about to ask a bunch of questions when he saw Mu Wanqing staring at him, with a look he had never seen on this cheap mom of his. I am not your mother. Huh? Haha, mom. What kind of joke are you making so early in the morning? If you're not my... Gudi choked on his words. He was about to ask if he wasn't her son, then was he adopted? But the other party threw him a curveball. That's right, a human skin mask. And it was a high-end product. Goodie. P.S. A brief summary. After 50 chapters, I feel that apart from some random elements and vague numbers, I haven't established a clear main storyline. I feel that this fanfiction is the worst I've written. I've written about 8 or 9 novels, almost all of which have been taken down. Most of them were fanfics based on Douluo, and then I switched accounts because I was afraid of being taken down. But this one still got taken down. I don't know if it's because my writing is too whimsical, but I feel like I haven't been too out there. I've always written in a proper manner. Even the risku content has been quite minimal. Of course, that's for the novels that were taken down earlier. Each of those novels had results that were definitely better than this one at the beginning. However, this one, the worst of the bunch, actually got signed. Cough, cough. The previous novels didn't get signed. Cough. I won't complain anymore. This book will roughly start its main storyline from this chapter. For a while, I have been writing cautiously, afraid to let loose in case I got taken down again. After a long period of exploration, I can finally write freely. I believe everyone has guessed some of the plot of this book. That's right. This novel is not just about Goodie. It also incorporates elements from the author's other fanfics based on Douluo that were taken down, such as the Qingqiu Fox Emperor, etc. It can be seen as giving a conclusion to those taken down books. I hope everyone will support it. Chapter 51, Alien. That was a delicate and beautiful face, with smooth and fair skin. She looked very young, about 17 or 18 years old. Her eyes, like her mother's, were black, with a depth and weariness that didn't match her age. Damn, was the one I encountered in my dad's room last time also her? If so, does that mean my mom's head is green? The urgent thing now is to clarify this person's background. Her ability to remove her disguise without hesitation shows that she has no hostility. Stay calm. I can't panic at this moment. Even so, Goodie was still sweating profusely. This disguise was really impressive. It was almost unrecognizable. You're not my mom? Then who are you? Goodie forced himself to appear calm and asked lightly. Mu Wanqing looked at Goodie in surprise. Although she had long heard that Goodie had a resilient nature, at this moment, it still exceeded her expectations. There was not a trace of panic on his face, as if everything was under his control. You can call me Lien. I am your father's personal maid. Personal maid? Goodie raised his eyebrows, not even realizing that his father had a personal maid. Could it be that he had acquired a personal maid during the years he was away from home? Remembering some events that had happened to his father before, Goodie suddenly understood that his father actually had this preference. His mind started to fill with images. It seemed he thought of something, and Alien's old face turned red. Since childhood, I have been serving the young master. Although I am a maid, I understand what that means without needing to say it. Goodie looked at Alien with a deep expression. So what brings you here? Where's my mom now? Goodie tentatively asked. If his mother didn't know about this, he would have a hold over his father. Alien remained silent. Goodie was even more certain that there was a ghost. Little did he know that the next sentence from Alien shattered all his guesses. The lady has already passed away. This sentence struck Goodie like a bolt from the blue. leaving his mind buzzing. What happened? Goody's gaze became even calmer than before, but beneath that calmness lay an extreme coldness. The temperature in the entire room seemed to drop by dozens of degrees in an instant, making it chillingly cold. A year after you left the mansion, the lady was assassinated while out, and she died. A year later, Goody's pupils contracted slightly. What a coincidence, really a coincidence. At that time, he was also schemed against and nearly perished in the extreme north. He was well aware of his mother's capabilities. If she had such power, why didn't she directly send a strong person to ambush him when he left Shrek Academy? Why arrange for a soul master undercover agent to lurk by his side? Goody was puzzled. Who did it? It couldn't be checked, but it was certain that this matter was related to the royal family of the Starry Empire. The royal family of the Starry Empire. Goody gritted his teeth, his eyes almost shooting out flames, with deep pain lurking in the depths. Although it was his cheap mother, there were still over 10 years of feelings involved. Moreover, to be cautious, the opponent's strength was definitely no less than that of a super Douluo, so that they could strike swiftly and without warning. A super Douluo? Are you kidding? Just one could wipe out our team. Goody almost shouted. But after all those years of acting, he managed to calm himself down. It's important to note that his cheap old man-esque strength is comparable to a super Douluo, but he definitely hasn't crossed that line yet. For the first time, he felt that this world was filled with malice. Ever since he arrived at Shrek Academy, not only did he not cause any trouble, but he also got caught up in some issues. Destroy our family? Aileen smiled and shook her head. Do you know your father's story? Aileen looked at Goody seriously and asked, how could I not know my old man's story? Guton, the Duke of Northern Defense, was originally just an unknown character. But within 3 years, he rose from a lowly soldier to a general, becoming the person with the fastest military promotion speed in the history of the Star Luo Empire. In his 3rd year as a general, he led troops to defend the northern border, stabilizing the once chaotic and impoverished region. After decades of guarding the northern border, he transformed the desolate area into a prosperous one, earning him the title of the most outstanding person in the Star Luo Empire for a century. And he was specially granted the title of Duke of Northern Defense by the Emperor of the Star Luo Empire. When Goody learned how impressive his father was, he bragged for quite a while. While other transmigrators started with a miserable beginning and developed through hardships, on the other hand, had a great background from the start and live a comfortable life. If it weren't for wanting to come to Shrek to see this Huo Yuhao, he might still be at home developing quietly. Aileen smiled at him and shook her head. Did you know that over 10 years ago, your father was still an ordinary person without any soul power? How is that possible? Goody was incredulous. More than 10 years ago, he was just an ordinary person, and now he was a titled Douluo? Does that mean he would soon become a god in a few years? This is just too exaggerated. Tang, Sin didn't rise that quickly back then. What's impossible about it? Alien said calmly, actually, your father and I are not from this world. I thought this would be enough to surprise him, but what followed was even more shocking. Not from this world. Could it be that they also traveled here? Or did both of them cross over? Alien sighed and slowly walked to the window. At that moment, the sky was welcoming the transition between day and night, and there were still some stars visible. Due to the absence of light pollution from the previous life, the stars in the sky were clearly visible. Alien looked at those stars with a hint of nostalgia. Your father and I come from another world, a world different from this one. In that world, there is a primary focus on something called Qi, and those who cultivate Qi are known as warriors. The warriors in that world are not inferior to the soul masters in this world. On the contrary, they are even stronger because here, soul masters can only obtain soul skills by hunting soul beasts for soul rings, whereas we warriors can cultivate a technique called martial arts, which has no limit on the number, but depends on one's talent and comprehension. At that time, the young master's talent in the Gu family, which is your young master's family, was exceptionally outstanding. Unfortunately, he was ultimately plotted against by a scoundrel and lost all his cultivation. In that world, strength is paramount. Without strength, one cannot move an inch. The consequences of being crippled are well known, and in the end, the young master and I were exiled to our ancestral land. And by a twist of fate, we ended up in this world. There was a personal maid who was plotted against and lost all her cultivation. Familiar plot, familiar trope. Isn't this just a glitch from a common fantasy novel? Damn, could it be that my old man is a true destined one? Really? It seems the world is broader than I imagined. Chapter 52, Clinging to a Golden Thigh. Godina's eyes deepened like a bonfire. Arian was once again surprised. Despite being just a child in his teens, he gave her an inscrutable feeling. After arriving in this world, due to the differences between this world and hers, she seemed to be inexplicably restricted and her cultivation from her original world could not advance an inch here, but instead declined year by year. Although the young master's martial arts cultivation was crippled back then, the soul power of this world reignited his hope for strength. However, by that time, the young master was already in his early 20s and had missed the best time for martial soul awakening in this world. The young master was unwilling to remain an ordinary person. By chance, he obtained a cultivation method from this world called Xintiangong, which rekindled his hope for training. Although Xintiangong was different from the system he practiced, it was evident that it was a rough martial arts method. Its greatest advantage was that it could convert the internal energy cultivated into soul power in this world. This also sparked a crazy idea in the young master, to transform the chi cultivation method from his original world into soul power. After nearly a month of exploration and experimentation, he finally succeeded in practicing a martial arts method that could convert soul power. Gudi was dumbfounded, comparing himself to his father, and suddenly felt a wave of shame. After reaching level 10 in soul power cultivation, he found it difficult to progress further. Without a martial soul, he couldn't even absorb soul rings. The young master offered his own innate spiritual weapon as a sacrifice to exchange for a martial soul in this world. By the way, an innate spiritual weapon is a special weapon made from unique materials, which can only be nurtured with blood and soul warmth. Every martial artist in that world possesses one, and it grows with your strength. When a young master first encountered a soul ring, he discovered it contained unimaginable energy and a special power of rules. This power of rules was faint, but the higher the level of the soul ring, the stronger that power became. It could be controlled by a person. However, unfortunately, a soul master could possess a maximum of 9 soul rings, and it could only absorb them during breakthroughs. At that time, the young master knew of a special demonic martial art that could devour others' cultivation to strengthen oneself. By the way, the demonic martial art is somewhat similar to the evil soul masters of this world. The young master then wondered if he could devour soul beast soul rings to strengthen himself. Gudi quickly answered. That's right. Olian nodded. MD, this is simply genius. So, the rapid improvement of my old man's strength over the years must be because of this. I thought I was holding onto a big leg in this life. But unexpectedly, I was holding onto a golden finger. Oh no, I should say a golden thigh. Suddenly, why did he know that my mom and I would be assassinated? Or that someone was sent to lurk around us? How could a person without any soul power improve to title Douluo in just over a decade? Who would believe there is no secret behind it? TSK. If the royal family mastered this cultivation method, wouldn't they be able to cultivate powerful individuals on a large scale? Wouldn't the entire Douluo Continent then be under the control of the Xingluo Empire? No wonder they would go so crazy and act recklessly. But why would they want to assassinate him? He doesn't have any cultivation methods on him. And his mom shouldn't have any either. Could it be that they want to kill the closest person to his dad to provoke him? In an instant, Goodie began to imagine all kinds of scenarios. By the way, the young master also asked me to convey a message to you. As he spoke, a golden light gathered at a Lian's fingertip, shooting like lightning straight toward Goodie's forehead. Xingluo Empire Palace. The palace appeared mysterious and quiet. From a distance, the deep red palaces seemed embedded in the snow. The palaces located in the center of the city revealed their glazed tile roofs, resembling a golden island. The magnificent pavilions were surrounded by the waters of the Huaqing Pool, with floating duckweed all over, lush and clear. The 2 dragons on the flying eaves, with golden scales and armor, looked lifelike. The palace-like buildings with golden glazed tiles shone with dazzling brilliance under the sunlight. Under the azure sky, the golden glazed tile roofs of the Xingluo Empire Palace appeared particularly splendid. A group of civil and military officials had long been waiting inside the palace. At the very top of the palace, the Xingluo Emperor sat on the golden dragon throne, surveying the civil and military officials below with an imposing gaze. His gaze finally locked onto one person. Not only the Xingluo Emperor, but the other ministers also subtly glanced at Gu Tian. After all, this person was considered a legend in the Xingluo Empire. Unfortunately, Duke Gu, have you been living peacefully in the northern borders lately? The Xingluo Emperor asked with a smile. Replying to your majesty, I have governed the northern borders for decades without any disturbances, and life has been relatively comfortable. Gu Tian slightly bowed and said, haha, as expected of the legendary duke of the north of my empire. Given the duke's contributions in suppressing the northern borders, I wish to confer upon you the title of Prince of the Xingluo Empire today, with the right to hereditary succession through the generations. I wonder what the duke thinks of this. Upon hearing this, many people at the scene became unsettled. A hereditary title through the generations. Even for dukes, there are regulations regarding hereditary succession. If their descendants fail to contribute to the empire, they will be demoted. The Xinglu Empire is throwing out a huge opportunity. Your Majesty, what merit do I have to accept your grace? I humbly request that you seek another for this title of prince. He rejected it without hesitation, and it was a firm and resolute refusal. This was equivalent to slapping the emperor in the face without any hesitation. Duke, don't be in such a hurry to refuse. Today, whether you want it or not, you will accept this title of prince. The emperor of the Xinglu Empire said with a slight smile. What the hell? Is His Majesty crazy? If someone doesn't want it, he still wants to impose it on them. The ministers all secretly complained in their hearts, but none dared to voice their thoughts. Is His Majesty forcing his subjects? Gu Tian said expressionlessly, Today I will force Duke Gu. This matter of becoming a king is an immense honor. How could I choose the wrong person? Are you questioning my judgment? The Starry Empire replied, casually, tapping the armrest with his fingers, the crisp sound echoing throughout the palace. When the emperor wants his subjects to die, the subjects have no choice but to die. Your Majesty has shown me kindness, so I will accept this throne. Gu Tian said. A group of civil and military officials behind him widened their eyes, clearly feeling that he was taking advantage of the situation while pretending to be innocent. Haha, it's good that the Duke can take it, but the few behind me do not agree with my approach. I wonder what the ancient Duke thinks. Chapter 53. Cool. Your Majesty can directly ask for what you want from me. No need to beat around the bush. The ancient heavenly, I was very calm. Even if asked, it would not give an answer. Duke Gu, you must understand a principle. Those who recognize the times are the real heroes. Emperor Xinghua looked at Gu Tian with a smile that didn't reach his eyes, a trace of coldness swirling in the depths of his gaze. Whether or not it was given to the emperor, the outcome would be the same, right? The minister does not believe that the emperor wishes to share that thing with others. The so-called title of king is merely a facade, a guise from beginning to end. The cultivation method that converts the devouring soul ring into one's own cultivation can train a person without any soul power to the level of a title Douluo. What a huge temptation this is for the royal family. At the same time, it is also a dangerous factor. If a criminal were to obtain this thing, they could completely cultivate a superpower that could rival the royal family in just a few decades. By that time, even if the Xinglu Empire could suppress this power with its 10,000 years of low energy, what about in a few decades? Wouldn't this country face a change of dynasty? This thing must be firmly held in the hands of the royal family, even if it cannot be obtained. It must be destroyed at all costs. Before this, the royal family was unaware that Gu Tian was a person without any cultivation who had ascended to the level of a title Douluo. However, a few years ago, a horrific massacre occurred in the Duke's mansion. No one survived in the mansion except for the Duke's son, although at that time the Duke's mansion claimed it was an attack by evil soul masters. And the scene was filled with an evil dark aura that could prove it was indeed an attack by evil soul masters. The royal family was puzzled. According to the information they had, Gu Tian had not provoked any powerful evil soul masters. Although evil soul masters are a group of madmen, they are not fools. Such a grudge that almost wiped out a family is nearly irreconcilable. Offending a duke is equivalent to offending the entire Xinglu Empire. Thus, the royal family secretly began to investigate the origins of Gu Tian. Although Gu Tian's extraordinary performance at that time did not lead the royal family to investigate his background too deeply, this investigation revealed that Gu Tian had only been at the 10th level of soul power when he first entered the military. Upon learning this news, the entire royal family was almost stunned. Continuing this line of investigation, the royal family obtained an even more astonishing piece of information. When Gu Tian first became active in the Xinglu Empire, he was actually an ordinary person without any cultivation. This was simply unbelievable. Even Goodie himself did not know that one of his actions had brought endless trouble to his family. Moreover, it also caused double the trouble for his father. If I am not mistaken, the emperor has already sent troops to clean up the minister's Duke mansion, and by now, I fear that not a single chicken or dog will remain in the Duke's mansion. Gu Tian, not only in the mansion, but also in the army, all your trusted confidants are being cleared out. Emperor Xinglu smiled and said, What do you mean? Am I going to fall here today? Gu Tian's expression remained calm, seemingly unaffected. The civil and military officials received the order to capture Gu Tian. Emperor Xinglu showed no hesitation and issued the command directly. They had long been prepared for this. Just moments ago, they almost thought Emperor Xingluo would actually confer a title of nobility upon Gu Tian. Terrifying auras erupted from all directions. Among the civil and military officials, the lowest was a soul sage, while the highest was nearing the level of a title Douluo. Despite this, Gu Tian's expression remained unchanged. An ancient black long knife appeared in his hand at some point. The knife looked extremely ordinary and unremarkable, yet it emanated boundless killing intent. The terrifying killing intent swept through the entire palace. Even many valiant generals among the officials felt a chill run down their spines. At that moment, 9 soul rings rose beneath Gu Tian's feet. Purple, 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 black, 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 red. Among them, the first, third, and 6 soul rings suddenly lit up. Gu Tian's body seemed to be in a daze for a moment, as if he had moved, but also as if he hadn't. His expression still unchanged. The civil and military officials nearby felt a tingling sensation in their necks, and before they could reach out to touch it, everything went dark before their eyes, and their heads dropped with a thud. Neatly, so fast that they didn't even see how Gu Tian made his move, and a group of people around them was dead. It's important to note that these were soul saints and soul Douluo level powerhouses. They were not cabbages. He actually broke through to Super Douluo. What on earth could make your cultivation rise so quickly? A flicker of excitement flashed in the eyes of the Star Luo Emperor. He felt no pain at the death of his own subjects. The imperial family is the most ruthless. Outside the palace, the auras of several titled Douluo soared into the sky. No less than 3. Is this the power you have accumulated over the years? 5 titled Douluo? The Star Luo Emperor chuckled, his laughter carrying an ambiguous meaning. At the same time, the palace suddenly erupted with the presence of nearly 10 titled Douluo, among which 3 had already reached the level of Super Douluo. The Prime Minister beside the Star Luo Emperor also exuded the aura of a titled Douluo. Not many, but enough to take a piece of flesh from you. And it remains to be seen whether the entire Star Luo Empire will still be decided by your current royal family in the future. Gu Tian let out a cold laugh, his entire being exuding a terrifying aura. It doesn't matter as long as I take you down. The Star Luo Empire will definitely recover its vitality within 10 years. The Star Luo Empire said indifferently. He stood up, leaning on the armrest and looking at him. Behind him, 10 titled Douluo from the palace had already sensed the situation, the strongest among them being a white-haired old man, whose eyes shone like stars. His body was slightly hunched, and his face appeared kind and amiable. Behind Gu Tian, 3 figures also sensed the situation, 2 men and 1 woman. They all looked extremely young, appearing to be only in their 30s. The battle erupted in an instant. Dozens of titled Douluo experts joined forces, enough to level the entire palace to the ground. The fluctuations at this level were enough to be felt by soul masters throughout the entire imperial capital. Damn it, what is the Star Luo Empire doing during the high-level soul master competition across the continent? How can they create such a huge commotion? Experts from other countries' high-level soul master academies scolded without regard for their image. As for Goodie, having just digested the information conveyed by his father, he stepped out of the room. A man in black seemed to have been waiting for him for a while. The aura he inadvertently emitted was that of a titled Douluo. Goodie, is the title of Douluo so worthless these days? He's just a soul master without a 3rd spirit ring. Is it really necessary? At this moment, Olian beside him also unleashed her aura unwillingly. Her strength is actually only soul sage. Not good. Chapter 54. The brash form, 2 figures, Wang Yin and another, appeared at the entrance. It's a joke. If he can't sense the aura of a titled Douluo, then his training as a soul Douluo is in vain. His expression was quite grim. The sudden arrival of a titled Douluo almost scared him to death in the Shrek resting area. He rushed over almost instantly. Not just him, but Ma Shao and a group of inner court disciples also quickly sensed this terrifying aura and rushed over. The man in black did not speak, his entire body seemingly hidden under that black cloak, making it impossible to see the true identity of the visitor. You Shrek can leave. This is none of your business, the man in black said, his voice extremely hoarse. Don't be too arrogant, sir. Shrek is not someone who can be bullied by anyone. If you dare to cause trouble in Shrek, you know the consequences. Wang Yan's tone was very cold. To say that this has nothing to do with Shrek while causing trouble here, he must be out of his mind. Does he really think our Shrek Academy has no pride? The man in black was too lazy to talk nonsense, suddenly rising 9 spirit rings beneath his feet, with the 8th spirit ring suddenly glowing. Not good. Wang Yan's face changed drastically, gripping the Panlong rod in his hand. the extreme soul power rippling at the tip of the rod. He wanted to interrupt the black-cloaked man, but obviously, the other party was faster. The next moment, a mass of black mud-like substance wrapped around both the black-cloaked man and Goodie, pulling them down. Boom! The panlong rod struck the black mud, causing the entire hotel to shake violently, but hitting that black mud was like throwing a pebble into the ocean, instantly disappearing. And that black mud gradually dissipated. In front of him, they took away the Shrek students. Very well. Even the usually gentle Wang Yin could not help but feel a surge of anger. The door was suddenly smashed open, and Ma Shao and a group of inner court disciples rushed over, along with other reserve team members. Teacher, the two girls, Hui Yusin and Tang Wudong, who had just tidied up their clothes, hurriedly ran out of the room. What happened? Why is everyone gathered in that bastard's room? Goodie was kidnapped. Wang Yan's face looked very grim. Huh. Not only Hui Yusin and the others, but even Ma Shao and the others looked completely confused. They never expected that someone would come to Shrek to kidnap someone, especially during the Continental High-Level Soul Master Competition. Isn't this equivalent to giving Shrek a hard slap in the face? Shrek, even the Emperor of the Star Luo Empire, has to show some respect. Does the person who kidnapped Goodie have no brains? At this moment, a thunderous sound echoed throughout the hotel. Boom, boom, boom. The expressions of several people changed drastically. The source of the sound was the palace. Almost forgot about this. All participating academies seemed to be unable to sit still. After the first elimination match, there was a 3-day rest period, and since they had nothing to do during these 3 days, almost all the academies rushed towards the imperial city. I said, Old Prime Minister, there's no need to keep hiding. Since it's in your hands, aren't you afraid to show your true face? Outside the palace, the once bustling streets were now empty. Many streets had turned to ruins due to the impact. In a dark alley, Goodie looked indifferently at the black-cloaked man holding him. Do you know my identity? The man in black looked a bit surprised. Hearing this, Goodie rolled his eyes. Since yesterday's competition, he had sensed that the old man standing beside the Emperor of the Star Luo Empire was extraordinary, possessing a massive aura similar to darkness within him. It would be hard for him to forget. He didn't know if it was because he had turned into He a few years ago, but he had been influenced by He. Originally, he was only sensitive to light and holy auras, but now he was particularly sensitive to dark auras as well. Even though the old man's aura was well concealed, Goodie still saw through it at a glance. Since this guy has dark attribute soul power, he won't hold back. Since you know me, aren't you afraid of me? The voice of the man in black carried a hint of mockery. We still have value to use, so you wouldn't be so eager to deal with us, right? If I'm not mistaken, you should be planning to take me to threaten my old man, right? Goodie shrugged his shoulders, showing no sign of fear. The DivineLight staff quietly appeared in his hand. Huh, what is this? The Prime Minister frowned. And when he saw this object, his body instinctively trembled, as if he had encountered a natural enemy, filled with fear. There was a faint sense of uncontrollability within his soul power. After all, he was a titled Douluo, and the Prime Minister quickly suppressed this bodily instinct. In its place was a deep sense of disgust. In my treasure, martial soul. Goodie grinned, picked up the DivineLight stick, and pressed it fiercely against his chest. In an instant, a blinding white light shone throughout the world, nearly dazzling the eyes of the two people. Soon, the white light dissipated, revealing the humanoid composite form of Diga. Ever since his soul power reached level 30, although he had not yet obtained a soul ring, Goodie could still feel the increase in strength and the energy he could summon. What is this thing? Even with the Prime Minister's years of experience, he was left dumbfounded. Can martial souls really be used like this? He could clearly sense that Goodie was still the same Goodie, but his aura was many times stronger than before. Although it still seemed no different in his eyes, the figure before him radiating an extreme light and holy aura made him quite disgusted. He felt like he had gained some insight. Aylin, on the side, remained relatively calm, as if she had known about this all along. Taking advantage of the Prime Minister's moment of distraction, Goodie's forehead flashed with red light, and the originally alternating purple, white, and red colors of his body turned to only white and red. Here it comes, this familiar feeling of power. He wanted to moan and shout out loud. His entire body was filled with overwhelming strength. At this moment, Goodie had the illusion that the titled Douluo before him was as weak as an ant, and he could explode it with a single punch. The powerful form, also known as Diga's happy form or Diga's berserk form. The Prime Minister. He sensed the opponent's strength had increased, and their aura was not inferior to that of Soul Sage. At this moment, the opponent's aura actually gave him a faint sense of threat. Such an increase in strength is simply cheating. What was even more frightening was that the opponent was still a soul master who had yet to obtain a soul ring. If the opponent reached the levels of soul emperor or soul sage, wouldn't they then be able to ascend to the title of titled Douluo? And what about beyond that? If the opponent's attributes didn't restrain him, the current Goody would still be no different from an ant in his eyes. Oomph. The Prime Minister sneered disdainfully, forcibly suppressing the uncontrollable soul power within himself. Black mist continuously emerged from his body, instantly enveloping the entire street. Chapter 55. DivineLight flow. The black mist obscured the sky, transforming into countless black giant pythons that lunged fiercely at Goody. It must be said that Goody's movement speed in his berserk form was indeed very slow, leaving him with almost no way to dodge. He waved his hand to create a light barrier in front of his chest. Even with attribute restraint, the gap in cultivation was a massive pit that could not be crossed. Crack! The black giant python's agile tail whipped fiercely, instantly shattering the light barrier. And a massive snake tail struck Goody, sending him flying. Almost at the same moment, the Prime Minister moved. Before Goody could land, he had him by the throat. Within a few breaths, Goody was defeated. If the opponent had not been intending to kill him, they could have easily tormented Goody multiple times just now. As the saying goes, in the face of absolute power, any technique is useless, no matter how attributes may restrain one another. There is no effect in the face of a huge gap in cultivation. The Prime Minister said lightly, not knowing why he felt a sharp pain in the center of his palm when he released this guy. Holding him, the Prime Minister took the opportunity to carefully observe Goody's current appearance. It must be said that Goody looked like he was wearing a red and white skin suit, but the metallic texture and intense heat coming from his hand told him that this was definitely not just a skin suit. The pattern on Goody's chest is similar to the stick-like object that was taken out earlier, but it has an additional beautiful thing that looks like a diamond. I'm not playing with you anymore. Goody's voice suddenly echoed through this realm, carrying a hint of the sacred. In the next moment, the eyes hidden beneath the cloak narrowed sharply. A wave of incomparably intense and violent energy surged from the center of his palm. At this moment, Goody's entire body shimmered with a strong red glow, resembling a massive sun. The surrounding temperature skyrocketed, and even Arian, with her soul saint-level cultivation, was drenched in sweat from the extreme heat. Get lost, the Prime Minister roared, sensing something was amiss, as his soul power surged wildly, releasing countless black mist from his body. The black mist floated in the air, forming clusters of black clouds. It obscured the sun, accompanied by the enormous noises and aftershocks occasionally emanating from the palace. The nearby citizens were terrified, as if the apocalypse had descended upon them. If he could smile, Goody would certainly be coldly grinning now, pressing his hand against the Prime Minister's shoulder. Strong energy fluctuations surged from Goody's crimson arm, forming visible red beams of light. I can't unleash my soul power. The immense destructive energy exploded within his arm, causing it to lose sensation almost instantly. The Prime Minister was both shocked and terrified. When his soul power collided with the destructive force, it was like encountering a nemesis, being devoured uncontrollably. Reluctantly, the Prime Minister exerted all his power to resist this destructive energy. At this moment, all his attention was focused on his own body. If he looked up, he would see the sapphire-like object on Goody's chest pulsating oddly, flashing red light one moment and turning back to blue the next. This was the technique used in episode 45 of the Dijia TV series, where energy was infused into Kajila's body, causing it to explode. The same technique was also used in the 28th level of the TV series. Both had the same nature. Just now, Goody had infused dozens of transformation energies into him. And with the attribute restraint, this guy would be lucky to survive. Take advantage of his illness to take his life. This was Goody's usual style. He could have directly used energy to crush this old man, but there might be many uncontrollable factors later. Saving a bit of energy was still energy saved. Now, this guy would likely have to exert all his soul power to resist, with only a fraction of his strength remaining. Next, the poor Prime Minister would face a mixed double assault. Although he didn't understand what was going on, after living for so many years, Arian clearly sensed this was an opportunity. Without hesitation, Arian rushed forward and started beating the Prime Minister mercilessly. Every punch landed with force. It seemed she was not satisfied, and even stripped him of his cloak to continue the beating. Her fierce demeanor made Goody secretly click his tongue. The poor Prime Minister, with wide eyes, found that every time he tried to use his soul power, the violent energy within him would wreak havoc on his body. Fortunately, after so many years as a titled Douluo, his old bones were still somewhat resilient, allowing him to endure the beating. Seeing that it was almost enough, Goody slapped away the hand that was pressing on the Prime Minister's shoulder. Sensing something was amiss, the Prime Minister saw clusters of black mud surging up from the ground, quickly aiming to envelop him. Good looked disdainfully, and with a wave of his hand, a golden light shot out. The Prime Minister, hit by the golden light, stood there like a statue, completely motionless. Even the black mud around him froze. Ultra Binding Ray. The binding ability of a titled Douluo could only last for a very short time. Although the opponent was currently suppressed to almost nothing by the energy he infused, he was still a titled Douluo. At most, it could only bind for 2 seconds. But those 2 seconds were enough for Good. Countless energies converged at the calculator, and Good raised his arms from the sides upwards, followed by a massive fireball gathering between his hands. Dilatium Light Flow, one of Digga's ultimate skills. The energy consumed by this move was clearly a bit less than that of the powerful Zypili AO Light Ray. Originally, Good wanted to use the powerful version of the Zypili AO Light Ray, but unfortunately, the energy was simply insufficient to maintain its use. Although Good could use most of Digga's skills, there were still some skills he could not use. Not because he couldn't, but because there wasn't enough energy to sustain them. Despite the large amount of energy he had stored, if a single-use skill exceeded the energy required to maintain a transformation, he couldn't use it. A skill that directly drained all the energy from his body would cause him to revert back to his human form. When releasing Digga's ultimate move, and during the use of other high-consumption skills, the process could not mobilize the stored energy. Not good. The Prime Minister's eyes widened in horror as he sensed the threat of death from that fireball. However, his body felt as if it were crushed by a mountain. No matter how he urged it, he couldn't move. Arian, who had already moved aside, felt a chill run down her spine. This thing was very dangerous. The scorching fireball passed through, creating a howling gale, swirling into waves of intense heat. The dilatium light flow had 2 attack methods. One was to transform the fireball into a beam of light, maintaining strong output, and the other was to directly smash the fireball into the enemy, causing higher damage than the beam. As a qualified villain, Good understood that villains often die from talking too much, so he chose not to say anything. Although the person in front of him looked more like a villain, since he had provoked him, there was only one path to death. Chapter 56, could it be? Just as the fireball was about to hit the Prime Minister, that paralyzing, stiff feeling suddenly disappeared. Ignoring the violent energy surging within him, he directly unleashed his true martial spirit. With such a close-range attack, he had no defenses. Even if he survived the hit, he would be on the brink of death. In an instant, the Prime Minister transformed into a giant python shrouded in black mist, measuring a full 20 meters in length. His entire body was enveloped in a thick layer of black fog. Upon closer inspection, countless red lines spread out like a web throughout the body of the black python. The fireball appeared insignificant in front of the black python. The black python withstood the dilatium light flow with its physical body. Boom! The dilatium light flow struck the black python's body, exploding violently. The terrifyingly high temperature almost cooked the black python, and the destructive power resonated with the destructive energy within its body. One was crazily destroying its exterior, while the other was annihilating its interior. Although the dilatium light flow used in human form was much smaller, its power was not weaker than that released by a giant Digga. The 2 terrifying beams of destructive light were simply its nemesis. The Prime Minister could no longer maintain his true martial spirit. Upon contact, he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. His cloak was almost burned down to just a few rags, barely covering the parts that were pixelated and needed to be censored. The 2 energies were wildly destroying the vitality within him. His whole body felt as if it were about to explode. He glared hatefully at Good, and a mass of black mud quickly enveloped him, burrowing underground. As for why Good didn't deliver a finishing blow, after consuming dozens of his destructive energies and then taking a dilatium light flow, did he still want to live? That was impossible. He couldn't survive. Good was already prepared to face this guy's counterattack. He originally thought this guy would stubbornly fight back, and if that were the case, it would definitely cause him serious damage. A tiger without teeth is still a tiger. A title Douluo was still in existence he had to look up to. Sure enough, within Good's perception, a faint explosion sound came from several kilometers away. The Prime Minister of the Star Luo Empire has fallen. Arian, aren't you the least bit surprised? Gudi approached Alien and asked somewhat strangely. Upon hearing this, Alien rolled her eyes. Your dad already told me that your martial soul has an ability that seems to allow you to transform into a strange giant, and your strength would skyrocket. Your dad even complained sometimes that his kid didn't tell him about this. Did you think you could keep it from your parents? Well, I suppose that makes sense. Your parents are sharp, and they probably figured it out long ago without you even knowing. Goody did not. Maintaining his transformation every minute and every second consumes energy. To avoid wasting energy, Goody simply chose not to engage in idle chatter with Arian. With a wave of his hand, a white light circle appeared on the ground, enveloping the two of them. Spatial transfer, a tried and true skill. It consumes little energy and has a vast range of movement. It is the perfect choice for sneaking away or escaping. The location of the spatial transfer was the royal palace. He couldn't understand why his father insisted on confronting the situation. Couldn't he just run away once he learned about it? After 10 or 8 years of development, he would definitely be able to dismantle the star Luo Empire. Even if he couldn't destroy it, he would still be there. Give him 10 years to develop, and by then, at the very least, he could reach the soul Douluo level. By that time, with an 80-meter Diga, he could easily blow the palace to pieces with a single ray of light. The spatial transfer was quick. In the blink of an eye, Goody and Arian arrived at the palace. The once magnificent and luxurious palace had turned into a wasteland, with large groups of guards neatly surrounding the ruins, some looking fearful from a distance. Enter? What a joke. Even the residual waves at the level of a tidal Douluo could leave them in pieces. Before he could reflect on the palace, a figure came crashing toward him. That figure looked somewhat familiar. Almost instinctively, Goody reached out his hands to catch the person flying through the air. After catching them steadily, Goody focused his eyes and saw it was his father. Uft. Gu Tian spat out a mouthful of blood onto Gudi, who was furious and his eyes were about to burst. Dad, what's wrong with you? Who did this to you? How could they hurt you so badly? Who is it? I want to duel with him. I want to avenge you. Goody shouted with red-rimmed eyes, and with a voice that carried a hint of a sacred quality, it felt very out of place. Stop screaming. Aren't you still alive? Gu Tian looked at Gudi in silence, his face extremely pale, and he coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood. Alian, didn't I say to take him away? Alian looked aggrieved, and before she could finish speaking, she was taken hostage by a tidal Douluo. What did she do? Boom! Several figures flew into the sky, looking quite unfamiliar. Crack! The three of them fell face down on the ground, covered in wounds of various sizes. 7 terrifying auras surged into the sky. I really underestimated you. Despite the huge difference in numbers, you were still able to take down 3 of my offerings. The Star Luo Emperor's expression was not good at all. Goody, so that was an ally. At this moment, Emperor Xingluo also noticed Goody. After all, he was the only one in the venue with such a flashy and outstanding appearance, especially those eyes which looked like 2 big light bulbs. Did you kill Wan Qing? Gu Tian lowered his eyes, as if he had not heard what Emperor Xingluo had said. Upon hearing this, Emperor Xingluo's expression showed no signs of change. So what if it was done by me? Gu Tian raised his head, his pair of cold and piercing eyes fixed tightly on him. From now on, the entire Star Luo Empire will cease to exist. Goody spoke on behalf of his father. At this moment, his expression was very calm, like the tranquility before a snowstorm. Your voice is so you are the son of the Duke. I almost didn't recognize you in this state. When I saw you in the competition before, you were just a soul master. You've transformed into this strange thing, and your strength has surged so much. With your talent, you might really make my empire cease to exist in the future. It's a pity that you and your father will soon have to account for this here. The Emperor of the Xingluo Empire smiled faintly. A classic villain dies from talking too much. Goody secretly cursed in his heart as the white light circle slowly rose beneath his feet. Sorry, bro, I have the spatial transfer skill. Almost in an instant, the white light enveloped Goody and the 3 corpses lying on the ground. Hee, spatial transfer, huh? The Emperor of the Xing Luo Empire wore a playful smile, and Goody's heart tightened. No way. Could it be that he was about to fall? Chapter 57. Little Trick feeling that the space was stable, without any spatial blockades or confinements. Goody let out a slight sigh of relief. The other 7 tidal Douluos were certainly not fools and would not just watch their enemy escape. Each of them unleashed their most powerful skills. Since this was a group teleportation, it consumed a tremendous amount of mental, spiritual, and physical energy. Moreover, with so many people being teleported, there's a certain delay, and that brief delay could be fatal. The full-force attack from the 7 tidal Douluos was enough to turn Goody into ashes. Unless the DivineLight stick provided him with terrifying energy like the extreme northern land, but that was something he could only dream of. There had been no movement during the previous life-and-death crisis, and this time was no exception. At a critical moment, The father lying in Gudi's arms erupted with an extremely powerful aura, and Gu Tian transformed into a massive black sword. Its blade, radiating a chilling light and boundless killing intent. The sword moved, destroying the combined full-force attack of the seven with a momentum that could tear the heavens and split the earth. The sword light slashed down, annihilating the space in its path, leaving behind a long black seam. This madman, he is actually burning his own life, force, and soul. One of the titled Douluos shouted, and the other six also changed their expressions drastically. This attack was faintly approaching the limit of a title Douluo. No one dared to take the blow head-on and retreated at their fastest speed. Under the sword, the entire palace was almost split in two. After delivering this sword strike, Gu Tian could no longer maintain his martial soul, true form. The ancient black giant sword shattered, and Gu Tian fell out from within. His entire face was extremely pale, and his breath was very weak, like a candle flame flickering in a strong wind, ready to extinguish at any moment. Goody used a guiding beam to pull Gu Tian back. A surge of resentment welled up in his heart, almost causing him to lose his rationality. Anyone would be furious if their own father was beaten to the point of being unable to take care of himself, especially when it was done by the filial son Goody. This feeling of frustration and helplessness was something Goody had never experienced before. For the first time, he felt the importance of power. He forcibly suppressed his insane thoughts as the white light enveloped him, and the spatial transfer began. In an instant, Goody and his companions disappeared from their original location, leaving behind a group of title Douluo with faces that looked as if they had eaten flies. Among the 10 title Douluo, 2 were super Douluo, and they had failed to capture 4 less powerful Douluo, even losing 3 of their own in the process. How could they maintain their dignity if this news got out? Chase! Shouted the leading super Douluo, who could clearly sense the traces of spatial fluctuations with his powerful perception. No need. Emperor Xingluo waved his hand, speaking calmly. They have already escaped to the outskirts of Xingluo City and are in the process of spatial transfer. You won't be able to catch up. Your Majesty, are we just going to let them go? Let them go? How is that possible? Emperor Xingluo shook his head with a smile. Suddenly, his expression turned serious, carrying a hint of reverence. I implore you, Senior, to take action. I promise to fulfill your request. His voice echoed throughout Xingluo City, long and unending. You guys are quite useless. 10 title Douluo couldn't even capture them. A mocking voice came from deep within the palace. The entire space seemed to freeze, making it hard for people to breathe. A gigantic hand emerged from beneath the palace, nearly 1,000 meters long, as if it could block out the sun. The giant hand was pure white, every capillary on its fingers visible. My God, look at that in the palace. A teacher from the Soul Master Academy, who had come to investigate, shouted while pointing at the enormous hand. The terrifying aura emitted by the giant hand enveloped it in a rainbow of light. Even from a distance, one could feel the immense pressure. In the Shrek team, Wang Yin looked at the gigantic hand with a grave expression, unsure of what to think. In the Royal Soul Engineer Academy of the Sun and Moon Empire, a pair of purple eyes silently observed the giant hand. The others stared in shock. They had never seen such a massive hand before. Even a martial soul transformation couldn't rival it. Suddenly, the giant hand contracted violently, causing the entire space to shake violently. Far away in the outskirts of Xingluo City, Goody and T had the chance to catch his breath when the surrounding space began to fluctuate violently. Then, as if collapsing, Goody and his companions felt the world darken, a wave of dizziness overtaking them. When they came to their senses, the ruins around them felt so familiar. If it weren't for the 8 people nearby, watching them intently and the giant hand in the sky, everything would have seemed even better. What a surprise. Goody was sweating profusely behind his back. Just a moment ago, he was fantasizing about becoming a chosen one, developing everywhere, and ultimately uprooting the entire Star Luo Empire. However, the opponent ruthlessly shattered his fantasy in less than 2 seconds. What should he do now? Fight desperately? But how could he fight when the opponent had 7 title Douluos? The previous time was just luck. If it weren't for the opponent having a dark attribute martial soul and underestimating him, he definitely wouldn't have survived. Should he call for help? Goody still has a few distress signal flares from the inner courtyard disciples. But this time the team, led by Shrek's Wang Yin, is only at the soul Douluo level. How can he help? Is there any other way? There must be another way. Could be that. No, there are too many uncertain factors, but if he doesn't use that, they will definitely die. Beside him, Yin is holding Gu on, relying on Goody's continuous energy to maintain his internal injuries. The amount of energy required to fully heal her father is far too immense. He doesn't have much energy left right now. Yin remains silent. Despite Goody showing many astonishing sides, she still doesn't show a hint of surprise. The three titled Duo around them, who are seriously injured, are secretly gathering their strength, like a venomous snake, lurking and preparing to strike. Kill them, extract their souls. I want to know everything. The tone of the star Luo Emperor is very calm, as if he is discussing a trivial matter. Damn it, let us fight. Goody's body instantly enlarged, transforming into the original 20-meter-tall Diga. Its terrifying and oppressive appearance startled the 7 titled Douluos in the distance. Opportunity. Goody almost hesitated, unleashing a massive ultra-binding light. However, being a titled Douluo, did he really think he could hit them with his current strength? A mere trick. One of the titled Douluo seemed eager to end the battle quickly, directly using his soul skill. A terrifying soul power enveloped his fist, striking Goody's enormous body and sending him back to his human form. Chapter 58. Dark Diga. Puffed. Goody spat out a mouthful of old blood, and all the veins in his body were being tempered. A violent energy was crashing around inside him. Sensing that Goody was injured, Shwedi woke up from her slumber. Just as she was about to ask what was going on, she noticed countless powerful auras surrounding them. 7. Exactly 7 titled Douluos. Among them, there were 2 super Douluos, and they were all filled with hostility. My God, wasn't it said that this human should avoid causing trouble? Even at her peak, she would have to treat such a lineup with caution. In the sky, how could that possibly be the power of the divine seat? How could Douluo Continent allow the existence of the divine seat? Wasn't the divine seat supposed to fly to the god realm? What on earth did this bastard do? Isn't he from the future? How could he do something so foolish? Instantly, Shwedi was filled with regret. How could she have agreed to him in such a moment of impulse? Just as one wave subsides, another rises. Feeling the intense fluctuations of Shwedi's emotions, Goody also felt a wave of grievance. After such a long time together, Goody understood what Shwedi was thinking. It wasn't him who provoked this situation. It was others who came after him. His biological mother had passed away, and now his biological father and he were about to die too. Damn it. He had previously felt fortunate that he wasn't like those flashy novel protagonists whose parents died. But now, one had already been sacrificed to the heavens, and another was about to be. Plus himself. Does that mean that having parents sacrifice themselves is the destiny of a transmigrator? No. I don't want to become a new member of the Starting Point Orphanage. Shwedi, what should we do? Goody helplessly asked the Snow Empress. Although the Snow Empress felt a myriad of frustrations and had the impulse to strangle Goody, she held it back. After all, she and Goody were in the same boat, waiting for doom. The Snow Empress said coldly that the last time she helped Goody kill a titled Douluo, it consumed too much of her original power, and she still hadn't recovered. Even if she did recover, she could only kill at most 3 titled Douluos, while the 4 beneath them could easily kill Goody. Not to mention the one in the sky. It was almost a certain death situation, unless your martial soul can unleash that terrifying power like last time. Although Goody's current strength couldn't harness that power, she could. After all, her 700,000 years of cultivation were there. However, it seemed that this human hadn't even fully mastered his own martial soul. It looks like she would have to resort to that dark power. Goody let out a slight sigh. A few years ago, just one encounter had nearly wiped out the entire household. If it weren't for necessity, he truly didn't want to engage with this dark power. The feeling of losing rationality and wanting to destroy everything made him very uncomfortable. Although he didn't reject dark power. What is darkness? What is light? The so-called darkness and light are merely evaluations made by the world. For Goody, darkness and light are quite similar, closely related to each other. The end of light is darkness, and the end of darkness is light. Is darkness necessarily wrong? Is it necessarily bad? Nothing is absolute. No matter how pure light is, there will always be shadows within that light. Even in the boundless darkness, there could be a glimmer of light. As long as it can be used by Goody, what is wrong with dark power? The strongest warrior of the ultra-ancient era. Dark Diga is not just a joke. That is the peak of Diga's combat power. After transforming into the composite Diga of light, his strength was unknown how many layers it had been reduced. Unfortunately, he couldn't harness the power of Dark Diga. He had thought about mastering its power afterward and had failed countless times. Moreover, in the end, Goody couldn't even enter the state of Dark Diga. Now, although Goody had the desire to become Dark Diga, how to transform remained a question. The feeling of becoming Dark Digga had gradually blurred for some reason, and despite Goodie's efforts to recall it, he couldn't find that feeling. This was the effect of the subconscious. Because he despised the loss of rationality, he subconsciously rejected the darkness. There wasn't much time for him to think. The 7 title Douluo were not idiots just sitting there watching Goodie wait for death, right? One of the title Douluo approached Gu Tian, their expression exceptionally cold. Arian stood in front of Gu Tian, unleashing her soul saint aura. The 7th soul ring suddenly lit up. Martial soul, true body. However, it was of no use. All struggles were futile in the face of absolute power. With overwhelming strength, this title Douluo forcefully broke through Arian's martial soul, true body. The other 3 title Douluo, who had been secretly accumulating power, erupted instantly. But they were severely injured and their strength was far from what it used to be. Moreover, there were 6 other title Douluo watching covetously. The outcome was self-evident. The 3 title Douluo were completely annihilated. Crack! The title Douluo who broke Arian's martial soul, true body, ruthlessly grabbed Arian by the neck. With a squeeze of their fingers, Arian's neck was brutally snapped. Immediately afterward, they stomped hard on the chest of the unconscious Gu Tian, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Vitality gradually dissipated. Watching his loved ones being tortured to death while he was powerless to help. True despair. He stared blankly at the sky. He was starting to despise this world a bit. Was he the most unfortunate transmigrator, dying in the toilet at the start, and then having his parents sacrificed later? If this were a novel, he would definitely find the author to beat them up to vent his anger. The entire sky was overshadowed by a gigantic palm, causing the surrounding light to dim. No one noticed that Goodie's originally fiery eyes had turned as dark as ink. It was the purest black, like an unfathomable abyss. After doing all this, the remaining 7 title Douluo bowed to the star Luo Emperor and then withdrew. As for Goodie, they didn't even consider taking action against the Soul Master with 3 rings. Although they didn't know why he had previously displayed an aura not weaker than a soul saint, at this moment, Goodie no longer aroused their desire to act. The gigantic palm in the sky quickly retracted. The star Luo Emperor slowly approached Goodie. If you didn't have such a father, perhaps with your oddity, you could have become the brightest star on this continent. But unfortunately, you have to blame your father. The star Luo Emperor looked at Goodie with regret. I apologize for the late arrival of the guards. The palace guards gathered, and the leading general knelt before the star Luo Emperor. It was that he didn't want to come. The battle between title Douluo was like gods fighting, and they mere mortals would have no place to bury themselves if they intervened. Kill him, the star Luo Emperor said. Yes, your majesty. They only needed to carry out the emperor's orders with loyalty. The head guard drew a long knife, which was clearly of exceptional craftsmanship, resembling a soul-guiding device. The flash of a knife passed, and contrary to expectations, there was no head rolling. Instead, a tremendous shockwave emanated from a sheath. The head guard's expression changed as a black Y-shaped rod-like object blocked Goodie's path. The main entrance was engraved with several strange patterns, radiating a rich dark power. Such pure dark power was already comparable to extreme darkness. The star Luo Emperor was slightly taken aback. Goodie raised his head, his pure black eyes devoid of any ripples. The black divine staff fell into Goodie's palm. Why didn't he reveal this sooner? Why? But it doesn't matter anymore. The originally clear sky of Star Luo City began to change at this moment. P.S. To be honest, I don't even know what I've been writing lately. This has led to an awkward situation where collections keep increasing, but recommendation votes are decreasing. The plot doesn't seem like a plot, and the fighting doesn't seem like fighting. Even the process is not clearly narrated. The author is not very good at writing battles and needs to learn more. If I really want to write the battle scenes, I could easily stretch it out for 7 or 8 chapters. Perhaps it's due to the excessive pursuit of the plot that the entire process has become a bit chaotic. During this process, the author discovered a major issue. Because I needed to integrate at least 4 different storylines, I kept focusing on the backstory instead of thinking about the beginning. In light of this, I have deeply reflected on myself. While the later parts are indeed important, without a solid foundation in the beginning, the latter parts are meaningless. So I need to write the beginning well. The pacing of the subsequent plot will slow down significantly. I hope everyone can support me. Please give me a triple request. I ask for recommendation votes. I ask for rewards. I ask for collections. Chapter 59. This is F. King cheating. Dark clouds rolled in, enveloping the entire Star Luo City. It was supposed to be daytime, but at this moment, it felt more like dusk. Moreover, the black clouds continued to spread, expanding at an alarming rate. The soldiers maintaining order in the city were left dumbfounded upon witnessing this scene. It felt as if a natural disaster was upon them. Outside the palace, a group of advanced academy teachers and students was stopped by soldiers. Although they could not see what was happening inside the palace, they could see a towering giant standing within it. The giant was over 60 meters tall, with eyes that glowed like yellow light bulbs. The patterns on its chest formed a Y shape, with a beautiful sapphire at the center of its chest. Surrounding the giant was a terrifying aura of dark power. Among the Shrek team, a beautiful girl with blue hair stared at the giant with wide eyes, motionless. Isn't this Goody? But the Goody who transformed wasn't this big, and didn't he only have 3 colors: purple, silver, and red? Moreover, isn't Goody supposed to have a light attribute? This one is clearly of the dark attribute. The giant stirred quite a commotion. Among the teachers leading the students, there were several strong individuals who could clearly sense the terrifying power of the black giant. From a distance, it felt like a massive mountain pressing down on them, making it hard to breathe. This was no different from the oppressive feeling brought by that giant hand earlier. Looking at the black giant, many people felt a surge of negative emotions: despair, darkness, brutality, and a thirst for slaughter. Those with higher abilities were less affected, but those with lower abilities experienced confusion, and some even started attacking those around them. What on earth is the Douluo Empire doing? How could the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy competition create such a huge uproar? Many leading teachers were both shocked and terrified, quickly calming their confused students. Inside the palace, the Douluo Emperor, who had always maintained a calm demeanor, changed his expression. His face looked somewhat grim. He was directly facing the black giant, and the terrifying aura nearly suffocated him. If it weren't for his relatively strong cultivation, he would probably have already collapsed to the ground. This is King cheating. The Douluo Emperor roared inwardly. Can someone tell him how a 3-ring soul master suddenly gained such immense power? This is almost on par with that senior in his palace. Who dares to rampage in my Douluo Empire? At that moment, several authoritative voices rang out. And then 5 beams of intense light rose, like the sun breaking through the sky, accompanied by dozens of terrifying auras, including the 7 titled Douluo powerhouses from before. However, the black giant didn't move an inch. The dark energy surrounding him transformed into a black light that crushed through, causing the beams of light to explode, turning into a sky full of fireworks. Wherever the black light passed, all life perished. Soon, the noisy palace fell silent, and the Douluo Emperor sat dazed on the ground. The plot twist was too fast. Just then, the giant hand appeared again. The 1,000-meter-wide giant hand swept away the black clouds shrouding the palace, bringing a moment of sunlight to the dark palace. Hee, kid, you've really stirred up something incredible. That voice still carried a hint of mockery. I implore you, senior, to take action. It was as if the Douluo Emperor had grasped a lifeline, shouting without regard for his image. But the giant hand seemed to ignore the Douluo Emperor's words, focusing its attention on Goody. The ultimate darkness could bring endless shadows to this land, but unexpectedly, it was housed within this kid. Hidden quite deep, there's even a glimmer of hope residing in you. If it weren't for this ultimate darkness, I might not have discovered it. Light and darkness coalescing, it's so interesting. If this darkness were to spread across the entire continent now, that group of deities in the divine realm. Before the giant hand could finish speaking, it was pierced by a beam of black light. It was noisy, and even the bothersome insects would die. The dark clouds were formed, and black ripples quickly spread from the wound. The once vibrant giant hand, in just a few breaths, seemed to age like a twilight elder, radiating death energy. In the next moment, the colorful light surrounding it surged into the center of its palm. The originally black ripples completely faded away. The massive hand regained its vitality. So ruthless. Forget it. I can't afford to provoke you. You clean up this mess. I'm out of here. Saying that, the giant hand tore open a massive rift in the sky, and in the next moment, the entire giant hand vanished into the void. Douluo Emperor. Did it really leave so decisively? Goody didn't move. A bug just ran away, and it was fine. Sooner or later, it would die by his hand. From now on, let us destroy the city. Only by destroying everything does this world hold any meaning. Only destruction can bring him satisfaction. He moved, and this step, whether intentional or not, landed on Emperor Xingluo. Everything was indifferent to Goody now. Dark clouds loomed, and the lives and deaths of all beings in the city were within his thoughts. Among these weak beings, a few auras felt very familiar. Is this his wife? His subconscious told him that his wife must not be destroyed. Destroying her would only leave him with empty hands. Then let's destroy a nearby city. At that moment, a crisp voice rang out. I told you to practice properly, but you didn't listen. If you had become a soul king by now, you wouldn't be in this miserable state, having to turn into this dark digga to save your life. A purple figure gradually emerged from the void. The person looked lazy, but their appearance was breathtakingly beautiful. With purple hair and purple eyes, those extremely enchanting purple eyes, and long hair cascading down like a waterfall. A handsome face wore a faint smile. Hu Yimo. This name seemed to deeply stab Goodie, causing his aura to become even more violent. The originally desperate heart suddenly gave rise to many evil thoughts, each powerful enough to lead to destruction. He quickly unleashed a black light, a pulling beam. For some reason, he now had only one thought: to capture this Hu Yimo. TSK. I was kind enough to help you, yet you repay kindness with enmity. I can at least be considered someone who saved your life. Hu Yimo shook his head, allowing the black light to hit him. Contrary to expectation, instead of being pulled towards the beam, Hu Yimo stood firmly in the air like an immovable mountain. Chapter 60. The Law of Time. Seeking recommendations. Seeking rewards. In the high sky of the palace, a strange laughter echoed throughout the land. Hee, the master was indeed right. This Hu Yimo has appeared in the continent's high-level Soul Master Academy competition. A burly man, 2 meters tall, chuckled foolishly in the air. Next to him were 2 other people. On his left stood a middle-aged man, whose unremarkable appearance was contrasted by a striking tuft of golden hair. In front of them stood a girl, a stunning beauty with silver hair and purple eyes. Master, should we report to the master or directly capture Hu Yimo? The burly man respectfully inquired of the girl. No rush. Let's observe for now. Whether it's that giant hand or the strength of that giant, it makes my heart race. The girl spoke in a low tone. At this moment, the fact that Hu Yimo dared to show up indicated that his strength was definitely not as simple as she had imagined. A 3-ring soul master could possess such immense power, so this 5-ring Hu Yimo should be no less formidable. The master is indeed insightful, but speaking of which, why did the master request for the main one to come to the human world under the name Guyuna? The towering burly man expressed his confusion. I don't know either, but I quite like the name Guyuna. The silver-haired girl replied casually. Really don't understand what the master is thinking. The matters of the master are not something you can pry into. Watch your mouth, or the master's next meal might just be your bare paw. The middle-aged man coldly interrupted. The burly man pouted, but didn't continue. But just to be safe, Xiong-jun, you should go notify the master first. The silver-haired girl commanded. Yes. Facing this girl, the fearsome beast ranked high in the Douluo Continent showed no sign of arrogance. The next moment, the space rippled, and Xiong-jun's figure suddenly vanished. Hu Yimo, what exactly are you? Why does that dragon from another world know of your existence? And why did you make me approach you under the identity of Guyuna? Guyuna stood in the sky, her gaze piercing through layers of dark clouds. Focused on the purple-haired, purple-eyed boy. Outside the palace, the teachers and students of the high-level Soul Master Academy, who had originally surrounded this place, had vanished without a trace. Although they didn't know what had happened, everyone was not foolish. They could clearly sense that the giant seemed intent on destroying the entire Douluo city. At this moment, anyone who didn't flee was a fool, as the giant's strength had exceeded everyone's imagination. Escape. Run as far as possible. As for the people of Douluo City, they were not their concern. With their own lives at stake, who had the mind to worry about others? Originally bustling due to the continental high-level Soul Master competition, Douluo City now resembled a ghost town. Inside the palace, 2 figures, one large and one small, stared wide-eyed. During this time, Goodie unleashed binding beams and cooling beams, but they were utterly useless. It seemed the opponent was not affected at all. Should he unleash his true power? He was also afraid of crushing Hu Yimo beside him. Hu Yimo dodged Godie's attacks, frowning. What state was this guy in now? Unconscious or conscious? If he guessed correctly, this guy should have lost his consciousness. But it didn't seem like it now. Could it be multiple personalities? Or perhaps another consciousness had taken over his body? Hu Yimo shook his head, dismissing the distractions. He needed to buy some time. Those people seemed to be arriving soon. Suddenly, Hu Yimo's aura condensed. An ancient and terrifying presence erupted from him, causing the entire world to freeze. His body began to change. A pair of tall, snow-white fox ears stood upright, and 5 enormous tails emerged behind him. The 5 tails were of different colors: purple, white, black, ice blue, and one that was almost transparent. Among them, the most special, nearly transparent tail shone brightly. Invisible forces emanated from it, wrapping around Gudi's massive body like ropes, binding him tightly. Gudiman struggled violently, and a terrifying dark aura rampaged. The entire Star Luo city shook. For a moment, the people who had originally fled increased their speed again in shock. But how could such a small amount of power bind Gudiman, who had transformed into Dark Digga? In an instant, the invisible ropes were all torn apart. For Hu Yimo, that brief moment was enough. A beam of light shot out from the center of his palm. It was an inconspicuous beam, yet it carried an indescribable sense of desolation. However, Gudiman seemed to sense a great threat from it, and quickly retreated at a terrifying speed. The beam, however, was noticeably faster, almost instantly landing on Gudiman. The beam had no attack power. It landed on Gudiman's enormous body, which was over 60 meters tall, without producing a single spark. But the next moment was shocking. The dark clouds that had filled the sky crazily converged back into Gudiman's body. Gudiman's massive form gradually faded, ultimately transforming into a shadow-like figure that fell straight down. Hu Yimo, quick-eyed and swift-handed, caught the falling figure. After catching Gudiman, the space around Hu Yimo seemed to open a massive rift on its own. Without any hesitation, Hu Yimo, holding Gudiman, slipped into the rift. After the two disappeared, 2 figures appeared almost instantly. "Master, what was that beam of light?" "It was able to subdue that black giant," Tion said, looking at Gu Yuna beside him with a hint of confusion. "It's the power of the law of time, and it's not an ordinary law of time," Gu Yuna said with a serious expression. Suddenly, she raised her head. Their supreme had arrived. Walking through the spatial rift, terrifying spatial turbulence seemed to avoid Hu Yimo like a rat avoiding a cat. Looking at the Goodie in his arms, Hu Yimo narrowed his eyes slightly. On his tanned forehead, a black mark that resembled a diamond was strikingly obvious. It was strange. This guy should have been thinking only about destruction after losing consciousness. Yet at this moment, it seemed as if he was playing with him. Suddenly, Hu Yimo's body came to a sudden halt. Ahead, a man in white armor, holding a long spear, stood quietly amidst the spatial turbulence. He wore a faint smile, and on his shoulder was a lively white fox, staring at him with big blinking eyes. Soon, the man's smiling face stiffened. His gaze landed on the Gudi that Hu Yimo was holding. Chapter 61. Advanced Lie Detector. Seeking recommendation votes. Seeking donations. How did I run into this guy? Hu Yimo rubbed his forehead, looking pained. It could be said that this was the last person he wanted to meet in this life. Yet, he came to him so quickly. Can someone tell him what exactly was going on? Wasn't this guy supposed to appear later? Why did he show up now? Could it be that he was also, long time no see, dead fox? The man was naturally Han Exan, who had rushed over as soon as he got news from Gu Yuna and the others. Who are you? Do I know you? To be cautious, Hu Yimo decided to play dumb. Who am I? Haha, dead fox. Don't pretend to be foolish. Since I can retain my previous memories, you must have them too. Han Xian looked at Hu Yimo with a smirk. Hu Yimo, all right, the worst case scenario has already happened. You said you've deceived me a few times now? Foxes are indeed very cunning. Han Xian, holding the long spear, appeared before Hu Yimo in an instant. His face filled with anger. The white fox on his shoulder squeaked in protest, but after Han Xian slapped it, it immediately became extremely obedient. Hu Yimo remained silent, subtly stepping back while holding Goodie. Seeing that Hu Yimo did not answer, Han Xian's face grew even angrier. Come with me. Han Xian grabbed Hu Yimo by the collar and prepared to break through the space. Smack! Hu Yimo directly swatted his hand away. The crisp sound echoed in this space. Levi! Han Xian quoted. Startled, the white fox on his shoulder curled up, trembling all over. I've told you so many times that my name is Hu Yimo, not Levi. You've mistaken me for someone else. Hu Yimo said. Liars! Do you think I would still believe your words? Everything that Fox says is deceiving. If you're not him, then why does your appearance resemble him so much? If you're not him, why did she say those words at the end? That I'm sorry is so familiar. I will never forget it. Saying I'm sorry again and again. Yet you still deceived me. Don't think I don't know. I know everything that happened afterward. Everything. Her constitution made me understand everything. Han Xian's emotions fluctuated violently, and the powerful blood energy caused the space to distort. I've said it before, I am who I am. I am Hu Yimo. You've mistaken me for someone else. I have never been Levi. As for that, I'm sorry. I only said it because I felt guilty for dragging you down. Refusing to admit it, huh? I knew you would stubbornly deny it. Han Xian looked at Hu Yimo with a mix of anger and mockery. Today, whether you are Li Bai or not, you must leave this world with me. Han Xian stated firmly. You say I should leave with you just because you say so? Wouldn't that make me lose face? Hu Yimo replied, appearing indifferent. Even if you want to force me, you can't do anything to me. If you were in your prime, it would be a different story, but now your injuries haven't healed, and you want to take me down? Last time you died. Do you want to die again this time? Han Xian's roar caused the entire space to tremble violently. It's not like you're the one who is dying. So why are you scared? By the way, you should hurry and leave. I don't want to drag you down again this time. Hu Yimo waved his hand. Ha ha ha. Han Xian suddenly burst into laughter. What are you laughing at? Hu Yimo's face darkened. You care about me. Han Xian's resolute and fair face was filled with a smile as he looked at Hu Yimo. Because you're afraid I might die, you want to anger me, hoping I'll take action to forcefully take you away, giving you an excuse to attack me, and then defeat me, which would leave me disheartened, ultimately making me leave this world. You're just pretending not to know me because you don't want to die in this world. You're as cunning as ever, you fox. Hu Yimo, he makes such a good point, I can't think of a rebuttal. And what is this intense, emotional vibe? What a clitch conversation. Do you think you can win against me? This time I came to this world fully prepared. Don't think I'm a kind of fool who only has muscles in his head. To avoid any accidents, I inherited the throne of the White Dragon clan early. Han Xian said calmly. Hu Yimo. Isn't this guy the one who stubbornly refused to inherit the throne of the White Dragon clan? Why is he suddenly so eager? The blessings of the entire White Dragon clan have greatly increased my strength. My power this time is incomparable to my previous weak self. Plus, after being nourished by the life lake of the Star Dove Forest these days, my injuries have healed significantly. Do you really think this dead fox has any chance of winning? Poor Tion still didn't he know that the area of his own life lake had shrunk by more than half. My strength has increased several times, and my injuries have healed significantly. Well, that means my strength has recovered by about half. So overall, my strength is no longer as weak as before. It seems I can't beat him, but if I can't beat him, I can still run. Do you think you can outrun me? Of course. If you want to run, I definitely can't catch up to you. Han Xian seemed to see through his thoughts, but I can keep chasing you relentlessly. If you don't stop, I won't stop either. But I wonder if the person in your hands can withstand such prolonged spatial movement. As he said this, his crimson eyes carried a hint of coldness as they moved up and down on Goodie. All right, what do you want? Just to be clear, I want to leave this world. I still have many things to do. Hu Yimo said somewhat helplessly. Simple. You say you're not Li Bai. That's fine. Before this, I learned a kind of word spirit that can distinguish truth from lies. If what you say is mostly true, then come and test it on me, and we'll know. Han Xian said straightforwardly. Isn't this just like a lie detector? No, it's more advanced than a lie detector. Fox Yimo pondered for a moment before nodding slightly. All right, if not, then you leave this world immediately, he said. Okay, Han Xian did. Then squinted his eyes and whispered something. It was an ancient language. A white light floated at the center of his palm. The truth will show red. Lies will show black. Now I will disconnect from its control to avoid you suspecting me of manipulating things. As he spoke, the white light detached from his palm. Let's begin, Han Xian said. I am not Li Bai, nor the Li Bai you mentioned, Fox Yimo said. The light group changed, red and black flickering. In the end, it settled on red. Chapter 62. I must have time traveled. Seeking recommendation votes. Seeking rewards. Is it okay now? Fox Yimo remained quite calm. No rush. Han Xian showed no signs of panic. Do you have any relation to the Li Bai I know? How could there be a relation? The color of the light group changed, instantly turning pitch black. Fox Yimo. Han Xian beside him had a look of sudden realization. He then asked, so, is the Li Bai I know from the same person as you? Don't joke, I am me. How could I come from the same person as someone else? As soon as he finished speaking, the black color of the light group intensified. Han Xian glanced at Fox Yimo with disdain, thinking that this dead fox wanted to play word games, truly believing he didn't know. After being reborn, Han Xian learned from the painful lessons of his past life and immediately inherited the throne of the White Dragon clan. While reading the spells preserved by the White Dragon clan, he chose the one that could discern the truth immediately. Nothing else. He was afraid of being deceived. A person who can lie without changing their face, without a heartbeat, and can look at you with sincere eyes is definitely someone Han Xian had never seen before in his life. Fox Yimo fell silent, wondering if this thing was really that sensitive. Initially thinking he could muddle through by playing word games, it turned out he was digging his own grave. What should he do now? Got nothing to say now, huh? Hanexin lorget triumphantly. I said, since you're so obsessed with finding the Li Bai, you know. Do you like him? Hu Yimo suddenly asked defensively. Hearing this, Han Exen straightened his back, corrected his gaze, and said with righteous indignation, "Don't talk nonsense. My orientation is perfectly normal. This is just pure brotherhood." As soon as he finished speaking, the pitch-black light group suddenly expanded to 2 or 3 times its size. Han Xin, Hu Yimo, in the distant depths of the universe. A black light streaked by at high speed. As if sensing something, the black light suddenly stopped. It was a giant interspersed with silver and yellow, standing nearly 50 meters tall. Its eyes were triangular, with a Y-shaped ornament on its head, adorned with multiple patterns, including on its chest. There was a colored indicator on its chest, a yellow crystal in the center of its head, and it had a tall figure. "Finally found you. I didn't expect you to be here, Digga. I will arrive soon. Wait for me." Goody had a dream. It was a distant and ancient dream. The scene of the dream was a vast, ancient battlefield. In the dream, he transformed into a gigantic black giant. Around him, there were countless giants surrounding him. Behind the giant army was a group of monsters. Various kinds of monsters formed a powerful legion. Goody knows that he is the strongest among this legion. In his dreams, there are also giants opposing him. They're the giants of light. They form a powerful legion as well. In the dream, Goody engages in a war between light and darkness. It is a brutal war. At that time, he leads all the dark giants to a great victory. The remnants of the light giants are everywhere. The light giants are almost completely exterminated. The entire world seems to be under the rule of the dark giants. Until one day, a person arrives. Who is that person? His face is unclear. In the dream, his figure is so vague. And at this moment, the dream breaks. Or rather, this segment of the dream breaks. Like a leap, the surrounding scenes keep changing. He sees himself sealing his own brother and lover with his own hands. Persuaded by Tionling, he gives up the originally dark power and transforms into a giant of light. He joins the ranks of the light giants, whom he originally despised. Why join? He doesn't know. Why was he persuaded? He doesn't know. After he joins, the once declining power of the light giants rises significantly. In the end, the dark giants are slaughtered and annihilated. Why do this? He doesn't know. The dream shifts here. Countless images flash by, and humanity ultimately chooses destruction. Countless Kijila bloom across the continent. As a giant of light, he cannot interfere with humanity's choices. Silence. At this moment, that person appears again. It seems he made a deal with him? What deal? He doesn't know. Silence. The dream becomes blurry. Goody only remembers leaving that world. And at this moment, the dream was completely severed. Opening his eyes, he found himself in an ancient-style room. The entire room was neatly arranged, and all the furniture was made of a type of purple wood, exuding a faint, elusive fragrance. It resembled a rosewood from Blue Star. Could it be that he had crossed over again? Goody fell silent. Through the mirror on the wall, he saw his current self. His originally black long hair had inexplicably turned red, and the 2 scars on his face had vanished. The black diamond mark on his forehead was strikingly prominent. It was quite strange, although he was probably more handsome than before. His body had also undergone some changes. The originally light attribute soul power had been completely replaced by dark attribute. In his dantian, the giant sword had also undergone drastic changes. The previously broken sword tip had actually grown back on its own. The white blade had transformed into a chilling red. And the crimson sword energy sprayed out in his dantian as if it were materialized. At the hilt, it took on the shape of a ghostly head. The sword energy was fierce and cold, yet it was quite obedient in his dantian. Since the day Goody remembered the extreme northern land, this giant sword had been lying dormant in his dantian, refusing to come out no matter how he called for it, like a stubborn old man. But now, with a thought from Goody, the giant sword immediately rushed out from his dantian like a loyal servant. As he held it in his hand, he instantly felt a familiar sensation, as if he were reuniting with an old friend after many years. A trace of joy also emanated from the sword itself. Goody finally remembered why this felt so familiar. This was clearly Li Xin from the Game Honor of Kings, and it was even in its dark form. Coupled with the previous Hu Yimo, who resembled Li Bai from 1,000 years ago. If this were a novel, how much did the author love this game? Creak. The door was gently pushed open. A slender figure slowly walked in. Goody squinted slightly, becoming alert. It was a girl, probably around 15 or 16 years old. She wore a white dress adorned with purple patterns. The patterns were quite peculiar. From a distance, they resembled a carved purple fox. Her appearance was also quite beautiful. However, She had a pair of fox-like ears on her head. Behind her, a snow-white tail swayed back and forth. Is this the legendary fox-eared girl? I must have traveled to another world. P.S. Please vote for me and offer rewards. Chapter 63. Heart Lake Honored Guest. Hello. Nice to meet you. My name is Foxrain. Please take care of me. The girl smiled lightly, slightly bowing to Goody. Goody remained unmoved, raising his crimson eyes to coldly stare at her. To be honest, if it were the old Goody, he would have been thrilled to see a beast-eared girl like this, which only existed in anime. After all, in his previous life, Goody didn't have any special skills. He just played games, read novels, and watched anime. He was just a few steps away from being a complete otaku. But at this moment, Goody felt no emotional turmoil. He even wanted to charge forward and take down this mysterious fox-eared girl. However, sensing that she bore no hostility, he forcibly suppressed that impulse. His mind was unusually calm and clear, completely unlike someone who had just experienced the sacrifice of their parents. He was entirely composed. He had a pair of parents in his previous life, and although he didn't know if he could return in the future, he still had a younger brother. As the saying goes, if the main account is ruined, there's still a backup account. At least he had a backup to take care of his parents in their old age. Hopefully, that damned sacrificial curse wouldn't harm his parents from his previous life as well. Why? Do transgressors have to be unable to escape the curse of their parents' sacrifice? He had no idea what the situation was like on Blue Star. Foxy? What does she have to do with Hu Yimo? There's no need for the esteemed guest to be on guard. You are a precious guest brought back by our young emperor. And you are the most valued guest of our Qingxiu Fox clan. If we wanted to harm you, we would have acted long ago when you were unconscious. You all. Goody opened his mouth, and his voice was not what he expected. It was very hoarse and magnetic at this moment. Is your young emperor called Hu Yimo? Hu nodded with a smile. Although Goody couldn't remember the exact details of what had happened before, he still retained some fragments. In a daze, it seemed he had seen Hu Yimo. What he thought was an illusion turned out not to be. The Qingxiu Fox clan? Young emperor? It seems this Hu Yimo is quite significant. Moreover, why did Hu Yimo appear at such a convenient time? Why did he wait until Goody transformed into Dark Digga to show up? With everything that happened earlier, it all felt like a muddy mess, leaving Goody with no clear thoughts. After experiencing the incident with Dark Digga, Goody also noticed a subtle change in his personality. There was less silliness and more gloom and darkness. It was strange that at this moment he couldn't muster any thoughts of sarcasm. The esteemed guest seems unaware of our young emperor's identity in the Qingxiu Fox clan, and they probably haven't heard of our Qingxiu Fox clan either. It makes sense. Our Qingxiu Fox clan has lived almost in isolation from the world, so it's normal for the esteemed guest not to know. We, the Qingxiu Fox clan, are a peace-loving race. We fled to the Starry Forest to escape human persecution. So, am I currently in the Starry Forest? Goody interrupted. Yes, to be precise. We are now in the territory of the Qingxiu Fox clan. Our clan is protected by the spirit of Qingxiu, so no powerful soul beasts will dare to offend us. What is the spirit of Qingxiu? Goody asked, his voice still cold. However, Hu felt no sense of rejection. The guardian of our clan. Is it strong? The spirit of Qingxiu cannot be measured by strength. Hu shook his head. It is the deity that guards the Qingxiu Fox clan, not something that can be evaluated by power. Not receiving an answer, a surge of rage suddenly arose in Goody's heart, but he quickly suppressed it. If it is revered as the deity of the Qingxiu Fox clan, then how does it compare to the divine abode in terms of strength? Goody shook his head slightly and stood up slowly. He was still wearing the Shrek black school uniform, and there was no glitch plot of someone changing his clothes. After tidying up his clothes, Goody asked again, how many days was I unconscious? It had already been 2 days since the young emperor brought him back. What is the young emperor's status in your clan? Hu patiently answered Goody's questions. He holds the same status as your human emperors. He is the emperor of our entire Qingxiu group. The words of the young emperor are like a holy decree within the Qingxiu clan. And even if it costs us our lives, we must loyally execute them. We have been waiting for the young emperor's arrival for 1,000 years. And the entire spirit of Qingxiu recognizes the young emperor as our leader. He is the hope for the rise of the entire Qingxiu Fox clan. At this point, Hu Yu's face showed a fervent expression, as if the young emperor Hu Yimo were her very life. This looked just like a cultist, and even more advanced than a cultist. Moreover, this Hu Yimo looked like a protagonist template. So where is Hu Yimo? After all, Gudi asked. The young emperor has gone out with another friend, and during this time, he won't be back. The young emperor instructed us to take care of you, our esteemed guest. In fact, ever since the day the young emperor awakened his martial soul, he has been mostly training in the outside world and rarely returns. Another friend? The the person in white armor, holding a long spear. Hu Yu frowned, trying hard to recall his appearance. This world seems to have become more complicated. Goodie shook his head, yet he remained completely unmoved. After his parents made sacrifices to the heavens, his heart seemed to have undergone a significant change. No wonder. Those who were the main characters in their parents' sacrifices seemed to be on another level. Goodie suddenly thought of a question. Since Hu Yimo is also a traveler, what about the parents of the young emperor? The young emperor's parents passed away early. As expected, the cursed sacrifice to the heavens. This also made Goodie realize just how terrifying the sacrifice curse really is. It's something that almost all travelers cannot avoid. Goodie remained silent. He stood up and pushed open the door, with Hu Yu standing respectfully behind him. A beam of sunlight shone on his forehead, and the once friendly light seemed to recoil as if it had encountered a rat, eager to avoid contact. Stepping outside, he was greeted by a bustling market filled with members of the Qingxiu Fox clan. The houses they lived in were vastly different from those of the Xingluo Empire, primarily constructed from a type of purple wood, including the furniture. The entire Qingxiu Fox clan seemed to be situated in a basin surrounded by towering mountains, creating a sealed-off territory. In the distance, there was a lake within this basin. The surface of the lake rippled in waves with the wind, reflecting the bright blue sky. The water was deep blue and crystal clear. On the lake, there was a small island featuring a gigantic, enchanting, and eerie fox statue. What was even more peculiar was that the fox statue had 9 tails. That is our clan's sacred place, the Heart's Eye Lake, Hu Yu explained, following Goodie's gaze. The island had no other decorations. It was the most beautiful and sacred place in the hearts of the entire Qingxiu clan. Chapter 64, Disgrace and Ruin, Sacred Land. Goodie took a glance. With his current perception, he could clearly sense the presence of numerous powerful beings surrounding the lake, especially the statue of the 9-tailed fox, which gave him a very dangerous and strange feeling. It seemed that the Qingxiu Fox clan was not to be trifled with. At this moment, he felt like a lamb among a pack of wolves, completely out of place with these Qingxiu foxes. Many ordinary clan members looked at the visiting guest with curiosity, and even a bold fox-eared young lady approached Goodie, curiously touching here and there. "Goodie, where should I put my hand?" The sinister aura of Li Xian from the Game Honor of Kings doesn't seem to manifest in Goodie at all. It's no wonder, after all, he's only 11 or 12 years old. Although Goodie has a cold demeanor, his youthful face greatly undermines that image, creating a bit of a contrast that is rather cute. Goodie wanted to resist, but his fists were no match for their forehands. He was instantly defeated, until Goodie's face turned red. The nearby Hu Yu quickly cleared his throat a few times. Several fox-eared girls immediately stopped, indicating that Hu Yu held a special status in the Qingxiu Fox clan. "Dear guest, please follow me." Hu Yu made a gesture of invitation, and the crowd surrounding Goodie immediately parted to make way. Straightening his disheveled clothes, Goodie followed. Their path led directly to the Heartstream Lake. "Are there more females than males in your Qingxiu Fox clan?" Goodie couldn't help but ask, since just now, he had hardly seen any male members of the clan. "This is the women's residential area. But you are also right that only a little over 30% of our Qingxiu Fox clan are male members. Moreover, the proportion of male members has been decreasing in recent years." Hu Yu looked worried. Goodie really wanted to ask if they allowed other races to become members. Above her forehead, the diamond mark suddenly overflowed with a dark and violent energy. From top to bottom, it reached her heart. In an instant, Goodie felt as if all her emotions had vanished. Everything became dull and uninteresting. His aura also became even more formidable. Could this be the legendary forced calmness? Just moments ago, he had shown a bit of emotional fluctuation, and this ghostly thing had devoured his emotions with some unknown force. Beside him, Hu Yu looked at Goodie strangely. Could it be that he had broken through while walking? She felt that this guy's gaze had become even colder. This way of breaking through was truly bizarre. When Goodie was too lazy to explain, he changed from being talkative to silently following Hu Yu. After about a quarter of an hour, the two of them approached Xianxi Lake. The houses built around here had also added a touch of elegance compared to before. It was no longer just monotonous purple. Bang! At that moment, a loud noise erupted, and a fluffy golden object fell from the sky, landing right next to Goodie and rolling a few times. It was a monkey with golden fur. It radiated a golden glow from head to toe. In less than a second, the monkey got up and brushed off the dust from its body. It was then that Goodie noticed its eyes. They were also dazzling gold, but at the center of its golden pupils, there was a red that, upon closer inspection, resembled an eternal flame that would never extinguish. In less than a second, the monkey's fur completely shed, revealing a youthful face. The short yellow hair on its head was not very eye-catching. Its face was filled with a look of helplessness. Goody stared intently, hoping to remind him with his gaze that he had not a shred of modesty on him. The blonde-haired boy, living up to expectations, realized that he was completely exposed and immediately took out a set of clothes from his spatial ring to put on. Two figures emerged from the room he had been blasted out of. One was a tall beauty, and the other was a smaller girl. The taller one looked about 16 or 17 years old, while the smaller one seemed to be around Goody's age. The taller girl walked in with a cold demeanor, and her arrival seemed to lower the temperature of the air. She had deep blue eyes that appeared cool and distant, unlike the ordinary people whose eyes held a hint of charm. Her arched eyebrows and long eyelashes quivered slightly, and her fair skin glowed with a faint rosy hue. Her thin lips were tender and dewy like rose petals, with her light blue hair cascading down her back and a delicate, pale face. She looked like a goddess of ice and snow, exuding a chilly aura. The other girl appeared cute with her double ponytails and a slightly flushed face. The girl with double ponytails seemed familiar to him, as if he had seen her somewhere before. Where had he seen her? Miss Hu Lungning. Hu Yu lowered her head and bowed to the stunning girl. The girl called Lungning completely ignored her and walked straight up to the blonde boy. Hu Lungning looked down at the blonde boy, surprised. I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. This is unexpected, unexpected. The blonde boy shouted without regard for his image, and if one looked closely, they could see the cold sweat on his forehead. Goodie, this classic plot, these familiar lines. It seems these people have a story. An accident? The evidence is conclusive. What else do you have to say? In Hu Lungning's ice-blue eyes, there was a spark of anger. Our young emperor regards you as a friend, and our Qingqiu Fox clan has treated you well. Why would you do such a thing? Oh, this guy is actually a friend of Hu Yimo. No wonder there are probably only these two humans here. Since just now, Gudi hasn't seen any other unexpected races from the Qingqiu Fox clan. Not even any pet owners. There aren't any here. Others shouldn't have the right to bring anyone else here. This is really an accident. If you don't believe it, you can ask Qingling herself. The blonde-haired boy looked hopefully at the twin-tailed girl beside Hu Lungning, and the girl called Qingling did not disappoint the blonde boy. Blushing, she tugged at Hu Lungning's clothing. Miss Lungning, should we just let go? He didn't mean to. Saying this, Qingling shyly lowered her head. Blonde boy, this makes it even harder to explain. Sure enough, after hearing Qingling's words, the cold light in Hu Lungning's eyes intensified. The blonde boy slumped down onto the ground. I, Li Ran, have been single for many years without any bad habits. And now I've finally welcomed the first blemish in my life. Moreover, he was clearly innocent but had been framed. This was the second day since he arrived at the Qingqiu Fox clan, and today was also when Hu Yimo had just left. He seriously suspected that this was all a scheme by Hu Yimo. It was he who wanted to ruin his reputation. Chapter 65, The Legendary. Who is this person? Gudi asked Academy. His name is Li Ran, and he claims to be a friend of the young emperor. He arrived at our clan's territory a couple of days ago. My relationship with Hu Yimo is quite special, Li Ran said with great confidence. Oh, it's you. I didn't expect that you actually woke up. Gudi glanced at Li Ran, but said nothing. Li Ran looked at Gudi in surprise. The young emperor said this person had character issues and asked us to pay more attention. The young emperor was indeed right. Today we caught Miss Lungning red-handed. Hu Yu said indignantly. Nonsense. My character is perfectly good. You should listen to that bastard Hu Yimo and what he says. Li Ran shouted from not far away. Gudi ignored his roar and then asked. He has behavioral issues. Why do you still let him stay in your clan? It was he who insisted on staying, and we, the lesser emperor, had no choice but to let him remain in our clan, Hu Yu explained. Goody said nothing. He silently observed the person. This person was very dangerous. The strength of someone who could make him feel danger was evident. Why was he so stubbornly staying in your clan? Goody was a bit confused. Could it be that the Qingqiu Fox clan has some treasures? I don't know. Hu Yu shook her head. Not far away. The three people started arguing again. It was obvious that Li Ran was in the wrong and was passively taking the hits. What Gudi didn't expect was that the person named Hu Lungning had actually reached Soul Saint level. It was somewhat unbelievable. How could someone so young achieve Soul Saint status? It seemed that Hu Yimo was even more abnormal, having reached Soul Zone level at about the same age as him. He didn't know how their strength had changed recently, whether human or ghost. Everyone who crossed over was getting stronger. Yet he was the only one who was just lurking and developing. Even if something major happened in front of him, he still had to focus on his own growth. That person named Hu Lungning must have a high status in your clan, right? Miss Hu Lungning is the daughter of our clan's second elder. Esteemed guest, Please come this way. Our clan leader has requested to see you. Does your Qingqiu clan still have a clan leader? Goody was somewhat speechless. It was hard to imagine that a clan leader could be less respected than a little kid. How frustrating that must be. Yes, the clan leader was not only our leader, but she was also the fiancée of the young emperor. Goody almost spat out a mouthful of blood. What the hell? A fiancée? Their clan leader is a girl? How old is she supposed to be now? If she's a fiancée, then how old should she be right now? Only 12 or 13, right? Damn, this can't be the legendary child bride, can it? By the way, your Qingqiu Fox clan is too casual, isn't it? Can a little kid even be a clan leader? As a fellow transmigrator, why is the treatment so poor? The mark on his forehead was flashing wildly. Yet it still couldn't stop Goody's inner complaints. Just at that moment, Hu Yu brought Goody to the vicinity of Heart Whisper Lake. Surrounding Heart Whisper Lake were many lavishly decorated buildings, but none were built right next to it. The only place close to Heart Whisper was a single house, which looked shabby and dilapidated compared to the luxurious buildings around it. Hu Yu led Goody straight to the door of that house and respectfully knocked a few times. Clan leader, I've brought a distinguished guest. Come in. That was the voice of a girl with a hint of allure in her tone. Only then did Hu Yu open the door and make a gesture inviting them in. It was clear she intended to enter, or rather, she felt she didn't have the qualification to go in. Goody glanced indifferently at Hu Yu. Upon entering the room, it was not as shabby as the outside, but rather had a touch of girlish charm. The entire house was painted pink, and the furniture was somewhat disorganized, with a dressing table and all the necessary furnishings. The so-called leader of the Qingqiu Fox clan was sitting at the dressing table, leisurely combing her hair. When Gudi saw this so-called leader, he was stunned. She looked about the same age as the Hu Lungning he had seen before, with a pair of silver-white fox ears standing upright, seemingly a standard feature for young girls. Her light pink pupils revealed a hint of allure and seduction. The snow-white robe she wore not only failed to conceal her proud figure, but instead added a unique aesthetic charm. Isn't this the girl he saw at the Shrek Freshman Assessment Conference? The one who was watching the battle between Hu Yimo and him from the sidelines. What the heck? What did she eat? She grew up so much all of a sudden. This must be fake. A dark light flashed on his forehead, and Goody instantly became cold. At that moment, he finally remembered why he found the previous Qing Ling somewhat familiar. He had also seen her at that freshman assessment competition. We've met before, Hu Zixian said to Goody in a calm tone, casually tying her pink hair into a ponytail. Goody nodded expressionlessly. What is your relationship with our young emperor? This question is well asked and has multiple implications. Goody naturally didn't want to have too much to do with this guy. They were just ordinary friends. Goody said lightly, is that so? Hu Zixin picked up a glass of water beside her and took a sip. The last time we met, you had a light attribute, and the light within you was like a sun. But this time, it's completely the opposite. You wouldn't just meet me for a casual chat, would you, Chief? Goody said lightly. Indeed, it was just small talk, but I still want to ask you a few things. Hu Zixin smiled slightly and got serious. Entering the main topic. What is it? Do you know who that man in white armor is with our young emperor? The one in white armor? Goody frowned. Isn't this the same person who went out with Hu Yimo? Could it be that they have some undisclosed dealings? Leading his fiancée, you don't want to catch him in the act? What's his name? Although he didn't know for sure, Goody was determined to extract some information. It seems like his name is Han Xin. Han Xin. Goody still looked calm and composed. There's no helping it. The idle mode is incredibly powerful, and, generally, Goody cannot resist it. Since there could be a 1,000-year-old fox named Li Bai in this world, why can't there be a white dragon named Han Xin? Although Li Bai is not called Li Bai anymore, his appearance hasn't changed. I just don't know if the one called Han Xin is also a time traveler. However, it can be confirmed that he is not from this world. Do you know him? You say he wears white armor? Does he also carry a spear? And he looks exceptionally handsome? Yes. Hu Zixi nodded, and he also has a white fox standing on his shoulder. A white fox? What is that? Goody remained calm. That should be right. By longing Han Xin. I remember when the By Longing skin was just released. There was a colorful dialogue with the 1,000-year fox that made Goody complain for quite a while. Chapter 66. I guess By Longing Han Xin? Hu Zixin slightly squinted her eyes. Why do you seem unfriendly towards him? Well, I feel that his gaze towards our young emperor is quite unusual. Hu Zixin said, wow, could it be that there really is a special bond? A dark light flashed on Goody's forehead, and the ripples in his eyes instantly calmed down. What do you think of his strength? Goody asked. Very strong. I can't beat him. To be conservative, he must at least have the strength of a super Douluo. Goody looked expressionless. You make it sound like you're a title Douluo. The last time we met, you were only at the Soul Master level. Even if you've grown stronger, it can't be that you made a huge leap in power. Don't tell me you're already a titled Douluo. I don't believe it. And the legendary child bride actually turned into one. Unfortunately, my strength can only remain at the titled Douluo level. It's likely I won't advance any further for eternity. Is it really a titled Douluo? Goodie's forehead flashed with a dark light, and the emotional turmoil that had just been stirred up instantly vanished. Damn. Suppressing emotions like this, he might become numb himself in the future. He might not belong to this world. Goody said softly, I know. Hu Zixin stood up and looked out the window. The azure lake was so clear it was mesmerizing. Even our young emperor is not from another world. The soul within his body belongs to another realm. The soul of our original young emperor has long since died, or rather, has merged into one with him. She raised her head, her beautiful pink eyes fixed on him. Including you. The soul in your body is also not from this world, but has come from another realm. What? Even with the suppression of dark light, Gudi was still taken aback. How could she know? Could it be that Hu Yimo told her? Impossible. This is a secret that should be kept even from close ones. How could Hu Yimo possibly tell her? Could it be that she is also a traveler? What a coincidence. 2 travelers in one place? Even the heavens wouldn't dare to do that. What on earth is going on? Who can tell him what is really happening? Could it really be that Hu Yimo told her? Or did she pick up on something from their conversation just now? This mysterious plot, this is so damn kitsch. The murderous intent in Gudi's eyes surged. His gaze flickered as he contemplated whether to kill in silence. No need to be so agitated. Even if the soul in his body comes from another world, so what? Am I supposed to be a fool and spread the word that your soul is from another world? Hu Zixin calmly sipped a cup of tea. Goody, it's not like you can understand the struggles of a traverser. What if a deity becomes interested in this rumor and comes looking for me? At that moment, Goody felt exhausted. Perhaps killing to silence it would be the best option. A flash of black light appeared on his forehead, and instead of forcing him to calm down as it usually did, it instead fueled his desire for slaughter. The black light surged, darkening the entire room. TSK. To think that his own martial soul could sway his will. What a failure. Hu Zixin looked at Goody with disdain. She extended her pale middle finger, and at the fingertip, a faint pink light gathered. Pointing it at Goody's forehead, the light quickly drilled into the center of Goody's brows. In the next moment, the entire sea of consciousness felt like a stone dropped into the ocean, a refreshing sensation sweeping over his body. The desire for slaughter in his heart receded like a tide, and he once again returned to sage mode. Goody was startled and stood up abruptly. A flash of dark light appeared on his forehead, and this time, it honestly helped him suppress his emotions. Goody hated this feeling of being manipulated. It's better to have a bright mindset. No one can control him, with the power of light protecting him from various attacks. The key is that he has just awakened not long ago. He doesn't even know how to transform into light. Does he have to absorb power like in the final Holy War? Meanwhile, the dark forces would love for him to embrace more of them, as if those negative emotions were his ultimate destination. However, there are some benefits. He is constantly in touch with that dark energy, and his mental strength is being exercised, growing stronger day by day. He believes he will soon be able to resist that feeling of being overwhelmed by emotions, with his mind achieving calm and balance. Goody pretended not to notice the contemptuous gaze from Hu Zixin. Stay calm, don't panic. How do you know that Hu Yimo's soul comes from another world? Goody tried to keep his tone as calm as possible. How did you know? Hu Zixin picked up the tea and savored it delicately, seemingly in no hurry to speak. Goody didn't say anything and just quietly looked at her. After a while, Hu Zixin slowly spoke up. It was the spirit of Qingxiu that told me. The spirit of Qingxiu? Goody frowned, having heard this term for the second time. How did it tell you? How does it know? What exactly is the Qingxiu? Goody threw out several questions in a row. You have no right to know now. In a word, it completely blocked Goody. What you said about Himo's soul coming is necessary, and only he can truly become our Fox Emperor. What about the original young emperor? He was merely a vessel to welcome the arrival of our true Fox Emperor. Gudi suden li fit achil. This Qingxiu Fox clan is not simple. A fox emerges from Qingxiu once every 1,000 years, and 3 parts of the soul determine this life. Fate begins, fate ends, and fate remains unfulfilled. I did not see the intentions of my beloved from back then. Fut di xin sang. Goody, don't get all artistic on me, all right? I'm a rough guy. But the 9 years of books I read in my past life weren't in vain. A discerning person can catch on to 3 key words right away. 3 parts of the soul. What do you mean by 3 parts of the soul? Is the soul divided into 3 parts? Or does it refer to 3 levels of consciousness? Or perhaps 3 types of souls? with a flash of dark light on his forehead. Goodie calmly asked, "Does Hu Yimo know about this?" Hu Zixan shook her head. "Originally, only I, the spirit of Qingxiu, and Lung Ning knew about this. And now there's you too. Do you trust me that much?" Goodie's mouth is indeed a real iron mouth. You never know when he might encounter Hu Yimo and make him unhappy, and then he could use this matter to confront him. It's not trust, it's cooperation. Hu Zixan's eyes flickered. Cooperation? Goodie was deep in thought. How to cooperate? By the way, how did you know that my soul also comes from another world? Could it be that the spirit of Qingxiu told you? This left him a bit puzzled. This is clearly something to do with Hu Yimo. So why was he dragged into it? As for you, it wasn't the spirit of Qingxiu who told me. It was my guess. Hu Zixan said calmly. Chapter 67. The Hellfire Goody didn't know how he ended up in this situation. With Goody's ability to deceive and superb acting skills, he encountered a rival for the first time, and he was completely defeated. In a daze, he was tricked into a partnership. A woman's words are deceiving. She actually wants him to find Hu Yimo impossible, trying to trick him into doing hard labor. That's out of the question. Goody was contemplating whether to escape from the Qingxiu Fox Emperor overnight. It wasn't that this place was too dangerous, but rather that there were pitfalls everywhere. One careless move could lead to being sold off, and it might even help others count their money. Just as Goody was pondering about going back, a strong and powerful hand landed on his shoulder. "Hey brother, help me out." Without even turning his head, Goody already knew who it was. The voice had a silly tone that could only belong to Li Ran from earlier. Goody glanced at him and walked away without turning his head. Just a few steps later, a figure with golden hair and a sly smile blocked his path. "Don't rush off so quickly, Brother Digga," Li Ran said with a cheerful grin. Goody felt a sudden wave of exhaustion. He had previously been tricked by that Hu Zixan, and now another Li Ran knew his identity. It seemed that he was also a traveler from another world. Is it really so common for travelers to appear these days? One after another, they keep running into each other. Well, it seems that in his past life, the Douluo Continent fan fiction was almost written to death. So it should be quite normal for a few travelers to suddenly appear. "What do you want to do?" "It's nothing much. Mainly want to make a deal with you." Goody didn't say anything, but watched him with a vigilant gaze. "Don't look at me so warily. As the saying goes, fellow villagers meet and shed tears. We're all traversers here. Do I really need to deceive you?" "Goody." This sentence means something different to Goody. "Since we are all time travelers, why not take advantage of you? One down, and that's one less. What kind of deal do you want to make?" Goody asked calmly. If he really wanted to trick him, he would definitely turn the tables and trick him back, leaving him with nothing. "This place is not suitable for discussion. Let's talk outside." "Outside? Are we going to talk beyond the Qingxiu Fox clan? What else?" 10 minutes later, outside the Qingxiu Fox clan, surrounded by high mountains, the Fox clan guarding the boundary of their territory were quite reasonable and let them pass without any obstruction. The spirit beasts in this area had been cleared out. There were no powerful spirit beasts, not even low-level ones like the wind baboons. He had thought it would take a long time to find the exit, but it turned out to be so easy to get out. Goody felt a bit emotional. It was time to get to the point. "What exactly do you want to do? With your strength, you could completely block out any eavesdropping." Goody asked in a deep voice. With his perception, he sensed that the blonde man was incredibly powerful. Although he appeared to be at the soul sect level, it was merely a hidden tactic. His true strength was estimated to be at least at the soul emperor level. If an ordinary person knew Goody's thoughts, they would be scared half to death. How old is he? And he's already a soul emperor. Others might not reach that level even after a lifetime of hard work. This is quite normal. Which reincarnator doesn't have a few cheats? Those who don't are embarrassed to call themselves reincarnators. Moreover, Goody speculated that the other party's strength was far beyond this. Just looking at him, it could easily turn into Dark D, Jia, wiping out a title Douluo or something. That place is too treacherous and under the influence of that Qingxiu spirit. Our conversations have likely been heard clearly. "So how do you know that?" Li Ran said indignantly. "I had previously designed a flawless plan, but somehow it got leaked, causing me to suffer so badly just now. You should know that the entire room had my restrictions set up. There aren't any strong individuals in the entire clan territory. Who else could be messing around besides that Qingxiu spirit?" "Goody, although I don't know what's happening, your character really has issues. So what is the spirit of Qingxiu?" Hearing this term repeatedly has made Goody quite curious. "The guardian deity of the Qingxiu Fox tribe. I've heard enough about it, right? We're here for a trade." "What do you want to trade?" Goody's eyes flickered, not knowing what he was thinking. "To make a long story short, I want the dark power within you." Li Ran straightforwardly expressed his intentions. "You want the dark power within me. Goody frowned, and his expression instantly turned unfriendly. Yes, just a little bit. Not much at all. This dark power is nothing more than a drop in the ocean for you. So what can you give me? I'll trade this for you. Li Ran stretched out his hand, and a small cluster of black flames blazed fiercely in the center of his palm. This is the Karma Fire. And it's not just any Karma Fire. It represents the Karma Fire of the 18 layers of hell. It specifically burns evil souls, and once ignited, it will never extinguish, enduring the pain of being burned by Karma Fire until the soul is shattered and completely dissipated. Even gods would die if struck by Karma Fire, Li Ran said, and this legendary, dangerous Karma Fire lay quietly in the center of his palm. A good thing indeed. Goody's eyes sparkled, but soon he became cautious again. Good things are good things, but they can also be quite dangerous. Besides, why would he be so kind as to give this hellfire to himself? Only seeking some dark energy? These perilous traversers could easily make him lose everything. He needed to remain steady. The more stable he was, the more he could take control. I know what you're thinking. This hellfire seems very important to you. But to me, it is merely dispensable. As he spoke, Li Ran waved his hand, and countless terrifying black flames erupted from his entire body in an instant. The horrifying flames created a vacuum around him. However, there was no sense of heat at all. Well, it's not that it's precious, but rather that the other party is immensely wealthy. It would be a lie to say he wasn't envious. What price must be paid to obtain this hellfire? Goody asked. If there are side effects, then it definitely shouldn't be used, and we need to make sure it's safe. What if this thing controls him and turns him into a puppet? Sigh, it's hard to make a good deal. I have to worry about this and that. What about the basic trust between people? There's no way around it. Goody had to let it go. He was afraid of dying. He didn't want to be killed in the dark either. Speaking of which, why do I even want to make a deal with him? A flash of black light crossed his forehead, and Goody's chaotic mind instantly calmed down. There is nothing to give up, and there are no side effects. If there are any conditions, they are very minor. If you accept my karmic fire, then our causal relationship will be completely intertwined, and of course, it will absolutely not harm you. Chapter 68, Dark Spark Prism. Li Ran took a deep look at Goody. Causality, that doesn't sound like a good thing. However, it seems to have no harm to me. After weighing the pros and cons, Goody decided to go for it. There is no other reason. The conditions offered by the other side were too tempting. Of course, if you're afraid that I will harm you, we can set up a contract. If I deceive you, you will suffer a backlash from the contract and die in an explosion. How about that? Li Ran seized the opportunity. All right, but what do you want my dark power for? Goody asked. Of course it's to become stronger. Goody, do you think I would believe you? What it means is that you're still not strong enough, right? Really, I'm not lying. Li Ran looked at Goody with sincere eyes. It looked just like someone lying. 2 hours later, inside the inner circle of the starry forest, Goody walked around, holding a black DivineLight stick in his hand. The terrifying aura of darkness made the surrounding soul beasts tremble in fear and retreat. Without any obstruction or hindrance, Goody simply made his way out. Of course, after all, others treated him as an esteemed guest, so it wouldn't be appropriate to leave without saying goodbye. Goody also said goodbye to them. In response, those foxes didn't express anything. There's nothing they could do since they had reached a cooperation. As the saying goes, what comes quickly goes quickly. Gudi still hadn't figured out what was going on. After wandering around the Qingqiu fox clan, he decided to leave without any hesitation. If it weren't for that fox Xixin, he would have shamelessly stayed there. It could be considered a place free of worldly disputes, perfectly aligning with his principle of survival and development. Although he was strong enough now, it's always better to be cautious. Being too reckless could lead to his own downfall. Despite having visited this place many times, he had only been to a part of the Stardo Forest. The true area of the Starluo Forest is as large as a province. If someone were to look at him, they would see Gudid's pale face and empty footsteps as if he was suffering from kidney deficiency. He was feeling quite frustrated. What the hell was this dark power? Gudid wasn't sure how much was drained, but he was certain it was close to the amount of a tidal Douluo. This experience also allowed Gudid to gain a preliminary understanding of the dark DivineLight prism. It still felt a bit awkward, so he decided to call it by its original name, the Dark Spark Prism. The power of darkness is different from that of light. Unlike the spark prism in its light form, which diligently absorbs sunlight every day, the dark spark prism was almost like a lazy fish, not absorbing any form of energy at all. Yet, this lazy dark spark prism was surprisingly several times stronger than its light form. Moreover, its power was also superior to the stingy light form. Through several hours of continuous research, Gudid discovered that the dark spark prism contained a tremendous amount of dark power. If all that dark energy were to be released, It could potentially plunge the Douluo Continent into an endless darkness. It was incredibly powerful. However, it wasn't without limitations otherwise. With this immense power, Gudi could easily sweep across the Douluo Continent. With his current abilities, he could only utilize a small fraction of that power. The peculiar aspect of this setup was that it was determined by Gudi's willpower. It wasn't about the amount of power he could endure. With Gudi's current physique, the dark power was as easily dismissed as his limbs. His affinity was practically perfect. This endurance depended on the negative effects brought by the dark power that Gudi could withstand during the process. For instance, if Gudi were to exert all his mental strength, he could at most mobilize the dark energy equivalent to a soul emperor level. And this was without transforming. He hadn't tried transforming yet. With various uncertainties, Gudi had a gut feeling that transforming with his current abilities would be like opening Pandora's box, with severe consequences. He was unsure what would happen the next time he transformed into Dark Digga. This was also why he appeared so weak. Gudi's frail mental strength was being drained by various negative emotions, and it was equivalent to the amount of energy from a titled Douluo. This dark power was extremely domineering. It not only devoured his originally pure light attribute soul power, but also consumed his ultimate ice attribute soul power. Speaking of ice attributes, surprisingly, he hadn't been nagged by the Snow Emperor since he woke up. As he sank into his sea of consciousness, the once golden sea now had a hint of ice blue. Presently, the sea of consciousness was dark and murky, resembling a room with the lights off in the middle of the night, almost devoid of any light. The golden stream that once represented his mental strength had turned black. Like ink, at the highest point of the sea of consciousness, the dark spark prism stood silently. In the entire dark sea of consciousness, there was only a faint glimmer of light, seemingly at its deepest part. Gudi's heart stirred as he moved deeper into the sea of consciousness. After a while, Gudi also arrived at the glowing point. Gudi also clearly saw the source of light. He saw the Snow Empress curled up, looking like a little cat. A faint blue glow surrounded her. Her quiet and beautiful face was peacefully asleep, and in this darkness, Gudi felt an inexplicable warmth. He couldn't help but wonder if it was just his illusion, but the Snow Empress seemed to have become much younger. It seemed that she sensed someone approaching, as her long eyelashes fluttered rhythmically. Gudi wanted to get closer, but an invisible barrier forcefully stopped him. What happened? Gudi looked confused and pulled his face away from the barrier. This is my sea of consciousness. Where did this barrier come from? Is there no human rights anymore? At this moment, the Snow Emperor also woke up, staring at Gudi like an angry little cat. With an angry glare, he said, "You shameless human dare to come again. Big liar. Not a single good thing comes from you humans." As he spoke, the Snow Emperor's aura erupted, and the terrifying pressure made Gudi feel a tremendous sense of oppression. What on earth is happening? Completely bewildered. Since waking up just now, nothing good has happened. Gudi was on the verge of roaring. Nothing good had happened since he arrived at Shrek. So why did he come as Shrek? Gudi regretted it. A few people tried to assassinate him, and the titled Douluo recklessly attacked him. If it weren't for the strong external assistance, he would probably be finished. Shrek Academy, innocently caught in the crossfire. However, the Snow Emperor didn't want to explain much to him. With the furious Snow Emperor, her intelligence dropped significantly. Just as the Snow Emperor was about to break through the barrier at all costs, a black lightning bolt struck directly at her feet. The Snow Emperor skillfully covered her head and curled up, trembling. Chapter 69. Is the Snow Emperor imprisoned? Ozzel. Although she didn't know what was happening, the Snow Emperor looked quite cute at this moment, quite different from her usual air of being above all. This was how the Snow Emperor should be in the original work. Soon, the Snow Emperor realized that this lightning bolt hadn't struck directly at her. Seeing Goodie laughing secretly, she couldn't help but explode in anger. You humans are still laughing. You humans are all liars. I will never believe in humans again. The Snow Emperor was furious, her pure white hair dancing wildly behind her. Back to the point, Goodie stopped laughing. After all, the Snow Emperor had 700,000 years of cultivation and deserved some face. Goodie widened his eyes. How can you slander my innocence out of thin air? How did I deceive you? I woke up not knowing anything, and you just told me I'm a fraud? Don't you remember what you did that day? How would I know? Goodie shrugged. After waking up, I was faced with a pile of troublesome matters, and I haven't even recovered myself. Besides, deceiving you is not something a person of my integrity would do. Snow Emperor. Then how do you explain the fact that you imprisoned me, and you even ate my Snow Dan and my origin? The Snow Emperor suppressed his anger, glaring at Goodie. And this kind of thing too. Goodie was taken aback. pondering whether he had indeed done something wrong to Snow Emperor when he transformed into Dark Digga before. Moreover, he had imprisoned her here after using her. If that were the case, it would be utterly absurd and insane. Cough, cough. You know that I was completely unconscious at that time. Those who know my character are aware that I am an unequivocal good person. If I had been conscious, how could I have done such a thing? Goody spoke with righteous indignation. The Snow Empress fell silent. Didn't she know about Goody's misdeeds? He was merciless when it came to trapping others. How did he develop such a thick skin? Back to the point. What should I do to free you from your imprisonment? Gudi saw that the Snow Emperor had fallen silent and secretly rejoiced, thinking that his uprightness had moved the other party. Speaking of which, how could he be unaffected by that dark light in his sea of consciousness? What kind of bizarre setting is this? I don't know. Ever since that dark power swept through the entire sea of consciousness, I have been calling for you. That dark power is incredibly terrifying and has a strong repulsive force. If I hadn't become your martial soul, I probably would have been devoured too. I initially wanted you to awaken, but instead, you directly entered the sea of consciousness and completely devour my essence, even setting up something like a restriction to imprison me here. If I resist, it will be just like earlier. The Snow Emperor spoke slowly, looking dejected, as if resigned to fate. No wonder the earlier movements were so skilled. No wonder you look much smaller. It turns out both the essence and the Snow Dan have been devoured. Goody suddenly realized and cursed himself for losing consciousness and being such a fool, even betraying his own people. The Snow Emperor's snow pills and origins. He had swallowed such good things and got nothing in return. Moreover, in the future, the Snow Emperor definitely couldn't use her power comparable to a title Douluo as before. Goody felt regretful. After thinking for a while, he looked directly at Snow Emperor and said, I think this must be the work of this dark spark prism. I'll give it a try. With a thought, the spark prism floating in the sea of consciousness transformed into a black beam, leaving a long tail in the sea of consciousness, resembling a crack in the void. In an instant, it arrived in Goody's hand. The spark prism rotated rhythmically, as if trying to please him, brushing against the center of his palm. This made Goody suspect whether this thing had some sort of spirit, or perhaps it still retained some consciousness. It was very possible that in the first episode of the Digga TV series, it was said that it was Digga's residual battle consciousness that was fighting. Who knows, there might still be some residual consciousness inside. Take the previous dream, for example. That should be Digga's memory, indicating that the spark prism still contained consciousness. Seeing Goody standing there foolishly holding the spark prism and ignoring her, Snow Emperor couldn't help but feel angry. What are you doing, human? Goody came back to his senses, expression unchanged. Sorry, I was a bit lost in thought about this spark prism. This thing is called a spark prism? Didn't you humans used to call it a DivineLight staff? That's in the form of light. Now it's dark, so it's called a spark prism. What's the difference? Why give them two names? It's necessary. This thing told me personally. Snow Emperor. Seeing that the Snow Emperor didn't want to talk, Goody extended the spark prism forward. And as he expected, there was not a trace of obstruction. Just as expected, Goody had a faint smile on his face. Soon, however, his smile froze and gradually faded away. The spark prism had entered, but his hand could not follow. Goody held the spark prism, and the part not held by him went in, but the back part felt like it had hit a wall. He couldn't move an inch. What was going on? At that moment, Shwedi became anxious. She didn't want to stay here for even a second longer. She had originally planned that after Goody rescued her, he would use his immense dark energy to reshape her body. With Goody's current abilities, it would be a piece of cake. That way, she wouldn't have to live in this terrifying place that had almost no light. It is said that people fear the dark, and soul beasts are no exception. Living in this pitch-black place for a long time, even a god would go mad. Goody stared pensively at the invisible barrier, as if he thought of something. His gaze suddenly focused, like a small stream. His mental powers surged and gathered towards Goody. It coalesced at the spark prism, which unexpectedly split apart on both sides. The bulb-like timer in the middle emitted a strange black glow. Once charged, Goody abruptly threw the spark prism out, seeing the spark prism penetrate the barrier. A trace of relief appeared on Goody's face. However, contrary to his expectations, there was no sound of the barrier shattering like glass. Instead, it flew straight toward the Snow Empress. Don't come over. The Snow Empress turned pale with fear, wanting to dodge. But in this narrow space, where could she hide? Just as despair flickered in the Snow Empress's eyes, the spark prism crashed directly into her beautiful face. Snow Empress. Spark prism. Goody, fortunately. The spark prism also recognized that the Snow Empress is one of its own and absorbed most of her power. Otherwise, with the Snow Empress's current strength lacking the Snow Dan and the Source, that strike would have likely severely injured her. Although the Spar Prism absorbed most of the power, the Snow Empress's beautiful face was swollen like a pig's head. Under the Snow Empress's murderous gaze, Goody swallowed hard. Is this an accident? Do you believe it? Chapter 70. The good person in the morning, the sun shines brightly. Especially in this vibrant place, the starry forest. The air is filled with a rich breath of life. Goody spent a night sleeping outdoors. Since he couldn't transform into Diga and soar freely in the sky, walking was simply too slow. Goody was carrying a giant sword. Although he was still within the inner circle of the starry forest, he was much closer to the outer circle. So many things had happened in the past few days that he hadn't fully processed them yet. He also hadn't slept well last night. A voice had been roaring in his mind, and it was a miracle he wasn't suffering from insomnia. Unable to transform using the spark prism and with his external abilities lost, Goody decided to hone his swordsmanship. As for the sword, wasn't he already carrying it on his shoulder? He never expected that his original identity as Diga would now also include the Xin. What a surprise. As for how to practice swordsmanship, that was quite simple. Just find a soul beast and slash at it randomly, and his swordsmanship would naturally improve, right? Goodie is an honest person who doesn't have the mind to engage in all sorts of tricks. In this dangerous world, practicality is the way to go. However, before hunting soul beasts, he must first disperse his own dark aura. Otherwise, the soul beast would run away as soon as they see him. There's no point in playing around. Goody immediately dissipated his dark aura, retracting his presence and scanning the surroundings for a target. Soon he locked onto one. Under a giant ancient tree, a robust chicken was leisurely walking beneath it, measuring a full half-meter in size. Its feathers and tail were green, not just its head. Looking at this chicken, Goody was almost drooling. It was a phoenix crown chicken, one of the best-tasting soul beasts he had ever eaten. And this chicken was over 100 years old. The flavor would be even better. Great, today's breakfast is you. 3 minutes later, Goody climbed up the branches and leisurely roasted the plucked phoenix crown chicken on a grill. To prevent any uninvited soul beasts from interrupting his barbecue mood, Goody took out the spark prism and placed it at his feet. A terrifying dark aura instantly filled the area, causing the surrounding soul beasts to panic and flee in a frenzy. The spark prism. Soon, the meat was roasted to a golden crisp, sprinkled with cumin, and topped with a special sauce, absolutely delicious. Goody ate roast chicken while enjoying someone's curses in his mind. The insults had been going on since last night without pause. The words were mostly the same. I want to kill you, human. Humans are indeed all bad things. Despicable, shameless bastards. With 70,000 years of cultivation, this was all the vocabulary he had. If it weren't for the fact that he was in the wrong, Goody wouldn't mind helping the Snow Empress expand her vocabulary. He had already said it was a mistake. Why was this woman so petty, constantly nagging about it? Luckily, he encountered such a good person as himself. If it had been someone else, such a naive Snow Empress would probably have been completely moved by someone else's sweet talk in the end. She would have been the type to be sold and still help others count the money. But Goody was different. He was brave enough to admit his mistakes. Goody sighed. After a whole night of exploring the black light on his forehead, he could barely manage his emotions. Although he hadn't truly reached a state of emotional control where his heart was like still water, it was still manageable. After devouring more than half of a roasted chicken, he heard a rustling sound coming from the bushes not far away. Mirror Z brother, the dark aura here is so strong. Could there be a powerful soul beast nearby? Don't talk nonsense. What if it's some treasure? But I'm scared. Scared of what? Aren't I here? Goody's eyes lit up. By coincidence, he encountered a living person. It was just the right opportunity to find out where he was. After going through so much, Gudi was determined to stay away from the Star Luo Empire. The nearby empires seemed much better. However, Gudi only knew about the Star Luo and the Sun Moon empires regarding information about other empires. After all, the other empires had little presence in the novel. Remembering so many chapters was quite difficult. Not far away, a young man with yellow hair was glaring at a black-haired boy, scolding him fiercely, looking as if he was disappointed in him. In his right hand, he held a map that seemed to depict the Stardow Forest, marking many dangerous areas. The yellow-haired guy was approximately at the Soul King level and seemed to be in his 20s. Despite his appearance, achieving the Soul King level at his age could be considered a great talent in the eyes of ordinary people. The other boy appeared to be at the Soul Master level and was already around 15 or 16 years old. Brother Jingza, why don't we just not go? The closer we get, the more it feels like walking into a wolf's den, and I can't help but feel terrified, said the black-haired boy, fear evident on his face. His martial soul was of the darkness attribute, making him especially sensitive to this dark aura. Something that could emit such a powerful presence was certainly not to be trifled with. You have to have the courage to act. This is clearly not an aura emitted by a soul beast. It could very well be a rare treasure. And this is a great opportunity for you to strengthen your power. The yellow-haired boy was unwilling to say more and turned to head deeper into the forest. When he looked at his hand, he was taken aback. His hands were empty. Where's my map? The yellow-haired boy exploded in anger, scanning the area for the little thief who took his map. He quickly locked his gaze on a handsome black-haired boy in the distance, wearing a black outfit that seemed to be his school uniform. That boy looked extraordinary, with eyes like blazing stars and a massive sword surrounded by a red glow, radiating a demonic aura. You little thief, where did you take my map? The yellow-haired boy shouted at Goodie, pointing an accusing finger at him. Despite the impressive appearance of the other party, the yellow-haired boy knew he couldn't back down. What do you mean this map is yours? Goodie exclaimed in shock, as an unintentional hint of dark aura emanated from him, causing the yellow-haired guy to feel an immense pressure. This strength must be at the Soul Emperor level. Haha, how could this map possibly belong to me? I was just joking with my little brother. The yellow-haired guy's expression changed instantly, his smile still on his face. Goodie nodded in satisfaction. How could this map, clearly in his hands, possibly belong to him? Isn't this just bullying him for being honest? Don't think that just because he is honest, he is easy to bully. Don't call me little brother. You might not even be older than me. Huang Mao looked at Goodie's face, which was only about 12 or 13 years old. If you were really older than him, that would be a ghost story. Hee. May I ask your name? I am Li Jingze, and this is my younger brother Li Jinxiang. Li Jingze pulled his brother over with a big smile on his face, secretly cursing this person for being a freak, achieving such a status at such a young age. How is that possible? However, the reality was right in front of him. Li Jingze, Li Jinxiang, what a fresh and elegant name. Anyway, he hadn't encountered many normal names, so he was used to it. Ushu. Goodie sneezed loudly and instantly shot a fierce look at Li Jingze. Are you cursing me? Li Jingze replied. Chapter 71. The Emperor's Three-Eyed Golden Lion. Seeing that Li Jingze didn't respond, Goodie took it as a silent agreement. But who was Goodie? Such a trivial matter was hardly worth his attention. As the two talked, when they discussed the events of the past few days, Li Jingze was animated and lively. The reason was simple. Goodie had caused quite a stir recently, and each incident was earth-shattering. As a result, the entire Star Luo Empire was in chaos. The power of the royal Su family had been severely weakened, with more than half of the dozens of title de law killed by Goodie belonging to the Su family. This led to unrest within the country. Fortunately, this year's Advanced Soul Master competition was held in the Star Luo Empire. Those who wished to seize power and become the new royal family of the Star Luo Empire had not made many moves. Although there was a lot of commotion, the competition was still held in Star Luo City. With your strength, Brother Gu, even if you entered Shrek, you would definitely be considered a top genius. I wonder why you didn't participate in the Continental Advanced Soul Master competition? Li Jingze couldn't help but ask. The way he addressed him as Brother Gu felt a bit awkward since Goodie was much younger than him. But then again, the other party was powerful. Oh, you mean that? Actually, I'm the captain of the Shrek competition team this time, but I recently accidentally broke through to Soul Emperor and came out to find a suitable soul ring. Goodie said nonchalantly. Li Jingze, did you accidentally break through? He didn't even know he had been stuck at the Soul King level for years. Is this what they call a genius? As the saying goes, a chat genius is just like this. Goodie's words made the atmosphere awkward. Li Jingze's gaze wandered, as if counting the birds flying across the sky. After a while, unable to bear the strange atmosphere and wanting to shift the other person's attention to his good brother Jinxiang, he was astonished to find his brother motionless, staring at Goodie. The look in his eyes was not the usual weakness and timidity he had seen before. It was pure fear, a fear that pierced the soul, as if he had encountered a monster. Is this kid really scared silly by him? No, even when facing a family soul saint level powerhouse, he wouldn't be this scared. Goodie was also sizing up Li Jinxiang. The other party actually had a dark attribute, martial soul. Moreover, it was a main martial soul. The martial soul was the same as UXIN's. It was an eye. Interesting. However, the talent was really poor. Almost 16 years old and at most a soul elder. If given some external help, he might just become the next Huo Yuhao. But this guy's martial soul seemed to be able to see something about him, making him look so terrified. Your martial soul is quite interesting. Goodie spoke faintly, and if one ignored his face, every movement he made exuded the demeanor of a master. Watching the other party completely unaware, consumed by fear, their legs began to tremble. Goody frowned and immediately slapped him. A loud slap instantly woke Li Jinxiang up. Li Jinxiang slumped to the ground, gasping for breath as if he had just gone through a life-and-death crisis. Not understanding what was happening, Li Jingzi was furious at seeing his good brother being hit and helped Li Jinxiang up. Lowering his head, he counted the ants, his gaze filled with a desire to kill them all. To be honest, my martial soul is a type of dark martial soul, also a main body martial soul, called Dark Demon Eye. Although it is somewhat useless in practical combat, I have a natural sensitivity to dark powers. Li Jinxiang gasped for breath, speaking with a stutter. Large beads of sweat slid down his cheeks. He alone knew what he had just seen. Darkness, boundless darkness, incredibly despairing darkness, compared to the darkness of the opponent. His own dark power felt like a weak ant on the verge of collapse. This was something he had never seen before. It turned out that darkness could be so powerful. He was sure that the enormous dark aura he felt earlier was emanating from this boy. Li Jingzi was bewildered, wondering what had just happened. Is he naturally sensitive to dark powers? That's a talent worth cultivating. A bold idea appeared in Goody's mind. Could his dark power enhance someone else's martial soul quality? In the past, when he was a light spirit, he could use his light attribute as a cultivation resource for the light goddess butterfly, allowing her to directly upgrade from a 10,000-year soul beast to a 100,000-year soul beast. Then, with Goody's current abilities, it should be possible too. Just like before, light is him, and darkness is also him. But he decided to observe first, to see if his first candidate for a little brother was suitable. All right, stop sitting like that. It makes me look like I have a special fetish. Oh, Li Jinxiang patted the dust off his body, shrinking behind Li Jingzi, his eyes still filled with fear. In the Stardow forest, deep within the jungle, there was a golden streak of light darting back and forth, like a small sun galloping through the forest. Over 3 meters long, standing 8 feet tall, its body covered in a layer of brilliant golden fur. This soul beast had golden fur, and its body seemed almost translucent like crystal, full of an unusual texture. Its overall shape resembled a lion, but its 4 paws were like dragons, each dragon claw stepping on a ball of golden flame. Its mouth was also longer than that of a typical lion-type soul beast, and beneath its fur, it seemed to have fine golden scales. In addition to its normal eyes, it even had a third eye, resembling a snake's vertical pupil. It stared at Goody from a distance with its beautiful golden pupils. 3-eyed golden lion. Lord, we should leave. Emperor Tian has ordered not to provoke this human. From a shadow behind the 3-eyed golden lion emerged a figure over 5 meters tall, extremely robust, somewhat resembling a lion, but with 3 identical large heads. Each head had a diameter of over 1 meter, and its terrifying canine teeth shone with a reddish golden luster. One of the 10 ferocious beasts, Red King. The 3 dog heads spoke human language, looking somewhat comical. I didn't provoke him. The 3-eyed golden lion pouted, looking somewhat dissatisfied. Red King, aren't you curious how a human possesses such extreme powers of light and darkness? The Red King was at a loss for words, unable to fathom how 2 mutually exclusive extreme attributes could exist in the same person. Beneath that powerful dark force, there was a hidden yet formidable light power, which was even more extreme than the light attribute on me. The 3-eyed golden lion marveled. However, the Red King showed hesitation. We're just observing him. We're not provoking him. Just observing should be fine, right? Besides, you are there to protect me. All right. The Red King reluctantly agreed. After all, the status of the 3-eyed golden lion was precious. As long as the conditions weren't too outrageous, the Stardow forest would unconditionally meet her needs and protect her. Even the Red King didn't know that what intrigued the 3-eyed golden lion was not those 2 mutually exclusive powers, but Goody's blank fate. Chapter 72, 2 Tools. Goody examined the map in his hands. He casually unleashed a few black sword energies, slaying several low-level spirit beasts with low intelligence. Over the past few days, Goody had become increasingly skilled in using the sword. It wasn't that Goody had exceptional talent. Rather, wielding the sword felt as natural as moving his own arm, simple and effortless. The powerful spirit beast symbols on the map were very clear. He was looking for a few dark attribute spirit beasts to enslave. With that thought, Goody took out the cocoon of the bright goddess butterfly from his space ring. He almost forgot about this thing and wondered how long it would take to transform into human form. Moreover, with his current dark attribute, would the bright goddess butterfly turn against him in the future? This, upon careful consideration, it was very likely. Behind him, the Li Jingzi brothers exchanged glances. unsure of what Goody intended to do with such a large cocoon. After pondering for a moment, Goody tried to infuse dark power into the cocoon of the bright goddess butterfly. Contrary to his expectations, there was no rejection. It quickly absorbed his dark power. The cocoon moved slightly, almost toppling onto Goody, as if it were acting cute, saying, "I want more." Goody, he currently lacks nothing but dark power, but there are outsiders watching now. Don't make a scene. Goody put away the cocoon of the goddess of light and turned to examine Li Jingze and the others. The two of them felt inexplicably tense under Goody's gaze, especially Li Jinxiang, who was extremely nervous. "Am I really that scary? Look at how frightened you are." Goody expressed his innocence, claiming that he is such a helpful, good person, yet the two treated him like a tiger to be wary of. The two remained silent. And over these days, they have come to understand what kind of person Goody really is. The one who experienced this the most deeply is Li Jingze. Originally, after realizing that the dark aura was emanating from Goody, Li Jingze planned to take his younger brother back to their family. But Goody wouldn't allow it, insisting on taking them to the depths of the star-Do forest to search for treasure. To this, Li Jingze scoffed, thinking that someone like Goody, a mere soul emperor-level weakling, would definitely not survive a day in the inner circle. Faced with Goody's enthusiastic invitation, Li Jingze repeatedly declined. In the end, he was conquered by Goody's soul emperor-level charm and spent that night in the inner circle of the star-Do forest. In the following days, Li Jingze just chuckled. Goody had basically explored all the dangerous areas on the map with these two. He didn't know how many ancient-level soul beasts they had provoked. Almost every one of them was stronger than him. Yet, every time, he was the one to charge in first. Aren't you supposed to be the strongest? Moreover, it was always Goody who got into trouble first. They kept saying the oldest should go first, but he ended up getting beaten half to death, with Goody coming to the rescue. No need to say anything, it's exhausting. After going through these battles, it became clear that Goody's strength was far beyond just being a soul emperor. Otherwise, how could he survive those soul beasts? With such a huge gap in strength, even the thought of escaping was extinguished. In the midst of these life-and-death crisis battles, Li Jingze's soul power, which had not moved for nearly half a year, actually broke through a level. As for Li Jinxiang, he had even less autonomy. Wherever his brother went, he followed. For these past few days, he had been acting as Goody's experimental guinea pig. Goody initially wanted to use dark power to help him improve his martial soul physique, but it was unclear whether Goody was too strong or Li Jinxiang was too weak. He couldn't even handle a bit of dark energy. The first time Goody infused dark energy into Li Jinxiang, it nearly cost him his life. That terrifying dark energy almost destroyed all the vitality within him. Fortunately, Goody sensed something was wrong and stabilized the situation in time. Otherwise, Li Jinxiang would have already been smiling on the road to the underworld. Reflecting on these past few days, having saved these two countless times without any gratitude, and yet they treated him like this, Goody sighed. Being a good person is really not easy. Continuing forward, they were likely approaching the core area. Goody hesitated for a moment, thinking that bringing these two along was a burden. Kesa had revealed quite a bit in front of them these past few days. Could it be that? When the two sensed Goody's increasingly unfriendly gaze, they felt a chill run down their spines and stepped back repeatedly, looking panicked. "Do you want to leave?" Goody opened his mouth to ask. Upon hearing this, the two shook their heads wildly, expressing that they did not want to go back yet, as they had not found any heavenly materials or earthly treasures, although they did not know what would happen next. Going against the current was the right choice at this moment. The soul beast meat and other good spiritual herbs collected along the way were already considered decent gains. Now, have you considered the dangers within the core circle? To enjoy heavenly materials and earthly treasures, one must have their life intact. Goody severely criticized the two of them. Although he accepted 90% of what they collected with a smile, the two only took a sip of the soup, but that was still something. It was better than nothing, right? The two kept their heads down, looking like they had learned their lesson, secretly wishing to be sent away quickly. Even if it meant encountering powerful soul beasts in the star-Do Great Forest, it would be better than being under his control. Seeing that the two were sincerely repentant, Goody was very satisfied. Rubbing his hands together, he produced two dark orbs of light. The two black orbs were the same size, but at first glance, they didn't look like good things. This was the result of Goody's research over the past few days, similar to a slave contract. "What is this?" Li Jingze swallowed hard, instinctively sensing that something was wrong. "It's nothing, just something that can help you quickly cultivate." Goody said calmly. Goody's mouth is a deceiver. I'd rather believe in ghosts than in Goody's words. This was the conclusion the two had come to in the past few days. This is definitely something bad. Even a sow can climb a tree. It seems there really are tree-climbing pigs among the soul beasts. In short, this is definitely not a good thing. But would Goody ever let them refuse? With a flick of his finger, two beams of black light shot out like agile little snakes, quickly piercing into the center of the brows of the two individuals. Their breaths instantly surged for a moment. Their strength increased slightly. The expressions on their faces were complicated. They really hadn't been deceived this time. You may go now, but remember not to speak carelessly about me. Well, it seems like it wouldn't matter if you did. But still, keep my words in mind, or the consequences will be severe. With a wave of his hand, Goody issued the eviction order. The two tools were no longer of any use. They should go back and practice hard. The better not accidentally get themselves killed. The two felt as if they had been granted a great reprieve, slipping away like the wind. They didn't even care that they were in the inner circle of the starry forest. Their speed made Goody secretly click his tongue. How much did these two want to go home? Goody shook his head repeatedly and continued to delve deeper. It's strange, isn't it? Shouldn't there be more soul beasts the closer you get to the inner core? Why is it that along the way, not a single soul beast is in sight? And when he does encounter a few, they seem as if they've seen a ghost running away at lightning speed. Chapter 73. Capturing a three-eyed golden lion. There must be a ghost. Goody rested his chin on his hand. For someone like him, who is dark yet exudes a sense of righteousness. Shouldn't soul beasts love each other? Not far away, a rustling sound came from the grass. Goody suddenly turned his head. A gust of wind blew through, making the half-meter-high grass sway incessantly, but nothing was there. Goody frowned, secretly wondering if it was just his illusion. Why did it feel like someone was spying on him just now? Goody walked straight into the depths without showing any signs of fear. Even if he encountered a powerful soul beast, it wouldn't be a big deal. He could just throw the spark prism. With the terrifying dark power emitted by the spark prism itself, even a 100,000-year soul beast would be frightened away. Shortly after Goody left, a stream of light like a small sun surged out from the depths. In an instant, it appeared at the spot where Goody had paused, and the three-eyed golden lion was sniffing intently at something. This human was quite alert. She had almost been discovered just moments ago. After following him for several days, she found that this human engaged in behaviors she couldn't understand, vastly different from the humans she had known before. She realized that although this human's original strength was weak, he relied on that black object to act tyrannically, provoking powerful soul beasts everywhere. If it weren't for the genuine fear instilled by that black object, this human would have died countless times already. Why did this human, who was the strongest, insist on letting a weaker companion take the lead? The three-eyed golden lion was baffled. However, before she could take further action, a massive dark prison emerged from the ground, instantly enveloping the three-eyed golden lion. Faced with this sudden situation, the three-eyed golden lion's expression changed dramatically, and her golden light shone brightly as she tried to break free with all her might. Light and darkness are inherently oppositional. Although the three-eyed golden lion possessed the ultimate light attribute, this darkness was akin to the ultimate in darkness, pure, without a trace of impurity. It was so pure that it felt hopeless. Even shaking it was impossible. Seeing this, the three-eyed golden lion immediately switched attributes. Flames enveloped her dragon-like claws as she attempted to tear apart the dark prison. The moment her claws made contact with the dark prison, the entire structure began to sway and was unable to withstand the pressure from her terrifying claws for long. Just then, a black object fell from the sky, landing on the nearly shattered dark prison in the next moment. Instantly, it stabilized the dark prison, and no matter how the three-eyed golden lion struggled, she couldn't escape from it. I thought it was some reckless soul beast, but it turned out to be you, little one. Goody stepped out from the shadows, looking at the three-eyed golden beast in the dark cage with a mocking gaze. Wherever a divine beast appears, there must be a fierce beast to guard it. Which soul beast is it? He wondered. In the next moment, a terrifying roar echoed, and a fearsome majesty enveloped the area within 10 miles. The soul beasts in this vicinity all crouched on the ground, not daring to move. Goody focused his gaze and saw 3 soul beasts that resembled dog heads. If he wasn't mistaken, it was one of the top 10 ferocious beasts, the Red King. Human, do you know who it is? If you dare to touch it, you will be against all the soul beasts in the Stardew Forest. The Red King roared, causing the surrounding soul beasts to tremble. Threatening him? Coincidentally, what Goody feared the least right now was threats. With his parents having passed away and no relatives or friends left, he looked at life and death with indifference. Well, he was still afraid of dying, but he had to act. Although this was not in line with his survival and development law, he couldn't lose his momentum. Goody grabbed with both hands, and the dark prison quickly shrank. The three-eyed golden beast, with 15,000 years of cultivation and possessing 3 extreme attributes, had strength comparable to a 100,000-year soul beast. However, now as his captive, its power was difficult to unleash, especially under the suppression of the spark prism. Moreover, this favored child of fate could control its own destiny from birth. Now that it had fallen into his hands, he felt it would be a disgrace to the three-eyed golden beast not to extort a hefty sum from the Star-Do Forest. As for what to do afterward, that was much simpler. He could just make the Star-Do Forest swear an oath or something. Sometimes, soul beasts were far more trustworthy than humans. Humans. On the other hand, let us talk this out, stop it now. The Scarlet King grew anxious. He could sense that this dark prison definitely had the power to kill the auspicious beast, although he could potentially break through this dark prison. The black stick suppressing it emitted a terrifying aura, and even he could not guarantee breaking it in a short time. During that time, the other party could easily kill the auspicious beast. What do you want to say? Goody grabbed it, and that dark prison cage had transformed to the same size as the three-eyed golden beast, enveloping it in a thick layer of black light. The three-eyed golden beast was thus held in Goody's hand, unable to move. However, strangely, there was not a trace of panic on her face. Instead, she furrowed her brows and stared intently at Goody. They had captured their auspicious beast, and yet she still asked them what they wanted. The Red King suppressed the anger in his heart and said coldly, "What do you want? Want to negotiate? That could be arranged." Goody's eyes lit up, and seeing this reaction, Chi Wang's heart tightened. Why did it feel like he was just waiting for him to say that? Could it be that he wanted to take him down? At the same time, Chi Wang was puzzled. The spirit beast was known for its violent temperament, and even with a soul beast giving it a body, it would still be prone to its crazy attacks. No one in the Star-Do Forest would dare to touch the spirit beast. Now, being held by this human, why did the spirit beast show no reaction at all? If only he had said this earlier, "My demands are not high. It's completely a small matter for you in the Star-Do Forest," Goody said with a smile. Then he continued, "It's not too much. I want a 10,000-year dark attribute soul beast, a 100,000-year dark attribute soul beast, and then 100 liters of life water." The Red King was left dumbfounded after hearing Goody's words. "Isn't that too much? I thought this greedy human would choose soul bones or some rare treasures, but it turned out to be hundreds of times greedier than I imagined. A 10,000-year dark attribute soul beast is okay, but a 100,000-year one? Why don't you just go steal it? There aren't many 100,000-year soul beasts in the entire Star-Do Forest. And what do you need a 100,000-year soul beast for? Isn't your strength as a human already strong enough? And 100 liters of life water. Why don't you go steal that too? You treat life water like it's cabbage. Life water is the very foundation of the Star-Do Forest. Not losing a single drop is crucial for the essence of the forest." Seeing the Red King's troubled expression, Goody shook the three-eyed golden lion in his hand. "Tell me, compared to the conditions I've proposed, which is more important, those conditions or the rare beast?" Chapter 74. I'll take you as a pet, all right. I agree to you. But preparing these will take some time, and during this period, I hope you won't harm the rare beast. Otherwise, the consequences will be something you can't bear. The Red King's voice sounded like it was squeezed out between his teeth, clattering and extremely unpleasant. "Trust me, I guarantee with my character that I will never do anything to harm this rare beast," Goody said with a smile. The three-headed Red King's eyes shifted, looking at Goody's smiling face, lowering its head as if pondering something. After a moment, its sharp canine teeth moved. "All right, I'll trust you this once." As soon as the words fell, the Red King stopped talking. Its figure flashed and instantly transformed into a dark red light, disappearing. Watching the Red King leave, Goody turned his attention back to the three-eyed golden lion. Hey, he accidentally encountered it. Should he try to see if there was any guiding power? In the novel, the discovery of the relationship between this and Huo Yuhao also happened after the guiding power. But that was just a thought. This guiding power could exchange memories, and just that alone was enough to make Goody hesitate. After all, if it saw his memories, it would learn about all the good things Goody had done, and then the three-eyed golden lion would probably avoid him. Sensing Goody's unkind gaze, his golden eyes locked onto him. Goody felt a bit uneasy, wondering if her thoughts would be discovered. But what difference would it make if they were? She hadn't acted on them yet. Soon, Goody straightened her back again. "You humans are quite strange." The three-eyed golden lion spoke in a clear and melodious female voice, exactly as described in novels. "Oh, what do you think I am strange?" Goody was indeed intrigued. After all, it was not surprising in the eyes of that he possessed such an extraordinary thing as the spark prism. "Your destiny." The answer from the three-eyed golden lion was quite brief. My destiny? I don't find it strange, but if we're talking about suffering, my life is indeed quite. No, I'm not talking about that, but rather that you have no destiny. It's as if your destiny is a blank slate. The three-eyed golden lion gazed intently at Goody. She was a favored child of fate, born with the ability to grasp her own destiny. Naturally, she also had the ability to observe the destinies of others. Each person's fate is different. Some people's destinies are like fog, layered and indistinct, hard to discern between reality and illusion, while others' destinies are like a beam of light, clean and swirling, pointing the way forward. But Goody was different. His destiny resembled a blank sheet of paper. Or perhaps destiny simply did not exist for him, as if he had been completely abandoned by fate. Or was he someone who had escaped the control of destiny? The three-eyed golden lion preferred to believe the former, for no one can escape the grasp of fate, not even the gods. My destiny is blank? No destiny. Goody raised an eyebrow, the dark light on his forehead flickering, suppressing his emotions. He remained unmoved, having grown somewhat accustomed to it. No wonder his situation was so dire. Could it be that the fate of traversers is all blank? One day, he should bring Li Ran or Hu Yimo over to let this three-eyed golden lion see if their fate is also blank. This is very normal, because I am destined to accomplish great things, things that will shake the world, transcending the control of fate. That is why I have no fate. Those without fate have their own destiny in their hands. Goody said calmly, his eyes suddenly filled with a sense of weariness. There was a hint of faint sadness about him. The ones without fate have their own power. The three-eyed golden lion stared blankly at Goody. Even if fate is in your hands, so what? Life will eventually come to an end, and life and death are still beyond your control. Even gods have their moment of turning to dust. Little one, do you think you have grasped your destiny? In reality, destiny has grasped you in the eyes of fate. You're still a pet. These words echoed like thunder in the mind of the three-eyed golden lion, coupled with Goody's slightly sorrowful and slender figure. His image was deeply etched in the mind of the three-eyed golden lion. For a moment, the three-eyed golden lion fell into deep contemplation, not knowing what it was thinking. Goody tapped his forehead, talking to a spirit beast about some profound truths. Although the spirit beast was quite clever, after all, it would become one of the female leads in the future. The protagonist was already in his grasp. Should he try to see if he could enslave this auspicious beast? If he succeeded, wouldn't he be able to strut around the Stardow forest in the future? With this thought, Goody rubbed his hands together, and a ball of evil black energy appeared in his palms once again. What do you want to do? The three-eyed golden lion came back to its senses, instinctively feeling disgust at the black light in Goody's hand. You promised that you wouldn't harm me with your character as a guarantee. The three-eyed golden lion screamed. If you dare to hurt me, I will definitely not let you off. I will make sure you have a string of bad luck. I won't harm you. Have you seen me hurt you? I just want to take you as a pet. Don't be so agitated upon hearing this. The three-eyed golden lion was stunned. Take her as a pet? Had this human gone mad? Or had she misheard? Taking an auspicious beast as a pet? Probably all the spirit beasts in the world would want to drown him with a spit. And little thing, you're merely carrying a unique ancient bloodline, able to influence the fluctuations of the spiritual energy in the area with your bloodline aura. The so-called auspiciousness is all nonsense. And you want to bring us bad luck? Do you believe that I can kill you right now? Goody sneered, thinking he hadn't read any novels. Don't think too highly of yourself. Those ferocious beasts that have cultivated for hundreds of thousands of years regard you as nothing more than a precious item, not an emperor. Your title of emperor's auspicious beast is just for show. Whether as a person or a soul beast, one should have some self-awareness. You're talking nonsense. The three-eyed golden lion's voice rose in pitch. Nonsense? If you had no value, do you think those soul beasts would treat you so well? If your flesh could significantly enhance their cultivation, just see how they would treat you. Goody said dismissively. The three-eyed golden lion fell silent. The image of Goody, which had originally collapsed in the mind of the three-eyed golden lion, was instantly pieced back together. Goody played with the black mass in his hand, kneading it like a lump of black mud. To be honest, he felt uncertain about having such a creature as a slave. This guy was a favored child of fate. What if something went wrong and he ended up becoming the one enslaved? To be fair, with Goody's current mental strength, it was indeed a possibility. It might be better to observe for a while. This eye actually looked quite nice. Gudi, through the black light, gently stroked the third eye on the forehead of the three-eyed golden lion. In the next moment, the body of the three-eyed golden lion began to tremble violently. Chapter 75. Honest and Stupid Bastard. The three-eyed golden lion instantly became furious. Golden light flickered on its surface, determined to break free from the constraints of the black light. However, the spark prism on its head was not to be underestimated. A terrifying dark force pressed down, and the three-eyed golden lion immediately became obedient. Goodie felt a bit strange, as if he had touched some indescribable part of his body just by touching his eye. Was the reaction really that big? Through the touch, Goodie sensed that the eye seemed to possess a peculiar power, and in a vague way. He seemed to gain a slight understanding of his own fate. Seeing the three-eyed golden lion baring its teeth, Goodie unceremoniously slapped it on its furry head. This cage he created was a weakened version based on the barrier that imprisoned the Snow Empress in his sea of consciousness. If even the Snow Empress suffered a great loss from it, how could a mere soul beast with a cultivation of 15,000 withstand it? Moreover, the various negative emotions in this dark cage were simply the best means to suppress the opponent's spiritual attributes. It could be said that this dark cage was most effective at suppressing light and spiritual attributes. Coincidentally, the three-eyed golden lion happened to have two attributes that were being suppressed, and with the added suppression of the spark prism, trying to break free was undoubtedly a delusion. As for the Snow Empress's situation, Goodie didn't know. After all, he was completely unaware at that time. It was quite simple to break the barrier imprisoning the Snow Empress. Once Goodie's spiritual power reached a certain level, he could break through that barrier. However, at the rate his spiritual power was increasing now, who knows when that would be. Speaking of which, this eye is really peculiar. No matter how Goodie touched it, this vertical pupil wouldn't even blink once. Human, do you know what you're doing? You're digging your own grave. You're dead for sure. I will make sure you die a miserable death, the three-eyed golden lion roared, a strange flush appearing on its furry face. Goodie cast a disdainful glance at the three-eyed golden lion. If you say another word, do you believe I'll find a soul beast right now to mate with you? I've heard that two auspicious beasts cannot appear at the same time on Douluo Continent. So today I'll test whether it's really possible for two auspicious beasts to appear. Can't you understand your current situation? A prisoner dares to be so arrogant. You dare. The three-eyed golden lion struggled wildly, a trace of golden blood oozing from the corner of her mouth. Even using her origin was useless. The black stick on her head, like a burning fire stick, suppressed her as if it were a great mountain. Why would Ti dare? Hey. What if I succeed in breaking the notion that two auspicious beasts cannot appear? Two unprecedented auspicious beasts. Speaking of which, those guys in the Stardoe Forest would have to thank me. The three-eyed golden lion's eyes widened. This human was simply a devil. No, even if I die, I can. The three-eyed golden lion's eyes turned frenzied, preparing to burn her life source. If you don't want that, then behave yourself. Goodie slapped again. The latter instantly became obedient, dispelling the thought of desperately burning the essence of life. Indulgence calmed down and sat cross-legged, a ball of black light gathering at his forehead to formidable. At that moment, a strange change suddenly occurred in the direction of the Stardoe Forest, as if the entire forest was gently swaying. All the tree crowns in sight seemed to sway towards one direction at the same time, then slowly returned to their original position. An invisible pressure enveloped the entire world, and a terrifying aura slowly seeped out from within the Stardoe Forest. In that instant, the once vibrant Stardoe Forest fell completely silent, as if all the soul beasts had fallen into a deep sleep at once. Goodie maintained a calm expression, jokingly thinking that with such a life-saving card in hand, what could the heavens do? Just then, a dark red light suddenly flashed, revealing the Red King, with two heads, each holding a soul beast. The left head held a dark purple wolf-shaped soul beast. Its pupils were cyan, and its body was as large as the Red King's. It was now like a little chick being held in the Red King's mouth. Its tail was ablaze with cyan flames, and its body was strong and graceful. The right head held an exceptionally large white cat. Its snow-white fur without a single stray hair, longer than the cat's soul beast Goodie usually saw, yet it did not appear cumbersome, but rather fluffy and cute. Strangely, the big white cat had large, deep black eyes, unfathomable and reminiscent of an endless starry night. The big white cat clearly possessed high intelligence, coldly staring at Goodie. To Goodie's surprise, the left big black wolf had a cultivation of 10,000 years, while this seemingly harmless big white cat surprisingly had a cultivation of 100,000 years. Interesting. At this moment, the Red King no longer had the previous look of anger, appearing very calm, a calm filled with confidence. The Red King raised a paw and waved it, a stream of light falling into Goodie's hand. It was a spatial ring. The consciousness of Goodie swept through, revealing several large barrels of life water inside, filling the entire space of the ring with a vibrant life aura. There should be around 100 liters. The dog head on the left side of the Red King suddenly swung, tossing the purple wolf to the ground, while it gently placed the large white cat down. The humans you requested have been brought here. Now it's time to return the auspicious beast to us, the Red King said coldly to Goody. Well said, well said. However, to prevent you cunning soul beasts from going back on your word, may I make a small request? Goody said with a friendly smile. Are we cunning? That sounds like a reversal of the truth. We haven't provoked you at all, yet here we are being extorted. The Red King wanted to roar out, but managed to hold it in, asking, what are the conditions? Simple, the reply came. You, Stardew Forest, must guarantee that you won't take action against me, and you will require this 100,000-year soul beast to obediently serve me. In the future, if I come, you will treat me as a distinguished guest. Listen to this. Is this even reasonable? The Red King was dumbfounded. Is there any shame left? I've lived for over 100,000 years and have never encountered such shameless humans. To be treated as a distinguished guest? Not killing you would be considered a mercy. Human, you're going too far. A deep voice emanated from a Stardew Forest. Upon hearing this voice, it gave a low and hoarse feeling, but in an instant, it thundered like rolling thunder. The overwhelming pressure seemed to darken the sky for a moment. We, the Stardew Forest, have not provoked you. Do you think we're easy to bully by making such demands? Upon further thought, it seemed true. This being had only followed them secretly. Wasn't that going too far? When did they become so greedy? Goody glared fiercely at the spark prism on the three-eyed golden lion, thinking it must be this thing that affected him. He used to be quite honest. Spark prism, Chapter 76, Successful Transaction. Please vote for me. How about this? Let us waive the fee for the VIPs. To be honest, I also feel a bit guilty about taking advantage of you in the Stardew Forest. Goody said expressionlessly. He took 3. Sorry? How come we didn't notice you were embarrassed? Everyone rolled their eyes, as this human's shamelessness once again refreshed their understanding. It was too much. 10,000 years of soul beasts have their own dignity and cannot be your servant, but they can act as your guardian for 3 years. That deep voice sounded again. What shocked Chi Wong was that Tion was actually discussing with this weak human. What on earth is this human's background? Okay, first let this soul beast swear to me that it will never harm me. Goody readily agreed. No matter what, he will be the one to profit. 3 years later, this soul beast wouldn't be able to run away, even if it wanted to. I swear I won't harm you. For 3 years, I will act as your guardian and will never hurt you in the slightest. Of course, if you harm me, then that's another story. Suddenly, that big white cat spoke, its voice carrying a hint of enchantment. It turned out to be a female cat. Since the vow had been made, Goody naturally felt embarrassed to continue to imprison this three-eyed golden lion. He waved his hand, the black light retreated, and the spark prism transformed into a black beam that entered Goody's forehead. The three-eyed golden lion glared fiercely at Goody, and just as it was about to walk away, Goody pulled it back. Wait a minute. A mass of black light gathered and took shape on Goody's forehead, falling onto the third eye of the three-eyed golden lion. The three-eyed golden lion gave Goody a complex glance and transformed into a golden light, flowing back to the Red King. The dark red and golden lights intertwined and instantly disappeared into the depths of the forest. The pressure in the sky gradually dissipated. The large white cat on the ground stared with its big black eyes, motionless as it watched Goody. Another dark wolf lay unconscious. Although Goody could draw upon the dark powers within the spark prism, his overall cultivation level was still only at 2 rings. What was most peculiar was that after his soul power transformed into dark power, it seemed that his soul skills underwent earth-shattering changes. Now, he was about to break through to the strength of 3 rings right there. You, a human, actually possess such strong dark power, and its quality is even stronger than Tion's. How could this be? Tion is the purest form of darkness in the present day. How could a human surpass Tion's darkness? At this moment, she licked her paw, her feline face filled with disbelief. Her fluffy tail swayed back and forth, looking quite adorable. From a distance, this large white cat exuded an air of nobility. Goody couldn't understand how such a petite and delicate cat could cultivate for 100,000 years. Then he thought, Shao Wu was originally a rabbit, and if a rabbit could cultivate for 100,000 years, then it wasn't impossible for a cat to do the same. One shouldn't view soul beasts with prejudice. Goody ignored her, drew his giant sword, and swung it with all his might. The sword light flashed by, and the black wolf lying dead instantly perished. A A circle of pitch-black soul rings quietly rose from its head. Goody did not dare to slack off and quickly sat cross-legged in front of the 10,000-year soul beast, channeling his soul power to absorb the black soul ring onto himself. As for whether the soul beast would launch a sneak attack, Goody was completely unconcerned. He had made a vow, so it was unlikely that it would deceive him, right? One must know that soul beasts place the utmost importance on oaths. Killing another soul beast in front of soul beast would be one thing if Goody were a soul beast himself, but he was a proper human. This thought inevitably filled the white cat with great anger, as she wanted to rush forward and tear this despicable human apart. However, this thought was quickly suppressed, and she focused on protecting Goody. The terrifying aura of the 10,000-year soul beast, combined with the residual aura left by several fierce beasts, made this area one where no soul beast dared to tread. The absorption of the soul ring was even smoother than Goody had imagined. But the dark soul power contained in this soul ring was vastly different from his own dark soul power. He could clearly sense that the spark prism in his mind seemed to be quite disdainful of this soul ring, and during the critical moment of absorption, it even came out to help purify the dark power within the soul ring. After breaking through to the third ring, Goody's soul power did not stop there. Instead, it increased by 2 levels. The entire process took about half an hour. The breakthrough of the soul ring also brought a slight increase in mental power, although it was only marginal. Goody now has a method to quickly boost his mental strength by constantly stimulating his emotions and then forcing himself to calm down with dark energy. However, this isn't necessarily a good thing. Over time, it leads to emotional numbness, and eventually, even normal emotional fluctuations will be suppressed, which defeats the purpose. Moreover, the mental strength gained this way isn't very high. Coming back to his senses, he noticed a big white cat sitting on the ground, propped up on its front paws, its snow-white tail swaying. Goody couldn't help but want to grab it and give it a good pet. The person and the cat just stared at each other. The atmosphere became awkward. Well, we haven't really introduced ourselves yet. My name is Goody, Goody from Dagu and D from Diga. Gudi was the first to break the awkward silence. You can call me Ali. Looking at the youthful face in front of me, Ali feels as if it is a world apart. Just like that, I became a guardian spirit beast for a human. Although 3 years is a very short time for a 100,000-year spirit beast. But throughout the process, she still looked bewildered. There was no way to escape after being captured by Chi Wang, and in the end, even Di Tian got involved. Ali, right? What? You're called Alian? Goody almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. Reflecting on what had happened before, being crowned, falling from grace, losing his parents, being far from home, and meeting Ali, he gasped. Why did this plot feel so strangely familiar? Right? Is there a problem? Ali looked at Goody in confusion, wondering why this human was so shocked just hearing her name. Has her reputation already spread among humans? Impossible. She had just advanced to a 10,000-year soul beast and had fought against humans very rarely before that. Oh, it's nothing. I was just wondering why you want a rabbit. Goody shook his hand, wondering how a writer could come up with such a ridiculous plot if this were a novel. Ali, by the way, when a soul beast reaches the 10,000-year level, it seems they can briefly take on human form, right? Ali nodded. Although they could briefly transform into human form, they were still fundamentally soul beasts. Only when they reached the next 10,000-year milestone and recultivated into a human would they truly step into humanity. Chapter 77. Shrek Lost? 3 months later. Douluo Empire. Anyang City. A large city near the Douluo Empire. Although it couldn't compare to the imperial capital, it was still a metropolis with a population of nearly 3 million. Bustling with crowds and various selling cries creating a prosperous scene. Despite being a large city, the people were simple and honest. In a rarely frequented alley, 3 boys, around 14 or 15 years old with dyed hair, looked like a group of delinquents. At that moment, a pale, delicate-looking scholar was begging for mercy at their feet. Jia, please don't. Jia, stop. Ha. I just love seeing you with that expression, wanting to resist but too scared to do so. Unfortunately, begging for mercy only stimulated their desire to bully the weak. The 3 continued to stomp madly, and various insults echoed throughout the alley. The scene resembled a certain situation. Just as they were enjoying themselves, a black stick struck hard on their heads. The 3 had no idea this would happen. Their vision darkened, and they fell to the ground, foaming at the mouth and fainting. At some point, a boy dressed in black appeared over them, leisurely wiping the black stick. He then began to search their bodies. The quiet boy on the ground was dumbfounded. I said, "You're soul emperor, at least a backbone of humanity. Do you really need to do something like this?" A large white cat jumped out from behind him, looking at the boy in black with a face full of speechlessness. Am I, Goody, the kind of person who is greedy for wealth? Goody scoffed, his face full of disdain. You spirit beasts definitely wouldn't understand. I'm helping the weak while conveniently striking at the dark forces. It's just a matter of convenience. You spirit beasts can't grasp the law of survival of the fittest, where the weak are eliminated. After saying this, Goody weighed the gold soul coins in his hand and happily put them away. There must be several hundred at least. I didn't expect these few rascals to be so wealthy. Although he had several million gold soul coins, this small amount of money was nothing to him. Meanwhile, the oppressed boy on the ground was dumbfounded. He wasn't completely ignorant. This large white cat was obviously a spirit beast. What level does a spirit beast need to be able to speak? 100,000 years. Suddenly, he shivered, a chill rushing from his soles to the top of his head. His eyes rolled back, and he fainted. Goody looked strangely at the person who had fainted on the ground so quickly, pondering whether they had been beaten too badly just now, relying solely on sheer willpower to hang on. Seeing the bruised and battered face, Goody couldn't bear it and gave up on the idea of searching the corpse. Well, even though the other party wasn't dead yet, unfortunately, he wasn't in his bright form right now. After thinking for a moment, Goody reached behind him and pulled out a golden soul coin. With a flick of his fingers, the coin flew out with a whoosh, landing precisely next to the frail scholar. Ollie, frail scholar. He really wanted to say that a golden soul coin is just enough to shoo away a beggar, but considering he was still pretending to be faint, he remained very dedicated and didn't move at all. Goody beckoned Alex with his hand, and the latter skillfully jumped onto his shoulder. The spark prism was summoned by Goody, and unlike before, the terrifying dark aura was completely reined in. Goody tossed it up, and Alex caught it skillfully, happily playing with the spark prism. Spark prism. Don't ask, it's been like this for the past 3 months. The extreme dark aura emanating from the spark prism was a great tonic for it as a dark attribute soul beast, even if it couldn't taste it. Just smelling it every day was extremely beneficial for its cultivation. Over these 3 months, its cultivation speed had increased tremendously. Not long after Goody left, the weak scholar skillfully crawled up from the ground. Looking at the spinning gold soul coins on the ground, the weak scholar was silent for a while before putting them away. Seeing the 3 people on the ground who were unconscious, a surge of hostility suddenly arose in his heart. He began to retaliate against these 3 in kind, specifically stepping on their faces. It was uncertain whether Goody's heavy blows had been too strong, but despite the intense attacks, the 3 couldn't wake up. After stepping on them for a full half hour, the weak scholar finally stopped, pondering for a moment before starting to loot the bodies like Goody. However, it wasn't tea for valuables, as everything useful had already been taken. After stripping the 3 of their clothes, he left. In a tavern, in a big city like Anyang, even an average tavern could rival a hotel. Goody sat leisurely in the inn, slowly enjoying his meal. Ali on his shoulder was comfortably hugging the spark prism, which didn't have such a strong dark aura and felt quite pleasant to hold. From time to time, Goody would stroke Ali, who showed no resistance to it and instead thoroughly enjoyed it. This made Goody seriously doubt whether Ali was really a soul beast that had lived for 100,000 years. How could it behave like a house cat if he hadn't seen Ali transform into a human form with his own eyes? Goody would have thought this was just a cat that could talk due to some strange encounter. He wondered if catnip existed in this world. However, Ali's transformation into human form clearly had significant flaws. The cat ears and tail sometimes uncontrollably popped out. Goody understood this well, as Ali had only recently been in this state for a short while and wasn't yet skilled at maintaining human form. The people around looked on enviously. They also wanted to have a cat. However, this cat was clearly different from ordinary wild beasts and was evidently a soul beast. Even a 10-year-old soul beast, once tamed, was not something ordinary people could afford. Only soul masters with backgrounds could buy such a soul beast. The person in front of him looked extraordinary, as if from a prominent family, so no one dared to approach and make an offer to buy Goody's cat. However, being human, he was soon attracted by the buzz of the most popular high-level academy competition across the continent. Although it had just ended, it was still the hottest topic. Goody remained silent, his ears perked up to understand the recent happenings. Speaking of the high-level Soul Master Academy competition across the continent, even ordinary people were excited about it. However, much of the discussion centered around their own country's academy and Shrek Academy. From these bits of gossip, Goody gleaned a useful piece of information. Shrek had lost the championship to the Sun Moon Empire. Shrek actually lost? This puzzled Goody. Could it be that Hu Yusin's transformation into a female drastically reduced her strength? Was the plot finally starting to deviate from its course? The subsequent storyline was becoming increasingly perplexing, but unfortunately, Goody couldn't go back now. He didn't know what dangers awaited him upon return. He had a strong feeling that danger surrounded Shrek, and rather than that, it would be better to be a wanderer, traveling the world and enhancing his strength in the process. In the 3 months since leaving the starred Do Great Forest, Goody's strength had already risen to level 37. Chapter 78. Bone-chilling wonder stepping out of the inn, Goody pondered where to go next. He had already traveled nearly 1/10 of the Douluo Empire's territory. However, as the Douluo Empire and the Tianhan Empire had been mere bystanders during the entirety of the second Do competition, Goody truly couldn't recall any notable descriptions related to them. He couldn't think of any particular places that would trigger the plot. His illogical journey was merely to find characters related to the storyline. Goody patted his head, and at that moment, a large hand clapped on his shoulder. "Little brother, I see that you have remarkable bones, abundant soul power, and a flushed face. You must be a good seedling. Would you like to join our academy?" A deep voice sounded, and Goody turned around suddenly. An old man with white hair and a white beard, whose wrinkles could form a chrysanthemum on his face, was staring intently at Goody with his bright, piercing eyes. From time to time, his gaze flickered to the cat on Goody's other shoulder. Ollie glanced at him and continued to play with the spark prism. Sensing the other party's aura, he noticed that the man was just a soul sage. What confidence did he have to invite Goody to their school? And what was with this familiar line? Goody squinted his eyes and carefully scrutinized the other party. "What qualifications does your academy have to make me go there?" After saying that, he unleashed his strength as a level 37 Soul Master. With his talent of reaching Soul Master at the age of 12 or 13, he was considered a top genius even in Shrek Academy. A mere unremarkable academy thinks it can recruit him? Wouldn't that be quite embarrassing for me, Gu? Don't be fooled by his weaker cultivation. If he borrowed the dark power from the spark prism, he could easily overpower this old man. We have abundant resources for teachers and students, and we can definitely cultivate you into a powerful soul master, the old man chuckled, while secretly cursing this kid for being so abnormal, reaching soul master at such a young age. Back when he was that age, he was barely a 2-ring soul master. This kid seems to be from a prominent family. With his talent, entering Shrek Academy should be no problem, but it seems he hasn't T-joined yet. That makes things easier. With his silver tongue, Wei Xingji could surely persuade this kid to join their academy. By then, the academy's funding would likely be secured. It's quite sad, really, that he has fallen to the point of deceiving students for funds. With Wei Xingji's strength, he could serve the royal family instead of being in such a dire situation. However, since his teacher entrusted this academy to him, he couldn't let it decline. Once, they were the top soul master academy in the Douluo Empire, having entered the top 10 several times over the millennium, and even reaching the top 4 once. Such a prestigious academy, having seen several glorious moments, has now declined to the point of possibly falling out of the intermediate Soul Master Academy ranks. "Huh, do you think I need a teacher? Your teachers probably can't even defeat me." Goody looked disdainful. He wasn't wrong in saying that. Wei Xingji's mouth twitched. Most of the teachers in their academy were at the 3rd ring level, with only a few at the 4th and 5th rings, and he was the only soul saint. "We have many female students in our academy. Hee, which academy doesn't have a few female students? Moreover, they have long legs and fair skin. How vulgar. Do I, Goody, seem like that kind of person? Besides, our female students are renowned for their beauty far and wide. Where's your academy? Take me to see it." Goody said seriously, politely shaking Wei Xingji's hand. Ali on his shoulder rolled his eyes, but had long since gotten used to it. This human could be considered a unique type among all humans. Let's get to know each other first. Your name is Goodie, right? You can call me Director Wei. Wei Xingji smiled at Goodie, his eyes full of admiration. "You might not know, but our academy once ranked in the top 4 in the continent's Advanced Soul Master Academy competition." As he spoke, Wei Xingji's face was filled with pride. What a boast. That's all in the past. Now we've almost fallen to a junior academy. A passerby remarked sarcastically as he walked by. Wei Xingji immediately shot a glare at the passerby, who left in displeasure. Even though he had fallen on hard times, Wei Xingji still possessed the strength of a soul sage, and it would be easy for him to take down this passerby who hadn't even reached the 3rd ring. Goody glanced thoughtfully at Wei Xingji. The atmosphere between the two suddenly fell silent, but since Goody had agreed, Wei Xingji would not give him a chance to back out. He immediately grabbed Goody and flew towards the academy. Soon, the two landed at a medium-sized academy. Rather than calling it an academy, it resembled more of a residential area for commoners. There was a dilapidated teaching building surrounded by a few crooked large trees. These trees formed a small, enclosing circle, within which was a small garden. In front of the teaching building was a small playground, which covered no more than 500 square meters. For an academy, this was incredibly small. It should be noted that Shrek Academy's morning running area alone covered tens of thousands of square meters. On the playground, there were a few girls playing. They were laughing and having fun, creating a beautiful scene on the playground. Gudi esse ais litap. This old man actually didn't deceive him. Goody's consciousness fully expanded, and within the entire academy, there were 6 3-ring soul masters, 2 4-ring soul masters, and 1 5-ring soul master. It was a miracle that they hadn't fallen out of the intermediate soul master academy. It seemed that it all relied on that old man to hold it together. There were also about 100 soul masters of varying strengths lingering in the teaching building. As for the few girls on the playground, their strength barely seemed to reach the 2nd ring, and they were all a few years older than him. Seeing Goody's increasingly strange expression, Wei Xingji felt a bit uneasy. Cough, cough. Wei Xingji coughed a few times, and the few girls on the playground looked up, their faces brightening with joy. They ran up respectfully and said, "Teacher, you're back? Oh, who is this little brother?" One of the girls pointed at Goody and asked. She had icy blue hair, wore a white dress, and her complexion was fair and delicate, looking exquisite. What was most captivating were her beautiful, large, purple eyes. "This is my newly recruited student, Goody," Wei Xingji said calmly. In less than a second, Goody slapped him in the face. "Who said I would be your student?" Wei Xingji's heart tightened. His greatest fear had occurred. With the academy in such a state, it was likely that those with some status would not come. "I've decided. I want to be a teacher at your academy. Being a student is not the way. Being a teacher is the king's way." Wei Xingji, what? Chapter 79, Wealthy and Unfeeling. A teacher? Wei Xingji fell silent, his gaze sweeping over Goody with a very peculiar look. He secretly muttered in his heart. Although the little guy had terrifying talent at a young age, becoming a teacher was a bit much. However, this was also an opportunity. Not just anyone could be a teacher. Considering your age, it might be. Wei Xingji's face showed a hint of difficulty. "It's okay. If I say I can be a teacher, then I can be one. I like to persuade others with virtue, and if someone is unconvinced, I can just convince them by force." Goodie said seriously, "No matter what, having a big fist is a hard truth. I estimate that everyone here combined wouldn't be able to deal with him." I said, "Little brother, you don't look like a teacher. At your age, you should be a student." The previously mentioned ice blue girl covered her mouth and laughed. Along with the several girls behind her, they burst into laughter, because although Goody looked a bit more mature, he was still just a 13-year-old kid. The youngest teacher here was nearly 30 years old, and they were all former students of the Heavenly Spirit Academy. "Isn't this age discrimination?" Goody's expression was disdainful, and just as he was about to unleash his 37th level Soul Master aura, he was suddenly lifted into the air. "You must be Goody, right? You can call me Senior Sister Xiaoxua. I'm a 6th-year student at Tionling Academy and also a student of our Dean Wei Xingji," Xiaoxua said, holding Goody. Although Goody had a very handsome face, his red eyes and red hair, combined with the chilling aura emanating from him, gave off an impression akin to a devil emerging from the abyss. The white cat, Ollie, jumped away the moment Goody was lifted. She disliked human sense. The reason she didn't reject Goody was that his dark aura was strong enough to overshadow the human scent. The other 2 girls' eyes lit up, clearly attracted by the white cat, eager to reach out and pet it. It turns out that humans are creatures that can't resist the urge to pet anything fluffy and cute. Ollie shot a cold glare at the 2, making them feel as if their souls were plunging into an icy abyss, a chill spreading from their hearts throughout their bodies. As a 100,000-year-old soul beast, only her owner was allowed to pet her. She would never permit other humans to touch her. The 2 girls looked at Ollie with some fear, and their hands, which had been reaching out, came to a halt. Goody, being held, refused to accept it. To prove he wasn't being lecherous, he struggled to break free, but unfortunately, the other party was surprisingly strong. Goody quietly nestled in Xiaoxua's arms with a look of grievance. To be honest, the spherical object behind him was a bit painful. Of course, Goody wouldn't say such trivial matters out loud. After all, women are all petty. Speaking up would only lead to being remembered for it. "So, which teacher in the entire academy do you think could teach me?" Ignoring Goody's aggrieved expression, Wei Xingji smiled and said, "Child, if you don't mind, I could teach you." Goody glanced at Wei Xingji and shook his head repeatedly, thinking back to his first homeroom teacher at Shrek, who was a Mediterranean bald guy with a beer belly and a foot-fidgeting habit. Goody remembered how he would see Wu Bing meticulously grooming his bald head every day. Now, With the addition of a white beard, this greasy middle-aged man was even less appealing to him. Seeing Goodie's rejection, Wei Xingji was not angry. After all, someone from such a big family wouldn't think highly of him. The two stared at each other, and the atmosphere became strangely quiet. Not wanting to lose such a talented individual like Goodie, Wei Xingji decided to drop the act. All right, I promise you. Wei Xingji looked at Goodie seriously, his calloused hand patting Goodie's shoulder. From today on, you are a teacher at our academy. But let me be clear, I won't be staying here all the time. I have other things to do and won't always be at this academy. Being a teacher is just a feeling for me, Goodie said softly. The carefree life over the past 3 months had made Goodie accustomed to being laid back. If a teacher were to lock him in this academy, he would naturally refuse. After all, what benefits would it bring? He was merely acting on a whim. Xiao Shui, holding on to Goodie, was dumbfounded, not expecting that her teacher would really bring Goodie to this academy to be a teacher. Although she knew this guy was strong, Goodie had not restrained his aura, and she could clearly sense it. His strength had at least reached the soul respect level, which would easily overpower both of them. She wondered where the teacher had found this person. Such strength would be considered a top genius, even in Shrek Academy. No problem. Wei Xingji nodded. In short, with Goodie's addition, it was definitely a gain for their Tionling Academy, and a huge one at that. Given Goodie's talent, if he didn't die, advancing to Title Douluo or even Super Douluo in the future would not be a problem. Super Douluo, only a few had emerged during the peak period of their academy. By then, the biggest beneficiary would be their academy. As long as Goodie's demands weren't excessive, Wei Xingji would do his best to fulfill whatever he wanted. Very good. Goodie snapped his fingers loudly, pointing at the shocked Xiao Shui in his arms. From today on, you are my student. Xiao Shui looked completely bewildered before she could regain her composure. Goodie continued, since I'm a teacher at this academy, even though I'm newly promoted, I still need to contribute in some way. This 5 million will be my personal donation to the academy. As he spoke, Goodie took out a card from his spatial ring and tossed it over, accidentally throwing it too hard and hitting Wei Xingji in the face. Goodie swore that he absolutely did not do it on purpose. He also didn't know if Wei Xingji did it on purpose. With his soul saint strength, he could have easily dodged it. Yet he chose to take it on the face. Wei Xingji was furious. After all, he was the dean of the academy, and a newly appointed, inexperienced teacher dared to take advantage of him, especially in front of his students. However, Wei Xingji's anger dissipated instantly after hearing Goodie's following words, and he silently put away the purple gold card on his face. Truly extravagant, losing 5 million gold soul coins just like that. It should be known that 5 million gold soul coins could be considered the earnings of an ordinary advanced soul master academy over 20 years. Wei Xingji, who was originally hunched over, immediately straightened up. In the future, if I am not in this academy, you will be the second in command here. All teachers and students will obey your orders. Wei Xingji looked at Goodie with sincere eyes. Although this approach was akin to selling the academy to someone else, it was also a gamble. Perhaps Goodie's background could bring new life to the Tionling Academy. Even if the academy were sold to someone else, so what? After all, they would still be part of Tionling Academy. Chapter 80. The new teacher Xiao Shui weakly interrupted. Before she could finish, Wei Xingji waved his hand. From now on, you are Goodie's student, but I am your student, Xiao Shui said with a face full of grievance. Just a moment ago, she was calling him little brother, and now he was her teacher. This was hard for her to accept. Does having money mean you can do whatever you want? The wicked capitalist. Can't you have 2 teachers? This matter has already been decided. It's no use arguing, Wei Xingji said with a stern face. Xiao Shui paused. She understood that her teacher's decisions were almost impossible to change unless there was some special circumstance. Behind her, the 2 sisters who had just been playing happily with Xiao Shui had their faces turned purple, looking like they wanted to laugh but dared not. Plastic sisterhood. Goodie had seen enough and immediately beckoned the 2 of them. Don't laugh. You 2 should treat it the same way. As Goodie said, the 2 of them soon stopped laughing. In their hearts, the teacher was a sacred profession, someone who, despite being inexperienced, was still powerful. Although they were more than capable of being their teacher in terms of strength, their age was a different matter. Adding to this, I need 17 students, and I require the best talents from you. Goodie made a request. No way. Without a second thought, Wei Xingji refused outright. These are all the hopes for the future of their Tionling Academy. 1 or 2 is fine, but handing over these 20 most talented students is like putting the future of Tionling Academy into Goodie's hands. If Goodie were a few years older, it might be acceptable, but as it stands, if something goes wrong, it could jeopardize the future of Tionling Academy. Goodie guessed that the old man would refuse, so he quickly changed his words. Then just pick the 20 worst ones for me. After all, even the worst ones could be made stronger by him. Once he mastered how to use dark powers to corrupt them into having dark attribute martial souls, then it would be. Goody didn't have a shred of psychological burden about this. After all, he was in control, so there was no danger of losing lives. What did he have to be afraid of? Goody thought for a moment that managing this group of little kids by himself was too exhausting, and he needed to find a helper. A long and crisp snap sounded in a city 1,000 miles away. In a luxurious clothing store, two boys trying on clothes suddenly straightened their backs, as if possessed, then kicked the fitting room door wide open. In the astonished expressions of the crowd, the two said nothing, dashed out with a few areas covered in pixelation like the wind. It seemed that those two wouldn't make it here anytime soon. And at that moment, Wei Xingji had already gone to rally the entire school as faculty and students. In less than 15 minutes, over 100 people had gathered on the playground. Several leading teachers looked at each other, puzzled. In the past, when Dean Wei called for all faculty and students, it was usually for something significant, but it didn't seem to be the case this time. Goody scanned the area slightly, realizing that the students here were no comparison to those at Shrek Academy. Among them, the one with the best talent was only 16 or 17 years old and had just a second ring of cultivation. The worst students had even less, with some not having a single soul ring. How down and out was this academy? During a moment of free time, Goody took the opportunity to ask Wei Xingji about it. The latter said nothing, looking dejected. Under Goody's persistent questioning, Wei Xingji finally said one thing. It was due to something the principal did 200 years ago. Goody felt deep hatred towards this. He wanted to beat to death those who spoke half-truths and left people in suspense when they could clearly explain. However, considering that all the teachers and students were present, and it was his first day here, he decided to let the old man off the hook for now. He noted this down in his little notebook. Seeing Goody's gloomy expression, Wei Xingji quickly shifted the focus back to himself. Today, a powerful new teacher has joined our academy, who is also the vice principal. In the future, if I'm not at Tionling Academy, he will be in charge. Wei Xingji's voice was loud and penetrating, completely unlike someone who was 1 foot in the grave. Once these words were spoken, everyone on the playground murmured excitedly. They were very enthusiastic about this new teacher. The teachers were excited because the position of vice principal indicated that he was powerful, and if Wei Xingji were to leave in the future, the academy would not completely decline. The students were thrilled about the arrival of a renowned and powerful new teacher, as having another strong teacher would greatly benefit their cultivation. Quiet, Wei Xingji shouted, and the crowd quickly fell silent, demonstrating his prestige among the teachers and students. After all, he was the key figure supporting the entire academy. Principal Wei, where is the new vice principal? A thin, quiet male teacher asked. He looked to be in his 30s, but had already reached the 4th ring. Meanwhile, Goody, who was beside Wei Xingji, was ignored, with the teacher mistakenly thinking he was a new student admitted by the principal. Isn't he right next to me? Wei Xingji smiled kindly. Next to you? Everyone was puzzled, first ruling out Xiao Shui and the other 2 students. Therefore, there was only one person and a cat left unexcluded. Those 2 could be directly ruled out. Could it be that this new teacher had invisibility powers, showing off his strength? At that moment, Goody could no longer enjoy the warmth and reluctantly left Xiao Shui's embrace. Goody stepped forward, expressionless and exuding a chilling aura as he scanned the crowd. Hello everyone. I'm your new teacher. You can call me Teacher Gu. As for the title of Dean, don't listen to that old man Wei's nonsense. I never said I wanted to be the Vice Dean. He mercilessly exposed Wei Xingji's lies, stating that he only said he wanted to be a teacher. When did he ever say he wanted to be the dean? Just because he was honest doesn't mean he could be bullied. After finishing, Goody didn't forget to release his own power, a terrifying aura overwhelming the entire place. To keep a low profile, Goody decided to only borrow the dark power to the level of Soul King. After all, he could now mobilize nearly the peak of Soul Sage's dark power from the Spar Prism. Defeating that old man was no problem, especially since these people were all below the level of Soul King. A Soul King at such a young age. This is impossible. How old is he now? The expressions on everyone's faces were nothing short of extraordinary. In particular, Wei Xingji's aged face showed disbelief and shock. How could this guy, who was not even a Soul Zune, suddenly become a Soul King? Was he hiding his strength before? The students, however, were different. Although Goody's strength was immensely powerful, he appeared much younger than most of them. Out of respect for their new teacher, none of the students dared to complain. They figured it was best not to hold a grudge. They all turned their attention to their leading teacher. The weaker teachers looked lost, staring at the ground as if counting ants. though the entire playground was so clean that all they could see were countless shoes. Chapter 81. Found a treasure next? The students of Tionling Academy focused their gaze on the strongest teachers. Under the collective attention of the students, the previously thin, pale teacher stepped forward, his gaze fixed intently on Goody. Although soul tools had made significant advancements on Douluo Continent, soul masters still held the primary position. In short, strength was paramount. With strength, everything was negotiable. I want to know, with your talent, even if you were at Shrek, you would be treated as a treasure. I wonder why you came to our academy. The thin teacher asked. Goody shrugged. Do you believe me when I say it's just out of interest? I'm just bored and want to play around as a teacher. It's true that he's bored. His happiness has decreased a lot since Hu Yimo is no longer around. Goody also wants to return to Shrek, but ever since he went there, nothing good has happened. He might as well wander the entire Douluo Continent. He just needs to survive and develop. When he becomes strong enough, all conspiracies will be crushed before him. Everyone. If you really believe that, then there's a ghost. Facing the skeptical gazes of the crowd, Goody remained unfazed. He wasn't wrong, but he did have a personal agenda. That was to use dark powers to transform others' martial souls. A thought Goody had considered some time ago. Coincidentally, as soon as this idea came up, someone came to lend Goody a helping hand. Teacher by Ruo didn't say anything, but the fierce battle intent in his eyes revealed his thoughts. Goody understood at a glance. It was clear that he was unwilling to let such a little brat climb over him. Only by defeating him would he feel satisfied. The crowd sensed the tension in the air and retreated to clear space. This teacher's combat power was also among the top among all the teachers. Goody made a gesture of invitation, and in order not to bully anyone, he decided not to use his martial soul. Teacher by Shou did not refuse. As the opponent was indeed exuding the aura of a soul king, he immediately summoned his martial soul, which was a type of bear martial soul. At the same time, his first and second soul rings lit up. Teacher by Shou's body suddenly shot out, almost doubling in size. His clothes were torn to shreds by his rapidly expanding body. His hands transformed into purple gold bear claws, and he lunged at Goody. The bear martial soul truly lived up to its reputation as one of the strongest beast martial souls. With each step Teacher by Shou took, the ground trembled more intensely. Although his strength was only at the fourth ring, his many years of life had allowed him to accumulate rich practical experience. If one were to ignore the fact that this was a battle, this teacher looked like a complete gentleman with a hidden side. Goody exclaimed as the dark power within him surged wildly. He twisted to the side, dodging the lethal attack, while dark energy flowed out and enveloped his legs, sweeping outward. The terrifying dark force distorted the air. With the attack missing, the pale teacher, sensing the danger, calmly evaded just in time, while Goody kicked at nothing. One foot landed on the ground, and with the tip of his toes as the center, the ground within a radius of nearly 20 meters rapidly cracked and collapsed. The pale teacher felt a chill run down his spine, convinced that even if he had taken that hit, he would have been injured. Just now, he instinctively sensed a dangerous aura, and fortunately, he had dodged in time. Goody's dark attribute, soul power, is different from that of this world. Due to the spark prism, even the ultimate dark attribute soul power in this world is like a younger brother compared to Goody. Furthermore, Goody's dark power is highly aggressive and destructive. If the dark attribute in this world is like a docile little sheep, then Goody's dark power is like a ferocious and violent Tyrannosaurus Rex. After recognizing the gap between the two, Teacher by Shou readily admitted defeat. Continuing to fight would only be seeking humiliation. Everyone was puzzled. They had just started fighting, so how could they have lost so soon? Especially since many students had been cheering loudly just moments ago, eager to see the spectacle. After all, battles between strong individuals are not commonly witnessed. At this moment, their cheers suddenly stopped. It ended before it even got serious, leaving them feeling bored. Among the teachers, one Soul King, who was already middle-aged, had the typical Mediterranean features that many middle-aged, strong individuals have. He looked at Goody and nodded thoughtfully, absent-mindedly touching the few strands of hair left on his balding head. It was obvious that he had lost quite a bit more. Wei Xingji stared wide-eyed at Goody. Only a few people present understood just how terrifying Goody's strike was. In terms of pure attack power, it was even comparable to that of a Soul Emperor. How could the attack power of a Soul Emperor be something a mere Soul Zone could withstand? He had found a treasure this time. In 10 years, without a doubt, Goody could lead their struggling Tionling Academy to the peak. Wei Xingji made up his mind. No matter what method, even if it meant seduction, he would keep Goody here. After witnessing Goody's strength, all the teachers fell silent. although they were reluctant to admit that someone of similar age to their son would become their vice principal in the future. They had no choice but to acknowledge his overwhelming strength. Strength is a hard truth, no matter where it is found. Wei Xingji exchanged a knowing glance, and all the teachers pretended not to see but were all aware of the situation. Soon, one teacher took the lead and warmly shook Goody's hand, expressing a very warm welcome to the new colleague. Once the first one did it, the second and third followed. Then came a flurry of flattering words. Goody refused this, as he intended to become a good teacher and could not live in the flattery of others. However, their words were too pleasant to resist, and he decided to enjoy it instead. The students behind them widened their eyes in disbelief. They could hardly believe that the usually stern teachers were all acting like sycophants towards someone their own age. In an instant, the image of all the teachers crumbled in the students' eyes. Wei Xingji saw the expressions of the students clearly and felt disdain in his heart. Collectively, they probably couldn't match the influence that Goody alone could bring. Still not convinced? If you have the ability, show a talent like Goody's. Not to mention these teachers. Even I, the old man, would want to flatter him. Goody, aren't you looking to choose students? Look at these. Don't be polite, just pick. Choose any student you like. Wei Xingji pushed away the teachers surrounding Goody and affectionately put his arm around Goody's shoulder. Oh, I almost forgot to mention, including these three, pick 17 students for me. And as for the girls, they should be good-looking. The boys' talent doesn't matter, as long as they are orphans without parents. Goody casually said. Wei Xingji, he can understand that girls need to be beautiful, but why do the male students need to be orphans? Chapter 82. Arrogant and Domineering. Tionling Academy Teaching Building. Although it looks shabby on the outside, it has all the necessary facilities inside. In the classroom, on the top floor, next to the stairs, Goody lay in front of the blackboard, resting his legs on the podium, nostrils flared, looking down at the students below. Ollie was rolling her eyes underneath him. The students below were all carefully selected, with the oldest being Xiao Shui, who had previously held him. She was also the one with the highest cultivation among this group. Such an arrogant and domineering person naturally angered the students below. However, they could only dare to be angry but not speak out. After all, his strength was evident, and they were not foolish enough to confront him head-on. Goody scanned the surroundings slightly, extracting dark energy from the spark prism. The oppressive aura of a Soul King level made the students beneath him breathe more slowly. They all lowered their heads, not daring to meet Goody's gaze. Well, you just got to know me, right? Let me introduce myself again. My name is Goody, I am 13 years old, and I am a Soul King. I am a core disciple of the Shrek Inner Court, and currently the leader of the Shrek 7. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire venue erupted in an uproar. What is Shrek? It is the #1 academy on the entire continent, an academy that only accepts monsters. With Goody being so young, yet already possessing the strength of a Soul King, they naturally wouldn't doubt that he is a core disciple of Shrek. Only such an academy could cultivate such monsters. You might be wondering how a distinguished core disciple of Shrek ended up here. I won't hide it from you. Due to various reasons, I had to leave the academy and wander across the continent. Most of you are useless, and you may spend your entire lives achieving nothing. Are you content with that? Coming here to be a teacher is just a hobby of mine. I won't stay here for too long. What you can learn depends on your own luck. Are you content? Definitely not. Most of the people present are orphans, having lacked parental care since childhood. Having seen the darkness of this world, lacking strength, status, and background, they just want to take control of their own destinies. Silence. Most of the students no longer looked at Goody with jealousy, envy, or negative emotions as before. Instead, they looked at him with admiration. To wander across the continent takes immense determination. With Goody's talent, he could easily find another top academy, and with such a talent, anyone would treat Goody like a treasure. Feeling the admiration from the group of students, Goody remained expressionless, secretly thinking that the motivational speech should be enough by now. You are my first batch of students, and maybe my last. Now, those of you who are unwilling to be my students can leave. No one will stop you. For those who remain, betting on the reputation of the leader of the Shrek 7, you will definitely shine under my guidance. Goody said in a deep voice, his gaze profound and weathered. His voice contained a hint of soul power, causing the students present to feel a jolt in their hearts, their eyes blurred with tears. Most of them were orphans, many with low talent, and few teachers cared for them. They were merely accessories to highlight the brilliance of others. Xiao Shui, sitting below, rested her chin on her hand, closely observing Goody's youthful yet somewhat mature face, her eyes sparkling with a peculiar light. No one moved, apart from Xiao Shui and her two exceptionally gifted friends. Most were at the first ring, and some hadn't even become soul masters. Even the large white cat under the chair couldn't be bothered to roll its eyes. After all these months, it still didn't understand what kind of person Goody was. Very well, since no one is willing to leave. Let's start the first level of our novice devil training by running 200 laps around the playground. After gaining everyone's acknowledgement, Goody flipped his demeanor faster than flipping a book, slammed the table, and stood on the podium, his gaze sweeping over the sea of students. The students? Kaksadalaps. Although this Tionling Academy couldn't compare to the likes of Shrek Academy, with a playground so small, it was pitiful. 200 laps was enough to equal his previous 3 laps of 0. For these useless students, it was just right. The crowd was still confused. But due to Goody's authority and the terrifying aura of a soul king radiating from him, no one dared to complain and obediently stood up, ready to head out. By the way, the entire playground is under my mental coverage. If you run 1 lap less, it will be doubled. And those who don't finish will also have their laps doubled. You have 1 hour. Holy cow, ruthless. What about our tears? Some people began to regret in their hearts. 200 laps was no small number. Moreover, they couldn't slack off. The dean wouldn't dare to play around like this. However, they were old enough to realize that Goody was doing this for their own good. So they didn't complain and silently started running around the playground. As Xiaoxua left the classroom, she didn't forget to cast Goody a resentful glance. Goody pretended to be looking at the ceiling, ignoring her gaze. Soon, the classroom was empty, leaving only Goody and a large white cat. What bad idea are you brewing again? Came Ali's crisp voice from below. Ali slowly climbed down from the chair and began to groom the cat's fur. It turned out that cats are clean creatures, whether they are soul beast varieties or ordinary house cats. As a new teacher, how could I not be strict with my students? I'm doing this for their future. Goody let out a deep sigh, gazing out the window at the young boys sweating outside. He looked like someone who would dedicate himself entirely to education, willing to give his all until death. Come on. Ali rolled her eyes skillfully. Do you still need to put on an act for me? Well, actually, I wanted to see if I could experiment on them to find out if my dark power can influence others' martial souls, or even change their martial souls. Goody lay down again, looking lazy and indifferent. He was completely different from just a moment ago. The switch between these two modes made Ali unable to recognize which one was the true Goody. Are you crazy? The martial soul is the most important part of being human. A slight mistake could completely harm their foundation, even put them in danger of death. They're so weak. How could they possibly withstand your dark power? Ali's eyes widened. She knew Goody was unreliable, but she never expected him to do something so insane to his own kind. Don't worry, I have it under control. They definitely won't die. Plus, with the hellish training I've put them through these past few days, they can absolutely endure it. And do you think they would give up on a chance to escape mediocrity? Goody waved his hand dismissively. Ali fell silent. After spending the past few months by Goody's side, she thought she could understand humans, but the reality was far from it. Just then, an unusual phenomenon appeared on a white and black intertwined cocoon within a spatial ring on Goody's hand. Chapter 83 Shelf Announcement this afternoon. I asked the editor how long it would take to go on the shelves, and unexpectedly, it will be available tomorrow. Well, for someone like me who has been just muddling through, this day has finally come. To be honest, I initially wanted to write over 100 chapters, but this book has no popularity at all, with dismal recommendation votes and collections. Sometimes I really wanted to cut it off, but after all, this is my first novel to be published, so I couldn't bring myself to do it. This will also be my last time writing a Douluo fanfiction. I intended to continue the story from my previous book that was taken down, but it turned out the opposite. Not only did I receive a lot of criticism, but many readers also abandoned the book, which led to my writing mood deteriorating. Sometimes I don't even know what I'm writing. It's hard to express my struggles, and I want to complain too much. I want to thank the editor, Xinghe, for giving the struggling book so many recommendations. Due to the sudden release, I don't have many drafts left. The previous 10 or so chapters have already been used up, so I'll write as much as I can. Thank you to the readers who have accompanied me to this point. It's because of your support that I have the motivation to keep going. I really appreciate it. Here, I would like to ask for a wave of initial subscriptions. The initial subscription is crucial for a book's success. It doesn't take much, just a few cents. Please support the initial subscription. Chapter 151 Conclusion. Noticing the anomaly in the ring, Goody extended his consciousness to investigate the cocoon of the goddess of light butterfly. It has been almost 2 years. It's finally time for transformation. Godina was in tears, wondering if it was really so difficult for a soul beast to transform. He couldn't help but wonder what it would look like after the transformation. Suddenly, Godina's heart filled with anticipation. After all, the goddess of light butterfly could be considered the most remarkable being in the Douluo Continent, the inner circle of the Douluo forest. Dusk is the most dangerous time in the entire Douluo forest. After all, countless soul beasts lie dormant during the day and come out at night to wreak havoc. This is quite normal. Goody and Ollie chose a remote location, with the protection of both Goody and Ollie. This transformation of the goddess of light into a butterfly was indeed foolproof. I want to eat too. A faint voice echoed in Goody's mind. Goody was taken aback for a moment, and then turned to look at the small, white hand reaching out to him. Goody suddenly realized, stepped forward, and took out a roast chicken from her ring again. That delicate little hand seemed to convey a joyful emotion, happily swaying. Then a heavy object fell into the center of her palm. A year later, Tionling Academy. Goody sat cross-legged in the dormitory, radiating a black light all over his body. After a year, Goody's cultivation had reached the realm of a level 54 Soul King. The speed of his progress was astonishing, even to him. If the plot hadn't completely collapsed yet, then Hu Yusin should be in the Sun Moon Empire now. After traveling through the Douluo Empire, she encountered this fierce beast. It was actually a fierce beast, and even the faintest hint of its aura made her feel a deep sense of dread. This was definitely a high-ranking fierce beast. Ailey's expression instantly turned respectful. Among soul beasts, the strong are kings. Even Mengshi, who was nestled in Goody's arms, cast a fearful glance at the Snow Emperor and shrank closer to Goody. As night fell, the moonlight poured down on the Douluo Continent like a silver veil, casting a silvery layer over the entire land. This night was destined to be tumultuous. A terrifying dark aura flew in from the outer universe, streaking through the sky above the Douluo Continent like a meteor, leaving a deep red trail as it plunged straight into the depths of the continent. Upon landing, stones shattered in an instant, and yellow dust filled the air. "Is that you, Camilla?" Goody asked, but as soon as the words left his mouth, he regretted it. Clearly, she was here to find him. At this moment, he should have pretended to be crazy and acted like he didn't recognize her. "You heartless man, you still remember me," Camilla said with a smile, but her smiling face sent a chill down Goody's spine, as if something bad was about to happen in the next moment. The Empire of the Sun and Moon. The border was a desolate desert, with yellow sand swirling and the scorching heat making any living being that stepped into this place feel oppressed. In this place where even soul beasts were rare, a sneaky group stood out in the desert. Naturally, this was Goody's team. After Goody's sweet-talking and earnest persuasion, Camilla finally gave up on taking him back. "Where's this?" Looking at the barren land before him, Goody was completely confused. Camilla had reverted back to her human form. Seeing the two women not far away, unharmed, he felt a wave of regret. It wasn't that she hadn't tried hard enough. It was just that that person was truly a soft-bodied creature. "I don't know. I can't pinpoint the location as accurately as you do," Goody said. After hearing his words, Camilla felt a complex mix of emotions. So this was how things began. She had misunderstood Goody. Looking at Mengshi, who seemed to be fast asleep beside her, her hostility diminished significantly. After Camilla and Mengshi fell asleep, Goody slipped out to the window. Looking at the brightly lit city, he quietly took out a few cigarettes and started to smoke. The Royal Soul Engineer Academy of the Sun Moon Empire today is more lively than ever. Like the vast majority of academies, today is the annual admission exam for the Sun Moon Empire. The Royal Soul Engineer Academy does not mean that it only nurtures royal children. It also recruits a group of exceptionally talented commoners. The Royal Soul Engineer Academy of the Sun Moon Empire is located in the southern part of the main capital. In the distance, a Sun Moon Empire. Shrek Exchange Student Dormitory. Today, the Royal Soul Engineer Academy of the Sun Moon Empire is busier than ever. Not only because of the admission exam, but also because it is a formal exchange between Shrek and the Royal Soul Engineer Academy of the Sun Moon Empire. Aside from the great competition, the number of applicants even exceeded 300. Huo Yusin, dragging her exhausted body, barely sat cross-legged. At this moment she said, "Sorry, I interrupted." Goody silently closed the door, and the scene before him was simply blinding. When he learned that Shrek Academy and the Royal Soul Engineer Academy of the Sun and Moon Empire were holding an exchange, Goody knew that the plot of enlightenment had not yet begun. Camilla's request to join as a teacher at the Royal Soul Engineer Academy of the Sun and Moon Empire was ruthlessly rejected. The reason was too simple. Goody remained silent throughout the entire process, seemingly very sad and unwilling to speak. Despite her tiredness, Huo Yusin picked up the teapot, brewed a cup of tea, and handed it over. The atmosphere seemed to be on the verge of falling into silence. You still haven't answered my question. Hu Yusin pouted, looking quite unhappy. This matter needs to be openly discussed. Early in the morning, Hu Yusin woke up and had no intention of meditating, because next to her, on her left side, a boy who slept like a pig was lying comfortably, sleeping peacefully, with the sound of his breathing creating a slight snore that echoed in the dormitory. Hu Yusin shook her face, looking at Goodie with a complicated expression. She secretly told herself that they would be a couple in the future, with absolute speed, absolute power, and absolute dominance. Hu Yusin didn't give Jing Zian any chance to resist. The whole scene was a complete one-sided beating, almost too easy. Terrifying. Is this still the fourth ring? The words almost popped out of Jing Hongqin's mouth. At that moment, he appeared somewhat dazed. After all, he couldn't blame his elder, given his knowledge of the starry forest. On the western border, this is an extremely beautiful paradise, with clear mountains and waters, rich in spiritual energy. Countless peach trees are planted here, and this season happens to be the peak bloom of the peach blossoms. From a distance, all that can be seen is an endless expanse of pink. The fragrance of flowers wafts through the air. Peach blossoms dance, falling in layers on the ground, forming a sea of pink flowers. The world is unpredictable. Watching the gradually beaten Ji Juechen, Gudi couldn't help but feel emotional. The collision of sword and fist. The momentum elevated to the extreme. They collided with each other, without any fancy soul skills, just pure force, causing the air to resonate. The fist and sword were in a stalemate for about a second after the collision. In the next instant, a violent roar suddenly exploded. Boom! This certainly won Do now. Goody shook his head repeatedly. Although it seemed like there was no problem for him to go to Shrek now, for safety's sake, he still decided to hold on for a while. Hold on and don't rush. Is there something difficult to say? Fan Yu stared straight into Goody's eyes. Yes. Goody's words were concise. This matter cannot be forced. The sails and feathers are in darkness. Everything is engulfed in black. Suddenly, a glimmer of golden light appeared in the center of this darkness without warning, bringing with it a precious brilliance. The golden light spread, and it seemed as if the entire world was illuminated, gradually transforming that glimmer into a mass. It was a golden sun, but it appeared to have only the last rays of twilight left. Watching Hu Yusin, who was immersed in the pleasure of gaining power, Goody smiled slightly. This trip was not in vain for Goody. With the gift of fate, Goody's mental strength surged dramatically. Now, his mental strength was only slightly inferior to Hu Yusin's, which was a win-win situation. In short, he made a big profit. Unexpectedly, Yusin's mental. I forgive you, the Snow Empress said softly, her beautiful black eyes seeming to breathe fire. No, this was not what she wanted to say. Damnumans. The crowd fell silent. Since the Snow Empress had forgiven Goody, what else was there to say? However, it seemed that the Snow Empress still harbored anger in her eyes, which was understandable as it involved her lifelong cultivation. Who did they offend? During this time, Elder Xian also came once. The two found an occasion to battle, and as a result, Elder Xian was thoroughly defeated. Few in the entire Douluo Continent could defeat someone like Elder Xian. So who exactly was this crazy woman? It was certain that she had nothing to do with Hu Yusin, so there was only one person left. Looking at this house, there was nothing but darkness. Goody felt a chill run down his spine. It was almost impossible for him to stay here to restore Dijia's memories, unless he could still dream that dream, if he wanted to master Dijia's dark powers proficiently. With a thought, the spark prism floated obediently in Goody's palm. It didn't seem like a difficult task. Does restoring Diga's memory that you mentioned before count? It doesn't count. Hee, a woman's words are deceiving. Goody complained, looking very speechless. Look at me. I can't even transform now. How can I master it? It depends on you. If you're saying you can't transform, it just proves your strength isn't enough. You still need to. Shuedi swallowed her non-existent saliva. She always felt that Goody's situation was very unusual. It was quite different from what she usually saw, but her body wouldn't listen to her at all. After so many days, Shuedi also understood why Goody was able to control her body. Goody endowed her with a body condensed from dark elements, using this body to invade her soul with dark power. It was unclear how much time had passed, but Camilla's restlessness grew stronger. Just as she could no longer hold back and was about to wake Goody, suddenly, Goody's body trembled violently, and in the next moment, Goody abruptly opened her eyes. Her frail body stumbled to its feet. Her bright black eyes were filled with satisfaction and reminiscence, as if there was still a hint of regret. Camilla, as for how to take revenge, I will decide in the future. After transforming into Heidi, These two hard objects surprisingly didn't feel as uncomfortable anymore. Instead, there was a sense of... Gudi shook his head and focused on the task at hand. It had been 2 years, and he had no idea how much the outside world had changed or how the plot had developed during this time. Everything was an unknown. Just by chance, he ran into Huo Yuhao and the others as soon as he arrived. Goody felt a surge of emotion. The 2 years of training had significantly increased his mental strength, to the point where he could harness the dark energy within the spark prism. As soon as he arrived here, he noticed the presence of Huo Yuhao and the others. In the area covered by his consciousness, everything seemed insubstantial. But why did he need to conceal this truth? Yuhao, are you not taking care of yourself at all when I'm not by your side? Gudi strode forward, wanted to get close to Huo Yuhao, but was blocked by someone who stepped in front. Madam, what are you doing? Gudi raised an eyebrow, his tone carrying a hint of frivolity. After all, she was the wife of their stronghold. In the future, a flicker of excitement blossomed in Juechen's cold eyes. He stared intently at Goody, his gaze burning with intensity. This person is very strong. Goody didn't move. His once ravenous eating turned into a slow and deliberate pace. Not even his gaze shifted. He could deceive others, but not him. Young master. The two leading middle-aged men finally reacted. Without saying a word, Juechen drew his judgment sword and slashed it across his own face. A huge gash was opened on his originally handsome face. Blood dripped onto the ground, but with his soul power circulating, the wound quickly stopped bleeding and began to scab over. Is it okay now? Juechen said in a deep voice. Goody, stop messing around, Huo Yuhao interrupted. Goody, your scream immediately attracted the attention of everyone in the fitness testing room. Huo Yuhao body trembled slightly. In the corner of the fitness testing room stood a girl, her figure still stunningly beautiful. She seemed to have grown taller compared to a few years ago, but her delicate face had taken on an unhealthy pallor. Her pair of originally vibrant big eyes seemed to have changed color, beautiful. All right, he was very jealous. He also had a life that seemed to be on a cheat mode, but back then he didn't have this guy's good looks. After all, at that time, this guy was waving a sword on the competition stage, not knowing how many girls' hearts he had captured. The appearance he had after transforming into a Tiga giant looked cool in his eyes, but others might not think so. After all, everyone's aesthetic is different. The upcoming physical test would just be a formality. The physical tests of the others were uneventful. This was merely a test to confirm age, and to keep the strength of each participating team confidential. There were no tests for soul power cultivation. Originally, the Tang sect only had 8 participants, with only 1 reserve member. Now, with Goody added, there were a total of 9 people. After half an hour, Goody walked out of the room, dry-mouthed. Finally, he had successfully deceived everyone. As for whether the lies would be exposed in the future, well, that was a problem for his future self to solve. For now, all he wanted was to enjoy himself. In another room, eldest brother, are you feeling better? I originally planned to explain things to you later, but we realized she arrived earlier than expected. Goody sighed. Perhaps it was the series of butterfly effects caused by my unauthorized actions regarding what was supposed to happen. Hearing this, Huo Yuhao felt a surge of guilt in her heart. She suddenly felt like she was not a good person. Everything Goody did was for her, yet she was filled with doubt. Who could be so late? Huo Yuhao frowned, extending her mental probe towards the door, a familiar image flashing in her mind. It was Goody. Huo Yuhao exchanged a glance with Tang Wudong. Having shared a bed for many years, they could understand each other's thoughts with just a look. Tang Wudong nimbly got up and jumped down from the bed, opening the door. Indeed, as Camilla said, no matter how she used her mental power to stir Goody, Goody remained as immovable as a mountain. This guy couldn't have drugged Camilla, could he? Huo Yuhao thought angrily. What to do? The more dangerous the moment, the clearer Huo Yuhao mind became. If what Goody said was true, Camilla had sensed her destined power 2 years ago, which had flowed into Huo Yuhao from that person. It's strange. Clearly, the power of fate had returned to Huo Yuhao. Yet how could she still have such an entangled fate with that bastard? Even though she was favored by fate, she couldn't comprehend this elusive concept of fate. Surprised? A competition venue was located on the outskirts east of Mingdu, visible from afar once you exited the City S buildings. At this moment, this usually empty outskirts was already crowded with people. There were at least over 30,000 soldiers maintaining order, dividing the crowd into sections and isolating them from the competition venue. On the northern side of the competition venue was a high platform, all made of destroy it, destroy it. A silent voice screamed crazily in Goody's heart. Originally, Goody's eyes, like a bonfire, were now filled with a hint of brutality, and her aura became unstable. Whatever you do, I will support you all the way. Camilla's voice rang out once again, but it also snapped Goodie back to reality. After waiting for most of the day, Goodie still hadn't come over. Huo Yuhao expanded her mental probe and discovered that Goodie had left early. This left the two feeling somewhat strange. In the following time, Zhang Lishuan came to talk to them about the competition, regarding the strong individuals from their sect getting involved in the event. She urged Huo Yuhao and the others to be extra careful. After taking Zhang Lishuan away, Huo Yuhao opened his arms to Tang Wudong. Come on. After a brief silence, the audience erupted in gasps. Xiao Hongshun trembled as he looked at Goodie, thinking that having a fox named Yimo was enough to strike him down. But now there was another monster like this. Anyone who could kill a soul king in one strike. It was obvious how terrifying this person's cultivation was. Goodie had little emotion, his calm gaze sweeping over the crowd on the stage. Half an hour later, the 5 people were exhausted and panting. Goodie stood still with his arms crossed, seemingly unfazed by the attacks of the 5 people, as if they were merely scratching an itch. In fact, it really was like scratching an itch. None of them were able to inflict any pain on Goodie. Although this approach didn't align with his careful development plan, he decided to indulge himself this time. Previously, they had indeed been thoroughly defeated by the Holy Spirit Church. After all, there had been fatalities in this arena before. This academy was quite self-aware, knowing how many of its students were just being sent to their doom by the Holy Spirit Church. So, they simply chose to concede directly. After all, the honor of the academy was nothing compared to its legacy. On the podium, Su Tianran frowned. Gudi looked at the man in black in front of him, his forehead muscles subtly bulging. Isn't this the Hu Yimo he was looking for? What he didn't expect was that this guy actually came to his room on his own. Doesn't this count as delivering himself to his doorstep? Behind him, Camilla narrowed her eyes, sizing up Hu Yimo, a hint of strangeness flashing in her eyes. Goody did not notice Camilla's abnormal behavior. As you can see, you can understand that I am a person with the extreme soul power attributes of both space and time, Hu Yimo said. 2 extreme attributes. And they're the extreme attributes of time and space. Goody's mouth twitched uncontrollably, suddenly feeling that his dark powers were not appealing anymore. The most mysterious is time. The most bizarre is emptiness. Let's not talk about him. Remember that his existence is known only to you and me, and it should not be discussed with others. Himo said seriously. Then how do you know of his existence? Goody couldn't help but ask. Can't say, can't say. Hai shook her head. This was her secret, and she wouldn't easily tell others. The atmosphere was tense, but Goody still wanted to say, well done. You only said half of it, and now you're facing retribution, right? Ha! If the situation allowed, Goody would love to laugh out loud, but to avoid being remembered with grudges by the two, he thought it was better not to be too arrogant. After all, it seemed that any one of them was stronger than him. Before long, Han Xin came holding a fox. There was no doubt that Shrek had easily won this match. What seemed like an extraordinary battle to ordinary people felt somewhat boring to Goody. After all, the surge in strength had raised his standards significantly. To him, this level of battle was like playing house. However, aside from him and the Tang sect members, all the other team leaders felt embarrassed as they faced a setback. Huo Yuhao awkwardly withdrew her gaze, feeling that she owed a lot of debts, including goodies, Tang chiowers, and oranges. It felt as if the heavens were toying with her fate. Why were so many women bending to her will? How infuriating. Was her charm really that great? If only she were a man. Wait, becoming a man might be even more terrifying. In the Stardow Forest, at the Peach Blossom Grove. Have you found him? A snow-white big cat lounged on a rock, licking its paw while watching the white-haired girl not far away. It sensed that he was still in that country. The girl said, a ripple flashing in her pitch-black eyes. The person and the cat were Mengshi and Ali, who had been separated from Goody for a long time. In the Qingqiu Fox clan, at the Sacred Land, in the center of the Heart Lake, the 9-tailed fox statue, regarded as a sacred object by the Qingqiu Fox clan, suddenly trembled slightly. Tiny cracks appeared on its surface, emitting a faint white light. In the bright daylight, this faint white light seemed so small and insignificant. From a distance, the 9 tails for the Tang sect, these problems originally didn't exist. However, after the 3rd round of the competition's draw concluded, the atmosphere of the Tang sect also became tense. Because the next match would be against the Royal Soul Engineering Academy of the Sun and Moon Empire. The humiliation of their last defeat was still deeply etched in everyone's hearts. They should have won that match. But it was he. In the Douluo Continent's starry sky, 2 enormous black giants stood in the cosmos, each wielding a sword and clashing against each other. The battle was evenly matched, with terrifying dark powers swirling into storms, shredding nearby meteors to pieces. They had been fighting for a day, although they had mastered most of the dark powers. Skillfully using them was quite troublesome, utilizing most of their power at once after the third round of the competition. A day of rest was needed before the lottery for the round-robin matches. And this day coincided with the official opening of the Mingdu Soul Master Elite competition in the underground world. Hui Yusin could not miss this opportunity, as it was a great chance to obtain rare medals. With Hui Yusin's strength, she could easily win the championship. After all, the Tang sect, Shrek Academy, and the Royal Soul Engineering Academy of the Sun and Moon Empire were all in the first group. The other 5 teams that could emerge from the elimination rounds were certainly not easy opponents. This was a true death group. Moreover, today, the first match of the round-robin competition would be an intense clash between the Tang sect and the Royal Soul Engineering Academy of the Sun and Moon Empire. Like a collision of planets, Tang Wutong felt somewhat uneasy. She had gotten used to sleeping with Hui Yusin every night. The warmth of their mutual embrace gave her a sense of security. But tonight, she wasn't coming back. She was staying in that jerk's room. Who knows what he might do to her Yusin? Just thinking about it was terrifying. But this was also Yusin's personal promise. Tang Wudong stood in a daze. Gradually, after waking up from a nightmare, her mind was still blank. However, she quickly sorted it out. Was she dreaming? But why did the dream feel so real? It was as if this good person was being slandered by Tang Wudong as a villain who did nothing but evil. Goodie was not very interested in the upcoming match between the Tang sect and the Mingyu sect, which would undoubtedly be an exciting competition for spectators. He was more concerned about how to deal with Tang Wudong and Hui Yusin this time, as he absolutely could not be too lenient. Due to the Tang sect's strong performance in the previous round, the spectator area near the competition platform had already gathered a crowd early in the morning. "You dare to kill my brother!" A sharp scream suddenly echoed, followed by a figure leaping onto the competition platform like black lightning. In an instant, he was in front of Tang Wudong, and his pale, slender hand shot forward, with 5 dark golden claws extending out, aiming directly at Wang Dongera's head. It was the same person who had previously faced Goodie. Hui Yusin stealthily walked out of her room. The dim light illuminated the corridor, and a slight breeze occasionally swept through, giving it a somewhat eerie atmosphere. Hui Yusin took a deep breath, stepping forward with determination. To an outsider, it would seem as if Hui Yusin was about to face severe punishment. Her mental strength unfolded, but it only extended within a meter around her. However, the situation was not as Goodie had imagined. This time, Shrek did not win. They lost, just like last time, to the Sun and Moon team. Despite Tang Xiaoer showcasing an incredibly strong side in the arena, they still faced defeat. Goodie had a feeling that this Xiahonkin was quite mature, both in composure and mentality. Furthermore, Hui Yusin had not originally competed against the Tang sect. In the Soul Guidance competition, she had directly won the championship with her formidable talent. Especially in the finals, Hui Yusin used a level 7 defense shield, decisively defeating the second place, who was also a member of the Holy Spirit sect. During their clash, Hui Yusin revealed her necromancer magic, which was reported by that Holy Spirit disciple. Fortunately, Hui Yusin had experienced hellish transformations in Shrek. The sky grew increasingly gloomy. At noon, the light was dim, as if it were evening, with heavy dark clouds hanging lower in the sky. The oppressive environment truly made one feel mentally unwell. After these days of watching the matches, the enthusiasm of the spectators had not diminished, but rather intensified, especially as they approached the final match. Each spectator felt an immense anticipation in their hearts. Brief introduction. Yes, Goodie has crossed over. The place he crossed to is the Douluo Continent, which was poorly written by novel authors in his past life. However, this world is far from as simple as Goodie imagined. With a mysterious plot and a ruined protagonist hiding untold secrets, how will he face the arrival of reincarnators, crossers, and infinite beings from the main god space, as well as numerous overlords from other worlds blocking the heavenly Tao?